Daytime travels to the end of a matriarchal primitive society where ferocious beasts roam and everyone is born with godly powers. The good thing is that the daytime has a body of immortality. As long as you do not die, sooner or later you can live to the modern society. However, in primitive societies one can also be happy to be a father. Well, to keep my son and daughter from starving, no more lying down, building houses, making iron, creating words. But why did it turn into a world of fairy cultivation when it was said to be moving towards the modern world? Chapter 1, Everlasting Life, but sold by the grandson. White Mountain Tribe. Inside the dilapidated hayloft, a tall and robust-looking old man lay dying on a haystack. Next to him squatted a skinny young man in animal skins, his face full of grief and sorrow. "Ah, Dad is incapable of giving you a good life. Ah, Dad is sorry for you. Don't worry, I've already chosen the feng shui place. In 10 or 20,000 years, I'll dig your grave, and you'd better be fossilized. When this primitive society evolves into modern times, I'll build you a museum where your family can lie down in one piece." Accompanied by the youth's incessant muttering, the old man on the bed's cheeks kept twitching, and his hands trembled as he grasped the youth's arm, watching his breath about to be broken. The youth pressed the old man and sighed softly. "Good son, don't be afraid. People will eventually die. Only I won't die just." The youth's name is Daylight, and he traveled to this primitive society 30 years ago. Technically it wasn't his son lying in bed, it was his wife's son. Oh yeah, it's the end of the matriarchy, and there were once 5 fellow travelers during the day. Well, the day after he came across in Daylight, his wife died. Then he boiled down a few of his fellow travelers. Originally, the daytime was thinking of lying equal to death in this primitive society, but slowly he realized that he had lived forever. So with his assistance, the White Mountain Tribe was transformed and his son became the first male patriarch. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. It's only been 20 years and his son is about to be hiccuped. Feeling the old man's trembling, Daylight frowned. "Son, don't struggle. You hurry up and die, or no one will bury you when it gets dark." The old man held his breath and used his last strength to finally make a sound. Scared chatter. A few at see the corpse. Daylight was stunned and patted his head. "I'm sorry, I forgot. You don't understand me when I speak Mandarin. Son, you don't break off yet. I'll re-say it in your words." The old man sat up in fear and let out a strange ow, with his last strength. Then he stiffened and slowly collapsed. Daylight heaved a sigh of relief. "But it's dead. If we don't bury it, it will be dark." It is not that the daytime is heartless, but the primitive society is the least of the dead. It is only because his son is the patriarch that he has the opportunity to cry and mourn here. In exchange for the usual people have long been buried. And not right. The usual people have long been eaten by fierce beasts. It's a scary world where the beasts and people are big. Let's say a tiger, 2 meters tall, is an average type, and can eat 2 people like Daylight in one bite. The people here are also very tall, averaging 2 meters, and every one of them is full of muscle. The only exception is during the day. The tribesmen, who privately call the daytime Mino, can barely hold a candle to a 10-year-old. Precisely because he knew how dangerous this society was, Daylight never left the tribe easily. His goal was to live until the modern society. Just stay up until modern times, not to mention, write a novel of several 100 million words and dazzle all your peers to death. Without waiting for much thought, the 4 men rushed the hayloft. All 4 were so tall and imposing that Daylight barely reached their chests. Daylight sighed at the tallest man in the forefront. "Your father is dead. Don't be sad." Before he could even finish his words, the tall man suddenly held him down. Then, 2 men came up to hold his arms and easily lifted him up during the day. Daylight froze and said in tribal terms, "Lift your father." "What are you lifting me for?" His son's son, the grandson who was not related to him by blood, grinned. "Master, father should have made it clear to you." Daylight was even more confused. His son didn't say anything. Sun Z continued, "A few days ago, our tribe accidentally killed a man from the Coming Sun tribe, and they said they wanted us to send a man over. Master, you also know that our tribe just moved here and can't beat the Coming Day tribe. Master, you've been in our tribe for too long and deserve to die. When you get there, it would be good if you were still alive. Take it away." "No, don't." Daylight was anxious. "Grandson, I'm your grandfather. Don't be like this." "Oh, son, why don't you say earlier, I can escape? Ah, damn, let me go to other matriarchal tribes. That shall not arrange women for me. This thing I cannot do." Ah, letting the daytime cries fall on deaf ears, a few tall men carried him through the tribe at a fast pace. In full view of everyone, Daylight was tied to the back of a cow with a straw vine, gagged, and headed for the mountains. Daylight cried, "This grandson, too fucking dog. Ah, he is the oldest of the Baishan tribe, And he is the one who made the Baishan tribe change from a matriarchal society to a patriarchal society. And he is the one who made the tribe migrate here. Without him, the White Mountain tribe would have been extinct long ago. Even if you're going to send him away, at least say so ahead of time so he can be prepared. No wonder in the past few days, Daylight always felt that the people in the tribe were staring at him. Daylight thought that they were worried that they would fight for the position of the tribe leader, but they didn't realize that they were actually worried that they would run away. The pit. The pit. Cursing is understandable during the day. The Coming Sun tribe was the largest tribe in the neighborhood, while the White Mountain tribe had only migrated here last year, and the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. In this period of society, generally when people died in fights between tribes, they would use people as compensation, exchanging men for men. People had already realized the importance of labor, and men were gradually taking the social initiative, so men were generally exchanged as well. But the daytime really did not think that he, a minion, actually can be sent out. After going over a few mountains, a few equally bullish and tall men from the Lion Eye tribe came to meet up. Seeing that Skinny looked during the day, the Lyri tribesmen were now very dissatisfied and gabbled about something. Daylight struggled desperately, but unfortunately it was of little use. Soon both sides still reached cooperation. Daytime was taken away by the tribe of the Coming Day. After dark, by the fire of the Lyri tribe, Daylight was crouched on the ground. His mouth had been loosened, only his body was still tied. Looking around at the group of strange women who were pointing at him, Daylight was depressed. Needless to say, the tribe is still matriarchal in the coming days, and he is sure to be given to some woman. But where the people in this world looked normal, he wouldn't mind so much. But the people in this world were just too big, and the women were all cow tall, and standing in front of those women in the daytime made him feel like a child. 30 years after crossing over, he hadn't touched a woman during the day. Although the humans in this period were already very human-like, with little body hair, and some of them were still very pretty to look at, Daylight was, after all, a modern soul, and just the thought of the other man being primitive made him feel guilty. At the moment, a group of women were talking to him, only they couldn't understand the words of the Lyri tribe during the day. Just as the crowd was murmuring, a relatively short woman pushed her way through the crowd to enter. The woman grew about as tall as the day was long, very well built, with a rather large chest of animal skins and a handsome doll's face. She came up to Daylight and looked at her. Then with a big smile on her face, she said in the slightly awkward White Mountain tribal language, "They're saying that you're growing thin and small." A daytime jerk. That's a harsh thing to say to a man. I only heard the woman continue to laugh. The matriarch said to give you to my auntie. From now on, you will be my little father. Chapter 2, Fatherhood in a Primitive Society. Looking at the woman. No, I should say the girl in front of him, crying during the day. It was clear to him that the girl was certainly not very old. Although she was plump, she must still be a child according to this primitive society. However, she did look good, and was already almost as good as a modern adult woman. When a few more years pass, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach her even if I jump up during the day. The world is such a scary place. Adults are generally 2 meters tall, and women are no exception, and very big and strong, like giants. Daylight once saw one of the biggest women on the tribe's migration, a breast bigger than his head. Daylight has always been confused. He is obviously a soul through the coming, but the body of the original just cannot grow. 1.7 meters or so, in the modern society is not bad, but here it is like a skinny monkey. Don't all the history books say that primitive people are short, like monkeys? It took him 30 years to figure out where there was such a big monkey. Daylight swallowed in his throat. How did you come to speak the words of the White Mountain tribe? My big daddy used to go to your White Mountain tribe, and he taught me. He died though. The girl cocked her head. They call me Nessie. What's your name? Daylight. Daylight. As in dawn? How strange. Nessie didn't dwell on it. They're saying you can't do the work and they don't want you. She said you were really small, smaller than her youngest son, and was afraid you'd break. She said you wouldn't even be enough for a manticore to take a bite if you gave it to them. Then said you must be so soft you couldn't even pick up the fruit. Daylight sounded weak. Such words. So harsh. But Daylight isn't thinking about that right now. Right now he's thinking about whether or not to disguise himself as a child. Unfortunately, before the daytime thoughts could settle in, a tall woman came over and pried his mouth open to look at his teeth. This is now completely powerless during the day. Teeth, the best mark of growth. Looks can pretend to be young. Teeth can't. Sure enough, the crowd quickly became more lively. Nessie smiled. She said, "You're not a child. You're really small and fine. Can you not say those words?" During the day, he was extremely depressed, and in his heart, he had long ago cursed that turtle grandson 18 times. really want to become this Naishi's little father. He did not know how to live in the future. She looks like this at such a young age. Her mother must have been a giant. So, one must run, or sooner or later one will be ridden to death. But how to run? This is a big problem. Don't look at the primitives here as tall and powerful. They are also very maneuverable, and you can't outrun them in the daytime. Just as the day was reckoning, two men came out of the hayloft and grunted and shouted for a moment. Afterwards, Neshi once again happily came up to daylight. This is the patriarch's man, Camus. The matriarch explained that from now on you are my little father, and asked me to bring you back. You will gather fruit and hunt for my auntie. As he spoke, the rough man named Camus grabbed Daylight's chin with one hand and gabbled something. From his expression, he could tell that it wasn't good words. It should be a warning. Sure enough, Nessie said, Camus said that you can't run away or you'll be captured and eaten. It's weird not to run. On the surface, Daylight smiled resentfully. No, I definitely won't go. Nessie spoke to Kajai, after which Daylight was carried along by Kajai, with Nessie leading the way. Soon, Daylight was taken to the edge of a hayloft at the end of the tribe, where the straw vines were still untied from his body and tied tightly. It was also in the hayloft that he saw Nessie's mother during the day, which made his hanging heart fall a little. Nessie, her mother, looks to be almost 50 years old, which is very old for a primitive society. Oh yeah, and people here generally live into their 50s and 60s, provided they don't get eaten. Nessie's mother was not only old, but sick, lying in the hay, unable to get up, and looking like she was going to die. Just what Daylight didn't expect was that Nesh had a younger brother, a little smaller than Nesh, slightly shorter than Daylight, but a lot stronger than Daylight. Camus grunted a few words, after which he left. Daylight breathed a sigh of relief and rushed at Nessie. Nessie, can you help me untie the rope first? Nesh shook his head and giggled playfully. Camus said to keep you tied up or you'd run away. He's my brother, called Nida. Nida, who did not know how to speak the words of the White Mountain tribe, took a sharp bone and glared viciously at Daylight. Daylight secretly sighed. Primitive people really do have brains too. In fact, Daylight had long ago realized that human beings' IQ was about the same from the very beginning. What limited human development was actually thinking rather than IQ. There is no way for humans to visualize what they have not seen, so they can only live according to what they know. Once they are given the chance to open their minds, the consequences are severe. This was why after 30 years of being in the White Mountain tribe during the day, he still didn't dare to easily teach the people of the White Mountain tribe how to develop. He couldn't guarantee that after teaching those people strange knowledge, those people would not eat him first and then develop savagely. In group life, when one thinks too far beyond the group, one is doomed to be treated as a monster. Bury it or eat it. Daylight sat down on the haystack and asked softly, Nessie, don't you have any other dads? No, all dead. Nessie kept a smile on her face. Big Daddy got eaten by a tiger, and one fell from a tall tree and died. Your little daddy. In that case, her mother shouldn't have much power in the tribe. In a matriarchal society, a powerful woman will have multiple men. A woman without power may not have a single man. It's also a pattern of genetic selection, and there's no such thing as equality in humans from their inception. Daylight asked again, does the tribe give you food when your aunt is like this? Here, there's food for everyone. Nessie giggled playfully. Nida, go pick fruit and I'll watch the cows. She used to go hunting when Auntie wasn't laid up. True to form, the coming tribe still maintains the communal system. This is different from the White Mountain tribe, which has already entered into a semi-communal system 10 years ago after being tutored by him. Half of what they hunted was handed over, and the remaining half was privately owned, which greatly promoted motivation. Only later did the tribes migrate, and the White Mountain tribes were forced to return to communal ownership, or else many would have starved to death. Public ownership is good. Even if we can't run away, we can always lie down. Both come and lie. So, in the daytime, he lay down peacefully on the haystack, right next to Nessie, her mother. Nessie, however, stopped laughing and reached out to force Daylight to her feet. Her mother moved as well, coughing with a pale face and trying to sit up. During the day, he thought that Naishi was not allowed to lie next to her mother, but he did not expect Naishi to anxiously say, you will make a festival with my mother, so that my mother will have a brother. Pust, a mouthful of old blood almost did not spray out during the day, and his cheeks twitched unnaturally. Symphony, that is the meaning of mating. Chapter 3, Hope for the Sun. Daylight's scalp tingled. Your mother is like this. Cross-section even? No. Nessie was anxious. Her mother also gibbered, and didn't understand during the day, but look at her eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. It was a beast to die during the day. Such a giant old woman and sickly. Only to hear Nessie continue, You have to intercede with my amanuensis so that they will give us a share of the meat. Daylight certainly understood that increasing the population to the tribe was the greatest contribution and would receive special care from the tribe. But he couldn't do it. Daylight patiently persuaded. Your mother is like this now. She definitely can't give birth to a child. In case your mother dies by then, won't that be even more troublesome? Don't worry guys, it's not like I'm going to run away. When your mother gets a little better, we'll deliver the festival again. Nashi muttered to her mother for a moment before she lay down again, coughing so hard that her heart, liver and lungs were coming out and she felt like she was going to die at any moment. Nashi puckered her mouth. When my mother gets better, you must make a festival with my mother or I will tell the matriarch. Daylight sighed in relief as he too lay down on the haystack. Don't worry, I will. Having said that, Daylight was already calculating in his mind how he could escape from the Lyri tribe. The Lyri tribe was much larger than the White Mountain tribe, and it really wasn't that easy to run. It is impossible to run at night. Under the darkness of the night there are especially many fierce beasts. As long as they leave the tribe will certainly be eaten. Moreover, where to run to? This is also a big problem. Going back to the White Mountain tribe is obviously unlikely. That dog grandson can sell himself once. He can sell himself a second time. In fact, it would be best if Nessie's amanuensis died in a hurry. That way he would have a reason to stay in the Lyri tribe and lay flat. It is good to be cool under a big tree, and it is clear during the day that in such a ferocious primitive society, if you want to live, you should not fall alone. If you are alone, you will die. The coming tribe is a large tribe and still communally owned, so following them at least you won't starve. He's immortal, not undead, with a body like his, not to mention the beasts. He would have to be eaten if he met any other single savage. It was just that the thought of Nessie her mother made her despondent during the day. Bizarre matriarchal society where it's obvious that it's men who do the work, and men's status isn't good enough. Before crossing over, the daytime has felt that modern society is becoming more and more matriarchal. The result is really here to realize that the modern society that are pediatrics. This night, the daytime tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Nessie's mother's cough was so bad that several times during the day she was afraid she would cough right through. The next morning, still groggy from the day, he was pulled up by Nash and Nida. Needless to say, it must be pulled to work. In the primitive tribes, no one can be idle as long as they are in the labor force. Hunting, looking for fruit, raising animals and so on. Back when Daylight first crossed over to the White Mountain tribe, he was the one who was assigned to go with a group of women to look for fruit. This time, he was still being dragged to the fruit. Finding the fruit is easy, just walk around the tribe. But in terms of risk, looking for fruit is the highest risk factor, because there are few men in the group who are strong fighters. All are women. If you encounter a fierce beast, you will die. After being pulled out of the tribe during the day, they did see a group of women, Nessie among them. Most were older women. A few were little girls like Nessie. Many of them were actually very good looking and quite well proportioned, but they were giants by day. Of course, there were a few older men in the group who carried weapons made of bone and stone. When they got near the forest, the group started looking for fruit. Daylight was also untied from the cane, though the crowd was still wary of him. Daylight had no intention of running, but he also had no intention of going for the fruit. He would lie down wherever there was room, and it had to be with his eyes closed. If you don't close your eyes, you'll see a lot of pristine landscapes that you only saw as a child herding cattle. For Daylight's lay, Nesh and the others didn't pay any attention to it. Perhaps their request for Daylight was also just that, not to run, lay down until the sun is high in the sky, then rise during the day to find wild vegetables to eat. It's spring and the fruit is very scarce. The wild vegetables are instead fresh. Unfortunately, the people of the Lyri tribe did not yet know the laws of spring, summer, fall, and winter, and they were just looking for wild fruits according to their inherent way of life. Eat wild vegetables during the day and continue to lie down. It was only in the late afternoon that Daylight was called up by Nessie to go back to the tribe together. Much as expected during the day, the picking party didn't have much to offer, mostly dried fruit that had rotted. The group didn't look too good, and they didn't talk much on the way. During the daytime when he followed Naishi and saw Naishi's face full of sadness, he was a bit uncomfortable. This girl is usually very like to smile. Her face collapsed really unattractive. There was a gasp from the front, and the crowd looked up. Outside the hayloft on the side of the tribe, a group of people were trying to control a bull. The bull wasn't normally huge. It was 2 meters tall, and the canes on the horns of the head were broken free, and it was kicking and scurrying around like crazy. There was a lot of hand-wringing and yelling. One of the great signs of the progress of civilization in human society is that of breeding. The Lyri tribe not only knows how to breed, but also raises a lot of animals, cattle and sheep and so on. Moreover, They have begun to understand the principle of small stocking, big breeding. Obviously, the bull should be untamed and out of control. There were so many people who were thrown off and even others who were almost trampled to death. And in the midst of the chaos, Nesha's brother, Nida, rushed over to help subdue the bull. The boy was so ferocious that he actually climbed up the cane to the top of the bull's head. Seeing this scene, Nessie hurriedly dropped the fruit and ran over with her legs. Watching in the daytime is also warped. Nida, this child is also too tiger. A bull that big, that many burly men couldn't control, and he had the audacity to climb on the bull's head. It's fucking 8 years old? As Nida climbed onto the bull's head, the bull became even more frantic, jumping desperately. Nida, however, clung firmly to the bull's horns and just wouldn't fall off. This son is too tough. The more you look at the daytime, the more your eyes light up. This son has a future. Good training, may be able to become a patriarch in the future. I'm looking forward to my son's success. If you want to stay in the coming day tribe for a long time, you definitely need to have a backer. It was definitely not appropriate to climb the relationship now, unless one could do it during the day. If you can't do it, you'll have to cultivate your own relationships. Thinking of this, Daylight also ran over. Cannot let this baby son was killed. Have to save. Daylight looked a little closer. Then he darted toward the other bullpen. Unsurprisingly, the other barn held an equally large cow. Daylight ran behind the cow and looked at her. Then he opened the door to the barn and pulled her out. Chapter 4, Another Dead Wife? The group of people still surrounded the bull and yelled, while Nida was still on the bull's head. The boy was so uncommonly pugnacious that he froze after the bull had thrown him around for so long. Nessie kept yelling from the back of the crowd, supposedly trying to get Nida to come down, and there wasn't much the crowd could do at all except circle the bull. Moo, moo. Just then, there was a loud cattle call from the back. Naishi subconsciously turned around and saw Daylight leading the cow over. Her face darkened and she hurried over. When the others saw this scene, one by one, their faces also changed drastically. Don't you let it out. They'll fight later. Nessie screamed as she ran. Daylight turned a deaf ear and pulled the cow onward while learning to bellow. After the bull, who was going crazy, saw the cow. He lowered his head slightly and started charging forward desperately. The crowd was so frightened that they got out of the way, and Nessie was forced to run to the side. Daylight was holding the cow, and his heart was a little fuzzy, but he stood still in suspense. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as the bull approached, so you can imagine how huge it had to be. Seeing that the two bulls were about to fight, Naishi's heart went cold. She felt that if the two bulls fought, Nida would definitely be killed first, because he had been on the bull's horn. However, instead of hitting the cow head-on, the bull ran behind her from the side. Well, the cross-section is up. Now Nash and the others were dumbfounded. Daylight was relieved that she hadn't guessed wrong after all. It was now spring, everything was recovering, and the animals were going to spring. This bull was kept next to a cow and never made contact. He must have been suffocating. To say that this bull is also not competitive. Not 2 minutes to finish. Oh no, the bull seems to be just so fast. When the errand was over, the bull stopped running and puckered his nose in triumph. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nida slipped off the bull's head, shivering and clutching the bull's cane. He was just about to pull the bull when it started jumping again, scaring Nida into running. Daylight looked at the smile. This kid was not quite tiger just now. This moment no goat? After Bull had done it a second time, a bunch of people finally gathered around as well. Also at that moment, Daylight let go of the cow's cane rope and walked away. Nessie first pulled Nida to the side and apparently chastised him. After that, she ran to Daylight in shock, and her eyes became extraordinarily fiery as she looked at him. Sitting in the grass during the day, he was mentally calculating how he could use this incident to assist him in raising his prestige so that he could stay in the Lyrai tribe with peace of mind. Nessie squatted next to him and asked with stars in her eyes, "Little daddy, how did you know that cow was going to pay the festival?" Daylight whispered, "Because it's spring." Spring? Nessie was stunned. What's spring? Daylight explained seriously. Spring is when, after it gets cold, everything starts to grow back. At this time of year, animals want to have babies, so they get horny, which means they want to have intercourse. If they can't have intercourse, they get cranky. Look at that bull just now. He just wants to copulate especially, but you have locked him up and he can't get satisfaction. After it's satisfied, it won't go crazy. As long as they were males, they were all soft afterward, and Daylight was convinced of that. As for spring, the concept is so influential that it will affect the entire history of mankind. Daylight was unsure of what Nessie's attitude would be if he went into detail with her. He was also unsure if the rest of the tribe would eat him like a beast when they found out in the coming days. So he's only saying half of it, testing the waters. Naishi's eyes glistened as she listened. No wonder Yang said that she also wanted to have a child. So this is spring. Little father, the bulls have made love to the cows, so you should make love to my auntie too. The daytime was almost not choked to death by the saliva. How can this child not think of his own mating with her mother all the time? Oh no, it is a mating festival. Mating is too difficult to hear. Daylight pretended not to hear and continued. In the spring, when animals cross the festival, it is easier to have children. Then go back and cross your fingers with my auntie. Nessie immediately pulled Daylight up. Why can't this kid get over it if he cries during the day? Fortunately, Nessie quickly realized that what she had said during the day was important. So she said, "Little father, I'm going to go tell the matriarch, so wait here for me." As soon as Nessie left, Daylight exhaled heavily and at the same time began to feel apprehensive. If the feedback that Nesh received was good, then it meant that the knowledge could be accepted by the Lygia tribe, and he would have the capital to gain a foothold in the Lygia tribe. If the feedback was bad, then he could only run away. It wasn't long before Nessie came running back, screaming excitedly, "Little daddy, the patriarch is going to give you an extra piece of meat, so go." Hearing this, a large part of Daylight's hanging heart fell. Giving meat showed that the matriarch valued knowledge. During the day, he was dragged by Nessie to the small square in the center of the tribe, where a group of men were dividing the meat. With the arrival of Daylight, a group of people pointed and their eyes were much kinder. The matriarch was a very strong woman. The matriarch actually gave a chunk of meat and said something to Nessie Grunt. After a while, Naishi happily took the meat, then rushed to Daylight and said, "The patriarch said that you just saved Naida and the others, so that we don't die so many people. Then, what you said about the spring is important, and this piece of meat is for you." The patriarch also wanted to ask how you knew about spring. Daylight had long thought of the words to respond, and said softly, "You tell the patriarch that we, the White Mountain tribe, have seen many tribes along the way as we migrated, and that we know about the spring after exchanging with the other tribes. I've heard it said that in the spring, all the trees grow back and animals choose this time of year to turn in their knots. That's why there will be very little fruit in the woods in the spring. In the springtime, lots of new critters appear in the mountains and forests, too. Then, a lot of regrown trees are edible." Daylight makes no mention of the effects of spring on farming, because right now the coming-of-age tribes haven't developed farming, they just know how to feed. The advent of farming is another important symbol of the progress of human civilization. Until he had fully established himself in the coming tribe, Daylight would not dare to easily impart this knowledge. As Nessie translated, the crowd around them became particularly lively and talkative. Daylight could feel that the way they looked at themselves had changed, no longer the disdain they had before, but full of shock. This made Daylight happy, because it meant that the people of the coming tribe were more likely to worship people with brains, not just brute strength. In human history, it has never been brute force that has changed the course of history, but the mind. Soon, Nessie smiled excitedly. "Little daddy, the patriarch says you're fine and small, but you have a good brain." The patriarch also said that from now on, if you help our tribe think of more every day, you will be given an extra piece of meat every day. The patriarch was enlightened enough to recognize the importance of knowledge. Instantly, Daylight gained a little more confidence in his future. Before, he was able to stand firm in the Lai Sun tribe, relying on knowledge as well. Only, in the end, he was still screwed by his son and grandson. The crowd was buzzing when Naida's shout suddenly came. Naishi's smile suddenly froze, and with a pale face, he ran out of the crowd carrying the meat. Daylight was overjoyed. Double happiness? Another wife to die? Chapter 5, New Food. Nessie's mom is really dead. This made Daylight happy and helpless. Happily, he finally did not have to worry about making friends with Naishi's mother and dodged a bullet. The helpless thing was that he was really destined to be a wife beater. The last wife was 30 years ago and died the day after he crossed over. This one, too, died the day after he came to the door. It seems that elders are only good for singles, but no matter what, Naishi her mother died, for the time being for the daytime is great joy. Of course, on the surface he still had to pretend to be sad. After all, Naishi and Naida cried a lot. What Daylight didn't expect was that even before Naishi her mother was completely cool, the matriarch said something to Naishi, and then, Naishi looked at Daylight with tears in her eyes and said, "The matriarch said that you don't have to be my little father anymore, and that you're going to go to the matriarch to cross the festival. Hold the grass." The patriarch was stronger than an ox, and in comparison he was a needle thrown into the sea, unable to even stir up the water, and with the patriarch surrounded by two burly men, it would be better for him to go over there and die. Daylight's face turned green with fear and hurriedly said, "I'm not going. You tell the patriarch that I'll be your little father." Nessie wiped a flash of surprise as she spoke to the matriarch anyway. The matriarch shot a slightly disgruntled look at Daylight before saying something to Nessie. Nessie said, "The matriarch said it's okay if you don't go, but you have to hunt to feed me and Nida because we're still children. If you go, the matriarch will raise us. Can't you have any other choice? If you go hunting with this body, you're not sending yourself to death, are you?" But as soon as he thought that he couldn't even reach the patriarch by jumping up, Daylight was immediately ruthless. "I'll raise you. You tell the patriarch that I may not be able to hunt, but I can pick fruit. I promise. At least I won't let you two starve to death." Nessie was quite touched and took the initiative to go up and hug Daylight before speaking to the matriarch. The matriarch looked quite disappointed and gabbled a few words of explanation, after which he left. After that, a few men from the tribe carried Nesh, her mother, out and buried her somewhere. In the middle of the night, Daylight heard the sound of Nessie secretly crying, and he couldn't help but sigh. People are a kind of emotional animal. Don't look at Nai, she usually smiling, only afraid of her heart is actually very sensitive and fragile. But when he thought that he couldn't lay flat anymore and had to sell his life for the pair, he was even more worried. One is just trying to blend into the modern world. Why is it so hard? Early the next morning, Nessie and Naidu were up before daylight. When the meat was roasted during the day, Nessie and Nida got up. Seeing Naishi's haggard appearance, Daylight softly said, "You guys eat first, I'll go pick fruits later. You guys rest at home." Nessie didn't understand what rest was, but she knew what Daylight meant and shook her head slightly. "No, I'll go with you to pick fruit." Daylight didn't force it. "Then you should eat something first." Naishi still didn't smile as she silently ate the roast she made during the day. On the contrary, Nida, because the roast meat is delicious. He soon smiled. It was half noon in the mountains outside the tribe. When Daylight saw that Nessie was still distracted, he hesitated and said softly, "Nessie, I'll take you to find another kind of food. It's delicious." Unknown to Nessie, Daylight gave her a smile before running for the grass with a sharp stick. Strip the grass away and start digging in the ground with a stick during the day. Not only was Nessie surprised, but the rest of the picking team came along. As the dirt was dug up, inside was a sweet potato, about the size of a daytime head and not right, rather like a potato. I don't know what this crop should be called during the day. The leaves are like sweet potatoes, but the canes are very long and large. The skin is a bit like a potato, but it tastes like a yam, and it is a bit like a cold potato that can be eaten raw. When he came here yesterday, he had already realized during the day that there were a lot of such crops around the coming day tribe. It's just that the concept of the people of the Lairi tribe about fruits was just hanging on trees, and they didn't realize that there were ones that could be eaten underground as well. After digging the thing out, Daylight happily hugged it to Naishi and laughed. "Our White Mountain tribe calls this, well, a ground nut, and it's edible." "Edible?" Nessie frowned. Daylight nodded, then used a wooden stick to break open the ground nut. The inside was white and watery, much like a cool potato. He picked up a piece and ate it, clicking and crunching, crunchy and sweet, much better than a cool melon, and it was very starchy, so it was easy to fill up his stomach. The group was shocked to see them eating dirt during the day, and there was a lot of talk. Nessie marveled. "They say why wouldn't you die if you ate dirt?" Daylight laughed as he ate. "This is not dirt, but fruit. Fruits aren't just on trees, some of them are inside the mud as well, but no one has eaten. Look, didn't I eat it now? Don't worry, it's edible and won't kill you." Daylight handed a piece of groundnut to Nessie. Nessie sniffed, then looked at her clanmates, before she took a careful bite. Finding it quite tasty, Nessie's brow lifted and she took 2 more bites, a smile finally appearing on her face. Seeing Nessie smile, the others came over and boldly tried to eat it. Finding out that it was really good, the gang became extra excited, and a couple of the women even giggled with excitement. The appearance of a new food was a great joy to the tribe, and of course they were happy. Nessie finally threw off her haze and excitedly pulled at Daylight. "Little daddy, how do you know this kind can be eaten?" Daylight explained. "Our White Mountain tribe came from other places, and we've eaten it before. This thing can also be grilled with meat. It's even better." "Little daddy, you're too good." "Great, so we won't be afraid of running out of fruit," Naishi shouted excitedly, stars in both eyes. Seeing her finally smile again, Daylight was completely relieved. He still liked to see Naishi smiling, good looking. Next, Daylight began to teach the crowd how to recognize the leaves of a groundnut and how to dig. Dig it wrong, and you'll probably die. With every new food, there may be a lesson in blood that finally makes its way to the human table. In the late afternoon, Daylight and Nessie and a group of women were covered in groundhogs, and the group returned to the tribe, talking and laughing. The men returning from the hunt laughed at the sight of the dirt on the women. Only when the matriarch confirms that the groundnuts are really edible, the men can't stop laughing. The women do. Daylight's status in the tribe had also risen because of the groundnuts. and the patriarch rewarded him with another large piece of meat. This made Daylight refreshed, feeling more and more that his future in the coming tribe was incredibly bright. The next morning, however, before even getting up during the day, she suddenly hurried in. Little father, get up. Dead people. Daylight rose dizzily. Who died? The patriarch's son. He ate groundnuts and died. Chapter 6. This civilization is more advanced than expected. The patriarch's son is dead? Daylight almost didn't give a pee and hurriedly jumped up. How did it die? I don't know. The matriarch said he ate a groundnut and died. Nessie anxiously pulled at Daylight. Little father, the clan leader wants you to go over. Hurry. Scalp numbness during the day. Really, if you die from eating groundnuts, you'll have to run for the hills. That's the patriarch's son. The patriarch is guaranteed to eat people just during the day and did not dare to speak out the idea of running away, but could only harden their hearts and go to the matriarch's house with Nessie peace. A lot of people were in front of the patriarch's house at this time, talking a lot. With the arrival of Daylight, the crowd was talking even louder and pointing. His heart was beating out of his chest during the day. He was unable to figure out how eating a groundnut could kill him. He had eaten that groundnut for years, and so had the people of the White Mountain tribe, so it couldn't be poisonous. And when he came back last night, Nessie and the others had eaten it too. Could it be that the allergy special case? But it's so special that it happens to be the patriarch's son. The first thing I saw when I entered the matriarch's house was the matriarch and her two men crouching by the haystack, all three looking sad. On the haystack lay a boy about Nida's size, dying indeed, while the tribe's old woman was giving the boy a look over. At this time, the tribes already have the concept of medicine. They have begun to know how to find ways to heal, which is a survival instinct, only limited by the conditions. Medical ability is very limited. When the patriarch saw Daylight, he didn't show any anger, just a sad face. This was a secret relief for Daylight, who was truly afraid that the patriarch would punch his head off. Daylight walked over to the haystack and took a look at the boy. His face was white, his lips were purple, and he kinda looked like he was poisoned. Reached out and touched his chest. There's a heartbeat, and it's not weak, but strangely, the breathing is gone. Suddenly, Daylight thought of something and scrambled to open the boy's mouth. Sure enough, there was still quite a bit of groundnut left in his mouth. Daylight couldn't think about it and hurriedly pulled the boy up, holding the boy from behind. His hands strangled the boy's chest down and his stomach up, and turned him hard. The Heimlich resuscitation method. Seeing the daytime tossing the child, the wife was very dissatisfied with the chatter. Daylight couldn't understand. He only saw that the patriarch didn't stop him, so he continued. Pust. Soon the boy spewed out a large mouthful of groundhog and then began to cough. The old woman was shocked, while the matriarch and the others came together in excitement, confirming that the boy was breathing. Daylight then let go of his hand and rushed to Nihai. Give him water. It's okay. It's just choking, not poisoning. This bear child can really scare people to death. If he dies, the groundnuts will become poisonous, and it's possible that the daytime will be killed because of it. The boy drank the water. His face gradually improved, and he really came back to life. The matriarch was so excited and gabbled so much that Nessie couldn't even translate. The people outside were also shocked to hear that Daylight had brought the man back to life, and the outside was extraordinarily lively. The old woman pulled Nessie down and gabbled something. Then Nessie said, with both eyes glowing, Pops, Yaba asked you why he's alive when he's dead. Daylight sat on the ground and explained. He's not dead. He got something stuck in his throat from eating. Yaba said, how do you know he's not dead? Nessie asked again. Daylight smiled bitterly and pointed at his heart. When people die, there is no movement here. With an eerie light in both of her eyes, Yaba kept sizing up the day and then rushed to say something to the matriarch. Nessie was stunned at first, then she became even happier. Pops, Yaba says you can become a subhuman of our tribe. Subhuman, presumably, means doctor. Daylight's heart fluttered. This was quite a good choice. Becoming a doctor would give him a higher status in the tribe, and that could really help him gain a firm foothold in the coming tribe. I only heard Nessie continue. The patriarch said that if you become a subhuman with Yaba, you won't have to pick fruit or hunt in the future, and you'll get a share of meat every day. With this good thing, how can you refuse during the day? Of course you have to say yes. After some hilarity, Yapa is followed during the day to her house, next door to the matriarch's. Since he didn't know how to speak the language of the Lyrai tribe yet during the day, he had to ask Nesh to follow as well. Yapa's house was not small, and under the daytime hair, Yapa had begun to know how to record things, only she didn't know how to write. She just drew pictures on the bark of trees, which later became known as hieroglyphics, and Daylight was shocked to discover that Yaba actually studied a great deal of things, including the structure of the human body, and pharmaceuticals. You know, Now our still matriarchal society bronze have not even appeared, actually already started to study the medical arts. Too exaggerated. This also made Daylight suspect more and more that the direction of development in this world was different from the direction of human development on Earth. Before crossing over, Daylight was at least a college student, and knew more or less about primitive society. The people here were giants, the animals were huge, and now there was early hieroglyphics and healing. It's all very unusual. Could it be that this world is a world of giants, only you are small? If this is the case, it will be miserable. Even if I live to 10,000 years later, it is still a minion. Not much you saw. Turning to the daytime, he thought, maybe in the future, the people in this world will still evolve, and then gradually become smaller. For the next many days, the main task during the day became learning the language of the Lyri tribe. The Lyri tribe's language has a relatively sharp pronunciation and speaks quickly, somewhat like modern Hakka. It took about 5 days of Daylight to finally be able to communicate briefly with Yaba. Also after this, Daylight deeply realized that he had really underestimated the civilization of this primitive society before. Other tribes don't know. Anyway, the civilization of the Lyri tribe is not inferior to the White Mountain tribe in the slightest. The White Mountain tribe has been guided by him as a modern man for 30 years, and it is only a little bit more advanced than the Lyri tribe. Not only did Yaba begin to have a study of healing, she also began to study plants and animals. Obviously, this was in preparation for the upcoming farming. The emergence of farming reduced the migration of tribes and allowed tribes to begin to have the concept of long-term settlement, which is the real big killer. After the emergence of farming, bronze and iron weapons also appeared one after another, because farming requires digging, and digging makes bronze. In the blink of an eye, it had already been half a month since Daylight came to the Lysun tribe. On this day, Daylight was still studying with Yaba at Yaba's house. Although Daylight had modern-day memories, he wasn't a medical student before he crossed over, and only knew some common-sense medical techniques. By following Yabu, he could really learn a lot. As she was learning, an anxious shout came from outside. Yappa! Yappa! Yaba stood up with a huge grimace. Someone's dying, come on! Followed Yappa out during the day, and sure enough, it was the men from the hunting party who came, saying that someone from the hunting party had been wounded and was bleeding profusely. Daylight took some of Yappa's things with her and ran out of the tribe after her. Just as he reached the grass outside the tribe, he saw that there were several men lying on the ground, so bloody that Daylight almost didn't vomit. There were 2 of them, and the intestines were coming out, and it was quite horrible. Yabu, however, didn't panic as she calmly went up to inspect the men, then pointed at the 2 most seriously injured and said, "Those 2 won't survive. The rest, all can live." Daylight was stunned. So hasty in determining life and death? Cannot help it during the day. Came to the 2 seriously injured people to look at it. Looks like the mental state is actually okay. Is the stomach broken? Intestines exposed. Should still be able to save it. Without waiting for Daylight to think more, Yaba had urged, "Come and help." Daylight rushed over and gave Yabu an assistant while whispering, "Yabu, they should still be able to save." And after the rescue? Yaba bowed her head and looked serious. Chapter 7, Danger is Coming. Daylight snapped, "Yeah, what happened after the rescue? This is a primitive society, not modern times." Those 2 people were so seriously injured that even if they were revived, they would be a burden to the tribe. Maybe, within a few days of being saved, the 2 of them would be killed off by the rest of the tribe. This society is so cruel. You have to ensure a fresh labor force or it's hard to maintain. That's exactly why there are actually very few old people in the tribe. For one thing, they are easy to kill when they hunt after getting older. For another, some of them are easily abandoned. Yabu's words undoubtedly pulled Daylight back to reality from his unrealistic fantasies and made him remember that he was in a primitive society. Yappa's medical skills are really good. She knows how to set bones and how to simply stop bleeding in dress wounds. Daylight thought that it might also be because this world was too ferocious and there were often fights, so the medical skills would also be more advanced than the contemporaneous Earth humans. Seeing that the wounded man's wounds were a bit strange, Daylight couldn't help but ask, "Wounded by what?" The wounded man explained, "A kind of cow I have never seen before, not very large, black, and with only 1 horn on its head." Daylight's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly pursued, "Is there a lot?" "Yeah, lots and lots of them. There were 3 that were down, so we tried to kill them, but they were awesome." Daylight's heart almost went cold as he listened and hurriedly stood up. Yaba frowned. "Where are you going?" Daylight said eagerly, "Yaba, they've messed with a beast they shouldn't have. I have to go check it out." A unicorn bull. That's the name given to that kind of beast during the day. The size is about the same as the black buffalo in modern society. more than a meter high. The largest is only 1 or 2,000 pounds. The head is like a unicorn, with only one horn, much like a rhinoceros, living in groups, and usually hundreds or thousands together. Then, there is a strong retaliation, and the speed and fighting ability is amazing. About 15 years ago, Daylight had once encountered a unicorn bull herd near the White Mountain tribe. At that time, he was still thinking that the one-horned bulls were for him to hunt with, and as a result, he saw a scene that he would never be able to forget in his life. A dozen or so lone tigers were surrounded by a herd of one-horned cows and then killed, and were eaten to the point that there were not many bones left. Yes, unicorn cows don't just eat grass, they eat meat, and the one-horned bulls are so intelligent that they know how to bait their enemies, and they also know how to divide up the group, which is quite scary. From that moment onwards, Daylight realized that this world was scarier than expected, and the beasts here were really fierce. None of the ones that could survive in this world were good. Now that the coming tribe has messed with the one-horned bull herd, they are only afraid that they will be destroyed. While running towards the mountain forest during the day, he was calculating whether or not to run away. Once the one-horned bull herd rushed over, he wouldn't have a chance to run if he wanted to, but where to run now? It was hard to establish a bit of prestige and roots in the Lai Sun tribe, and as he saw that he would be able to mix with the Lai Sun tribe in the future as a prestigious subhuman, he really wasn't willing to run away like this. Whatever, let's check it out first. Without waiting to run far, Daylight heard shouts. He went through the forest and finally saw the scene of the battle. A group of men and women, including the picking party that Nessie was in, were fighting. The object of the battle was a dozen unicorn cows. The scene was particularly spectacular. A group of people extraordinarily heroic, especially those stout men, armed with sharp wooden sticks, bravely killed in the front. Those dozen or so unicorn cows, however, were not vegetarians, and although they were not big, they knew how to form a circle and then kept circling around with their agile speed. Daylight carefully counted 12 unicorn cows, and 4 of them were already injured. If he could kill all 12 of these unicorn cows, maybe the unicorn herd wouldn't come. Soon Daylight was shocked to realize that the people of the coming tribe were much more powerful than he had expected. Those stout men could even jump almost 2 meters high. Quite an exaggeration. They were already 2 meters tall, and then they jumped up 2 meters. Where the hell is a human being? Daylight had been in the White Mountain tribe for so many years, but he hadn't seen the people of the White Mountain tribe being so pugnacious. Although the people of the White Mountain tribe were also stout, their fighting strength wasn't too explosive. So why were the people of the coming Sun tribe so exaggerated? Daylight even saw the shadow of a martial artist in the body of a burly man. It was the patriarch's man, the one called Camus, who held a wooden stick and kept attacking the one-horned bull, stabbing, picking, chopping, defensively. He also knows how to jump and flash. Every action is very competent. It really looks like he knows martial arts. Daylight was deeply shocked, vaguely feeling that the future of this world was not modern technology, and was most likely immortal cultivation, or at least martial arts. Otherwise there's no way to explain why all the people here are so big, and the animals are so big, and so bursting with fighting ability. It would be just as well if they were simply big, and the sensitivity is exaggerated and completely unscientific. Without waiting to think about it, the Day saw that Camus had managed to stab a unicorn bull. Because of his partner's injury, the unicorn herd began to launch a counterattack, and the besieging crowd pulled outward to encircle the herd, yet prevented it from escaping. There's drama. Daylight wiped a bright light across both eyes and rushed over. It was necessary to kill all of these one-horned cows, otherwise they would go back to report, and the big herd wouldn't kill over. Make noise, make noise, Daylight shouted as she ran. Hearing the shouting, Nai Shi, who was in the periphery, immediately turned back. Seeing Daylight running towards him, Nai Shi hurriedly called out, "Little father, you should go, you're too small. This kid has some conscience. He didn't suffer for nothing." Not bothering to catch his breath, Daylight snatched the 2 sticks from Nessie's hands and struck them crosswise to make a sound, then shouted, "This way, they're afraid of sound." The intelligence of primitive people is really not low, especially those fighting men. After hearing the shouting during the day, they immediately began to knock on the wooden stick, and their mouths also let out a low growl of "ow," a low roar that will inspire the fervor of battle. Daylight also gave up and rushed at Naishi. "You go back immediately and call everyone in the tribe over. We must leave all these cows behind today, or our tribe will be lost." Without waiting for Nessie to say more, Daylight had rushed forward and entered the inner circle, joining the men in surrounding the herd. "Brethren, we must kill them all, or they will bring more cattle to retaliate, and then our tribe will be killed by them. Oh, move, let's circle too, don't let them get away." people in a combat state learn the most. Seeing Daylight's fighting stance, the others also followed suit. Soon a group of people began to move around the herd, letting out a low, a roar as they did so, while using wooden sticks to keep making noises. This caused the herd to start panicking and keep thrashing around. The herd quickly spiraled out of control, with a one-horned bull trying to break through the encirclement. With this chaos came an opportunity. A group of people from the coming tribe immediately fought to attack, and a group of people and a herd of cattle were suddenly in a mess. Daylight instantly felt his blood boiling and wanted to kill in and fight as well. However, a big-ass woman suddenly jumped in front of him and disliked him with her butt. Daylight was so disliked that he bounced out several meters and almost gave it a fall. When he climbed up, he realized that there was no longer any place for him to fight. This is too damn miserable. He has the intention to do something big, but in the end, he can't even compare to a woman. Seeing the battle scene getting out of control, Daylight once again desperately shouted, trying to calm the crowd down. Unfortunately, the crowd was in a state of killing, so how could they still hear his shouts? The scene became chaotic as the cattle scattered out and the crowd began to disperse in pursuit. Daylight secretly laughed bitterly. It was clear that losses could be reduced if everyone cooperated properly, but unfortunately these people couldn't listen. When we have the chance later, we must give them a good lecture on hunting tactics. It's too easy to die just by brute force. It doesn't matter so much at this point, as long as we can kill all these cows. We have to do it if we can damage as many people as we can. Just as Daylight was contemplating how to pick up the pieces, he suddenly saw that a one-horned bull had broken out of the encirclement and was running desperately toward the woods. Chapter 8. The Coming Crisis. Not good. Daylight immediately chased after them, and together with them were two men. That one-horned bull ran so fast, it was like it could fly. Daylight did his best to chase him into the woods, but soon he lost sight of the one-horned bull. It's over. It's over. This one-horned cow must have gone back to report the news. Seeing that it was impossible to catch up again, Daylight hurriedly stopped and turned to run back. Just as the two men caught up, Daylight immediately said, "Hurry back." The two didn't pursue any further, running back to the battle site with Daylight piece by piece. All that was left at this point was a one-horned bull wind down a good portion of the way, and with all the old and young people of the tribe running over to help, Centennial remained out of the fight, instead running into the middle of the bustling crowd and finding the patriarch. The matriarch was directing the crowd when Daylight pulled her and shouted, "Matriarch, matriarch, something big has happened." The matriarch looked down and saw Daylight and wondered, "Daylight, what's wrong?" Daylight anxiously explained, "Patriarch, quickly have everyone withdraw to the tribe. There will be a large herd of unicorn cows coming to retaliate later. We must prepare our defense." The matriarch was unimpressed. "Wouldn't that be better? Then we'd have more meat. But there are hundreds or even thousands of them." Turning to Daylight, he thought that the patriarch might not know what the concept of hundreds or thousands was. "Patriarch, the number exceeds everyone in our tribe." Sure enough, this time the patriarch realized it was all bad. Daylight, really? Really? The unicorn cow has a strong retaliatory nature. Just now one cow ran away. Later it will definitely bring more unicorn cows to retaliate. Hurry up and go back to the tribe first. Daylight was full of anxiety. He also hoped that there was no unicorn bull to retaliate. But with his knowledge of the unicorn bull, retaliation was certain. The patriarch hesitated, but pulled back and yelled for the group to stop fighting. Because of the patriarch's yelling, two more one-horned cows were able to break free and run into the woods. The patriarch did trust Daylight, and hurriedly asked the crowd to bring the one-horned bull that had been killed back to the tribe. With the patriarch giving the word, the people in the tribe were really obedient and quickly retreated back. Only, they didn't know why, and a smile spread across each of their faces. Ridiculously unavailable during the day, he followed the group toward the horde, looking back into the distance as he went, his mind fuming. Not being able to kill all the unicorn cows was definitely a big hidden danger. I just don't know when the big bull herd will come to retaliate. During the day, will there really be a lot of cows coming back? The patriarch was still half convinced. Daylight nodded his head affirmatively. Patriarch, sure, just maybe not that fast. Matriarch, you leave two people here. As soon as you see the herd, run back to the tribe and tell us. The patriarch looked grave. Good, but what are we going to do if there really are that many cows? This patriarch was not stupid, knowing that if it was really a herd of one-horned cows, the tribe could not resist. Daylight gritted his teeth. There's nowhere for us to hide now. Go back to the tribe first. I'll think about it. It didn't take long for everyone to withdraw to the tribe. The crowd was excited, and each one of them began to kill the cow and divide the meat with a smile. Instead, he sat in the patriarch's house during the day, looking grave. The matriarch didn't really believe in big herds, but she didn't dare take a chance. She was the matriarch and needed to think of the whole tribe. Daylight. What should we do now? The patriarch asked with a complicated expression. Our hunting party has already lost 2 people and injured several today. If there are that many more cows, we won't be able to stop them. Matriarch, it's unlikely that a cow would come running to the tribe of its own accord. Is it? A man said with a frown. What if there is? The patriarch looked aghast. These words caused the others to remain silent. If there really were, then the tribe would be in big trouble. Once too many people died, the tribe would be faced with destruction and death. Daylight was silent for a while and composed himself. Patriarch, believe me, there will definitely be a herd of cattle before nightfall, and there will definitely not be fewer. It's best if there isn't, but if there is, our tribe will be gone by then. The patriarch mused. Daylight is right. It has to be. We'll be glad when it's gone. Daylight. So what do you think we should do now? Daylight took a deep breath and stood up. I'm not sure if it will work, but it's the only thing we can do now. Patriarch, let's split into 2. No, 3 parts. In part, everyone who hunts and picks, as long as their injuries are not very serious, should take up arms, preferably 2 logs per person, and if possible bring the family pot. That is what cooks the meat. Part 2, get the boys over to the barn. If we can't hold them off, let them ride the bulls away from the tribe. Even if we die, it'll keep someone from the tribe alive. Part 3, the elders of the tribe, tell them to keep cutting meat and preparing food. Everyone has had a long day and is hungry. The patriarch was not ambiguous and immediately stood up. Okay, just do as the daytime said. Seeing that the group of burly men didn't move, the patriarch's expression tightened. I know you don't believe in daylight, but I do. For the sake of the tribe, we must be careful. If there isn't, we can all eat a lot of meat, but if there is, we become meat for the beasts. Move, quickly. Faced with the patriarch's trust, Daylight was touched. He hadn't received such trust in his 30 years in the White Mountain tribe. The Lyrai tribe really couldn't say enough about him, except for giving him to Nessie her mother in the beginning, but they really treated him quite well at other times. For that alone, the tribe must be perpetuated. Today, a bullet must be dodged. Obviously killing so many cows should be something to be happy about. However, the patriarch refused to give the meat. This made many people feel dissatisfied. Only because the patriarch had absolute authority, no one dared to say anything. The entire Lyrai tribe, over 200 strong, moved quickly. I was also afraid to come back to the house to get my tools during the day. Just as Nessie and Nida came back. Pops, are there really going to be a lot of cows coming? Nessie asked worriedly. Daylight nodded deeply. I'm sure there is. Nesh, you take Nida to the barn. And if you see us blocking the herd, you guys ride the bull and run. Remember, you must ride the oxen. Don't run by yourselves. If you run by yourselves, you will be eaten by the beasts even if you go into the woods. Riding a bull into the woods and the possibility of protection from the bull. Nessie didn't have her usual smile and her face went a little white. Little daddy, is everyone going to die? Seeing that she was on the verge of crying out, Daylight was a bit distressed. These days with Naishi, he really liked this girl who was stronger than himself. She loved to laugh and talk a lot, but her heart was sensitive and fragile. Daylight pursed her smile lightly. Don't worry, I can't die. With that, Daylight walked away with 2 hunting sticks. He had already thought that if he really couldn't stop the herd, he would run. With his running experience, he should still be able to survive. Chapter 9, Hymn of the Brave. Repassing the gate of the patriarch's house, he saw during the day a couple of old men killing a cow for its meat. He had all but walked over, when suddenly he thought of something else and backed away with both eyes glowing. Looking at the cow killing scene, a thought popped into Daylight's head, cowhide drums. Turning to Daylight, he gave up the idea. A cowhide drum wasn't as simple as tying a cowhide to a piece of wood. It wouldn't make much sound, and it would take time to make a cavity barrel. So, bullhorn? By the way, bullhorns are relatively easy. Although he had never tried to make a bullhorn even during the day, he could only give it a try now. Unicorn cows are afraid of sound, so maybe the sound from a bullhorn will scare the unicorn away. So, Daylight took a couple of unicorns and ran out of the tribe. By now the matriarch had taken most of the men on guard outside the tribe, most sitting on the ground, some pacing impatiently back and forth. Seeing Daylight coming over with a bullhorn, the patriarch was surprised. Daylight, you want to fight with a bullhorn? No, matriarch. Daylight shook his head. I want to hollow out this horn and break this side, then blow hard enough to make a sound. Unicorn cows are afraid of sound. We can create sound to ward them off. The matriarch's little man, or Camus, took over. Matriarch, Brother Daylight was right. Those cows were really scared when he told us to knock on the sticks earlier. The patriarch frowned. But this bullhorn, how can it make a sound? There was no way to explain it during the day, so he had to get Camus to help him by first hollowing out the bull's horns with a bone dagger. After that, Daylight and Camus smoothed the tip of the bull's horn on the stone, and when a small hole was revealed, they hollowed it out with their daggers. It didn't take long for Daylight to pull out the first rudimentary bull horn. He tried to blow it. No sound. This is embarrassing. In fact, as we know during the day, a real bullhorn is very complicated. There's not just a hole to blow it. You probably need to put shrapnel in it or something. Camus was resourceful, and when he saw that he could not blow during the day, he took the horn and blew hard. Doh! The sudden piercing sound startled Daylight, and the matriarch and the others were startled and gathered around. Daylight was ecstatic. Camus, you can actually blow? Camus grinned. It's not hard. Blow hard and then it makes a sound. It's so nice. With that, he went back to blowing. It's not really particularly loud because the bullhorn isn't big enough, but it's harsh. It was the first time the patriarch and the others had heard such a sound, and each of them looked curious. Daylight, however, was pleased and hastened to sharpen the other bullhorns as well. Soon Daylight made 3 bullhorns, and he couldn't blow any of them, but the other strong men could blow them. Apparently, blowing a horn is strength work, and daytime strength is too small. Patriarch, patriarch. There was a sudden shout from the distance, and the crowd was immediately on alert. Daylight looked on with a grave expression, and when he saw the 2 men in the distance hurrying, he immediately shouted, "Get ready, the bulls are coming." Sure enough, the 2 men came a little closer and shouted, "Cows, lots and lots of cows are coming. Run!" Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake slightly, and everyone instantly tensed. Daylight's scalp was numb, and he knew from the sound that the number of cows was large. Whether or not he could dodge this robbery, he really wasn't sure. Before either of those 2 men in the distance could even get completely close, the daytime saw dark shadows appearing in the distance. At the same time, the birds in the woods flew up in alarm and the ground trembled more and more. The air became extraordinarily oppressive, and the entire space froze. That inexplicable trembling made people incomparably panicked. Now the crowd was thoroughly convinced that there would really be a cattle retaliation. "Camus, blow the horn, blow it hard, quick!" Daylight shouted. A few of Camus' men immediately blew their horns, and the ear-splitting rattling sound paired with the vibrations of the ground made it even more frightening. Everyone was gripping their weapons nervously, men and women alike, swallowing their saliva, and Daylight was no exception. Finally, dark shadows appeared in the woods. The herd, densely packed with one-horned cattle, must be 300, no, 500 at least. Daylight really wanted to turn around and run, but he turned his head to see the patriarch and the others tense. So where could he run? Besides, the bulls were already close, so it was useless for him to run backwards now. After the cattle had crossed the border, the tribe would be flattened, and he would be dead as well. Shit, spell it out. Daylight crossed his hands with a wooden stick. Everyone do what I do. Tap the stick, and then yell as hard as you can. Camus, you guys keep blowing. The crowd lifted their voices, heeding the guidance of the day, knocking on sticks and giving war cries. The cows were getting closer and closer, and the 2 that ran back were pissing themselves and rolling around in fear. It was black and the ground trembled as it ran. It was really scary, thanks to the fact that the one-horned cow was small in this world. If it was as big as a normal 2-horned cow, it would be even more terrifying. Seeing that the herd didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, Daylight panicked. So many cows. Fight definitely cannot beat. Run. But at that moment, the patriarch was the first to rush forward 2 paces with a wooden stick and yelled at the herd, "Kill! That's a woman!" Though she was very tall and powerful looking, she had given birth to many children and was also naturally softer than men. But now, her back was so magnificent. It was also the moment when Daylight finally realized why she was able to become the matriarch and keep everyone obedient. With the patriarch killing to the front, the others were not ambiguous and fled to the front. Kill! Men and women, all of them fought and hissed and killed. During the day, he stood alone at the very end, looking at the huge backs of these one in front of him. The history of mankind is the hymn of the brave. Kill! The cows were getting closer and closer, and the ground was trembling more and more. The low footsteps made people feel involuntary fear. During the day, he stood next to the patriarch, and his hands were already sweating. A black pressurized group of cows, but there were less than 100 of them combined. How could they fight? There's no way back. With his heart in his mouth, Daylight struck the wooden stick again, then hissed loudly, "Kill! Kill! Da-da! Kill! Ta-da! Kill!" The rhythmic roar of a group of people was clearly the most primitive war cry. Combined with the pounding of wooden sticks, it was a rhythm unique to this world. It was soon seen during the day that the foremost oxen were evidently yawing a little, and did not seem quite so bold as to charge this way. Daylight was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Shout louder! It works! It works! Da-da! Kill! Ta-da! Kill!" It really worked, and the herd actually did start to deviate from their route and head for the flanks of the tribe. Bang bang bang! The cattle crossing, that really brought the wind with it, was extremely shocking. Daylight and the others still didn't stop their war cries, though one's hands were shaking. Chapter 10, Getting on with your life first. The herd really did run right past the tribe, just a few meters away from it, and after running past, the herd continued to run into the forest, with no intention of turning back. Battle cries and horns that really work. In fact, it's because the sound of them pounding on sticks is too specific for this primitive society and the cattle get scared. In the blink of an eye, the herd disappeared into the forest on the other side of the tribe without a trace, leaving only a mess behind. The crowd looked in the direction where the cattle had disappeared, and each of them turned blue. Over. The patriarch gulped in a bit of disbelief, then cheered excitedly as the crowd followed suit. Instead, Daylight was covered in cold sweat, and his brain was dizzy as he walked to the side and crouched down. The body shivered uncontrollably with excitement, and at the same time with endless afterthoughts. It feels like, well, a brush with death. Looking at the excited crowd, Daylight exhaled heavily and a smile appeared on his face. Thinking about it, he was afraid that if he failed to stop the herd, the tribe would most likely die in the coming days. Unicorns don't just cross the border, they eat people. The patriarch excitedly jumped over and picked up Daylight, shouting happily, "Brother Daylight, you saved our tribe." Daylight was like a chicken, crying and laughing. "Patriarch, you put me down first. Ha, I forgot you were too small. Brother Daylight, you're too good. So many cows were really scared away by us. That bull's horn of yours, and the stick that made us knock, really worked." Daylight exhaled and said softly, "Patriarch, let's not be careless for now. Arrange for a few people to continue walking around the tribe to see if the herd is really gone. Also, light some more fires around the tribe, because we killed a lot of cattle today, and the smell of blood is so strong that it's likely to attract other beasts of prey after dark." The patriarch nodded his head in deep thought. "You are right during the day. Camus, you go arrange." Immediately, the night was shrouded in darkness, and the Lyrai tribe still had not let their guard down. The tribe was lit up with many torches and many fires were lit around the area. Meanwhile, there were patrols all the time. He walked around the tribe during the day to make sure there was no danger for the time being before he went back to rest. Lying on the haystack, he couldn't sleep during the day. Honestly, this was the most exciting time he had ever had in the 30 years since he had traveled to a primitive society. During his 30 years with the White Mountain tribe, he adhered to the philosophy that he would live as long as he could. But in the end, in exchange, he was sold to the Lyrai tribe by his grandson. The month that had come to the coming tribe had been a wonderful, if thrilling, one in turn. This made Daylight suddenly realize a problem. In such a ferocious primitive society, it was unrealistic to want to always be met. The main problem was that he himself had no superhuman strength, only an unlimited lifespan. Go, needs strength as a guarantee. If you don't have the strength, shouldn't you create external strength, such as making a tribe into a bodyguard that can completely protect you? For now, the coming tribe is trustworthy. They value knowledge, are valiant, and have a good geography. But when he thought of the matriarchal system of the coming Sun tribe, Daylight had another headache, because he knew that if he pushed for the development of the coming Sun tribe, he would definitely have to change this matriarchal social structure first, and it would bleed. The White Mountain tribe was so small back then, and change killed so many people, and one wants to make changes to a mature society unless there is a major change, such as some sort of natural disaster. When the White Mountain tribe was first established because it rained all the time, making it impossible to hunt, the men had the right to speak out completely. The coming tribes, as they are now, are not yet fit for reform. Pops, Nessie's voice came from his ears, and when Daylight looked sideways, he saw that it was Nessie with her hands propped up on her chin, looking at him with both eyes glowing. Daylight cried and laughed. "You child, you're still up this late?" Nessie giggled playfully. "Pops, you're too good." Turning to her, she added with a touch of sentimentality, "If only Auntie hadn't died, then you could have intercourse with Auntie and have children. How can this kid not get over it? Her mother is dead, and she's still thinking about the festival." Soon Nessie was smiling again. "Little father, how do you know so many things? You see, you can save lives, and you know about spring, and then you know about chasing away so many cows. How do you think of so much when your brain is so small?" "Daylight stinks, because I have a small brain, I can think more. You guys have big brains and think less." Nessie, however, took it at face value and frowned. Seeing her look of serious thinking, Daylight was happy. Teasing you. In fact, everyone can think. Just because I have a small body with little strength, there is no way to do a lot of things, so I just have to use my brain more. Nessie cocked her head as if she understood, one eye blinking. Daylight continued, Nessie, you have to remember, to live a better life, you need to think more. Thinking is sometimes more useful than a body of strength. She smiled sweetly. Little father, I don't want that much, I just want Nai to grow up well. A simple phrase, but it struck a chord in Daylight. Nessie the girl is different from the others in the tribe. She has a rich world of emotions, already very much like the emotions of modern people. In the primitive society, this kind of emotion of hers was otherworldly, because the general people just thought that they could live. Daylight lifted his hand and touched her head in a slightly doting manner, saying softly, little daddy will make things better for you. It seems nice to meet a few special people once in a while and pull them through the lonely years of long life. How else would the boring time pass? Next step, it's better to live a good life, so that Nesh and Nida can grow up to be adults smoothly, at least not to be eaten by the beast. Just as he was thinking about it, Camu's anxious voice came from outside, Daylight brother, get up, something big has happened. Hearing Camu's shout, the Daylight man went cold and rushed out. Attack from where? Camu froze for a moment and said, Brother Daylight, it's not a bull attack. Daylight was suddenly filled with black lines, running over here in the middle of the night. What was the big deal other than a cattle attack? I only heard Camu continue, Brother Daylight, something big has happened. We found so many cows, all dead. Daylight is unsure, is it our tribe's cattle that died or it's a one-horned cow? A lot of dead ones. It was in the ravine just behind the tribe. A little way off, we heard a cow mooing, and at first we thought it was a cattle attack, but we didn't hear any footsteps for a long time, so we went over to look, and then we found a lot of dead cows. Daylight couldn't help but be surprised at what he heard and frowned. A lot? Yeah, a lot. Camu nodded with a grave look on his face. It wasn't very clear to see, but I'd wager it was more than what we killed today. A lot of hairy lying on the ground, all dead. That's strange. How can the cattle be dead when they've already crossed the tribe? Chapter 11, The Fear of the Unknown. Taking a moment to calculate, Daylight softly said, Camu, you go back to rest first, and when it's light, we'll go back to sea. It's too dangerous to go now. In case we run into a fierce beast, a dead cow is likely to attract beasts of prey, or some shady thing that likes to eat corpses. It's too dangerous at night. It's better to wait until tomorrow. Camu didn't say anything and went back to rest. The next day, just as it was getting hazy, Camu came running over again, dragging Daylight piece by piece. Accompanying them were several burly men, some of the best hunters in the tribe. It was prudent to have Kajai and the others bring all their hunting tools during the day. The group carefully made their way over the mountains behind the tribe. Daylight walked while frowning. Camu, do you feel strange? Camu, a keen hunter, had long since sensed something was amiss and said in a low voice, it's too quiet, no bird calls. The woods should be alive with the sound of birds chirping in the morning, but the mountains were extraordinarily quiet as they made their way through. Everyone be careful and run back as soon as you realize something is wrong. The group continued on, over a mountain, and finally saw the valley that Camu had spoken of. From afar, during the day, he saw so many black one-horn cows lying in the valley, densely packed. There must be dozens of heads. They are not moving. I don't know if they are all dead. Daylight was shocked. He originally thought it was just a dozen heads, but he didn't expect so many. If all of them really died, it would be a really big deal. Several people cautiously approached to the valley's inner edge, repeatedly confirming that those unicorn cows were all dead. Daylight and Camu walked over to look, while the others continued to keep watch. After getting closer, Daylight's face became even more grave. Those cows, they all became dried up, like, drained of blood, and it was noticed during the day that all the cows had only one wound. On the neck, the wound wasn't big, just slightly bigger than a fist, but the wound was so vile and smelly that it was impossible to tell what it had been bitten by. What in the world could have bitten so many cows to death so quickly? The cows didn't even show signs of struggle. It felt like they just slept and were bitten to death. Strange, before yesterday the cattle should have been on the other side of the tribe. It was only after the cattle attacked the tribe yesterday that they ran to this side. How come the wound is already rotting? Camu pierced the cowhide with his bone dagger and sniffed, frowning, Brother Daylight, the meat is stinky, as if it has been dead for a long time, but the marks on the ground are new. Daylight pointed to the ground. The cows were definitely new to the area and the footprints and feces on the ground were fresh. Camu was also surprised. How can this be? These cows look like they've been dead for a long time. But why do they look like they just got here? Daylight was silent, and he couldn't figure out why. Perhaps it was because the beast that gored these cows was corrosive? Can come to the primitive tribes for 30 years. Daytime heard of any beasts of prey after biting dead animals will let the body quickly rot. Go back first, Daylight said in a low voice. This place is not safe. Leave first. Why don't we take one back? Camus suggested. Daylight thought about it and nodded. Just take a small one. Soon the group left the mountains and headed back to the tribe. Instead of letting Camus bring the dead cows back to the tribe during the day, he left them in the grass outside of the tribe, worried that the dead cows had some kind of virus. Yaba also came over, and when Daylight told him the situation, Yaba also had a frown on her face. She looked at the wound on the cow's neck and asked in a low voice, "Is that how they all died?" "Right." Daylight nodded. "The wounds are all the same, and the inside has started to stink, but the scene should be new, and these cows should have just been gored to death." Yabu squatted in front of the dead cow and was silent for a while. She suddenly turned back. "During the day, our tribe may have to leave." Daylight was stunned. "Just because of that?" Yabu nodded. "I can't tell what kind of beast it is, but what's certain is that it's very powerful and it's near the tribe. If we don't leave, sooner or later we will be eaten by this fierce beast." Daylight quivered his lips, but he couldn't say anything. He knew that the unknown was the most terrifying. While there is no way to confirm that it was done by a beast, it would have been much scarier if it hadn't been. It's just that tribal migration is a big deal, and it's not just a matter of leaving. After walking out of this mountain forest, you may face even greater dangers, and it hadn't been long since he'd been here during the day, so he really didn't want to leave. Yaba continued, "If there is another one like this lately, we will have to go. Otherwise, all of our tribe will die." Daylight sighed darkly and nodded slightly. It can only be that way. The innate human fear of the unknown. When the sun was high in the sky, Daylight reappeared in the valley of the dead cow, and he brought Nesh and Nida along with him. It's such a waste to have so many dead cows just rotting away. Although beef can't be eaten, cowhides and horns are useful. The cowhide of the unicorn cow is very tough and can be used to make many things. Daylight asked the patriarch, but the patriarch was afraid of the unknown beast, did not dare to let the tribesmen come over. Daytime can only bring Naishi and Naidi over by himself. "Little father, can I make clothes from a piece of cowhide?" Naishi asked with anticipation while cutting the cowhide. Daylight glanced at her and flashed a smile. "I'll do it for you later. It'll look better than what you did." Nessie was all smiles and happy to hear it. Daylight casually turned back. "Nida, turn around and I'll make you one too." Halfway through his words, Daylight suddenly stopped, because he realized that Nida was shivering, only to see Nida holding a bone dagger, his head slightly lowered, his head constantly bobbing back and forth, looking particularly frightening. Nesh also noticed his brother's abnormality and hurriedly asked, "Nida, what's wrong with you?" Nida didn't answer, just shook her head vigorously. Daylight walked over with a furrowed brow and nudged Nida. "Nida, are you alright?" Nida finally raised his head, and both eyes actually became scarlet, and with an oozing smile on his face, Nida just giggled a lot, and his eyes were bloodshot and red, looking especially scary. Daylight almost didn't give a pee and stepped back in horror, barely falling over. Creepy. Daylight even felt like he had seen a ghost and subconsciously rubbed his eyes. However, Nida just had two scarlet eyes. "What the hell is going on here?" Daylight heart to the throat, nervous whispered, "Nai big, you hear me? Grass." Without even waiting to finish his sentence, Nida suddenly lunged at Daylight, knocking him down. Daylight fought to push Nida away, but Nida was so strong that she rode on top of him, her hands ferociously choking Daylight in an attempt to choke him to death. However, Nida always had an innocent smile on her face. In the panic, the daytime with a bone dagger stabbed Nida several times. Nida froze without feeling, is smiling and pinching the daytime. Chapter 12, Your Tribe is Gone. Nessie ran over and fought to pull Nida away. "Nida, what are you doing?" After Nida was pushed away, she suddenly turned around and attacked Nessie, still choking and always with a smile on his face. Not caring about being scared, Daylight hurriedly climbed up, looking left and right. Daylight grabbed the bull's horn that Nida had unloaded just now and knocked down hard on the back of Nida's neck. Nida shivered and actually fainted. Nessie was saved and hurriedly rolled to the side, so scared that she coughed desperately. Daylight was also relieved, thanks to Nida unloading two bull horns just now, or else he could only kill Nida. Nida's strength was very great. It was not something that he and Naishi could fight against at all. Nida is just as crazy as she is crazy. It's so scary. Naishi's face turned white, and he said in a trembling voice, "Little father, Nida." Nida's eyes are red. Daylight nodded with a grave expression. "I see it. Don't panic yet. I'll show him." Daylight held the bone dagger in his left hand and touched Nida's neck with his right hand. Nida's body temperature was high, and his pulse was very fast. Poisoned? Could it be, because these dead cows are poisonous? It was horrible to turn Nida over during the day and open his eyes to see that they were still bloodshot and red. Soon Daylight noticed that the wound he had just pierced through Nida was oozing black blood, and a hint of white gas was bubbling out of the blood. "Pops, how's Nightai doing? Is he dead?" Nesh was worried. Daylight whispered, "Not dead. His breathing is even, but his heart is beating fast. Don't worry, I won't let him die." As he spoke, Daylight continued to stare at Nida's wound. It did look like it was poisoned, but what kind of poison was so exaggerated that it could make the blood bubble? With a flash in his mind, Daylight stabbed the bone dagger into Nida's wound again, causing it to bleed faster. In the case of poisoning, there is no more effective treatment than bloodletting. Surprisingly, as the blood continued to flow out of Nida's body, Nida's eyeballs really weren't that red anymore, and the blood that flowed out returned to its red color, and there was less white gas. It wasn't long before Daylight saw that the blood flowing out of Nayad had been about the same as normal blood, before he simply bandaged Nayad's wound. After waiting a little longer, Nida actually woke up. Nessie was pleasantly surprised. "Nida, you're okay." Nida climbed up, full of confusion. "How did I fall asleep?" "What's sleeping? You were just about to kill little daddy and me. Little daddy beat you to death and then you came back to life. Scared me to death. I thought you were really dead." Daylight asked. "Nida, did you eat this stinking beef?" Nida shook her head. "No, I didn't eat it since you said you couldn't eat it." "Little father, that's strange. How could he be poisoned?" Nida was checked again during the day, and his heartbeat had returned to normal. It seemed that, after the bloodletting, he was completely well all of a sudden. Weird. What's going on? Is it these dead cows or something else? Unfortunately, Nida himself didn't know when he had an unusual sensation. He said he'd been cutting the cowhide and didn't know anything about it. Nonetheless, Daylight suspected that there was something wrong with these dead cows. He just couldn't explain why he and Nessie were fine. After this incident, how dare Daylight continue to stay, and hurriedly took the two children back to the tribe. After returning to the tribe, Nida really didn't show any more abnormalities, and if it wasn't for the wounds on his body during the day, he thought nothing had happened. Daylight couldn't figure it out, so he put it down for now and started working on his cowhide drum instead. Cowhide drums are not complicated to make, but it's not easy to make them sound great. Soaking cowhides, making drum frames, etc. For the next 2 days, Daylight was busy making cowhide drums. At first it wasn't done successfully, but soon he got the hang of it. 3 days later, Daylight had really managed to make a cowhide drum that was roughly 30 centimeters in diameter. He didn't just dry the cowhide drums, he dried them. Looking at the slightly rough cowhide drum, Daylight was quite excited. He took a wooden stick and gently knocked it. The low sound of thud was exciting. Knock knock. The sound of the drums penetrated the horde, but it startled so many people. Soon the patriarch came running with his men, and was quite surprised to see that it was Daylight banging on a strange object. "Daylight, what is this?" Daylight explained with a slight smugness. "This is called a drum. I made it out of cowhide and wood. When you beat it, it will make a sound. If we can make more drums, we can even scare the fierce beasts away." The matriarch was so excited to hear it that she banged the cowhide drum a few times as well, and the sound scared and delighted her. So the patriarch said, "During the day, then we'll go and get all those cowhides back?" Daylight, however, shook his head. "Patriarch, don't go. Those cows are already stinking. The cowhide can't be used." In reality, Daylight was worried about the tribespeople being poisoned. He hadn't forgotten about Nida's mutation before, although there had been nothing unusual about Nida in the past few days. The matriarch quickly calmed down and sighed. "During the day, lately we've been discussing whether or not to leave this place." Daylight frowned. "Matriarch, have you found any other dead animals recently?" The patriarch shook his head. "No, but during the day have you noticed that since the appearance of the one-horned bull, it has been difficult for us to hunt here? It seems like all of a sudden the animals have become few and far between." This was also noticed during the day. The last 2 days when Camu and the others went hunting, they said they rarely came across animals, not even birds. This phenomenon puts the whole tribe in a state of unease. Without prey there is no meat, and that would starve a lot of people to death. Hunger, more terrifying and real than an attack by a fierce animal. Daylight was unsure of the reason for this phenomenon, but he knew that a new crisis was looming, and there was always a feeling during the day that Yaba was right, that there was a very powerful beast keeping an eye on the tribe. The sudden appearance of a herd of one-horned cows, then the sudden death of a large number of them, after which the mountains began to run out of prey. It's very much like some kind of overpowered beast appeared and forced the animals in the neighborhood to flee. It's just that the unicorn herd happened to pass by the tribe and startled the tribesmen. The matriarch shook off his thoughts and whispered, Daylight, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Seeing the patriarch's serious face, Daylight couldn't help but wonder, what is it, patriarch? The matriarch took a deep breath before whispering, your tribe is gone. The tribe is gone? Daylight was unsure. Matriarch, what do you mean? The patriarch smiled bitterly. It's your White Mountain tribe. No more. Daylight twitched. They're all dead? Chapter 13, Seeing the Tits. That's not true. It should be gone. They left just as the sun came up. When Camus and the others went hunting, they only saw the tribal houses, not in sight of the people, and the things were taken away. Daylight breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was all dead. If they're not all dead, then they're fine. Those dog grandchildren were probably in a hurry to migrate because they thought there was no prey nearby. Plus they were afraid of offending the coming tribe. However, Daylight was not worried about these grandchildren. He knew that the White Mountain tribe people were ghostly. Since they chose to migrate, they must have certainty. The days to come will be long. Maybe in the future he can still meet these dog grandsons. Seeing that Daylight didn't care, the matriarch was surprised. Daylight, don't you want to be with them? Daylight cried and laughed. Matriarch, they've sent me here. Why should I stay with them? Also right. Turning to the matriarch, he continued. Yaba said that when 2 more dark nights pass, if we still can't hunt, we'll decisively eat the tribe's cattle and start leaving. Daylight, you have a better head on your shoulders, so help me figure out if I should leave or not. Daylight hesitated because the migration was a major event for the tribe, and he wasn't completely sure about it. Once the tribe moved, whatever they encountered on the way was out of his control, and he didn't dare to make that determination. Seeing his thoughts, the patriarch sighed. You also find it hard to decide, and so do I. We have been here for a long time in the Lyrai tribe. I came here when my second son was born, and he is able to hunt now. Human beings' attachment to their homeland has been there since birth, and when the White Mountain tribes migrated, the same kind of attachment would have been there. Daylight took stock of the situation and said, Matriarch, I'll go hunting with Camus and the others tomorrow and see what happens. I can't figure out how you can suddenly run out of prey for a good reason. Early the next morning, Daylight followed the hunting party out of the tribe. He brought his dagger and a newly made cowhide drum. The mountains were really quiet, just a few birds chirping occasionally, and it was awfully quiet. The hunting party had been wandering around the mountains and forests for most of the day, and they hadn't come across any prey, not even new tracks. This confused Daylight, as they had come across many animal nests that were still new, just no animals. The cataclysm is coming and the animals sense it in advance, so they leave first? It's true that the weather hasn't been great lately. It's been hazy and cloudy, but it's not like there's been a catastrophe, right? Throughout the day, the hunting party froze without even seeing a single rabbit. In the evening, the gang returned empty-handed. The atmosphere was particularly depressing as the group walked back. As he walked, Camus said in a low voice, Brother Daylight, at this rate, are we going to starve to death? Daylight sighed. He really didn't expect the situation to be this bad. There wasn't a single prey. The mountains and forests were all cleared out, and even the bugs had become fewer. It had been 30 years since he had traveled to this primitive society, but he had never seen or heard of such a thing. In his memory, there was no record of such strange events in modern times either. Even if a catastrophe was imminent, those animals wouldn't all leave the forest. Strange things, just too strange. It seems that one really has to leave this place, or else one will starve to death here sooner or later. Daylight composed himself. Camus, go back and tell the matriarch that we'll listen to Yabu. For the next 2 days, don't hunt, we'll start packing up for our departure. Camus sighed in slight disappointment. In his opinion, there was nothing even Daylight could do but choose to leave. Daylight looked at the tribe in the distance and continued, You guys go back first, I'm going to look for those dead cows. Camus was shocked. Daylight brother, it's going to be dark soon. Without waiting for him to say more, Daylight had already laughed bitterly. If there really are fierce beasts after dark, that would be considered good news. That made Camus laugh again. The mountains were empty. Where would a beast come from? You guys go on back. I'm going to go look at the dead cows, mostly to find out how they really died. In fact, during the day, he knew that even if he found out the cause of death of those one-horned cows, it would be useless. The animals in the neighborhood would not come back so quickly, and the tribe would still have to migrate. But he was just curious, just wanted to know what those cows were gored to death. The sun was setting, and Daylight once again appeared in the valley. Those dead one-horned cows had begun to rot, and the stench could already be smelled from afar. During the day, He made a simple mask out of leaves and entered the valley. None of the cows showed any further signs of having been gnawed on by another animal, which meant that no other creature had come and gone since these cows had died, except him who had come and moved them. This information was also shocking to Daylight, because 2 days ago, the tribe was still able to hunt. That is to say, there were still some animals in the nearby mountains and forests even 2 days ago, yet no animals dared to come and eat these dead cows, not even birds. Recalling Naida's madness earlier, Daylight really suspected that these dead cows might contain some kind of energy, perhaps a very corrosive force that scares animals. Click. Suddenly, during the day, he heard the sound of trees on the outside of the valley. Daylight's mind trembled for a moment as he hurriedly hid behind a dead cow and held his breath. Something's approaching. There are actually beasts left in this mountain forest? The bottom of the heart of the day was furious, and he didn't know what kind of beast it was. In case he was attacked later, then he would be dead. The other man's footsteps were subtle, and only audible during the day because of the quietness of the mountains. As the footsteps got closer, Daylight's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Who wanted to be eaten? Only, the thing soon stopped moving, and the valley became unusually quiet again. Daylight pressed on and carefully peeked out from behind the dead cow. At this look, Daylight nearly screamed. It was a tiger, but with very sparse fur, and it had a pair of wings. He shrank back before even daring to look at it during the day. It could be concluded that it looked a lot like a tiger, and then the hair was sparse, and then the hair on the wings was sparse and very ugly. It was the first time he had seen such a strange beast. Over the years, there are quite a few beasts that he has seen during the day. Most of them are still familiar with tigers and lions, and even elephants he has seen. However, he had never seen a beast with wings. It couldn't be that this world was a world of immortality and then there were ferocious beasts in front of us, could it? Killing a herd of cows quickly and having them corrode quickly while harboring some sort of strange power. The more he thought about it during the day, the colder he felt that he had already seen too much milk. By coincidence, at this time, the subtle footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Daylight really felt like he was going to suffocate. Lying on the ground and not daring to move, it was impossible to hold back the sound of footsteps approaching to the side. Daylight can no longer hold back, quickly jumped up, and really saw that the monster is not right. I should say that it is a ferocious beast, just less than 2 meters away from his heel. As soon as he popped up, the ferocious beast also stepped back in shock. Then, one man and one beast looked at each other, and the air froze. Chapter 14, This Child, So Sweet. After a few seconds passed, the ferocious beast began to grin, revealing its sharp teeth. At the same time, its eyes erupted with killing intent. Daylight gripped the bone dagger with both hands and stepped back with extreme nervousness. This ferocious beast was really ugly and scary. It wasn't small, as big as a normal tiger, but its hair was basically absent, much like a bald old dog. The weirdest thing was the wings, which were like barbecued wings, bare, with a few long hairs at the end, but they looked especially powerful, and had spines at the tips. Without waiting for Daylight to think more, the ferocious beasts had already begun circling around, looking for the right moment to pounce. It was clear to Daylight that there was no way he could beat this ferocious beast. It was covered in tendon flesh underneath its bare skin, and it couldn't even slide a shovel over it if it wanted to. Suddenly, Daylight's mind flashed. He held the bone dagger in his right hand and struck the cowhide drum at his waist with his left hand. Knock! The sudden sound caused the ferocious beast to jump back and subconsciously jump away. There's drama! Daylight was overjoyed and hastened to beat the cowhide drum again. Knock knock! Accompanied by the sound, the ferocious beast was really scared and quickly jumped towards the outside of the valley. That speed was really not normal, instantly jumping out more than 10 meters. At the same time, a strange cry was heard during the day. Woof woof! Yes, it's the sound of a dog barking, but at this time, Daylight couldn't care less. Seeing the ferocious beast disappear, he couldn't help but sigh in relief, and then sat down on the ground paralyzed. That's when he realized that he had actually peed himself. Shame on you, at least you're an elder, but you were actually scared to pee by a strange ferocious beast. Keep pissing. After a refreshing moment, Daylight also regained his senses and rushed out of the valley. On the way back, Daylight was filled with that ugly ferocious beast. It looks like a tiger, but without the fur, and then it has wings, and it barks kind of like a dog. Why does this beast feel so familiar? It was a pity that Daylight couldn't think of a place where he had heard of such a ferocious beast even if he thought about it. But the appearance of this ferocious beast made Daylight deeply realize that this world was more complicated than imagined. Not only were the people and animals larger in this primitive society, the beasts were more ferocious, and there were many incredibly ferocious beasts. Perhaps this primitive society is actually the barbaric period of some metaphysical world? Unfortunately, Daylight couldn't open the eyes of heaven. He was just a small molecule in this world. Until now, the daytime does not even know where he is located in the map of this world is which direction. Little daddy, little daddy. From a distance, Daylight heard Nessie shouting. Looking up, he saw Nessie waiting outside the tribe. Daylight shook off his thoughts and walked over as calmly as possible. Nessie ran over to him. Pops, you're back. The patriarch said that we're leaving this place. Wait until dark, then after dawn. The patriarch said to get ready when it gets dark and leave when it gets light. What's the rush? Didn't we agree on 2 days? Understandably, though, this place is unlikely to be hunted again anytime soon. The people here are huge and they need to eat a lot. Fruit and groundnuts alone won't sustain their strength. They have to eat meat. One more day here is one more day of risk of starvation. What's more, with that ugly and terrifying beast around, the faster you run, the better. Nessie looked complicated. Little daddy, do we have to go? Daylight knew she couldn't let go of this place, let alone her dead mother. Daylight smiled and comforted. Nessie, I know you can't let go of this place. However, it's us who are alive that counts. Wherever our people are, home is wherever we are. Home? Nessie cocked her head curiously. Daylight nodded. Yeah, home. It's where we live, but with people we care about. It's home. Nessie looked down and thought for a moment, and quickly looked up with a bright smile on her face. Little daddy, I know. With you, it's home. This kid, he's so sweet-talking. Daylight stroked her head and followed her back to the tribe. The matriarch quickly approached, and much like Nessie had said, the matriarch planned to leave tomorrow. As for which way to go, there was a debate instead. Part of the group felt that it went in the direction of the sun going down, and part of the group felt that it went in the direction of the sun coming up. Brother Daylight, where do you think we should go? Listening to the patriarch's inquiry, Daylight searched for a moment and said softly, follow the river. Follow the river? The patriarch was quite surprised. Daylight nodded affirmatively. Yes, if we follow this small river in front of our tribe and keep going down, sooner or later we will come across a bigger river. There will definitely be other tribes next to the river, and a lot of prey will appear as well. Above all, Daylight hoped that in the coming days the tribe would leave the mountains and enter the plains. Only by entering the plains could we enter the period of farming. As far as Daylight could remember, the civilizations that managed to leave a mark on history were almost always on the plains. Tribes in the mountains and forests were sooner or later eaten by fierce beasts. The patriarch pondered for a moment and patted Daylight's shoulder. I'll go back and talk to them. Brother Daylight, get ready. We're definitely leaving. Migration, the imperative. When the patriarch left, he ate some fruit during the day and began to prepare for the migration. There are a lot of unknown risks on the way to migration, but we shouldn't meet too powerful beasts in the short term. The main thing is to prevent weather changes and hunger. The next day, just after dawn, the tribe began to stir. Daylight packed up with Nessie and Nida as well. As the trio appeared, the people in the tribe gawked in amazement. As the trio looked strange at that moment, Daylight's feet wore shoes made of woven grass and vines, and the skins of the beasts he wore were woven into his clothing, though only short sleeves and shorts, while Nesh and Nida had a simple carrier on their backs. All of these things were unheard of in the tribe and surprised so many people. Nessie, that's a nice animal skin you have. Yeah, how can you make it look like that? It's covering the top and bottom. Nida, why do you put a thick piece of grass under your feet? Listening to the lively chatter of the crowd, Nessie held her head up proudly. More and more, she felt that little daddy could do anything. Nida also grinned in triumph, more and more certain that she wouldn't starve to death following her little father. Daylight pursed her smile and softly shouted, quiet everyone, let me tell you something. This is called a shoe, and it mainly protects our feet from being stabbed by other things. You see, we can wrap our feet in grass, or thick animal skins. Although we may not use it when hunting, it will be useful when walking, and this is called a back basket, which is made of some rattan and wood attached to it, and then we can put things in it and carry them on our backs. Oh yes, clothes, we can use tough grass, skins, and attach animal skins. Chapter 15, Born to Fish. The appearance of the shoes livened up the horde for a while. However, there was only a lot of excitement, after which the atmosphere of the tribe became depressing again, because there was another very significant problem with the migration. Most of the old people needed to be left behind. Originally, the tribe didn't have many old people. The entire Lyri tribe had more than 200 people, and there were less than 10 old people without fighting ability. Now, these old men are going to stay here, whether voluntarily or under duress. It's harsh, yet realistic, because the migration is sure to encounter a lot of dangers on the way. and the consequences of not having a fighting force are really serious. Moreover, the migration is supposed to deal with hunger, and the old man walks slowly, so bringing the old man will only drag the tribe down. The tribe of the coming day had already counted on leaving some animals for the old man and a lot of fruit. If it were any other tribe, they would have taken everything away and left the old man to fend for himself from this moment on. In contrast, instead, the injured are in a better position, because the injured have the possibility to recover at another day. When the sun starts to warm up, the tribe begins to migrate. The children were happy. They didn't know the dangers, they just knew they could play. The adults were sad because they knew the road ahead was lost. Daylight didn't feel too much because he had followed the White Mountain tribe's migration before and traveled for almost 10 years. The primitive civilization of mankind is actually the history of migration. Only by walking up, there will be exchanges between tribes, and exchanges will lead to progress. In the blink of an eye, it had been 5 days since the tribe had migrated, but they still hadn't been able to hunt any prey. To cope with the hunger, the tribe was forced to kill several cows. As a result, many things had to be carried on human backs. At this point, the sun was setting. During the day, he and Camus sat by the river while the others killed cows and ate meat in the back. Camus looked back and sighed bitterly. Brother Daylight, we may not be starving to death for long. Daylight was also very distressed. He didn't expect things to be this bad. After coming out for so many days, he froze and didn't come across a single prey. Even if that strange, ferocious beast was powerful, it wouldn't be able to scare all the animals away and run so far. The tribe wasn't raising many animals in the first place, and at this rate, in half a month at the most, people would start starving, and then the tribe would start to implode. Brother Daylight, you have a good brain. Think of something? Daylight laughed bitterly. What can I do? Unless you guys can stop eating meat. Until now, Daylight couldn't figure out why these tall and powerful primitives just had to eat meat. By eating the fruit alone, they had no energy to walk at all. It felt as if the fruit didn't provide them with any energy, but just filled their stomachs. I don't have any problems with myself during the day, and I'm fine with eating fruit for a year or two, but at most my mouth is a little lighter. At this rate, daytime is going to make you wonder about future farming civilizations. Can farming grow crops that will support these people's bellies? Camus sighed and muttered to himself. If only there was something that could replace hunting. Daylight was silent. He really didn't think of any good ways. Just then, Nida suddenly ran over from the river and shouted excitedly, "Little father, I caught the fierce beast." Seeing him open his hands, the cheeks of the daytime slightly twitch, which is what fierce beast, Nide big hands holding, just a small white fish, are not even the size of the teeth, and so on. Suddenly, Daylight thought of something and angrily slapped himself on the head and popped up, screaming in Mandarin, "Shit, why did I forget?" Camus was unsure. "What did you say, Brother Daylight?" Daylight didn't explain and quickly ran to the river. The river wasn't big, but the water was quite deep. Damn, in all the years I've been in this world, I can't believe I'm thinking about it for the first time. Fish is meat too. It is no wonder that the daytime could not think. He came to this world so many years, has been in the mountains, usually see as the mountain forest stream simply no fish. Even before the White Mountain tribe migration is not along the river. This is still the first time he encountered more than a meter-wide river. I stood and watched the river for a while during the day and really noticed that the river had fish, and not small ones at that. Now excited, Daylight turned back to Camus and said, "I found meat." Camus looked into the water in confusion. "Here? Yes, it's in the water." Daylight nodded affirmatively. "There's something called a fish in the water, and it's also a meaty animal. But how do you go down to catch it? It's dangerous in there. I don't dare go down there." Camus frowned. Primitive man also had an innate fear of water, as both encountered rain and floods. Daylight knew Camus' worry, so he explained, "It doesn't have to go into the water. You can catch it on top. Forget it. I can't tell you clearly in a moment. I will try it first." So, during the day, while it was still dark, he began to use a wooden stick as a harpoon and tried to spear the fish. The river did have fish in it too, and not small ones at that. During the daytime, he occasionally saw a few big fish that were about as big as his thighs swim by. But when he got down to spearing the fish, he realized that the fish were as if they had become elves, and their reactions were particularly fast. "I can't even spear a small fish, let alone a big one." Camus watched Daylight forking the water halfway along the river, so he curiously moved over. When he realized that Daylight was trying to spear fish with a wooden stick, Camus began to learn as well. And then, swish, Camus sticks a big fish on his first strike. Daylight to the whole speechless. The same as a person. How the gap is so big. Anyway, finally caught the first fish. During the day, He killed the fish with a bone dagger and tore the flesh from the inside. However, Camus didn't dare to eat it. There was no choice but to roast the fish first during the day. After Camus took his first bite of the grilled fish, his two eyes lit up and he excitedly ran over to call the patriarch. Soon the tribe began to boil, and so many people began to run to the river to catch fish. Only the river soon became muddy and the fish became harder to catch. The presence of fish gives the tribe instant life. 3 more days passed. The tribe still migrated down the river. Except that the tribe's migration slowed down significantly as so many people began to study how to catch fish. On this day, Daylight went to the forest with Camus and the others in search of prey, and finally they came across prey. It was a herd of sheep, and although they didn't end up catching it, it made Camus and the others excited. After being out for so long, it was undoubtedly great news for the tribe to finally have prey again. Of course, with the presence of animals, that meant it was time to start defending against the beasts. In the evening, Daylight returned with Camus and the others to the tribe by the river. From a distance, Daylight saw a group of people gathered around the river. He thought someone had fallen into the river and drowned. He rushed over. However, his cheeks twitched unnaturally as he approached to the river during the day. In the center of the crowd, the matriarch held a long stick out over the river, with a cane tied to the end of it. How does this look like? Fishing? Chapter 16, The Rain Crisis. Matriarch, what are you doing? Hearing Daylight's voice, the patriarch turned back and smiled proudly. Daylight, I thought of a good way to catch fish. You see, the fish want meat. I tie the meat to the cane and drop it down for the fish. When the fish bites the meat, I pull it up. So won't I catch the fish? Despite having expected this, Daylight's cheeks couldn't help but twitch when she heard this. It's amazing that the anglers showed up so early, and the first angler turned out to be the matriarch. A woman. Daylight gulped and kindly reminded. Matriarch, the fish bites into the meat. Won't it let go when you bring it up? The patriarch was stunned. Right, oh, that's really a problem. But if I lift it up faster, won't it run away? Aha! This comment made Daylight directly speechless, because what she said was also right. Camus took over. Matriarch, we saw prey. A herd of sheep, only they ran so fast they didn't hit it. The patriarch rejoiced. Great! This way, we won't be so afraid of starving to death. Ouch! It's moving! As he spoke, the patriarch quickly flung the long wooden stick up. To Daylight's jaw-dropping surprise, she actually hit the fish. The fish wasn't very big, and perhaps the patriarch pulled too fast, and the fish flung itself into the air before releasing the flesh from the cane. Coincidentally, the fish flew to shore. Now the patriarch was excited and the crowd around him was buzzing. Daylight's face, however, darkened. This is a fucking born fishing man. The first hand hit. For a long time to follow, the tribe's migration was slow. The matriarch was so addicted to fishing that she couldn't help herself, and every day she researched how to fish better. She even worked out how to make a rope out of a cow's tendon and a fish hook out of a bone. I don't know if the river is really rich in resources, but the matriarch catches fish regularly anyway. In addition to fishing, the tribe has people who are starting to figure out how to drive the fish to a small area before catching them. Of course, most of the men's minds were still on hunting, especially the strong men of Camus. In short, the coming day the tribe's survival became less stressful. There were fish, game, and wild fruits and vegetables by the river. Vague feeling during the day that the tribe's habits are changing. The calm didn't last long as the rainy season came. It rained, and it was a terrible thing for the tribe. Not to mention the fact that the coming tribe was still on the move right now. After the rains, the river level rose and the tribes were forced into the mountains to build their houses. And after it rains, hunting becomes difficult. Even keeping animals becomes difficult. After it rains, the temperature of the mountains drops and burning fires becomes a problem. That was the biggest worry before daylight. It would have been spring when they started their migration and it could easily have been a rainy season. On the third day of rain, the migrating tribe was dealt a blow. The picking party encountered a fierce beast and 2 men were eaten. To make matters worse, it was also on this day that the hunting party also encountered a fierce beast and 2 men died of serious injuries. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the entire tribe became more grave. It was drizzling in the evening. Sitting in a leaky hayloft with the patriarch and others during the day, everyone didn't look too good. In one day, 4 people were lost. Exactly 2 men and 2 women. This is a very significant blow to the tribe. The patriarch gave the roasted meat to Daylight and whispered, "Brother Daylight, we have to find a way." Daylight took the meat but didn't eat it, instead handing it to Naishi who was still shivering next to her. Today, Naishi followed the picking team out and encountered a fierce beast, and witnessed 2 clansmen being eaten. She was still scared. Daylight said softly, "I expected when I came out that I would definitely encounter these troubles." The matriarch nodded. I know this, and now that it's leaking, it's inconvenient to hunt. I just don't know how much longer it will leak. They call rain a leaky sky. This rain, it's going to rain for a long time, judging by the daytime. This is plum rain weather, as long as it stretches on for more than half a month. However, it's true that you can't just sit back and wait. The tribe needs confidence at this time of year or it will soon be washed away by the rain. Calculating, Daylight softly said, Patriarch, this is what I plan to do. Starting tomorrow, the picking team will set off together with the hunting team. Hunting for hunting, picking for picking, don't be too far away from each other. Then, leave more people to guard the area. The Patriarch mused. That would reduce the amount of food you get in a day, but it will be safer, at least during the rain, which we should do. Daylight looked serious. The matriarch thought about it, but nodded in agreement. Daylight continued. Also, we need to change the way we hunt. We can't always run after the prey like before. When it rains, the prey comes out already less, so it's even harder to run after it. Camu was stunned. What then? Daylight sighed and explained. We can dig holes and make traps. Traps. To this day, the people of the Lyrai tribe don't know how to do. They hunt by reckless dryness, and when they see prey, they charge. In normal times, this method of hunting does work, but during the rain, it's dangerous to rush. Dig a pit, then put wood in it and lay a layer of grass and twigs on top so the prey can't get out if they fall in. Also, we can make a rope out of rattan and bark to jam into the trees, so if the prey passes by and accidentally touches the rope pulls tight and catches the prey as well. The crowd was shocked as Daylight told the story. They hadn't really thought about it, but hunting can still come this way. So the next day, following the team during the day a piece of the hunt, Nessie went along for the picking. Originally, Daylight was thinking of digging a large pit to make a trap, but he soon realized that it wouldn't work because digging a pit required tools. It would take too long to dig a pit with wood alone. The most reliable way is still to weave the rattan into a rope, and then make it into an elastic trap, and put it in the path of chasing the prey. After chasing the prey through, kill it while it is strangled by the elastic rope. Because the prey here are fierce, it's impossible for normal traps to trap the prey for a long time. At this time, Daylight was busy stripping bark and weaving rope with Camu and the others. Nessie flew over from the distance, and Daylight thought she had encountered a fierce beast, and scrambled to drop the rope to meet her. Pops, pops, sheep, lots of sheep. Hearing her shout, a large portion of the heart hanging in the daytime fell. Nessie jumped up to him excitedly and pointed in the distance. Over there are lots of sheep. Red ones, big ones. Red sheep? In the daytime impression, most of the sheep shot by the Lyrai tribe were black, a few were brown, and white sheep were rare, so how could there be red sheep? In any case, sheep are the best prey because they are not as aggressive as cattle. Daylight and Camu and the others accelerated to weave the rope. Then together with the picking team, the group cautiously approached the flock that Nesh had mentioned. Chapter 17, The Ups and Downs of Life. He was startled when he saw the flock of sheep on the hillside in daylight, fiery red and very large, each one as big and fat as a normal buffalo. Of course, the exact aggressiveness is not known. Looking at it as a grass eater, I'm guessing it's not very aggressive. At least that's what the daytime thinks. This made them happy. So many big fat sheep. As long as they could catch a few, it was enough for the tribe to get through the hard times. So Daylight and Camu and the others began to lay out. Part of them set traps while part of them went to drive the sheep. Soon the crowd began to move, cautiously approaching the flock. At this moment, Daylight had carefully touched the grass next to the sheep, and was only 2 or 3 meters away from a red sheep. Looking at the big fat goat that was grazing, the daytime had stars in his eyes, and he wanted to rush up and take a bite. The sheep were really weird, very flaming red, and they had coiled horns, like 2 pieces of shit on top of their heads. I'm sure I'll have to get a roasted whole goat later on, so Nessie and the others can taste what it means to be delicious. But it's not a good idea to roast a whole goat this big. Just as Daylight licked his lips, the red sheep in front of him looked up. It stared straight at the grass with its large eyes, both of which were actually glowing red, hiding in the grass. Daylight's heart instantly stopped because he had seen this kind of red eye, exactly the same as Nida's red eye before. Before Daylight had time to react, the red sheep suddenly charged at the grass. Good fellow. It arrived in an instant, not giving Daylight any time to react at all. Boo! With a muffled sound, Daylight was knocked out of the grass. While flying backwards, Daylight looked at the red sheep, his brain buzzing. It's over. These red sheep are not to be messed with. Soon, Daylight landed on the ground. He used the momentum to roll quickly while desperately beating the cowhide drum in his hand. Knock knock. The sound of the cowhide drums instantly resonates through the forest, and the sheep are startled. At the same time, Camus and the others were also startled. The sheep at Daylight's heels, however, was not startled away, but instead pounced on Daylight again with its head down. Daylight pissed himself in fear and ran away, all the while screaming, "Run! These sheep will attack!" Sure enough, instead of fleeing, the scattered flock rushed valiantly towards those ambushed around them and attacked on their own accord. Where did Daylight care about the others now? He was now on a dead sprint down the hill, hating the wind beneath his feet. He was still followed by a red sheep, and that sheep was very fast and always disliked his ass. Turning back without thinking, Daylight almost didn't pee in fear. In addition to the red sheep that had been following, a few more sheep had chased after them. That guy can really, it feels like he can just fly. Crying blind. What kind of sheep are these? Why are their eyes red and their strength so strong? There were exclamations of surprise from behind from Kagi and the others, apparently fucking with the sheep. Daylight didn't know how far they could go, but he was in danger now anyway. 5 red sheep followed behind him, each with 2 piles of black poop on top of their heads, and all of their eyes were glowing red, which was really scary. Panicked, the daytime quickly entered the dense woods, and also continued to dart without regard to the direction. The back of the 5 red sheep have been followed, during which one also almost hit the daytime again. Fortunately, the daytime running position fast enough. In fact, Camus and the others at the back were no better. At first they did fight with the sheep, but soon they realized that the sheep were very vindictive and had great impact and speed, and soon they too could only be forced to run away. So, a group of people in the mountain forest were being chased by a group of sheep, and all those red sheep were like they could fly, thanks to the horns on their heads are hovering. If they are straight, there are already many people stabbed to death. Daylight already didn't know how long he had been running, nor did he know how many times he had been knocked off by the red sheep. Anyway, every time he was knocked off he immediately got up and continued to run. The instinct to survive made him not dare to be the slightest bit lax, because he knew that these red sheep were truly terrifying. Just now, a red sheep hit a big tree, and the head-sized trunk was actually burst, and the tree directly clicked down. What kind of impact? Really want to be hit once with all your strength. Pulverized, when he rushed to a steeper section of the hill, Daylight was once again knocked off by the red sheep, and then, he tumbled down the steep hillside quickly, similar to falling off a cliff. Luckily, the hill was really steep and the 5 red sheep didn't catch up directly. After rolling down the steep slope a long distance during the day, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then got up and continued to run forward. Run, dead ahead. At the moment, the only thing on his mind during the day was running. Nothing else mattered. After fleeing along the way, and I don't know how long it was, he tripped over a branch during the day and didn't get up after that. He gasped for air as he closed his eyes helplessly, his heart overwhelmed with despair. After traveling to this primitive society for 30 years, it was the first time I was in such a sorry state. It looked like it was going to be disliked. Forget it, I can't run anymore. Just die. So much so that daytime consciousness began to blur. I don't know how long it took, but Daylight's consciousness gradually revived. His first sensation was that of coolness, only after that did he feel pain all over his body. When I opened my eyes, I realized that it was very dark around me and I couldn't see anything. He reached out and touched it, basically confirming that he was still lying still. That was great news for him. At least he wasn't disliked by the red sheep. But soon Daylight realized he was rejoicing too soon, for he suddenly saw a pair of glowing red eyes staring at him from his heels. He couldn't see what kind of beast it was because there was no light, and anyway, the eyes were particularly frightening. At that moment, Daylight couldn't wait to just die. He had no strength to move at all now, let alone fight the beast, and could only watch as he was bitten and eaten. How cruel it is to watch yourself being torn apart bit by bit. Life's ups and downs are so exciting, and in just a few seconds, Daylight went from despair to hope, and then even more despair after that, and then he fainted again. After an unknown amount of time again, Daylight woke up again. This time he couldn't feel it in time and opened his eyes straight away. Seeing the bright light, a large part of his hanging heart fell, indicating that he was still alive. It was then that Daylight felt that his body still hurt. The good news was that he could clearly feel the pain in his legs, feet and hands, indicating that his body was not crippled. Turning to Daylight, he confirmed that he was in a cave. Could it be that he was rescued by someone from another tribe? Daylight looked sideways at the cave entrance and realized that it was still drizzling outside, but it was bright. He looked sideways into the cave again and realized that it was spacious. Fiercely, the heart of the daytime suddenly stopped again, and the whole person's water was instantly numb, because he suddenly saw, the innermost part of the cave lies a fierce beast. No, it is a ferocious beast. It was the ugly ferocious beast he saw earlier. Chapter 18, The Real Heavenly Collapse Bureau, The Heart of the Day. Ah, pulls at the heartstrings. How could he not expect to be saved by this strange ferocious beast? Although there was no damage on his body now, he felt his heart go cold when he thought of the strangeness of this ferocious beast. The other party didn't eat himself, so maybe he wasn't hungry yet. I didn't dare to get up during the day, so I just lay quietly. It hurt a lot, and there should be fractures in the arms and thighs. He was hit by the red sheep so many times and finally rolled down the steep slope. If he hadn't been so tough, he would have died. With such a serious injury, I don't know if I'll be able to recover in the aftermath. Suddenly, the ugly ferocious beast opened its eyes. Daylight was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to remain unconscious. Soon, Daylight felt a pain in his neck, and his heart went cold again. Needless to say, about to be bitten, there was no struggle during the day, a quiet waiting for death. The pain in his neck was gradually replaced by a numbness, and at the same time, Daylight could clearly feel the blood in his body flowing towards his neck. Obviously, this ferocious beast was sucking blood, just like when it drained dozens of unicorn cows, but after a long time, it didn't feel like death was coming during the day, and consciousness was always awake, and Daylight realized that the ferocious beast had loosened his neck, and there was no discomfort in his neck other than a bit of numbness. Pressing on, Daylight slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the ugly ferocious beast licking its lips, a pair of bizarre eyes looking straight at him. Strange, not bitten or drained. It shouldn't be. This ferocious beast had drained so many unicorn cows before, and with such a large amount of blood sucking, it must be a matter of minutes before it sucked itself dry. Without waiting for Daylight to figure it out, the ugly ferocious beast had already turned around and walked towards the cave entrance. Then, with a whoosh, disappeared. Holy shit, it can really fly? Daylight was shocked. The wings of that ferocious beast clearly had no fur. How could it fly? Could it be a spirit beast from the world of immortal cultivation? Ancient beasts? It was only after a series of floating thoughts that Daylight struggled to get up, take advantage of the ferocious beast's absence and run away. However, it was soon realized during the day that his injuries were too severe for him to get up at all. It was as if the bones in his body were broken, and he couldn't lift his strength at all. This was depressing. With such serious injuries, even if he wasn't killed by the ferocious beasts, he would die of pain and starvation. What Daylight didn't expect was that it wasn't long before that ugly ferocious beast came back with a red snake in its mouth. The snake was as big as Daylight's arm and was still struggling desperately. The ferocious beast carried the red snake to Daylight, and with a casual bite, the snake's head was bitten off. Then, the ferocious beast aimed the blood-spewing snake's neck at Daylight's face and sprayed. The warm snake blood kept spraying on his face, and Daylight tried to resist at first, but soon he realized that the snake blood was actually a bit sweet, so he desperately gulped it down. Before Daylight could drink his fill, the ferocious beast had already put the red snake down. Daylight licked his lips with intent, his eyes glowing. This snake blood is really good. After drinking it, I immediately felt my body didn't hurt so much, only to see that after the ferocious beast put the red snake down, its claws gently tore it, and the red snake broke from the center, just revealing the snake gall inside. After that, the ferocious beast didn't care if Daylight was willing or not, and shoved the snake's bile directly into his mouth. The snake's bile ruptured, so bitter that Daylight instantly felt a moment of clarity, and it was a really sour feeling. But strangely enough, after the bitterness, he felt a burst of sweetness. Moreover, he unexpectedly felt a stream of heat flowing into his body. Could it be that this red snake contains power? Daylight suddenly thought of Yang Zhan, and he got excited. Maybe if he ate the snake's bile, he would also have internal energy in the future. If he could have magical powers, then he could run rampant in this primitive society and never fear being killed again. Thinking about it, Daylight hurriedly closed his eyes, but he found a big problem. Even if the snake blood really contained power, he didn't know how to absorb and utilize it. I've seen a lot of martial arts movies, but what is the so-called practice of kung fu? Hell knows. Well, does deep breathing count? After some deep breaths, Daylight really felt that his body didn't hurt that much. He opened his eyes and tried to get up, but unfortunately he still couldn't do it. But it was obvious to feel that the body was recovering. It was estimated that it wouldn't take 2 or 3 days for him to get up. This thrilled Daylight, and he was especially grateful when he looked sideways at the ferocious beasts that continued to sleep in the cave. I thought that I was going to be sucked dry by this ferocious beast, but I didn't expect that it would save me. This ferocious beast, though ugly, is a kind ferocious beast. Soon, Daylight was feeling a little foolish for being kind. The reason why that ferocious beast saved him was not because of kindness at all, but so that it could keep sucking blood from him, and it quickly becomes apparent during the day that he is being held captive. That ferocious beast had to suck the blood of Daylight every once in a while, and after doing so, It would find all sorts of strange supplements for daylight and force them into his mouth. After he recovered a little bit of his spirit, he started sucking blood again. It went back and forth, never recovering to get up during the day, just laying on the ground all the time, not recovering at all. This is really, really bad. You can't even die if you want to. For many days in a row, during the day, he felt that he was a fat pig that had been bred. No, it was a fat worm that had been bred, because he could only lie down. The good news is that the injuries on his body are really slowly healing. The ferocious beasts gave him things that were tonic, either strange snakes or strange beasts, and occasionally some strange fruits. After eating them, Daylight always felt warm all over. Within a few days, Daylight felt that his body had recovered. It was just that because he kept getting blood sucked out of him and never had the strength to get up, he stayed weak. At first, Daylight was desperate. It just didn't take long for him to regroup. No matter what, he won't die for a while. As long as you are still alive, then you should do everything you can to live a better life. For now, since you can't struggle, find a way to accept the state of feeding. Thus, Daylight began to wonder if it was possible to actually condense this warmth into internal energy, or true chi, when the ferocious beasts were giving themselves supplements that brought warmth. Unfortunately, he really doesn't know anything about the mind techniques or martial arts, but he knows how to take a deep breath and then try to sink his breath into his lower abdomen, trying his best to achieve the effect of inhaling and exhaling. So for some more days, I felt like I was gaining weight during the day. That ugly ferocious beast was really good at raising people, not to mention balanced nutrition, but also knew how to get up and move around during the day once in a while. But strangely enough, the ugly ferocious beast didn't change much after sucking the blood during the day. It was still as bald and ugly. On this day, the ferocious beast left the cave after drawing blood and did not return for a long time. Daylight gradually regained his strength and struggled to get up. Seeing that the ferocious beast hadn't returned yet, Daylight stumbled to the entrance of the cave, attempting to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. However, when he ran to the mouth of the cave, he realized that it was high up on a cliff face. It's a fucking sky crash. Chapter 19, It's over. It's unclean. Below was an abyss of 10,000 feet. Above was a cliff face, and as far as the eye could see there was no end to the mountains. That's too nifty a place to pick. No wonder that ferocious beast was able to leave peacefully every time. Dare it know that it couldn't run away. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Daylight really wanted to jump straight down and fall to his death but he eventually conceded and tried to live. Escape was impossible, so one could only change tactics and find a way to please the ferocious beast. Maybe the other party would be happy and could even take themselves away. But after spending so much time together, Daylight didn't even know the habits of that ferocious beast. It does 3 things a day: sucks blood, then goes out and gets food for the day, and then lies down. He has not been seen eating anything else or doing anything else during the day, including playing with him as a toy during the day. A very high-strung beast, bald, but strong. Where to start to curry favor is still a headache. Just as the day was reckoning, the beast came back, empty-handed, and didn't see anything in its mouth. Daylight was quite surprised. It was the first time he had seen a ferocious beast return empty-handed. This ferocious beast was able to come and go as it pleased on such a high cliff, so one could imagine how amazing its strength was. Something like hunting was a breeze for it. Seeing the ferocious beast walking over, the daytime swallowed his throat and squeezed out a smile. Older brother. It seems to be older sister. Let us talk properly? This ferocious beast is indeed a female. Daylight stiffly continued to chant. Old sister, I know you want to drink my blood. We don't have to be like this. I'll obediently let you drink it. But can you not make me so miserable and give me a little space to recover, please? Look, you're letting me recover a bit more. The blood must be better, right? Don't worry, I can't run away either. You help me. I'll help you. Before Daylight had time to say more, the ferocious beast suddenly jumped over and pinned him to the ground with its 2 front paws. Daylight's chest was pressed to annoy, but he did not dare to struggle. Said fearfully, Old sister, everything is good to discuss. I also need your help. You give me those food. Woo! The ferocious beast suddenly lowered its head and actually sealed Daylight's mouth with its mouth. Daylight was directly confused. He was actually kissed by an ugly ferocious beast. Finished. Unclean. First kiss taken by a ferocious beast. It was only then that Daylight realized he had to fight back, and the ferocious beast pressed down on him so hard that his ribs were barely broken. This time the daytime cried. He was raped by a female ferocious beast. Oh, the beast. No, it would have been the beast. But soon Daylight realized that he was thinking a bit too much. The ferocious beast wasn't even trying to kiss him, but was giving him something to eat. The thing quickly disappeared after entering his mouth. and then he instantly felt his body start to heat up. After feeding something, the ferocious beast immediately jumped away, and it was quickly retreating to the cave entrance, and the way it looked at the daytime became weird, as if it was full of vigilance. Daylight climbed up and wiped the drool from his mouth, and was just about to speak when he suddenly felt his body instantly burning like fire, so hot that it was going to explode. Seeing the ferocious beast at the entrance of the cave making a show of running away at any time, an ominous foreboding suddenly rose up in the heart of the day. Hot. Every inch of his body felt like it was on fire. I could even see, during the day, that my skin was reddening, like a roast duck. Both eyes were rolling, his brain was burning, and consciousness was being rapidly engulfed. Daylight desperately gasped for air, trying to keep himself conscious. However, it was simply to no avail, and in less than half a minute, he lost his own consciousness. However, instead of fainting, Daylight's eyes glowed red and he began to pop up in a frenzy. He first ripped the animal skin from his body, and then all ripped up and began to output at the rocks in the cave. Boom boom boom. During the day, with his bare hands, he frantically attacked the rocks in the cave. So many stones were smashed to pieces and dust flew up. The ferocious beast stood vigilantly at the entrance of the cave, a pair of eyes with shock and surprise at the same time. At this moment, Daylight had become completely flaming red. Even his hair was red. He began to twist his head to stare at the ferocious beasts at the entrance of the cave and quickly pounced. The ferocious beast didn't choose to dodge. Instead, it welcomed it. It was like a fierce tiger, swiftly pouncing Daylight to the ground. Daylight then struggled frantically, with a reddish aura still rising from the top of its head. The ferocious beast didn't give him a chance to get up. Its tongue suddenly stuck out and swooshed into Daylight's neck, and then, blood sprayed out along Daylight's neck. The more Daylight struggled, the more ferocious the blood sprayed, and it all went into the beast's mouth. Had a nightmare during the day about being raped by a naked, ferocious beast. When he woke up, he found himself naked. It's not a dream, it's real, and so the day wept. He remembered clearly that the head murderer had given himself something to eat, and then he started to get hot. What happened after that, he didn't know anymore, but it certainly wasn't good, because he realized that both his hands and feet hurt so much, and his hands were even smashed. The good news is that he has not reddened anymore and has not seen any other abnormalities in his body. Strangely enough, the ferocious beast wasn't in the cave, and he didn't know where it had run off to. After some wailing, Daylight got up from the ground. Seeing the cave in shambles, Daylight was secretly surprised. What is this? A fight with a beast after you've gone berserk? Or is it that you're doing it against a rock? Daylight composed himself and tried to attack the stone again, but both of his fists were already broken and hurting, and he didn't dare to exert any force. It was certain that what the ferocious beast had given itself to eat was definitely not simple, and was most likely some sort of heavenly material. Daylight didn't care if his hands were tattered. He sank his breath and began to sit down cross-legged. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was whether he could gather a little bit of power, thus increasing his strength. Chi sinking into the dantian, deep breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Didn't feel much. It was rather disappointing during the day, when it was clear that he always felt the power contained in his body, but he couldn't bring himself to do anything about it. Maybe it was because, having been sucked blood by the ferocious beasts, one's body was weak? Phew! A cold wind blew through, and Daylight subconsciously opened his eyes, and he saw the ferocious beast standing right in front of him. Daylight was startled, nervously swallowing his throat. Big sister, we have something to talk about. Unfortunately, just like before, he didn't even wait to finish his sentence before the ferocious beast had already pinned him down again. Daylight would like to struggle, but his strength is not enough to resist. Only with a sobbing voice shouted, "Sister, don't be like this, have a good talk." Oh, once again, the ferocious beast sealed his mouth and gave him something to eat again. This time it wasn't hot, but cold. Feeling chills all over my body. I want to cry during the day. What's going on? Soon, Daylight once again felt his consciousness fading, and he was completely in tears. Before passing out during the day, his only thought was, don't be too hard on the stone output this time. Chapter 20, This fierce beast is too underhanded. When he woke up again during the day, he was rotten again, on both hands and feet. The pain, it made him desperate. Just without waiting for him to feel it, the ferocious beast fed him again. This time, Daylight didn't struggle, and simply enjoyed the fierce beast's forced service. Still as before, after being fed, he quickly loses consciousness during the day. But when he woke up again, he found that his injuries had actually improved, and his originally smashed hands and feet had actually recovered. Unfortunately, before he could fully recover, the beast started sucking his blood again and then carried out a new round of feeding. In the blink of an eye, A long period of time passed. Exactly how many days? The daytime is not clear. From the time he was captured by the ferocious beast until now, there was not a single day that he stayed well during the day. This abuse was brutal and caused Daylight to develop the urge to jump off a cliff many times. Of course, it's just a thought. You can't afford to die during the day. He was at least an elder. How could he die because of this difficulty? Besides, it's been a miserable time, but I've found myself getting stronger during the day. He's been having a little bit of autonomy when he's gone berserk lately. He had also noticed that his body recovered exceptionally fast after each attack on the rocks of the cave, and those injuries were child's play to him. You know, at the very beginning he smashed his 2 fists and rested for a long time before recovering. Nowadays, it took 2 days at most to recover. Recently, as long as there was a chance to lie down during the day, he had been trying hard to inhale and exhale chi, and it really had some effect. He had already felt that his lower abdomen and dantian were a little hot, but he still had not been able to condense the so-called internal force or true chi. Daylight knew that he was only being fed by the ferocious beasts, and that the ferocious beasts wouldn't really take his life. At least not right now. As long as the ferocious beast is boiled to death, if it doesn't die in 100 years, it will be boiled for 1,000 years, and then he himself will be free. Of course, Daytime has not really thought of running away. Just he is really not sure whether he can still live after falling off this cliff. It was a bad day. The ferocious beast was not in the cave, and he sat alone at the mouth of the cave during the day. The sky was dark and it felt like it was about to rain heavily. Moreover, low, muffled thunder kept coming from the distance, and the air was very oppressive. Looking at the startled birds in the mountains and forests, Daylight frowned. I wonder how long I've been captured here, and how Nessie and the others are doing. When he thought of the Lyri tribespeople, Daylight was always a bit fond of them. He had a really good impression of the Coming Sun tribe, and they were all very supportive of him, so he really didn't want the Coming Sun tribe to be gone like this. It's just that those red sheep weren't easy to mess with in the first place, and I don't know if Camus and the others have escaped, especially Naishi. These girls want to avoid a robbery is only very difficult. What a nice tribe. I was thinking of relying on this tribe for a few hundred years. However, Daylight was also aware that even if he could leave this place now, it would be difficult to find the Coming Sun tribe. He didn't see a river when he glanced at this place, so it definitely wasn't in the neighborhood where he got separated from the Coming Sun tribe in the first place. That ugly ferocious beast didn't even know where he had taken him captive, and he was now completely directionless. As he was thinking, he saw a dark shadow appear in the distance during the day. It wasn't the first time he had seen the ferocious beasts flying, but he was shocked every time. Obviously that ferocious beast's wings had no feathers, it just could fly. The image of a hairless tiger flying through the sky with a pair of featherless wings is, well, hot. Soon, the ferocious beast flew down to the entrance of the cave. Seeing that it wasn't holding anything in its mouth, Daylight already knew what was going to happen next. However, when Daylight was ready to lie down and be ravaged, the ferocious beast suddenly barked twice at him. Woof! Every time he heard this ferocious beast's voice, Daytime felt so thunderous. Such a ferocious beast, but its bark was that of a little puppy. Daylight looked at the ferocious beast strangely, and was even more surprised when he realized that its eyes were tinged with a bit of panic. What happened that it was so powerful that it actually panicked? Only the ferocious beast barked twice more, and then it stood up to the edge of the cave entrance and looked at the dark sky in the distance. Daylight also stood up to the edge of the cave entrance and looked at the sky with a frown. Could it be? Is it talking about the weather? A major rainstorm? Or a worse disaster about to happen? Suddenly, the ferocious beast quietly retreated backwards behind Daylight. While Daylight was thinking, its eyes wiped over a few moments of deviousness as it suddenly impacted Daylight from behind. Daylight was caught off guard and his body was knocked forward. Then, out of the hole and down the cliff. Ah! The heart-rending screams resounded through the mountains as Daylight fell free, the whistling wind blowing past his ears and blanking out his brain. Fuck! This beast is so fucking shady. Didn't even wait for Daylight to have time to think more. He had already seen the woods below getting closer and closer, and his heart went cold. So high, fall to pieces. But just as Daylight was about to touch the trees, a sudden force was grabbing both of his shoulders, and then his falling body turned into pulling upwards. Before Daylight had time to look up, the ferocious beast let go of him again and he plummeted downward once more. Yours truly, Daylight exclaimed, and the man had already landed in the woods. Click, click, click. The trees were smashed by him. In panic, Daylight kept clawing around, and actually grabbed a branch and hung onto the tree. Phew! The heart that had been stuck in his throat during the day finally dropped a little, but he didn't fall to his death. Looking up into the sky, he realized that the ferocious beast had not swooped down, but had disappeared. Daylight cursed at the sky before he struggled to climb the tree. Stunned, Daylight sat in the tree for a while, his body still shaking. In just a few seconds, it was so exciting that the heart was beating wildly. That free fall was a bad feeling. It felt like the soul was going out of the body. Strangely enough, that ferocious beast really didn't come down again. Could it be that it really intended to let itself go? Rumble, rumble, rattle. The air became more oppressive as bursts of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Daylight frowned as he descended from the tree. He still wasn't sure if the ferocious beast was just going to let himself go. Carefully, Daylight began to walk forward. After walking a long distance, he finally couldn't hold it in and ran. Wow! It began to rain from the sky, and the rain penetrated the trees and washed over the day. Daylight didn't care about the cold and ran even faster. He kept looking east and west, never seeing any ferocious beasts, and his heart was beating out of his chest with excitement. Ow wow! Daylight screamed excitedly as she ran, running wildly in the rain, and not caring what direction you go in the daytime. He had never been so powerful, running with total disregard for the sound of the wind and rain, or the presence of fierce animals around him. To him, as long as he ran out of the ferocious beast's grasp, even if he was bitten to death by the beast, it would be worth it. Chapter 21, finally meeting a living person again. The rain was still pouring down, lightning crackled, and the thunder grew louder. It feels like the sky is leaking, but Daylight was still running, only his brain was gradually calming down. Daylight realized that he had gotten stronger. The speed of flying became abnormally fast, and the strength of his body was so perverted that he crashed through the branches of trees without any damage or feeling any pain. What surprised him even more was that he could jump out almost 5 meters in one jump. Being abused, it really does work a bit. 2 days later, it was still raining heavily and thundering all the time. It rained exceptionally hard and never stopped, and there was water everywhere in the mountains. Instead of darting again during the day, he took shelter from the rain in a rocky crevice. Looking at the crashing downpour outside, his expression remained grave. The rain must have created floods from yesterday until now, and I wonder how many more tribes have been lost to the rain. Of course, Daylight wasn't that fraternal. He was just worried about the coming tribe and the Nessie girls. According to the situation before the coming tribes, only very difficult to pass this difficult. Shaking off his thoughts, he ventured into the woods during the day, picking lots of canes and branches. He was still naked to this day, and had to make some clothes. When Daylight returned again to the stone crevice with the cane, he found his place already taken by many small animals. Rabbits, squirrels, several cold and shivering animals huddled in the cracks in the rocks. Watching during the day, he couldn't help but sigh. In front of the natural disaster, all living beings were so pitiful, so he butchered the critters and roasted them for extra flavor. After another day, the rain finally tapered off. Daylight didn't wait any longer and walked through the woods clad in a thick leafy raincoat. For safety's sake, he also got 2 sharp sticks as weapons. The hardest part of the woods is finding your way, especially on a cloudy, rainy day when you can't tell east from west and north from south. During the day, he could only follow the direction of the flowing water, and he felt that as long as he followed the flowing water, he would be able to find the river sooner or later. As for whether or not he could find the tribe, he wasn't sure, as none of the tribes in this world seemed to like to settle near rivers, much as he had expected during the day. It didn't take long for him to find a small river in a ravine, and then follow it all the way, and by the time evening rolled around, he saw a large river. To be precise, it should be a big river, a very big one. The river was at least 50 meters wide. The yellow river water was churning at this time, and it looked scary. When the river floods, I am afraid that floods have already formed downstream. If a farming civilization has been formed, all crops will suffer under the rain. It took 2 days of traveling downstream all the way down the big river during the day before the heavy rain stopped. Along the way, he saw many animals during the day, both fierce beasts and snakes, but there was no sign of people. This made Daylight deeply doubt whether the civilization of this world was birthed by rivers or not. This river wasn't small enough to spawn a civilization, but he walked for so long and froze without a trace of humans. But by the 3rd day, people were seen during the day. Only, not living people. There were a lot of bodies floating on the river. People with livestock and haylofts. Judging from the clothes of those people, the civilization should be similar to that of the coming tribe. Unfortunately, it seems that the whole tribe was drowned. Daylight could only lament the smallness of mankind before continuing downstream. On this day, the sun came out in the late afternoon. During the day, however, he did not follow the river anymore because he realized that it stank. There were so many dead people and animals that the stench was constant. Weaving along the mountains during the day, there was a whistling sound from the front. and Daylight was overjoyed and ran over at a faster pace. Halfway up the hill, a group of people were rounding up two very large black cows. Seeing those primitive people, Daylight almost didn't cry with excitement. Finally seeing living people again. Those people were still huge, and daytime was still like minions in front of them. But no matter what, they were human-like. Get close enough to be near the waiting site during the day and watch the men carefully. Civilization is still similar to the coming tribe, and the weapons used are still bones and sticks, but the gang was smart enough to have begun to know how to use tactics, and kept draining the two bulls' stamina, and they knew how to use ropes to trip up the bison and sneak up on them and attack. Although the two giant bulls were ferocious, they couldn't fight more than 20 people. It didn't take long for the two giant cows to completely fall down and not be able to move. Daylight looked surprised that this tribe was not affected by the heavy rain. He watched from a distance for a long time, but chose to walk over. The crowd that was cutting the beef quickly noticed his arrival, and several tall men rushed over with weapons, quickly surrounding Daylight. Jinny wow, share you? Ah you oh Lu. The man who led the way said something with a grim look on his face. Daylight had expected this, pointing to the mountains and making another move to run out of the woods himself. But the men didn't seem to understand, so they kept staring warily at Daylight. Daylight was helpless. He kind of knew the importance of language unification. Every tribe had a different language. It was really hard to get it right. He demonstrated it again, raining and running from the mountains. This time someone finally read it, and the gang gabbled something, after which they all let their guard down. The man in the lead scowled at the Daylight with a frown on his face and mumbled something else under his breath. But, I really can't understand it during the day. Their language is like whistling. Probably realizing that Daylight really didn't understand, the leading man directly walked to Daylight, dropped the wooden stick in Daylight's hand, and then lifted Daylight's arm. During the day it was like being carried as a chicken, being mentioned to the scene of the killing of the cow. Under the attention of a group of people, the lead man took a large piece of beef and stuffed it to Daylight, then pointed to the distance. Apparently, it was to take the meat and leave during the day. This tribe should be more exclusive of outsiders, or at least very exclusive of daytime minions like this. Daylight originally wanted to stay in this tribe to find out some information, but seeing that every one of them was full of vigilance, he gave up the idea. I don't know why, but this tribe gave off a very unfriendly feeling, and they looked at people with sharp eyes, even with killing intent. During the day, they found a relatively safe spot in the mountains and forests, drilled wood for a fire, and then built a simple hayloft to roast beef for dinner. Since being conditioned by that ferocious beast, Daylight wasn't so afraid of living alone in the mountains anymore. For one thing, his vigilance was greatly increased. For another, his combat prowess had become so strong that he was confident that he could kill a tiger even if he encountered one. During this period of time, it was also true that he hadn't been attacked by the beasts. Perhaps, those beasts saw that he was too small and not enough to stuff their teeth. It was almost dark, and Daylight was comfortably eating his beef when another whistling sound came from the distance. Unable to contain his curiosity during the day, he climbed a tree to look out. At this look, he was shocked again. Right where the two cows had been killed earlier, two groups of people were facing each other. It looked like they should be from two tribes, and they were about to fight. Is this a prey grab? Chapter 22, The Civilized Tribe. Without waiting for much thought, we saw a strong man come out from each side, and then two strong men wrestled in the center. Yoo-hoo! It's actually still one-on-one, and it's a straight-up physical fight. Nice to see. Daylight sat in a tree, watching the scene of the fight in the distance with interest. Very interesting one-on-one fight with bare hands for physical combat. Probably because both men were bullish and tall, they didn't go straight at each other, but rather picked each other off first like in wrestling, and then wrestled. Daylight found that both tribesmen were very good at fighting, and both of them had a lot of combat experience, and both their moves and dodges were already very well formed. At the very beginning, the two men tangled with each other for a while, and eventually one of them was held down on the ground, presumably admitting defeat. After that, both sides sent out another person to start a new one-on-one battle, taking turns at one-on-one combat, but none of them were to the death. Just point blank. What a strange pattern of fighting. If it was a fight between tribes, it should be a fight to the death, because at this point in time, people were easily controlled by their emotions and easily lost control and killed people. But these two tribes, both are very calm. During the day, they also realized that the tribe that came to provoke them seemed to be weaker, and they lost more. But whenever they won one, they got a big piece of meat on the spot. It just doesn't feel like killing each other. It feels like practicing with each other. The fight lasted until darkness fell, after which they began to disperse. No one got hurt. It was purely a drill, but it was pretty intense and pretty to watch. When Daylight saw the tribe that had provoked him leave, He hesitated, put out the fire in the mountain, and pursued it. Soon Daylight was surprised to find that the provocative tribe was actually still living in a cave. The hillside was lit up with so many fires, and several large caves were clearly visible. Tribes living in caves are very rare, because by the time civilization had reached this point, humans had long ago learned to move from caves to the mountains and forests, and even to live on the plains. Human civilization advances as horizons open up, and small caves restrict basic human activities and limit human thinking. Just from the practice just now, the daytime and feel that the civilization of this tribe is not backward. Why do they still have to live in the cave? After looking at the bottom of the hill for a while during the day, I decided to go up and take a look anyway. Soon someone noticed the arrival of Daylight. It was two women who actually knew how to use torches already. As before, Daylight gesticulated that he had come from the mountains. Let the daytime did not expect is follow the two women instead of showing hostility, but soon they began to gesticulate, mouth gibberish what? Though they could not understand their language during the day, they read their gesticulations. Are you alive alone? Has your tribe been washed away? Daylight was shocked because the sign language of these two was so mature that anyone with a little bit of thinking ability could understand it. After a bit of gesticulating, Daylight was led into one of the tribe's caves. Under the light of the fire, Daylight surveyed the cave and realized that there was no decoration on the inside of the cave. It was thought that this tribe had also just inhabited the cave not long ago, and it was just a transition. So many people were poking around the cave entrance, talking, laughing, pointing. Not much later, a white-haired old man came in with a cane. A man. This surprised Daylight again, as it likely meant that the tribe had crossed over from a matriarchal to a patriarchal society, with men in power. The white-haired old man first sized up Daylight, then he didn't say anything. Instead he picked up a stone and started drawing on the stone on the ground. Daylight looked at the end as alarmed. Although the old man drawings are very simple, but he can probably understand the meaning. Where do you come from? They actually know how to communicate with outsiders in this way already? You know, this is already considered text communication. Daylight also picked up the stone and drew in simple hieroglyphics. Water washed away the tribe. A man. Lost. The white-haired old man revealed a smile as he got up and walked to the inside of the cave to rummage around for a while. And then, he walked over with a rolled-up beast skin. Seeing the beast skin opened by the white-haired old man, Daylight's pupils suddenly tightened, and waves of shock flooded his heart. Because it was a map. A very simple map, but you can make out the mountains and the water. And the places where people are drawn say they are already tribes. This was the first time Daylight had seen a map in a primitive society, and it really shocked him. He had always thought that at the end of matriarchal society, civilization should not have advanced to this point. Unexpectedly, he had far underestimated human intelligence. The white-haired old man said something while continuing to draw on the ground. Daylight didn't fully understand, but only saw a generalization that the other party should be asking him to see if there was a tribe of his own on the map. It's just that the map is not referenced and it's hard to tell where it is even though there are people but they don't know what tribe they are. Daylight dished it out, signaled that he couldn't read it, and then gestured and pleaded with the other man to let him stay. The white-haired old man didn't know if he could really read. He first said something to the two strong men, and then smiled and nodded at Daylight. After that, Daylight was brought to another small cave, and there were people giving him meat to eat. And so it was that Daylight stayed for the time being in this strange tribe. He was curious about this advanced tribe. The next few days were spent deliberately learning the language of this tribe during the day, trying to communicate with them as best they could. This tribe was friendly. They didn't ostracize Daylight because he was short. Instead they kept giving him food and didn't force him to pick fruit or hunt. However, during the daytime, it was found that this tribe had more women and children and relatively few men. It was very likely that it had been hit by a disaster before. Because there are fewer men, hunting is relatively difficult, and although many women do participate in hunting, they have little success. On the third day of arriving at the tribe, during the day, he proposed to the white-headed patriarch that he also go hunting. People were already having a hard time, and he couldn't eat and drink for nothing. After heavy rains, prey will be more plentiful and hunting will be relatively easy. But during the day, he realized that the people of this tribe were not very good at hunting, both men and women. Although they were all very strong-looking, they were obviously not that brave, and they were always a little wary when they hunted, but they were very capable of running. This is a very amazing tribe. Advanced civilization with a wonky strength. Looks very abnormal. The day they participated in hunting during the day, they still got a lot of prey. Only they were all small prey like rabbits, but it was enough to sustain the tribe for a day. By night, the tribe was still unabashedly dishing out meat to eat during the day, and it felt as if they were treating him like a guest. This was also the first time since daylight came to this world that he felt the word civilization. The tribes he had seen before, whether it was the White Mountain tribe or the Lai tribe, were actually rather barbaric. Only this tribe had begun to know how to treat people in a civilized manner. And that's what makes Daylight even more curious about this tribe. Chapter 23, Shocking Discoveries. More than half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, and Daylight had finally familiarized herself with this tribe. The Venusian tribe, a tribe that is good at migrating. The Wenqing tribe wasn't small originally. Only some time ago there was a flood and most of the men of their tribe were washed away by the flood. Without men, the tribe's fighting strength was greatly weakened, and naturally, they had little hunting ability. For this period of time, the daytime is almost mixed into the main force of their tribe's hunting team. Previously, the Wenqing tribe fought with other tribes. In fact, for meat, when they watched others fight 2 cows, they thought of going to rob them, but they could not beat them, so they could only accompany them. Luckily, the other tribe was kind enough to fight one-on-one and give a piece of meat if they won one. Suffice it to say that the Wenqing tribe had a miserable time after the flood. There were too few main men, and it would be at least a couple years before those kids could act as the main hunting force. However, the civilization of the Wenqing tribe was indeed very advanced, and because they had migrated for many years, they had come into contact with many tribes, absorbed the civilization of many tribes, and were considered to be very knowledgeable. According to the patriarch, their tribe had even formed a reward and punishment system before. Moreover, during the daytime, he realized that the matriarch had actually started thinking about the issue of marriage. The advent of matrimony, or marriage, meant that society was beginning to mature. At least that's how it was perceived during the day. The matriarch said that during their migration they had come across some tribes that had marriages, and they had also seen tribes where a man could only be with a woman. Daylight was shocked to hear it, never expecting this world to be so complex and civilizations to be uneven. Although on the whole they were all still primitive, the difference in cultural systems was not generally large. Moreover, this world was a big one, and the Wenqing tribe had migrated for so long and traveled to many places, but had never stepped out of the mountains and forests. Our ancestors have told us that if we keep following this river, sooner or later we won't have to starve. The patriarch sighed, but we keep walking and walking, and we still starve a lot of people to death. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly during the day. Even if he walked to the beach, he should still be hungry. The matriarch pointed to the map at his heels. This is where our tribe has traveled, and we will write it down. Daylight couldn't hold back his curiosity and pointed at the different sizes of people on the map. Patriarch, why aren't the people drawn the same size? He had always found it strange that the patriarch didn't seem like a rough man, and since he knew how to draw maps, he didn't draw people on them in different sizes. The patriarch smiled and explained, because some tribes are just smaller. Daylight shuddered violently. Matriarch, are you saying that some of the tribesmen are my age? The patriarch shook his head. That's not true. It's still bigger than you, just a little smaller than us. There are actually a lot of tribesmen who aren't that big, but they're great fighters and great hunters. They can jump very high, and then they are exceptionally strong. Only, they don't like us either and won't let us get close. In fact, if you've been paying attention long enough, you should notice that every tribe is getting progressively smaller now. Our ancestors were even bigger than us, but by the time my grandson, is getting smaller instead. It was these words that completely shocked Daylight. Before, he hadn't really thought about this. Now that he'd heard the patriarch say that, he thought back and realized that in the 30 years since he'd arrived in the primitive society, the generations had indeed gotten smaller, just not as noticeably. At first, when he appeared in the White Mountain tribe, the ones he saw were supergiants. All of them were over 2 meters, stronger than the people of the Lai tribe now. He had always thought that it was just an individual phenomenon. Now that I think about it, it's not the individuals, but the whole that are getting smaller. However, the fighting power had not weakened, and was even stronger. People used to be tall, but relatively clumsy in their movements. Now they are strong and agile. If it continues, will it gradually tend to be as normal as it is during the day? But the harsh natural conditions must have kept promoting the progress of human fighting power. People become smaller, and their combat power has to continue to rise. So what will it be like in the end? For a while, Daylight's heart trembled. He had a strong premonition that the future of this world was wonderful. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Daylight solemnly said, Matriarch, many thanks. The time I spent with you guys has given me a lot of insight. The patriarch was always kind. You're going to your tribe? Daylight nodded and pointed to a small river on the south side of the map. I'd like to go this way. My tribe might be here. The matriarch sighed slightly. I thought you would stay with our tribe. You're a special person with a brain. You'll be special in the future. During this period of time, the Wenqing tribe really had no words for Daylight. Not only did they not ostracize him, they even offered him up as a guest. Only, Daylight didn't intend to stay in the Wenqing tribe. He still wanted to go to the Lai Ri tribe, because he promised to raise Nai Shi and Nai Du to grow up. However, the Wenqing tribe had been so good to them, and they couldn't just stand by and watch the Wenqing tribe fall into a difficult situation. Daylight hesitated for a moment and said, "Patriarch, I'll leave in a few days." A few days? The patriarch was slightly surprised. Daylight then realized that they didn't have a particularly strong sense of time yet. They just knew day and night. Daylight stiffened. A day and a night is a day. The patriarch's two eyes lit up, hurriedly got up and took the bone knife, carefully drawing on the animal skin. "I have to write it down. What you said about this is very important." Sure enough, this Wenqing tribe pays special attention to the development of civilization. Perhaps, one should let them spread more civilizations. After all, the Wenqing tribe was constantly migrating, so perhaps he himself would be able to enjoy the civilization he had spread someday. Thinking so, Bai Tian's heart crossed and he said, "Patriarch, you keep following the river down, and then you'll see water that you can't see the end of, and that's called the sea. Actually, you don't have to hunt, you can also find food from the water. There is something in the water called fish, which is also a kind of meat. Actually, our world has been alternating, as I'm sure you've noticed for a long time. It's cold, it's hot, it rains, and so on, and it's all repeated. I call this the alternating seasons. By the way, matriarch, you can actually make the map a bit more detailed. The place where the sun rises is called east and the place where it sets is called west. Then this side is north and this side is south. In the next 2 days, I'll teach you to make a tool that makes hunting easier, called a bow and arrow. Also, we can set traps." 3 days later, Daylight left the Wenqing tribe. In fact, the daytime is not sure. He gave the Wenqing tribe to spread so much civilization is correct, but he can't care so much now. People are kind to themselves. They give back. That's all. Chapter 24, Cute Little Puppy. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Daylight had left the Wenqing tribe. He had been following a branching river upstream because he knew that the coming day tribe would not be next to a large river. But whether the small river on the Wenqing tribe's map was the same river where the Laiji tribe had been in the first place, Daylight wasn't sure. On this day, during the day, he was grilling snake meat for dinner by the river. I don't know if it was raised by that ugly ferocious beast from before, but Daylight now particularly enjoyed eating snake meat and had a fondness for snake bile. As he was eating, Daylight suddenly felt the ground shake. He was startled and hurriedly grabbed his weapon and looked around. Didn't see any prey approaching, but the ground kept shaking, so it should be a herd. Daylight climbs a large tree and discovers the source of the vibrations. A herd of wild boars is fighting a herd of wild horses in the plains flanking the river. It was a huge crowd. It must have added up to 100 or 200 heads, and the two sides fought quite fiercely. Daylight was dumbfounded. The beasts attacking each other. This scene is really rare. Generally speaking, even if a beast group wanted to fight for territory, it was the leader who came out to attack, not so much as a group attack. Of course, except for perverts like the unicorn cow, the wild boar herd and the wild horse herd kept killing each other. The work was really magnificent, and there were corpses everywhere. It's strange in the daytime. Why do they fight at all? Fighting over territory? There is a lot of land nearby, and there should be a lot of food in this mountain forest, so there is no reason to start such a big fight. The boar was still fiercer in the end, and soon gained the upper hand. The wild horse realized that it couldn't be beaten and ran too fast. Seeing that the battle between the two sides was ready to end, Daylight hesitated and chose to quietly approach. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to actually get close to the boars. These boars were very large, with sharp tusks, and there were quite a few of them, so he didn't want to die. Moving closer to a large tree 20 to 30 meters away from the herd, the boars were carefully observed during the day. By now the wild horses had basically run out, and the rest were lying on the ground, being ravaged to death by the boars. The wild boars and wild horses, together, must have died 20 to 30 heads, which can be said to be very tragic. There was blood everywhere, and the smell of blood was particularly heavy. Daylight didn't see the reason for their dry run, but saw the boars begin to growl excitedly after their victory, and then they turned and ran into the woods. It's really weird. What's the point of running out of the woods to do a fight for a good reason? Killing so many of your buddies, and then running back into the woods again? Although Daylight was curious, he wouldn't be so deadly as to continue chasing after them to check it out. The fighting strength of the wild boar herd could be much fiercer than the unicorn cow, as these wild boars were even bigger than the unicorn cow. Moreover, the fighting strength of the pigs was terrifying. He watched from the trees for a while, waiting until the battle site was clear of living things before he ran over to it. So much meat. If there's a tribe nearby, they could eat until they puke. Of course, the most attractive thing for daytime was the boar's tusks. The tusks of the wild boars in this period were very long. Some of them were even up to a meter long, which was very good to use as a weapon. Daylight was flossing the boar with his bone knife when a sudden roar came from the distance and the ground began to shake again. Daylight was so scared that he scattered his legs and darted into the woods. And then he turned around and what he saw was a herd of bison and a flock of black sheep running out from the opposite side of the mountains. After both sides rushed to the scene of the battle just now, they drew up their positions and soon began to fight as well. Hiding in a tree during the day, he was dumbfounded to see the scene. What's going on here? These beasts are taking turns fighting each other. Why? Much like the boars and wild horses earlier, the bison herd overcame the black sheep herd, after which both groups began to disappear into the mountains again, while the battle scene was filled with even more corpses. Looking at the corpses of those beasts on the ground, Daylight looked at the distant mountain forest again. He wanted to enter the mountain forest to check out what was going on, but he was worried that there would be no return. In the end, Daylight's reason overcame curiosity, and he still didn't go into the mountains across the street, because he knew, curiosity kills the cat. Back in the field again during the day to cut the meat. No more beasts came out this time, and the mountains returned to calm. Strangely enough, there were no other flesh-eating beasts to be seen either. Such a strong smell of blood, as a matter of course, will attract more fierce beasts to be normal. The sun was setting and Daylight had returned to the riverbank and was grilling meat for dinner. It's a beautiful thing to roast several meats separately and compare the flavors. Suddenly, Daylight noticed a coolness coming from behind, and he immediately turned back with vigilance. He expected a fierce beast behind him, but what he saw instead was a cute little black puppy standing in the grass not far away, staring at him with big blinking eyes. The little puppy was really small, just a little bigger than a daytime fist. The black fur was fluffy, the nose was black, and the eyes were black, and it looked very cute. It was half hidden in the grass, half exposed, with one eye staring straight into the daylight. Daylight dropped his guard, thought about it, and threw a piece of roasted meat over to him. The little puppy immediately ran out and nonchalantly ate the roast in one bite before continuing to run back to the bushes to hide, except for the fact that its fur was black. This little puppy was a bit like a Tibetan Mastiff. Its tail was long, fluffy, and especially cute. He didn't dare to walk over easily in the daytime. In case the little puppy's own parents were nearby, it would be a disaster. Then again, isn't it true that dogs evolved after humans tamed the wolves? So how come there are little puppies now? Without waiting for Daylight to think more, that little puppy came out from the grass. It was cautious and approached Daylight carefully, obviously eyeing the roasted meat in Daylight's hand. Daylight cried and laughed. With so many carcasses of beasts in the neighborhood to eat at will, it had set its sights on cooked meat. A few more pieces of meat were thrown over during the day, and the little puppies were delighted, lying on their backs and eating them with very little alertness, still afraid to touch it during the day, but climbed up a tree to observe the surrounding area. There was no sign of any beasts of prey around, and it was really strange that the smell of blood that strong had attracted this little puppy. Seeing that the sky was starting to darken, Daylight acted out the river and continued upstream. He wouldn't dare spend the night here. There were too many corpses and it was dangerous at night. What Daylight didn't expect was that the little black milk dog actually followed him all the way. It never barked and just happily bounced along behind. Daylight pressed on, squatted down and surveyed the little milk dog, smiling. "Little guy, hurry back to your parents. Don't follow me." The little puppy obviously didn't understand. With a pair of big dark eyes and a crooked head, especially cute, Daylight carefully reached out and touched it, and the little puppy didn't avoid it, letting him pet it. Fluffy, it was really nice, Daylight thought. Such a cute little puppy. Its mom and dad must not be too big. Otherwise, let's take this little puppy captive. When the time comes, if you can find Nessie again, consider it a gift for Nessie. In a flash of brilliance, he suddenly picked up the little puppy during the day and ran away, like a dog thief. Chapter 25, Goodbye at Last. In the mountain forest, a man and a puppy traveled through the woods in the hot sun. Daylight had lost track of just how long he had been traveling, his concept of time growing fainter and fainter. He wasn't so lonely since he had his little puppy, Blackout, and he chatted with Blackout as he walked. A one-sided chat, of course. He called the little puppy Black Knight, which was very strange, not barking or wagging its tail, but it was very spiritual. Talking to it seemed to understand. However, this little puppy is not a good keeper and has a very large appetite. With its small body, it can eat rabbits bigger than its size. Moreover, it only eats the cooked ones and not the wild fruits. It's a strange phenomenon that since having the little puppy around, I find that I have never encountered a fierce animal again during the day. Before, he would more or less run into fierce beasts, only that he dodged in time to avoid conflicts. Since the little puppy followed him, he had never seen a beast, but he had seen a lot of small animals. Of course, it was good for daylight, and he didn't like running into beasts of prey. It was just that after walking for so long, he still hadn't come across the tribe, nor had he seen any people from the coming tribe, which made daylight more or less disappointed. It feels like it's hard to meet people from the coming tribe again. Darkness, do you think this world will be cultivated in the future? Or, perhaps, evolve into martial arts? If not high martial arts, then low martial arts. Still, I'm not so sure. If humans are getting smaller, are animals getting smaller? Assuming that the animals aren't getting smaller, then it's going to be exciting in the future. As the beasts continue to evolve, their fighting strength will become more and more exaggerated. So how should humans react? Darkness, I think if I still can't find the coming tribe after a while, I'll stop looking. I want to walk around and see this rich world. Better yet, make a map of this world first. Chanting as he walked during the day, Darkness had long ago gotten used to his chatter and fell asleep on his shoulder. Suddenly, Blackout jolted to his feet, the fur on his body exploding straight up. Sensing the change in Darkness, Daylight immediately stopped vigilantly and said in a low voice, "Darkness, what's wrong?" Blackout couldn't speak. Of course, it just stared ahead with both eyes, its fur blowing straight up. Daylight was on 12 points of alert, staring dead ahead. Whoosh! Suddenly a residual shadow flashed by, and then a familiar figure appeared before him. Before Daylight could get a good look at him, his face had turned green and he ran away in fear. It's the ugly beast. But before Daylight could run 2 steps, the ugly ferocious beast had already blocked in front of him once again. Now the daytime heart went into cardiac arrest and died. After fucking running for so long, he was still caught up by this ferocious beast. The ferocious beast stood motionless in front, its eyes bursting with killing intent. Its wings were slightly spread out, and it looked vicious and intimidating. Daylight nervously stepped back, her cheeks twitching, and laughed dryly. "Big sister, long time no see, ha." Daylight didn't notice that the black knight on his shoulder was slightly bowed, and a pair of black eyes were bursting with shimmering light. The atmosphere was extraordinarily oppressive, and Daylight was too nervous to breathe. He was truly afraid of this ferocious beast. Those ravaged days were shadows to him. He didn't want to do it again. After a while, the ferocious beast began to press forward. Its wings stayed in a slightly open position, and its teeth were on display, as if it wanted to tear the Daylight apart. Daylight unconsciously stepped back. His heart was about to jump out. "Big sister, a sister, have a good conversation." Phew! Without waiting for Daylight to finish his sentence, the ferocious beast suddenly made a gesture of lunging forward. Daylight was so frightened that he closed his eyes and his heart went cold. Needless to say, it's definitely going to be taken back. Only, during the day, it felt like a cold wind was blowing through the air, but he didn't leave the ground. He couldn't help but open his eyes again, only to realize that the fierce beast wasn't in front of him. Turning around, he realized that the fierce beast had already flown into the sky. "It's just gone?" Daylight surprised at the same time. Hanging Heart also fell, did not expect to be able to dodge a bullet. This ferocious beast was also too terrifying, appearing here without a sound. It couldn't have followed it all the way, could it? It was hairy to think about. He hadn't been aware of its presence the whole time. If it wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Then again, it was supposed to be taking itself back, so how did it suddenly give up? Stunned, Daylight looked sideways at Blackout over his shoulder and whispered, "Blackout." Being scared. Daylight suddenly felt that the way Blackout blew up looked a bit familiar. Unfortunately, without waiting to think about it, Blackout didn't blow up again and resumed sleeping on his shoulder. Daylight did not think too much. There is a kind of hijacked and reborn sense of excitement. Toward the front to continue to walk. It wasn't long before Daylight heard movement up ahead. Someone should be hunting. It's the language of the coming tribe. Daylight was ecstatic and ran over to the sound. Soon, he saw several familiar figures surrounding a bison. It's really the Lai-Sun tribe. Only the numbers were small. 4 men and 3 women. And it was a bit of a struggle to deal with a huge bison. Strange, why don't we see Camus? Without thinking much, Daylight rushed over to help with his weapon. A few people who were hunting saw a stranger rushing towards them, and a few of them were first startled. When they saw that it was daytime, they were pleasantly surprised. "Daylight, you're not dead?" The man who spoke was a middle-aged man, and during the day he forgot what his name was, only remembering that he used to go hunting with Camus. Instead of answering, Daylight helped with the hunting first. He raised the spear stick in his hand and then threw it at the tall bison with vigor. Just like throwing a javelin, the spear ended in polished boar tusks, and the spear pierced through the skin of the bison, thrusting hard into the bison's heart position. The bison struggled in pain for a while, and was soon held down by the others. In a short while, the bison was completely dead. Instead of rushing to kill the cow, the 7 men ran up to Daylight. The middle-aged man named Cashin said in surprise, "Brother Daylight, you really aren't dead. Where did you go? We couldn't find you anywhere." Daylight smiled. "I ran a long way, and then I couldn't come back." "How come there are only a few of you? Where are Camus and the others?" Stunned, Kazan sighed softly. "We're already out of the tribe." Daylight was shocked. "The tribe is gone?" Cashin shook his head. "The tribe is fine, although the flooding washed some people away earlier. It's just that the matriarch, she thinks about fishing every day now, and we didn't want to be there anymore, so we came out." "What do you mean? The tribe was fine, but the patriarch was addicted to fishing and the tribe didn't move on?" Daylight frowned. "Are Nessie and the others okay?" "Nash and Naidu are fine, but the patriarch really. Every day he just catches fish and fishes and doesn't hunt. Now the tribe is in the hands of Camus, but the women are not happy about it." Then there was a fight, and a lot of people left. Chapter 26, The Fishing Man Against All Odds. Listening to what Kazan said, Daylight was dumbfounded. The patriarch became addicted to fishing and the tribe stopped migrating, leading to disillusionment, which then triggered internal strife and led to the division of the tribe. How does this sound so magical? The patriarch he knew during the day was not this kind of person. Even if he was addicted to fishing, he didn't care about anything. Daylight frowned. "Then you guys aren't as bad as leaving the tribe. Once the tribes are separated, there is no way out of death." Cashin smiled bitterly. "Of course we know the danger, but we can't keep following them to eat fish every day. Now the tribe doesn't have many people left. Some of them return to the original place, while some of them go inside the mountain. In other words, the coming tribe is completely in tatters? How could it be so exaggerated, and what had happened in the time he had been away?" Daylight could see that Cashin should be hiding something. Maybe there are some things that he is not good to say more about, such as the issue of power struggle. Seeing Daylight's silence, Cashin hurriedly said, "Brother Daylight, your strength has become so great now. Otherwise, why don't you stop looking for them and come with us?" Daylight shook his head. "No, I have to go find Naishi and Nida. Otherwise, you guys go back with me. At that time, I'll convince the patriarch to let them go together." Cashin immediately looked embarrassed. "No, Brother Daylight, then you'd better go back alone." Seeing that Cashin was hiding something, Daylight even concluded that the other party had something to hide from him. A good tribe is suddenly torn apart. Something big must have happened. Daylight soon parted ways with Cashin and the others and continued to follow the river upstream. Seeing Daylight leave, Cashin sighed and muttered to himself, "I can't imagine that this little minion's strength has become so great. If he could follow us, how good would it be? He's so brainy." The next day, Daylight found the location Cashin had described, the bend in the river. Surprisingly, during the day, a not-so-small lake actually formed here, and there was a flat area on the side of the turn. In the middle of the mountains, it clearly became a small basin. Also on the basin, grass huts were seen during the day. There weren't many, only 1 or 2 dozen grass huts. This place is actually quite nice and good for farming as long as there are no major floods. If it was before, Daylight would have thought it was a good place to land. But now, he didn't think so, because he knew that the primitive people in this period were not suitable for farming at all. They had to eat meat all the time, and farming crops were not enough to give them energy. Daylight seeks, may wait until later this world's people gradually become smaller, will slowly suitable for farming civilization. As we got closer, we saw people during the day. There were children keeping animals and a few people at the lake. However, the figure on the lake was eye-catching. It's really the matriarch fishing, and she actually knows how to make a bamboo raft out of wood and float it in the middle of the lake. In this scene, watching Daylight's cheeks twitch, he was never expecting that the fishing guy was so pugnacious. Fishing civilization is also evolving too fast for its own good. As Daylight approached to the edge of the lake and confirmed that it was the matriarch on the surface, a few black lines drifted across his forehead and he shouted, "Matriarch!" The patriarch, who was squatting and fishing, heard the sound and twisted his head in surprise. Seeing Daylight, the patriarch rejoiced. "Daylight brother, you didn't die. Ouch." Needless to say, the patriarch capsized. Nice guy. Even when the boat capsizes, she still raises her fishing stick. Fishing guys can be so invincible. Daylight had thought about going over to help, but to her surprise, the matriarch could actually swim. Soon she climbed out of the water and returned onto the wooden row. Looking at that skillful movement, I am afraid that it was not the first time she fell into the water. Brother Daylight, you go back first. I'll go back after catching 2 more fish. Daylight was straight up speechless, playing with things. The former matriarch was a very dignified person, but now she had really become a fishing man. The point is, she's a woman. This makes the daytime deeply suspect that what Cashin said is most likely true. The patriarch may really not care about anything. Those left behind in the tribe were all shocked and happy to see Daylight return. I just didn't see Nessie and Nida during the day, so I guess they went hunting or picking. After walking around the tribe, Daylight's complexion became more grave, judging by the grass huts and signs of life. I'm afraid there aren't more than 100 of the tribe left in the coming days. It was too much to know that a large portion of the tribe that had come to the day before was almost 200 people, and a large portion of them were gone. There's no safety without people, and in the event of an attack by the beasts, this tribe is doomed. What happened to cause the tribe to disorganize so badly? Pops, pops, Nessie's moving shout came, and Daylight immediately ran for the sound. When they got outside the tribe, they saw Nessie flying over. After a period of time, she had grown taller and taller. Before, she was only half a head taller than the daytime, but now she was a full head taller. The pecs were getting stronger and stronger, and of course, the limbs were also strong. However, Nessie's face was becoming more and more handsome, which in turn was a bit of a mismatch with her burly figure. The animal skins were still worn, only the styles had become richer, having covered to the point of revealing only the navel and shoulders, and underneath to the thighs. Naishi ran to the front and excitedly raised his hand to slap Daylight's shoulder. Little father, you really didn't die. Great. With a slap, Daylight's shoulder barely came apart. He rushed back to avoid it, crying, Nessie, you're getting stronger. Nessie smiled, but her eyes were glistening with tears. Daylight also knew that she was an emotional person. Daylight pursed her smile. I told you before, I don't die that easily. Rather, it's you guys that I've been worried about. Nessie immediately puckered her mouth. Then you still just ran off and left us all behind. Thinking back to when he was chased by the red sheep, Daylight couldn't help but fume. I didn't want to, but those red sheep kept chasing me and attacking me. Then I fell off the cliff and lost my way. In fact, Daylight had been wondering how Nessie and the others had managed to escape those red sheep attacks. I only heard Nessie say, those red sheep are a bit scary, but they're not that strong. Camu blew the head off a red sheep with one punch, and then they ran away. You don't know, little dad, we even caught a lot of red sheep. They're delicious. Unfortunately, you ran away. After that, we never met the red sheep again. Aha! Daylight was instantly filled with question marks. He was almost fucked to death by the red sheep, and they actually scared the red sheep away easily? Playing with hair obviously those red sheep are so fast and strong. Without waiting for much thought, a figure came running over. Little daddy. Daylight twisted his head to look, but froze. It's Nida. But Nida's head hasn't grown at all. It's just more mature and thicker. Chapter 27, The Angler's Accident. Little daddy. Nida grinned, with a naive and honest face. Daylight surveyed him in surprise and frowned. Nida, they don't give you meat? She immediately took over. Who doesn't give him meat? He can eat the most, but he just can't grow up. Just like you, little dad, right? Nida Duan was scratching his head in embarrassment, only to hear Naishi continue. But little father, you should not underestimate Nida. Although he's not big, he has a lot of strength, more than even Camu. He is now already the most powerful of our tribe's hunting team. Daylight was shocked. Could it be that it answered his own conjecture that the smaller the person was, the stronger the battle power was? On the contrary? Nida, do you usually feel uncomfortable anywhere? Daylight asked seriously. Nida shook his head. No, it's just that I want to eat meat and fruit. LOL. He's especially good at eating. Nessie beamed. He eats more than Camu. One sheep isn't enough for him. It's a good thing he can hunt on his own. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to feed him. Daylight was even more alarmed. Was it because Nida had gotten the power before? Without waiting for much thought, Naishi saw the black knight on the shoulder of the daytime and his eyes glowed. It's so pretty. Little daddy, what is this? Kuroyuki was understanding, excitedly jumping onto Nessie's shoulder, making Nessie even happier. In the end, she was a girl at heart. It was also at this time that Camu and the others returned, having scored quite a bit of prey. After a few pleasantries, Nesh and the others went to share the meat, while Daylight pulled Camu outside the tribe. The two squatted by the lake, and Daylight began to question Camu about the tribe. Camu couldn't help but sigh. A lot has happened. First you disappeared and they started saying that it was wrong for our tribe to move away and that you lied to us. Then Cashin and the others wanted to be clan leaders. They said that the men should control the tribe when they hunt, and that the women should only take a back seat. Then there was a fight and a lot of injuries, and then it rained heavily, so we hid in the mountains. It was a long time before we could hunt, and the tribe had no food, and so many people starved to death. Some people were about to leave, to go back to where they were, saying that even if they died, they would die where they were before. Then I became the patriarch, but Cashin and the others weren't happy and they left. Daylight couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he listened, not realizing that so many things had happened to the coming tribe after he left. The progress of civilization, indeed, requires the experience of catastrophe. The Great Flood was the opportunity for the tribes of the coming day, and it completed, just in time, the transition from matrilineal to patrilineal. Only, the cost of this transformation was too great, leading to the fragmentation of the entire tribe. The clash of ideas, which inevitably triggers a split, was anticipated during the day, just as conservatives and radicals are bound to separate after a showdown. It's not that easy to change from matrilineal to patrilineal, and even the part of the population that remains now certainly hasn't had a shift in thinking. It is just that they have been forced to make choices because life has forced them to do so. Daylight sighed and said softly, "So what are you guys going to do next? Stay here all the time?" Camus shook his head. "I don't know. I should say no one does. We've discussed it. We just don't know what to say. Keep going. Where do we go?" "Actually, the matriarch." "Oh no. It was my child's mother. She mentioned a problem that gave me a headache. She said, 'Why do we have to gather together for hunting? Wouldn't it be better if everyone hunts by themselves and how much they hunt is theirs?' In the beginning it was the problem that made the tribesmen change. None of them wanted to hunt anymore. They all wanted to do it themselves." Daylight was shocked to actually consider the shift from public to private ownership. It felt that the intelligence of the people here was really high, and their state of mind was also very forward-thinking. Although their minds were not open enough due to their eyesight, the problems they could think of were too far ahead of their time. Daylight has always thought that human beings should not think carefully on the issue of public and private ownership, but just evolve invisibly. Unexpectedly, it was actually thought before reforming and evolving. Of course, there's actually not much point in mentioning this now, because the Lyrai tribe is so small and tiny now, with dozens of people, that public and private ownership doesn't mean much. Daylight calculated and said, "We still have to leave. This place is not safe. For one thing, this place is prone to attacks from fierce beasts. For another, once the water rises in this place, people will die. That I know." Camus was also full of despondency. "We've been talking about leaving too. But where to? The idea we came out with before was to follow the river all the way down. But is that really right? We need to hunt. And going all the way down the river doesn't necessarily make it easier to hunt. Instead it's easier to hunt in the mountains. Rewind. There's no prey over there right now. We don't know. Also, there are so few of us now that having children will be a problem later." Daylight didn't even know what to say. Once the population decreased, the tribe's survival became a big problem. Without new population, the tribe will die sooner or later. As for where the future of the coming tribe lies, he really doesn't know. The two were talking when the shriek of the matriarch, "Oh no!" The former matriarch, Camus' wife, came from the lake in the distance. The two men looked up just in time to see the former matriarch fall from the raft into the edge of the lake with a splash. It was a bit too far away to see what was going on, except that she started struggling after falling into the water. Daylight's face changed slightly. "Not good. Quickly save the people." The two men rushed to the edge of the lake, only to find that the person in the water was no longer struggling, and the person had floated on the surface of the lake. Camus was full of anxiety to enter the water, but Daylight pulled him back. "Can you swim?" Camus didn't know what swimming was, but he guessed it meant going in the water, because he really didn't know how to go in the water. His wife was the only one who could go in the water in the entire Lyrai tribe. "Even if you can swim, this lake is not small, and the lake is very deep. From here to swim to the middle of the lake has to be more than 20 meters. The average person is also a dead." "What to do?" Camus said anxiously. Daylight looked around and soon realized that there were several large logs along the shore. Camus took one of the largest logs over and threw it in the water. Then Daylight got into the water and paddled the log as a boat toward the middle of the lake. It was a while before Daylight arrived next to the former matriarch and found her floating silently. Daylight did not rush to reach out and grab, because he felt very wrong. He had seen before. She could swim, but this time, she fell into the lake and didn't struggle at once. It was strange. Looking again at the wooden row, she had thrown up her fishing pole, so she should have caught some kind of fish. Could it be? It was pulled down by a fish. Suddenly, Daylight saw a pair of shining eyes emerge from the matriarch's arms. His heart trembled and he quickly climbed onto the raft, just out of the water. Whoosh! A flash of white light, similar to lightning. Daylight ducked just in time, and the pair fell quickly into the water. Despite the flash of light, it was clear to see during the day that it was a fish, and that lightning had been bubbling around it. Chapter 28, Incarnation of a Fisherman. Whoosh! Daylight had just squatted down when the fish flew up from underwater again. Similar to a flying sword, Daylight subconsciously sidestepped his head, and the fish just brushed past his face. ZZ. Daylight clearly felt a hot stream sweep across his cheeks, making his entire body instantly tingle. It's an electric eel. The fish wasn't big, just as big as a toe in Daylight, but it was very long, more than half a meter long. Its body was white, and its surface was just with lightning. Daylight gave me a fright. How can there be electric eels here when it's clearly a freshwater river? And this electric eel can actually fly, and it's so fast, and the current seems to be so strong that it's killing people. Without thinking about it, Daylight hurriedly fished for the matriarch in the water with a fishing rod. He had just ruffled the water when the electric eel shuttled up from underwater again. Daylight swung his fishing rod and jerked it over, but it missed and the electric eel flew back into the water. Taking the opportunity, Daylight hurriedly reached out to pull someone in. Just as he pulled the man close to the row, Daylight felt a numbness, and he withdrew his hand in fright. This electric eel's current is so strong. I'm just afraid. The people in the water have been electrocuted. Daylight clenched his teeth and swung his fishing rod toward the water. Slap! As the water stirred, the electric eel did take advantage of the opportunity to appear and once again attacked Daylight. This time, Daylight caught the right moment and swiped at the flying electric eel. The electric eel is pumped and falls quickly into the water. Daylight rushed to pull the man again. Only the other man was too heavy for him to pull the raft. So Daylight grabbed the other man's hand with one hand and paddled the raft with the other. Kajai on the shore apparently realized something was wrong and called out anxiously. What's wrong, brother Daylight? There are ferocious beasts. Daylight responded. Don't go into the water. Daylight wasn't sure if the electric eel would attack again, and he kept his guard up as he paddled. After paddling a few meters with the matriarch and not seeing any more electric eels, Daylight then reached out to touch the matriarch's neck. It's over. It's cool. And it was discovered during the day that there was blood in the water, only that the matriarch's body had been pierced. It was hard to pull the man close to the shore, but Kajai still couldn't resist running into the water to pull him. To prevent the electric eel from coming back, he kept pumping the water with his fishing rod during the day. The electric eel didn't reappear after all, and Camus pulled the man to shore. Unfortunately, there was no more breathing and no heartbeat. To be precise, the heart was pierced. The electric eel was a bit scary. It actually managed to penetrate a person that thick, leaving a small hole in his chest. It's really just like an arrow. It's horrible. Camus was saddened to see his child's mother die. Daylight didn't bother consoling, but ran off into the distance. As a couple of kids were still playing by the lake, he called the children back to the tribe, and at the same time had Nessie and the others come over, urging the crowd not to lean on the lake so easily. The tribe quickly fell into mourning. After all, the patriarch had been very authoritative in his lifetime. Daylight had great respect for the matriarch because the other party was thoughtful and insightful, and because she was also the one who allowed him to gain a firm foothold in the Lyrai tribe. It's just that things don't change. No one expected her to become addicted to fishing and then to die because of it. Of course, Daylight wouldn't be overly sentimental, because he knew that sooner or later, all of these people around him would die as well, including Nash and Nida. Either they would die of old age or be killed. Death, that's the norm in this day and age. It's just a matter of who dies. After dark, Camus buried the man by the lake, and buried all those fishing tools she had made. This female matriarch really likes fishing, and actually already knows how to polish bones into fish hooks, although it is a bit rough. Moreover, she also knew how to use a wooden stick as a buoy. She was really a born fisherman. She was a matriarch in her lifetime, so she had many children. 7, 4 male and 3 female, except 2 had left in the middle of the previous split. By the fire, Camus looked sad. We need to get out of here. This place is too dangerous. But where should we go? Otherwise, let's continue down the river for now. If you ask me, head back to where you were. It's been so long. There must be plenty of prey there already, and you won't starve. Hey, I told you it was dangerous in the water, and you guys just don't believe me. A group of people were talking. Camus ignored them and dropped his gaze to Daylight. Brother Daylight, what do you think? The crowd immediately quieted down, locking all their eyes on Daylight. Daylight didn't rush to answer. He was also wondering where exactly the future of the coming tribe should lie. Obviously, not next to a river. The civilization previously known as the Plains is simply not appropriate in this world. There are electric eels in fresh water, and this is still only a small river, and the devil knows what will be inside the big river. When he went down the big river before, he didn't eat fish. Well, but let the people of the Wunsheng tribe fish. I don't know if they will be unlucky. Even the daytime felt unsuitable for settlement, because after settling, there would be no exchange of personnel, and there would be no way for the tribe's civilization to progress. Like the Wunsheng tribe, which had been migrating, it was probably the best choice. Calculating, Daylight gritted his teeth. My idea is to just keep going. Wherever you go, just keep going. Camus was stunned. All the way? Daylight nodded. Yes, keep going. Wherever it's convenient to hunt, we'll go. If it's suitable, we stop. If not, we keep going. If we run into another tribe, try to join them. If we can't, then we keep going again. In short, there is no fixed place. This is not good, is it? Yeah, how can we keep walking? We'll all get old. What if we can't walk then? The crowd is buzzing again, mostly with discontent. Camus was also hesitant. Brother Daylight, are you sure we'll run into the other tribes? Yes, that was still assured during the day. I've been to a bigger river before, and there are many tribes nearby. We are now too few people. If we don't keep going, there is no way to add new blood. That is, there is no way to add new children. Once the tribe doesn't have new children, sooner or later all of us as a tribe will die out. So now it's two ways. Either regroup everyone from before, or we just keep going and look for a bigger tribe to interact with. Anything else? I can't think of. The crowd fell silent, looking at each other with worry and helplessness. Just then, Naishi boldly spoke up. I think little father is right. We should just keep walking. What's wrong with walking when we encounter danger and stopping when it's not dangerous for us? As long as the people are there, we are the tribe of the coming day. With the people gone, no tribe is a tribe. This statement surprised Daylight quite a bit, as she hit the nail on the head. It is the people that are the root of the tribe. After some agreement, Camus and the others finally decided to accept Daylight's suggestion. The tribe continued to migrate. As for the direction, Daylight had figured it out. No longer following the river, but heading east. Unlike previous migrations, this one has no clear target location. It goes wherever it goes and doesn't look back anyway. After confirming the program, the group began to prepare. Before setting off, Daylight still wanted to figure out the electric eel inside the lake. It wasn't for the sake of revenge. He didn't have that heavy heart. He just simply wanted to know how powerful the electric eel was. It just doesn't make sense that there are electric eels that kill so many people in what is clearly a freshwater lake. So the daytime has begun to morph into a fishing guy too. Chapter 29, The Electric Eel is Poisonous. In order to be able to lure the electric eel out, Daylight threw a live rabbit into the water. Then he took a spear made of boar tusks and began to keep a close eye on the water. The water sparkled as the rabbit struggled in the water. However, the electric eel never appeared and attracted many fish instead. It's strange that those fish have to come around when they clearly don't have the ability to bite a rabbit. Are they curious? Or do they want to eat the meat? Normally, when a rabbit spooks the water, it's only right that the average fish would be spooked. Suddenly, the rabbit was seen trembling twice during the day, after which it did not move. At the same time, the small fish around the rabbit swam away. Here comes the electric eel. Daylight immediately raised 12 points of vigilance and stared at the already stiff rabbit. Bright red soon began to appear under the water, but there were no electric eels in sight. After a while, Daylight realized that the rabbit was moving again. That's strange. The rabbit should be dead. Why is it still moving? Daylight quickly reacted to the fact that it was an electric eel that had gotten into the rabbit's body. He sank his breath and snapped his spear hard at the rabbit. ZZ. The sound of electricity came from under the water, and the water was surprisingly splashed with electricity. Daylight rejoices as he hits the electric eel. Before he could be happy, a powerful force began to pull on the spear, barely keeping Daylight at bay. Daylight firmly grasped the spear and did not let go, as the raft was driven by the underwater force and began to float across the lake. This electric eel is really exaggerated. Not only can it flash, but it also has such a strong power. It's too scary. Wow. The wooden rows are like blimps, and they are also getting faster and faster. Crouching during the day, always with a firm grip on the spear, it felt like an angler walking a fish. After a while, the spear suddenly stopped moving. Daylight didn't dare to be careless, grasping the spear in his right hand and holding the bone knife in his left. Only when there wasn't the slightest movement underwater did he carefully lift the spear up. The rabbit was rotten, the lower part long gone. Underneath the rabbit was a white electric eel. Coincidentally, the spear during the day just happened to penetrate the electric eel. It should be the same electric eel from yesterday that still has wounds all over its body. It was amazing. Obviously this electric eel wasn't very big. Why did it have such a strong current and power? Thinking the electric eel was really dead, Daylight had no qualms about reaching out and touching it. Then, blah blah blah, a current passed through, and Daylight shivered and was instantly electrocuted. It's a good thing he was on a wooden row, or he would have died after being electrocuted. But that electric eel was really dead after it sent out its final lightning bolt. Little daddy, little daddy. I don't know how much time passed before his consciousness came back to him during the day when he heard Nessie's shouts. Climbing up, I realized it was almost dark. Then I look at the electric eel. It's almost a dried fish. Damn. One more before dying. This electric eel is really mean. I must eat it tonight. Seeing Nessie and the others return with a small white fish during the day, they were surprised. Pops, how come you caught this little fish? Daylight laughed. Don't underestimate this fish. It's the one that killed the patriarch. Ah, really? Nessie surveyed the electric eel in amazement. But, it's really small. It discharges electricity. The same kind of lightning that crackles in the sky when it rains. Moreover, it's so fast that it can strike through a person instantly. Daylight explained. This kind of fish is called an electric eel, but this is the first time I've seen a white electric eel. Go back and eat the fish. Back at the tribe's fire, Daylight cuts the electric eel open and discovers that it has a small pearl in its stomach, soft and white, very small, about the size of a modern-day soybean. Could it be the legendary beast pills? This electric eel might have really formed a beast Dan. Otherwise, how can we explain why it's so strong? But I don't quite dare to eat it in the daytime, in case it's not a beast elixir. Will I get diarrhea if I eat it? With a flash of light in his brain, Daylight handed the small pearl to Nida and said, Nida, eat it and you'll grow bigger in the future. However, Nida was not stupid and immediately turned away from him. I don't eat. Little father, you lied to me. Why is this kid still smart when he's twitching during the day? Forget it, it's better to eat it yourself. If it's really a beast pill, it's a guarantee that you'll get super strength. During the day I actually put little pearls in my mouth. It didn't have much flavor. It was kind of like pearl milk tea. When he ate it, he didn't feel anything, which was quite disappointing during the day. If it was the so-called beast Dan, it should explode with great power after eating it. Daylight didn't care and continued to kill the fish and then bake it. However, Nida and the others didn't dare to eat the fish. Even Camus didn't dare to eat it. No choice but to eat alone during the day. Not to mention, this electric eel smells really good when grilled. By the middle of the night, Daylight began to regret eating this electric eel as he began to get diarrhea. He started pulling most of the night, and by the time morning came, he had done it 4 or 5 times, and had barely given out. That wasn't all. After that he started feeling dizzy, dry heaving and weak. This fucking electric eel is poisonous. Luckily, he had learned some medical skills from Yabu during the day before, and he had Naishi and Nida go find some herbs. After taking it, it wasn't that uncomfortable after all. After that, I lay down during the day for 2 more days and finally stopped pooping. Miraculously, I felt soothed during the day afterward, and even had a feeling of being full of strength. 3 days later, the tribe began to head east. Together with Daylight, there were 42, just about half men and half women. 7 of them were children with no fighting ability, and 12 were not so little ones like Nessie. It was safe to say that the group was not a weak fighter. After all, they were willing to stay with Kajai and the former matriarch. The group had no goal, and in turn had an easy time of it, hunting while walking at dawn, and looking for a place to land when it gets dark. When you meet a beast you can't beat, you hide, and when you meet a prey you can fight, you kill it. Coupled with the fact that they had been instructed to make bows and arrows and set traps during the day, the group's fighting strength was quite good, and the days were comfortable. More than 2 months passed. On this day, it was raining heavily. Because the rain had preceded it, Daylight had judged from the darkening sky that a heavy downpour was imminent, and he had brought the party to a cave. While it was clattering and raining heavily outside, a group of people in the cave were leisurely eating meat. As he was eating, Kuroyuki suddenly jumped off of Neshi's body and quickly jumped into Daylight's arms before starting to stare explosively at the cave entrance. That ugly ferocious beast again? Daylight instantly pissed himself in fear and hurriedly grabbed his weapon and stood up. You guys wait for me here, I'll go out for a while. Chapter 30, The Coming of the Barbaric Age? Pops, where are you going? Nessie called anxiously. Daylight didn't respond and ran out of the cave at a fast pace with a grave look on his face, blackout on his shoulder. If it was really an ugly ferocious beast that appeared, they couldn't let Nisi and the others be seen, or Nisi and the others might die. Until now, the daytime is not sure to kill that ugly ferocious beast. No, I should say that I don't even have the courage to fight, let alone kill. That was a flying ferocious beast, and there was no telling how strong the fighting power would be. The rain rushed down with a crash, and the day ran with the night to the edge of the woods. However, No ugly ferocious beasts were seen to appear. Daylight looked around with a frown on his face and realized that Blackout had been blowing up. He asked in a low voice, "Blackout, where is it?" The blackness was very soulful, grinning and baring its teeth in the direction of the left, and the Daylight immediately ran over to it. Soon, the sound of a fight was heard in the daylight, but no one was shouting. Instead, the branches were clicking and clacking. Linking this to the reaction of the darkness, the daytime basically concluded that it was the beasts fighting. Sure enough, as he got closer to the source of the sound, he saw the scene of the fight, a white tiger and a black python. The white tiger was quite large, 2 meters tall, and had fangs. The giant python was even more exaggerated, as thick as Daylight's waist, estimated to be 10 meters long. Both sides should have just killed each other, and the surrounding area was in a mess. At this moment, it was a tiger and a python that were facing each other. He didn't dare to get closer during the day and climbed a tree to watch. In any case, it was good for him if it wasn't an ugly ferocious beast that appeared. Soon, the white tiger and the python fought again. To Daylight's shock, he saw stumps. Both the white tiger and the python were very fast, just like a fairy tale blockbuster. And in the daytime, they couldn't even see their changing positions clearly, so they just saw a black and a white attacking each other in the woods. This scene caused Daylight to suck in a breath of cold air, while at the same time being exhilarated. The future of this world is truly magical. This was no longer a fierce beast, but a savage beast. If it can be tamed, it should turn into a spirit beast in the future. It's just that I don't know if it will be immortal or some kind of metaphysical system in the future. Boo! A low muffled sound came, and a black and a white separated again. To be precise, they should be flying backwards towards each other. Both sides crashed into so many trees before stopping, and then the python quickly scurried forward to pounce on the white tiger once again. That white tiger seemed to have been dropped so hard that the python launched an attack and the white tiger couldn't even get up. The giant python killed over. Its mouth opened and swiftly bit at the white tiger. At the same time, the python's body quickly flipped and rolled up the white tiger. White tiger lost. However, Daylight soon realized that he had underestimated the white tiger. That white tiger suddenly bit back at the python after being strangled, and actually bit through the python's scales. The python was in pain, but it had no intention of letting go of the white tiger, and both sides began to die biting, just to see who could last until the end. As he was watching, Black Knight on Daylight's shoulder suddenly jumped up anxiously, turning his head sideways to see Blackout's manic appearance. Daylight was unsure and asked in a low voice, "Blackout, what's the situation?" Under the heavy rain, Blackout continued to blow up, and kept baring his teeth while his head swung in the direction behind Daylight. It's even more confusing to watch in the daytime. What's the point of the darkness? The battle in front of them is hot, and it won't hurt to watch from the sidelines. Phew! A figure suddenly descended from the sky, and before he could see the other party's appearance, Daylight was already so frightened that he almost didn't fall out of the tree. It was the ugly ferocious beast that appeared. The ferocious beast landed next to the white tiger and the giant python, which immediately separated, and they all stepped back in a wary manner. Compared to the white tiger and the python, the ferocious beast looked small instead. It was the size of an ordinary tiger, and without fur, it looked even smaller. It was just that its wings were really too striking. Both the white tiger and the python seemed to be afraid of the ferocious beast, and both of them were retreating backward. Blood was bubbling from their bodies, but at this moment, they couldn't care less, and their eyes were fixed on the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast slightly lowered its head as it slowly approached the white tiger and python. The white tiger suddenly roared angrily, then turned around and ran. The python reacted a bit slower. It had just lowered its head and was ready to crawl when the ferocious beast had already jumped over and landed precisely on the python's head. Boo! The python's head was actually pushed down into the dirt and instantly stomped. Seeing this scene, that heart during the day directly dared not jump. I had expected this ferocious beast to be powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Damn, that is a giant python that can tangle with a giant white tiger. Actually was seconded. The python's body is still moving. The beast does not care, only to see it jump down from the python body to take a look, and then claws suddenly grabbed at the python's head down not short position. Should be the so-called snake 7 inches. The claws easily tore through the python's scales, and then the ferocious beast brought its head over, and its long tongue stabbed into the python like a sharp sword. This scene was all too familiar to Daylight, and he didn't even know how much blood he had been sucked by the ferocious beast before. The rain was still pouring down, and Daylight didn't dare move a muscle in the tree. He was so scared now that he didn't even know if he should run. After a while, the ferocious beast withdrew its tongue, and the python became visibly dry and skittish. Only because it was supported by its scales, it didn't look as intimidating. Suddenly, The ferocious beast looked sideways to the Daylight side. That sharp look scared Daylight even more and didn't dare to move. The Black Knight on his shoulder also didn't dare to move. And even more so, it didn't dare to blow up its hair anymore, and pitifully lay on its back. It was obviously far away, but it still felt like he was suffocating during the day. Luckily, the ferocious beast quickly withdrew its sight and leapt high into the air, then flapped its wings and flew away. Hairless wings just fly, and they fly extra fast. Phew! Daylight exhaled heavily, and he didn't know if it was the rain or his heart that was cold, but he felt especially cold anyway. After sitting in the tree for a long time, Daylight was able to slow down a bit. It's horrible. Ferocious white tigers. Pugnacious ferocious beasts. The world is crazy. It felt as if, all of a sudden, the world had evolved from the original primitive society to a savage age where ferocious beasts roamed. Strange. I didn't see such exaggeration before. Why did the world become so horrible since the appearance of that ferocious beast? Ugly tigers that fly, super powerful freshwater electric eels, and super huge and ferocious white tigers. Humans are so weak in comparison. Just now, that white tiger could easily wipe out a tribe. When he had slowed down, Daylight came down from the tree and cautiously approached the dead python. It had indeed dried out, and the head had indeed been dried out. However, the scales were almost intact. Snake scales and snakeskin were good things to make clothes and as armor. Moreover, this python was so strong, maybe its bones were very hard and could be used as weapons. Thank you, ugly sister, for the gift. During the day, he had just carried the python up, but suddenly he felt that there was a movement in the distance to see it, thinking that it was the ferocious beast coming back again, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to move a muscle. In the midst of the downpour, two men scurried out of the bushes. Miraculously, those two men looked just slightly larger than they did during the day, and they had bows and arrows in their hands. Chapter 31, A Polite Date. Hey Garujavagori. The two men stood by the grass, alertly drawing their bows and arrows. The bows and arrows were rudimentary, just what appeared to be twigs and a vine grass, presumably with a short range. Although Daylight couldn't understand, he knew that the other party was most likely trying to get him to put the python down. He pointed to the python and gestured. This is mine. However, those two people instead started pulling back the bowstring and yelled something else. And then, the two actually did fire their bows and arrows, just two small logs that brushed past Daylight. The range was really average, just 1 or 2 dozen meters, and the killing power was very limited. But the next second, Daylight saw the two men quickly rushing over. The two were quite fast, like lightning, and instantly killed in front of Daylight. Turns out archery is just confusion. The real kill is here. Daylight dropped the python and quickly pulled out his bone dagger. The two men also held bone daggers in their hands, and one on the left and one on the right began to attack Daylight. I can't believe I've already formed a move. It was good that Daylight was not a vegetarian now, since being tempered by that ferocious beast, his fighting strength was not ordinary. In terms of single combat, he was now stronger than Camus and the others, just that he didn't usually show it much. Daylight swam against the two men, who were clearly not as nimble as Daylight, and they never managed to hurt Daylight. Even so, Daylight was surprised because these two had fought completely differently from Camus and the others, not at all like a product of a primitive society. However, both of them were also wearing animal skins and using bone daggers. As he was fighting, Nida shouted from the distance, "Little father, I'll help you." Hearing the voice, Daylight cried and laughed. This stupid kid, it was a bad time to come. He still wanted to continue testing these two. Nida came flying at him, like a brute. The two people in front of Daylight were also shrewd. They were already unable to defeat one person in Daylight, and now that there was another one, they would be even more unable to do so. So the two of them found the right moment and ran away. Nida wanted to chase after him, but Daylight shouted, "Nida, don't chase." Those two ran very fast and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. It was still raining heavily, so it was dangerous to chase after them. The opposing tribe is nearby and should be encountered again afterward. Nida looked into the distance and said strangely, "Little father, those two people seem to be as big as we look." Daylight nodded. "Yeah, it looks special. Let's go back first and wait for the rain to stop." Previously, people from the Wenching tribe once said that this kind of smaller tribe is very exclusive of outsiders, and I don't know if this tribe is like this. During the daytime, he and Nida carried the python back to the outside of the cave, and the python's meat was already a bit stinky. After being sucked by a ferocious beast, the meat would all stink, only special during the day. During the day, he let Nida and Naishi and the others slowly cut off the python's skin and scales, while he went into the cave and talked to Camus and the others about the two people they had just encountered. Camus listened in amazement. "So that means there might be a tribe nearby who look about your size?" How strange. Why do they all grow so small? Daylight shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's because the races are different. Daylight didn't want a race theory either, but as it stood, it did seem like two different races. One was bullish looking, and the other was the two that had just appeared. Daylight shook off his thoughts and continued. I'm afraid they don't like us very much. We have to be prepared. I reckon they'll be here when the rain stops. Those two people clearly saw the daytime holding the boa constrictor, but still chose to attack. Surely not a good person. The heavy rain didn't stop until evening, and during the day I thought that the people from that weird tribe wouldn't come, but I didn't expect a group of people to show up when it was almost dark. There were a dozen or so men, all within 2 meters of each other. In terms of size alone, none of them were as tall as Camus and the others, but the man, while not exactly tall, was strong, with very good muscle dimension. Each of them had long sticks and bows and arrows in their hands, but none of them were in a fighting stance, and the group was neat. Seeing the team coming, Camus immediately gathered the team, and the entire Lyrai tribe quickly gathered around. Daylight stepped forward and surveyed the group of people coming over. It does seem odd that these people's features and hair haven't changed much, except that their heads are just smaller. It seems that this world is the existence of two races of people. One is similar to the Titans, tall and powerful, and the other is similar to normal people. There shouldn't be much difference between the two kinds of people except for the difference in height. Without waiting for much thought, the team had come to a halt. The one leading the way was a middle-aged man with a majestic face who took 2 steps forward and chirped something. Daylight swept a glance at the other party and picked up a small stick, pushing aside the leaves on the ground, which happened to be a piece of dirt. He started drawing on the dirt. Match miniatures, and so carefully drawn that they are instantly recognizable. As more and more villains were drawn during the day, the other party was shocked, and Kagi and the others were surprised as one stretched his neck to watch. After the drawing, Daylight took the stick and pointed at the people on the ground, explaining them one by one. I came across the snake first, and after I picked it up, 2 of your men appeared. They tried to rob me of the snake, then were chased away by me and the people who came to help me. The other person could not understand it, but he could read it from the painting, so he picked up a small stick as well and began to draw on the ground. Compared to the daytime drawings, the other side is more roughly drawn and clumsy in its movements. Judging from this, the hieroglyphics of this tribe should still be few. It's a little hard to read with all the crooked drawings. After the drawing, the other followed the same gesture that Daylight had just made and gabbled something in their language while gesturing something in his hand. Daylight didn't read it, but it was Naishi in the back who couldn't help but move forward and whispered, "Little father, he seems to be saying that he's going to beat us." The corners of Daylight's mouth twitched slightly as he raised his fists and made a show of wanting to hit someone, then looked at the other party with a questioning face. The other man really nodded, and then drew on the ground again, a small circle that grew larger and higher, and he pointed to the sky in passing. Immediately, Nessie said, "He said that when there is sun, he will beat us." The other nodded again, surprisingly looking a little excited. Daylight's face darkened. Was this a date? I only saw the other guy gabble something again. Then he looked left and right, went to the side and took a rock and threw it on the ground, pointing at the rock and then pointing at the painting he had just drawn. Nessie, who had a real talent for language, read it immediately. He means that when the sun comes up, there will be a fight here, and they will beat us all to death. Aha, are you sure that's the translation? Without waiting for Daylight and the others to say more, a group of people on the opposite side of the street shouted something in a revitalized manner. Then, the group began to turn around and walk away. Daylight looked a bit stunned. The locals were so polite that they actually had to come a day in advance for a date? The next day, the weather turned. A group of people from the coming tribe were about to go hunting, but at that moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Nida ran over to check it out and quickly ran back. Pops, they're coming, so many of them. Soon, many figures appeared in the mountains and forests, the same tribe from yesterday. Chapter 32, A Little Conscience. But not much. There were men and women, even children, and there had to be more than 100 people. Camus' face paled and he hurriedly greeted the tribe as they rallied. During the daytime and Nida first went to check the situation. Really, is the whole tribe out? And one is full of smiles. This tribe is really strange. Yesterday to about fight, today really come over, and all of a sudden come so many people, just for a python. As far as that goes? As the crowd approached, Daylight realized that the women of this tribe were really good looking. Both their size and looks were already very close to modern people. They are a little shorter than men, not as beefy, and have begun to develop a softer physique. Some of the women still look white and have large breasts. Nida looked surprised and whispered, "Little father, how come their women are so small?" Daylight cried, "You're big? Nida resentfully scrunched his neck. He just remembered that he also looks small. I'm just used to the fact that the men and women in the tribe are all very tall and powerful looking, and Nida sees the women and thinks they're very petite, like children. Without waiting for more, a group of people had come over. The women and children were in the back, while the men went to the front. The leader from yesterday, presumably the patriarch, strides forward. Camus and the others were very nervous. After all, the other party came so many people. Really want to fight. The coming day tribe do not see to be able to fight. Daylight was calm because he felt that the other party did not have killing intent. Even if they really wanted to fight, they wouldn't fight to the death, or they wouldn't have brought a woman and child over. The other matriarch came up and rattled off something. Daylight didn't understand, and neither did Nessie. Probably seeing that they couldn't understand during the day, the matriarch turned and waved at the crowd. Then, an old woman came over with an animal skin. A very large animal skin was unfolded, and on it were many small figures drawn in blood, densely packed. Seeing this scene, Daylight was astonished. This tribe was so capable of learning. Yesterday, none of them knew how to draw little people, and today they already knew how to draw so many of them with animal skins and blood, and they looked especially realistic and detailed. The other patriarch looked smug and full of arrogance with his arms crossed. Daylight went over to take a closer look, and soon Daylight read it. It's setting the rules for fighting. 1-on-1, no weapons. I just don't know if it's knockout or kill. Either way, it's a fight anyway. Pops, what does that say? Didn't get it. Nessie asked. Frowning, Daylight explained. They said they wanted to fight with us, sending one person on each side. What exactly is going to happen at the end of the fight? I don't see it here. It seems like they are going to make our tribe join their tribe. It does draw a lot of people standing together at the end, which is really hard to read during the day. Nessie was stunned. They're so small looking. If one of them fights one of them, won't we win then? That's what confused Daylight. These guys should be well aware of the disadvantages of the human race. They were much inferior to Camus and the others in size, and were at a disadvantage if they fought alone. So even if they were more confident, they wouldn't be so stupid? Not waiting for Daylight to think more, the other side had already come out a stout man. Then, a group of people on the opposite side began to raise a ruckus. Camus was about to walk up. The daytime blocked him. You are the patriarch. It is not your turn. To be patient, you go. Ha, Pops, I can't. Nida scowled. Daylight squinted. Just think of him as prey and hold him down. She also egged on. Yeah, Nida, you're strong. Beat him to death. So many people are watching. You can't let our tribe down. Nida gathered her courage and took a step forward. The group of people on the opposite side were even more lively, not knowing what they were shouting. It looked like this tribe was really belligerent, and they seemed to have developed a culture of combat. Daylight and Kajai and the others stepped back to make room for Nida and the others. As expected during the day, the one sparring with Nida actually already knew how to pose. Much like modern wrestling, Nida was wooden and mute and didn't really understand any of this. He saw the other man arching his back, and he thought it was funny. With a howl from the opposing matriarch, the elongated men on the field began to attack Nida. He was nimble enough to pounce and grab Nida's shoulder in a flash, then teased with his foot, intending to trip Nida up. Nida did lose his balance at first, but he was so strong that he quickly flipped over again and held his opponent hard. Soon both sides were in a writhing stalemate, with the people from the opposite tribe cheering up and shouting, obviously shouting cheers. The people on the side of the tribe of the coming day were quiet and watched, but it was Naishi who also began to shout and cheer. Daylight stood by and watched. He didn't care about the battle situation on the field, but rather watched the reaction of the opposite tribe. Despite the language barrier, he had a feeling that the tribe had a mature civilization. They had obviously had systematic training, with shouting and cheering, and with layout walks. At the same time, they would also use bows and arrows, but strangely enough, they hadn't formed hieroglyphics. Judging from the animal skins their patriarch took out, they should have learned it only yesterday. Moreover, their living conditions don't seem to have changed much. Nida was strong in the end, and soon he got the upper hand and started to hold the other man down on the ground. Although that person was also strong, he was still inferior to Nida. The other clan leader's face didn't look too good and ran over to pull Nida down while yelling something. Only then did Daylight shout, Nida, let go, you win. Sure enough, after Nida loosened his grip, the other patriarch yelled a few words at the crowd in a depressed manner, and then the crowd was filled with disappointment. Daylight was about to call Nida back, when he didn't realize that the other patriarch called out a few more times, and then another well-built man stepped onto the field and began to take up a fighting stance against Nida. This time, Daylight completely understood. This was to be a wheel war. This tribe can be really, kind of conscientious, but not much. Wheel-to-wheel combat. The Lyrai tribe has only this many people. How can they compete with them? No wonder they weren't the least bit worried about the coming tribesmen being bulls and horses. They were planning to tire out the coming tribesmen. Nida still looked uncertain. So Daylight shouted, Nida, keep fighting. The more people you hold down, the more powerful you are. So your sister and the others don't need to go on behind you. Camus frowned. Sooner or later Nida is going to be exhausted like this. Of course Daylight knew that, but now he could only let Nida continue on, because Nida had already shocked the opposite gang by winning the first game. If they could win another game, it was highly likely that the gang's confidence would be shattered, as Nida was just as big as them. Nida, fuck them for the tribe. Chapter 33 Advanced Tribes. Daylight realized that he had seriously underestimated Nida. This kid was truly a brute of a bull. Nida surprisingly held down 4 other strong men in one breath. 4 wins in a row. This kid is too tough. Daylight had thought he'd be good enough to win 2 rounds. And this guy, after 4 rounds, he was just starting to pant and look like he still had fight in him. Not to mention Daylight feeling shocked. Even Nesh and the others were stunned. Normally, Nida's hunting was really quite fierce, and he had become the most capable hunter in the team. But who would have thought that he would be so fierce to such an extent? Much more exaggerated than Camus and the others. The opposite group of people had stopped cheering. The other patriarch's face was quite ugly, and the row of men in front of him were gnashing their teeth, itching to eat Nida. A 5th stout man came up, and as usual, set up his formation, and then attacked. Daylight realized that Nida was not only strong, but his learning ability was also quite amazing. After the previous 4 fights, he had already figured out his opponent's fighting style and actually began to use the same fighting style to counterattack. This made for a nice tussle instead, much like modern-day wrestling, with back and forth. Nida, hit him, hit him, Nesh and the others shouted in a revitalized voice. The crowd across the street wasn't subtle either, shouting out cheers to their man. It's a living, breathing modern-day race scene that puts Daylight in a trance, as if you've been transported back to modern times all at once. What a primitive tribe this is, to have such a well-developed tournament format already. From appointments to rules to chants and cheers, it's so well molded. This Nida tangled with his opponent for a long time, but he still won. The man was so upset that he almost didn't get held down by Nida until he broke. 1 fights 5. In addition to pugnacious, Daylight really couldn't find an adjective to describe it. This kid was just too powerful, not human at all. This also made Daylight deeply suspect that the reason Nida had such strength was because it was brought about by his madness last time. Most likely, it was related to that ugly ferocious beast. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why Nida can't grow up and yet has so much power. Talking about the other side to send out a 6th person, Daylight immediately walked up to support Nida and said, "We'll admit defeat on the 6th one. You guys win." While talking, Daylight kept gesticulating. The other patriarch obviously read it, but he wasn't the slightest bit happy, but was filled with depression. He can be happy when people fuck 5 of his own people by themselves? Nida sweated profusely and whispered, "Little father, I can still." "Alright, it's not polite to fight anymore." Daylight squinted. "Same people, you're so fierce, do you still let people live?" Nida couldn't hear much, but he knew that he did slam a bit. What Daylight didn't expect was that the other party actually chose to admit defeat. That's right, with a monster like Nida out there, the rest of them must not have much interest in fighting anymore. Daylight thought the other side was going to start dispersing, but it didn't. The group was still gathered around, still lively. Camus was surprised and asked in a low voice, "Why haven't they left yet?" Daylight cried and laughed, speaking as if he knew why, only to see the other matriarch come forward again, followed by the old goddess who could draw. The old goddess squatted down and placed a piece of animal skin and a small rabbit on the ground. Then she stabbed the rabbit with a bone dagger and it began to bleed. Only when she saw the old diva ready did the matriarch begin to speak. There was a lot of chattering and no telling what to say. As the matriarch spoke, the old goddess began to draw little people on the animal skin with a bone dagger. She actually knew how to use rabbit blood, and she dipped it once for each villain she drew. This is literally the future of brush lettering. Daylight is really alarmed. This tribe is just too smart. "Pops, it looks like they're asking us to go to their tribe," Nessie said with a frown. Daylight also saw that it should be writing a covenant. Let the people from the coming day tribe land near their tribe, and when they came back from hunting, they would share a portion of the prey. Interesting, they actually know how to pull the strings, and they know how to pay tribute. Of course, the tribute was short-term, and I'm afraid the real goal was to grow their own tribe. There were only so many people in the coming tribe, and if they really lived next to them, sooner or later they would be fused away. Daylight turned back to Camus and the others and asked, They want us to go next to their tribe, and then they will give us a certain amount of prey on a regular basis. What do you guys think? Camus frowned. Going near their tribe. What if they kill us one day? There are so many of them. Yeah, definitely can't get too close to them. But the people of this tribe are amazing. We can just stay here. It's not good to live in a cave. We can find a place, neither too close to them nor too far. Daylight revealed a smile and squatted down in front of the old goddess. He took the old godmother's bone dagger, dipped it in blood, and first drew a large fork on the animal skin. Then, during the day, turn the animal skin over and redraw the villain. Consciously, the daytime skewed the villain as much as possible in the direction of hieroglyphics, guiding the other side to be able to create words. Daylight's request was simple. The two tribes did not violate each other, nor did they need each other to pay tribute. Of course, tribes are allowed to have dealings with each other, but not to kill. When the daytime drawing was done, the old goddess grunted something with a frown on her face, and then the other matriarch turned to consult with a few more people. After that, the patriarch nodded his head. With a smile on his face, Daylight stretched out his right hand at the patriarch. The patriarch, unsure, also extended his right hand. Daylight took his hand and shook it gently. The handshake, a ritual that should live on. The patriarch saw Daylight shake his arm and he followed suit, then laughed. The old diva was really smart and immediately memorized the gesture of shaking hands. This tribe is just too smart. It didn't take long for the pair to leave. As to what tribe they were called and where they lived, it is not known. When the group dispersed, Nessie sighed heartily. These people are not big, but they all have brains like little daddy. They're such quick learners. They knew what we were drawing in a flash. Camus thought deeply. Yeah, they're really powerful in the head. Even though they aren't as big or as strong as us, all of them seem to be just as powerful. If Nida wasn't so powerful, we wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them. Daylight smiled. After that, it will be beneficial to our tribe if we interact more with this tribe. This tribe is so interesting. It's all developed into systematic training. I wonder how many more surprises they have in store. With that, the coming tribe found a flat spot nearby and began to build a straw hut to settle down for the time being. More than half a month later, the daytime arrived inside this tribe called Harrison. Daylight was completely shocked. This tribe actually already knew how to use the terrain to set up defense traps, the digging of pits, wooden organs, etc. Though all crude, would be quite advanced in a primitive society. The thing that really spurred Daylight's nerves, though, was when he realized that the tribe was beginning to know how to use pottery. Although it was simply a pottery made of clay, but it was already crazy. Daylight came to the primitive society for so many years and saw pottery for the first time. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. It was a hot day, and during the day was talking to their patriarch in the Harrison tribe about the past of their tribe. A man from the Pingshan tribe suddenly ran over, panting, "Patriarch is not good. They came to the day and took the women of our tribe away." Chapter 34, The Sun Grows Up. Daylight and the Pingshan patriarch froze. What's the situation? They had a man from the Coming Day tribe who took a woman from our tribe. Daylight's cheeks twitched at what was going on. The people of the two tribes don't look the same, either. What's the Lyrai tribe's man? Who's a bull? Doing taking away a woman from the Harrison tribe? For his part, Matriarch Harrison was in tears. I thought it was something big enough to warrant such yelling, but the matriarch, the man stammered, looking embarrassed. Patriarch Harrison was unimpressed. Brother Daylight, let's go take a look. Daylight walked outside with Matriarch Harrison, and while walking Daylight asked, Matriarch, has your tribe had dealings with other tribes? Yes, often. Patriarch Harrison replied, often other tribes come to this place, and so many of our tribe are still from other tribes. Daylight was startled. Other tribes often pass through this place? Yeah, often. Because they need to pass through here if they want to go in the direction of the rising sun. Patriarch Harrison smiled. Brother Daylight, you keep saying that our tribesmen are very brainy, but it's not really true. It's because we've seen a lot of tribes. That's why we're like this. That means the Harrison tribe is very absorbing. Then has your tribe ever exchanged people with other tribes? That is, people from other tribes enter your tribe, and then people from your tribe leave with other tribes? Daylight asked again. Patriarch Harrison replied, there are, but most of them are people from other tribes who stayed behind, and very few people from our tribe chose to leave. After all, our tribe has been here for a long time. Our ancestors have always been here. This tribe is still a god, constantly communicating with the outside world and still managing to maintain the status quo. Daylight had expected that the exposure to the outside tribes would have given some people pause to leave, because there were definitely some people who were full of adventure. Turning to Daylight, he realized that when survival is the number one issue, the spirit of adventure is the most useless. and the spirit of pragmatism is fundamental to being able to live. With these words from Patriarch Pingshan, Daylight wasn't that worried. He was afraid that because of the exchange of people, it would cause the two tribes to start a conflict. Not much later, Daylight returned to the Lai Rai tribe. Seeing a group of people from the Pingshan tribe surrounding the outside of the Lai Rai tribe, Daylight secretly laughed bitterly. It's not just taking away a woman. Is there a need to make such a big commotion? Seeing Matriarch Harayama, many people gathered around. Matriarch, your daughter ran off with their people. Yes, Matriarch, Lingran still says she's not coming back. She's going to follow their tribe. Upon hearing these words, Patriarch Harrison's smiling face instantly stiffened, and he almost didn't give a spit of blood. The daytime is also a draw, and on the way, the Harrison Patriarch also repeatedly emphasized that it is not a big deal, and if the women of the Harrison tribe are really willing to follow the Lai tribe, there is also no problem. It's a good thing it burned down to the Patriarch's house. Camus came out to greet him, then said in a low voice, "It's Nida." Aha! Daylight's cheeks are even a twitch. Damn, don't be so messed up. One is the daughter of Harrison Patriarch. One is his own good son. Then again, one had really overlooked the issue of Nida and Nessie's marriage. Since he is their little father, he has to deal with this. He can't let them follow him all the time. One's own immortality, and they will not live forever. Walked to his door just as Nessie came out of it. Naishi had a helpless look on his face. "You're back, little father. When I said I wouldn't move Nida, he wanted to be with that person. That person called Lingran also insisted on giving Nida a child. They also said that if both tribes disagreed, they would run away together inside the mountains." Really? Nida is even younger than me. How can she have a child? This Lingran is too shameless to lie to us, Nida. Ahem. Daylight hurriedly coughed and awkwardly reminded Nessie. "Nessie, Lingran is the clan leader's daughter." "Oh, ha?" Nessie was dumbfounded as well. Patriarch Haruzan's face was a shade of green and white. His expression was really colorful. A few people entered the hayloft, and what they saw was Nida leaning against a piece with a girl. Both looked nervous, and the girl even cowered behind Nida. Patriarch Pingshan was furious when he entered. "Lingran, come here." Lingran hid behind Nida, cowering. "Ah, Dad, I'm not going over there. I want to stay with Nida." "You." Patriarch Pingshan was about to curse, but Daylight blocked in time. "Patriarch Pingshan, calm down and be calm. This way, let's sit down and talk slowly. They are all children." "Oh right, clan chief, you may not know, Nida is also considered my child." Patriarch Harrison immediately looked at Daylight with a strange face. "Brother Daylight, your child?" Daylight awkwardly touched his nose. "I am their little father. How can I say this? Before our tribe is a woman in charge." Patriarch Harrison immediately understood. "Oh, I see. It's when a female can have several males. I've seen tribes like this. I heard my grandfather say that our tribe used to be like that. That is to say, it has been decades or even centuries since the Harrison tribe shifted from a matrilineal to a patrilineal society." Daylight dropped his gaze to Nida and said softly, "Nida, why didn't you tell me first?" Nida lowered her head. "Little daddy, for daytime, Nida has a lot of respect." Daylight looked at Lingran again. "Your name is Lingran, right? Step out and I'll take a look at you." Rayran hesitated, but stepped out from behind Nida. She is also a beautiful woman, a little shorter than Nida, but with a good figure. Of course, in a primitive society that would be? Daylight asked. "Lingran, how old are you? How many teeth do you have?" Primitive people were actually very particular about not just mating. You have to grow all your teeth first and then wait a few years, basically until you're an adult, before you can mate, and limited by the standard of living. Primitive people do not have a strong sexual desire, more for reproduction, and that's exactly why. Instead, there were very few scenes of promiscuity during this period, because everyone's mind was on how to stay alive. Of course, cheating and all that, people in this period didn't have that concept. Without waiting for Lingran to reply, Matriarch Pingshan had already said grimly, "Her teeth finished growing a long time ago." Daylight smiled. "Matriarch, then shouldn't Lingran find a man too?" The Patriarch didn't answer, with a grim look on his face. Apparently, he just couldn't look at Nida. This kind of thing is normal, although Nida has a lot of strength, but in the end, he is not a member of the Haruzan tribe. Parents, of course, don't want their daughters to run off to other tribes with other men, let alone in a murderous, primitive society. Just this makes the daytime headache. How to deal with this kind of thing. He is really inexperienced. Chapter 35, Dower, the root of all evil. Patriarch, let's sit down and talk calmly, Daylight proposed in a slightly awkward manner. There will probably be a lot more of these things between our two tribes in the future. It's just as well to take this opportunity for us to lay down the rules in front of everyone? But Hiruzen Patriarch's face was grimly searching before he nodded. Daylight secretly sighed in relief and said softly, "Then, Matriarch, why don't you wait outside for a while and I'll talk to them first?" Patriarch Hiruzen glared at Ling Ran in a very dissatisfied manner before he walked out. Once Patriarch Harrison left, Ling Ran instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Clan Chief Ping Shan was usually very majestic. Daylight walked up to Nida and pursed her smile. "Nida, you've really grown up." Nida blushed slightly and lowered his head. "Little father, I want to be with Ling Ran." Nessie couldn't help but interject. "Nida, you haven't had your teeth in for long. I can wait for him." Ling Ran had a firm face. Naishi's cheeks twitched slightly, not even knowing what to say. Nida was able to find a woman. Of course she as a sister was happy, but this was too much of a rush. And the other party was still the daughter of someone's matriarch. In Nessie's aesthetic, Ray Ran is a minion, just like Pops is a minion. Looking at Nida and Ling Ran, a bold idea did pop up in the bottom of Daylight's heart. Keeping these two kids together is not too much of a problem. The key is to solve the problem later. During the day, he had discussed with Camus and the others before, and Camus and the others meant that they would not move again in the short term, because it was really nice to be in this place, and the Harrison tribe was also very friendly. But the reproduction of the tribe in the coming days is definitely a big problem. There are too few of them. After the coming day tribe and the Harrison tribe gradually exchanged ideas, something like Nida's would definitely still happen. At that time will be the real big trouble, because Nida no matter what is still about the same size as Ling Ran, and the other people of the coming day tribe are giants compared to the people of the Hiruzen tribe. There's no guarantee that it won't come up during the day, with the monstrous aesthetic, giants and villains together. Besides, according to what Matriarch Harrison had said, this place would often have people from other tribes passing by. In the future, when other tribes passed by, it was not guaranteed that the same thing would still happen. Looking around, Daylight said softly, "If you two are truly willing to be together, then live a good life. I'll solve the other problems." Nida was overjoyed. "Little father, you're too kind." Daylight knocked him on the head and then walked out. Nihai followed behind, frowning. "Little daddy, you really let them get together, huh? Nida is still young, but he's strong." Daylight shrugged. "Besides, is there any way you can talk about moving Nida?" "Nida, this child seems to be very honest. In fact, the temper is very stubborn. Determined to death will not change." This point Naishi is well aware of. Nessie was depressed, "But I'm always worried that they won't be able to raise a child when they have one. Aren't we still around?" Daylight pursed her smile. Nessie thought to herself that she could help Nida as well. Daylight added, "On the contrary, Nessie, it's time for you to find a man." Naishi instantly showed her dislike. "I don't want them. The people of the Ping Shan tribe are so small, just like minions. If I want to find one, I'll look for a tall and big one like Chief Camus." "Little father, you are just too small. Otherwise I could have crossed the festival with you." Ahem. Daylight almost didn't choke to death. She was his nominal daughter. He wouldn't dare. Besides, even though Nessie wasn't as tall as her mother, she was still a head taller than Daylight. Those beefy thighs were guaranteed to pinch Daylight. In fact, primitive people of this period were quite ethical. It should be said that animals have a natural awareness of blood relations. Even primitive people rarely mate intimately. Of course, there are certainly exceptional ones, but very few, and even fewer of especially poor generations. Instead, later on, as human thought grew richer, all sorts of nonsense became more common. Outside the Lyrai tribe, two groups of people gather around. On one side were the Harrison tribesmen, and on the other side were the Lyrai tribesmen. The crowd wondered why everyone was called here during the day. Patriarch Ping Shan swept a glance around and said in a deep voice, "Elder brother Daylight, the people are almost here, so tell us." Daylight stood up and exclaimed with a lightly pursed smile, "Everyone, the main reason for everyone to come over is to say something about the tribe's future. The first thing I'm going to say about getting married is about a man and a woman deciding to be together. When a woman is willing to go to a man's tribe, that's called marrying up. Of course, the men can also go inside the women's tribes. As long as two people want to be together, they can live anywhere. However, in order to make up for the tribe's loss, it is normal that the tribe should be given some compensation. I call it the bride price. Bride price, the root of all evil. But I can't really think of anything good to do during the day other than think of the bride price. Right now it's a primitive society, so if you're going to practice dowry you definitely have to pay a bride price. Otherwise who's going to make up for the tribe's losses? It's not easy to raise an adult in a communal society, especially when everyone is still in the starvation stage, regardless of gender. Suddenly having one less person is one less fight. It doesn't matter if it's a big tribe. If it's a small tribe, the impact is huge. For a tribe to thrive, it must maintain a certain population or it's over sooner or later. I disagree. A man from the Harrison tribe suddenly stood up. A gaze instantly gathered on him, and Daylight was no exception. The man crossed his arms and held his head with a haughty face. It's still normal for a man to be with a woman. How can you ask for a bride price? If I say so, we all don't want a bride price. Wouldn't that be fair? Think about it, patriarch. Now your daughter is coming over to the Lai Sun tribe. Then when one day in the future, someone from the coming day tribe comes to our tribe as well, won't that make it even? Even though I'm at a disadvantage now, I won't be at a disadvantage in the future. So it's even. That made sense and got the crowd talking at once. Daylight was not surprised. In fact, he had already thought of this layer. On a macro level, it was indeed true, and even he himself couldn't wait for there to be no bride price. The corner of Daylight's mouth hooked up slightly. Do you have a daughter? The man was unsure. Theirs. Patriarch Harrison immediately took over. Then have your daughter go to the Lijian tribe tomorrow. The man jerked and held his face red. That would require another cow. The crowd burst into laughter. Waiting for the crowd to quiet down again, Daylight spoke again. The question of the bride price. Everyone go back and think about it. It's best to perfect it. Now I'd like to discuss the second question. I was wondering if we could build a supersized house that wouldn't be easily attacked by fierce beasts, and then all of us from both tribes could live in it? Building a city. This idea had been in Daylight's head for a long time. It was just that the conditions had always felt immature before. Now, it felt almost right. Although the city culture had certain disadvantages, for the moment, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. In a short period of time, the coming tribe will not leave this place, and the construction of the city is most suitable. Chapter 36, The Beginning of Privatization. The next morning, the day follows the hunting party piece by piece. It can't be helped. If Nida wants to be with Lingran, Daylight, who is the little father, will have to pay the bride price to the Harrison patriarch. This was a hole he had opened himself and had to fill it. As for how much dowry to give, Daylight is also weighing it. Can't give too much, or there will be too much pressure on the later, but also can't have none. After all, it was his own idea that came up. I don't know if it was luck or what, but the group had only just left the horde when they came across a herd of sheep. Nida was like a mad brute, charging up and holding down the two sheep. Seeing Nida's desperate look, Daylight cried and laughed, but at the same time was quite pleased. Why is it not a blessing for a man to have goals in his life that he is willing to fight for? Today the Laji tribe was indeed lucky. After encountering the sheep, they met two fierce tigers. If it was normal, when hunting and encountering a fierce tiger, one could only run. The tiger is really fierce. 20 people may not be able to hunt a tiger. But today, this tiger is going to take the daytime. Daylight first arranged for Nida to attack a fierce tiger. Then Nida ran away, faint, then tuned the tiger out. And then, Daylight attacked the other tiger with Camus and the others. Once a man has a brain, even a tiger can't stop him. No, they actually managed to fuck a tiger during the day. By the time the other manticore that went after Nida came back, its partner had GA and it could only run. And Nida went crazy today and froze and ran past the manticore with no damage at all. In the evening, the crowd brought the prey back to the coming day tribe, and the whole tribe was excited. 6 sheep, 2 of which were still alive, and a mastodon. It was a big haul for the tribe. While the crowd was cutting up, Daylight blurted out, "Everyone's here, so I'll say a few words. Everyone knows about Nida and Lingran. I've also told the Hiruzen tribe to give them a bride price. But the prey was, after all, something we all shot together. Here's what I'm thinking. We Nida that goat today, and then there's this tiger skin going for the bride price, but it's not a direct take. It's a loan. That is to say, this is what we owe the tribe. After that we have to slowly pay back. Borrowing means I'll use it for now. Returning it means that afterward I should come up with an equivalent hunt even if I can't come up with the same thing. Just for example, afterward we have to hunt 1 more sheep for the tribe, and this tiger skin we really can't find, then we will exchange it for 2 sheep, or 1 cow, and return it to the tribe. The concept of borrowing is also absent now, as this is already after private ownership. Daylight could have just taken the goat and tiger skin, but he didn't. He had to think of the tribe's future, because sooner or later the tribe would have to go into private ownership. When the city is established, private ownership will be more obvious. Listening to what Daylight said, Camus and the others were surprised. Camus said, "Brother Daylight, there's no need to be like this. Today is also because of Nida. We were able to hit this fierce tiger." "No," Daylight firmly shook his head. "It has to be this way. or else everyone is more or less uncomfortable in their hearts. Hunting is for everyone to go together, but taking things away is a personal matter between me and Nida. These two things are not the same. Camu, you have to think that not everyone in the tribe is the same. Some may be sick, or one day he doesn't want to go hunting, but he still takes meat from the tribe, and that's borrowing from the tribe, and he has to give it back afterward. Of course, I'm not saying I want to fight to hunt by myself, that would be dangerous, but since I borrowed it, I'm going to have to hunt harder afterward to share more prey and then return it to the tribe. Camu mused. He hadn't really thought about that before. The Reiji tribe had always been, if there was food, everyone ate together, and if there was no food, they starved together. Of course, there were usually people who were lazy and didn't go hunting, but they didn't care too much. It made Camu think of his dead matriarch's wife, who had mentioned her hunting to him before. Camu has a vague feeling that this loan offered during the day is the beginning of personal ownership. After agreeing, Daylight let Nida take a goat and tiger skin. Then Daylight called on Camu, and the three of them headed for the Harrison tribe together. Walking out of the tribe, Camu then whispered, "Brother Daylight, what you just said about borrowing is very similar to what my child's mother used to say." Daylight couldn't help but marvel at how the former matriarch really had an eye for things, but it was a shame how she ended up getting addicted to fishing and getting killed by an electric eel. Daylight softly explained, "Camu, our tribe is very stable right now, and we haven't encountered any dangers. Afterward, we'll form a superb house with the Hiruzen tribe, and everyone will be more stable. Stability is good, but it also makes it easier to think more. In time, there are bound to be a lot of people in the tribe who want to go out and hunt on their own, so personal ownership is inevitable. I call it private ownership. We're in common ownership now. Everything is up to the tribe. It's called public ownership. When we enter the stage of individual ownership later, the tribe is only responsible for management and coordination, and that's private ownership. It's a process that was bound to come because our conditions are getting better. You have to allow people to think differently. You can't obey the tribe in everything, then it's hard for the tribe to progress. You can see the difference between our Lirai tribe and the Harrison tribe. They are just very good at thinking and hunting just as hard." These words were spoken to Camu and to Nida. The coming tribe is too dull to think, and they need to be made to change. One must think more for the tribe to progress. Camu heartily lamented, "Brother Daylight, your brain is just good. You can think of so many things." Daylight smiled. "When the future comes, you guys will think just the same. In the future, when there are other tribes passing through, and you guys have more contact with them, you'll think otherwise." Camu nodded, then changed the topic. "Brother Daylight, what you told Patriarch Harrison about building a super large house, is it really possible?" "I don't know right now." Daylight shook his head. "We're going to be in a lot of trouble, but if it does come to pass, the tribe will go a long time without being attacked. The first problem is, of course, the tools. We're going to need a lot of trees to dig holes, and we can't just rely on these bones we've got in our hands. Just how to fix it, I'll have to think about." "Pops, I feel like I can do it." Nida suddenly interjected. Daylight was stunned. "Why?" Nida shook his head. "I don't know. I just feel that it will work. This place is really good, and the prey is especially plentiful, and those fierce beasts rarely rush inside the tribe. I just feel, it's really good here." The kid isn't stupid. He knows how to read the terrain. It's just that it's not the usual beasts that worry you during the day. It's the ferocious ones. Chapter 37, Something Across the Ages appears. In the Harrison tribe, a group of people gathered around the entrance of the patriarch's house, buzzing with excitement. During the day, he was in the house with Camu and Nida, and the Hiruzen clan leader's family was there, as was Rayran. Daylight pursed her smile. "Matriarch Harrison, as a sign of respect, I had our matriarch come along as a witness. Here's a goat and a complete set of tiger skins as a bride price. If Patriarch Harrison has no problem with it, then the matter of Nida and Lingran's 2 children is finalized." Nida was very understanding and hurriedly handed the tiger skin to Matriarch Hirasima. Patriarch Harrison's eyes were glowing, as tiger skins were very rare and this bride price was quite good. Patriarch Pingshan stroked his tiger skin and grinned. "No problem, Brother Daylight. Lingran, then you'll go over to the Lirai tribe from now on and live a good life." Lingran immediately stood beside Nida. Can really have a conscience? At least express some reluctance. Originally, Daylight had wanted to come back in a few days to pick up Lingran in a grand manner. Then he felt that there was no need to make so much commotion and make things difficult for those who came after him. Of course, Daylight is still happy because it's also his first time being a parent. During the day, he chatted with Matriarch Harrison, first about his 2 children, and then about building a big house. Patriarch Harrison was convinced that it was feasible to build a big house. It's just that he's also worried about how to get those trees down faster. Almost all of the tools used by the tribe now are for hunting, and there is no way for these tools to cut down trees. The issue of tools was indeed a headache during the day. Even if stones and bones were used to make an axe, the efficiency would definitely be low, as ordinary stones had limited hardness and sharpness. Patriarch Pingshan hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Brother Daylight, why don't we go to the sky and try?" "Heaven?" Daylight froze. "How can it be in the sky?" Patriarch Harrison explained, "The heaven I'm talking about is a place. There are a lot of very powerful stones there that are very sharp." As he spoke, Matriarch Harrison got up and took a black axe. The handle was wood, but the stone tied to the top of the axe was black and very sharp, not much different from a knife. Daylight examined it slightly and was shocked. The stone looked, well, like iron. It should be unrefined iron ore, and most likely basalt. Daylight instantly became excited and stood up. "Patriarch Harrison, where did you get this?" "The sky." Patriarch Harrison looked mysterious. "There are many of these stones in that place, but it's dangerous." Daylight couldn't wait. Matriarch Pingshan, finish your sentence. "What exactly is the danger?" Patriarch Harrison sighed and explained, "It crackles there just like when it rains from the sky. I can't make sense of it. Anyway, when people walked in, they were killed all at once." Daylight was shocked. "Lightning?" Yes, lightning. So that kind of thing in the sky is called lightning." Patriarch Harrison was slightly surprised. "There are many crackling lightning bolts there, and if you walk in, you'll get hit at once and die. This stone, or a life for a life. Minefield? Well, it has to be broken into. It's iron ore. If it could be refined, it could be made into ironware in the future, which would have a huge impact." Thus, Daylight firmly said, "Patriarch Pingshan, tell me the place and I'll find a way to get in. Don't worry, I won't let anyone die. But this thing is too important to us. Think about it, even if it's not for the big house, just for hunting, this thing is still useful." Patriarch Harrison smiled bitterly. "Of course I know this. It's just that place is really dangerous. This way, I'll take you there afterward, and we'll figure out a way to go in together." Daylight was really tickled, but he also knew that the situation was not as simple as he thought. "I'm afraid." Patriarch Harrison must have known about the power of this kind of stone but had been afraid to take the risk. "I'm afraid that the place he was talking about was even more terrifying than expected. It might not just be as simple as a minefield. But anyway, the advent of iron ore meant that this society was going to enter another phase. Even if it's a knife fight, you have to try." So the next day, during the day, the Harrison chief took himself to the so-called heaven, accompanied by Camus. The three of them traveled over the mountains for a long time before they arrived at the place that Patriarch Harrison had spoken of. It was a canyon with bare cliffs on both sides, but the canyon had no end in sight. Looking at it from a distance, the canyon was peaceful and nothing special. After walking to a distance of roughly 200 meters away from the canyon, the Harrison Patriarch did not dare to go any further. Daylight frowned. "Matriarch Harrison, you've been to this place many times?" Patriarch Pingshan didn't hide it. "Brother Daylight, let me tell you, since my grandfather, our tribe has been trying to find a way to get in, but there's never been a way." Camus pressed his curiosity. "What happens when you go in?" Patriarch Harrison didn't answer and threw the rabbit he had brought forward. The rabbit was frightened and ran quickly toward the canyon. When the rabbit approached to the position of about 50 meters from the entrance of the canyon, snapped, suddenly a bolt of lightning came down, just hit the rabbit, and the rabbit was instantly transformed into mist. Hiss! Both Daylight and Camus sucked in a breath of cold air. Both of them instantly creeped out. It's not about a minefield at all. It's about deliberate lightning punishment. Formation? Immortalist? Or is it a magical natural phenomenon? A series of questions surfaced in Daylight's mind, only he couldn't find the answers. What was certain was that this place was terrifying. "I only heard the Harrison Patriarch say, my father calls this place heaven. Not only our tribe, but other tribes have also had people come here, but those who went in died." Daylight gulped. "All just close enough to get struck by lightning?" Chief Harrison, however, shook his head. "No, you can walk in. A tribesman walked in before, and only saw the lightning afterward. And then that person didn't come out. I don't know why. Sometimes I can walk inside. Sometimes I'm dead on the outside. It's scary anyway." "This is strange. Just now that rabbit is still so far away from the canyon has been chopped to death. How can a person enter the canyon?" Daylight looked up at the high mountains on both sides of the canyon and asked again, "Matriarch Pingshan, have you ever seen it from the mountains?" "My dad has been there, but he couldn't see down there. Not on either side." Patriarch Harrison looked slightly grave. "My dad died after he came back because he went up there and ran into a fierce beast. That means the hills on either side of the canyon are normal. Strange. Why is this canyon the only one with lightning inside? What is in this canyon? This place is really too strange and attractive. Shin iron ore? Ah, a natural killing weapon. How can one not be moved? Gotta find a way to get into the canyon. Unfortunately, there's no way to make a lightning rod right now. Right, the lightning rod. If we can't make a lightning rod, can't we make a lightning rod? Chapter 38, Born to Take Risks. Brother Daylight, must you go in? Looking at the daylight that was pouring in, both Camus and Matriarch Harrison looked grave. During the day his hands and feet were wrapped in thick leaves, and he held up a fist-sized branch with leaves on it, which was long and kept in contact with the ground at its base. Originally, Daylight had wanted to weave a rope so that the two Camus could pull themselves back. Just thinking about the length of the rope, he gave up. Looking back at the two, Daylight smiled. We have to try. Those stones have a great impact on us. If we can get them, it will change the future of our two tribes. If they could get their hands on the Shin iron ore, they might be able to build real iron weapons. More importantly for Daylight, if the inside of the canyon was really littered with basalt stones, it meant that his speculation about the future of this world was right. The future of this world was not a modern technological society. These are important for daytime. He had an unlimited lifespan, but he didn't want to live in the unknown all the time. There was no use in living all the time for long years. People, born to take risks. The two of them, Camus, wanted to say something, but Daylight had already firmly said, you guys don't need to say much, you have to try. You guys wait here for me. If I don't come out before dark, you guys don't have to wait. With that said, Daylight dragged the branch and cautiously walked towards the canyon. He had thought about it. Now although he couldn't make a lightning rod, he could use this branch as a lightning shelter. If lightning did fall, it should strike the branch first and then conduct into the dirt. Of course, Daylight knew that lightning was powerful, and these dry leaves wrapped around his hands and feet might not be insulating. Suffice it to say, it was a risky trip. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about breaking in later, but he also knew that he wouldn't think of any other effective way in the short term. Daylight was cautious, approaching the canyon step by step while keeping an eye on the inside. Strangely enough, when he walked during the day to the place where the rabbit had just been struck, he wasn't struck by lightning. Continuing on, it was still calm and there just didn't seem to be any lightning. Daylight didn't think this was a good thing though, and instead became more nervous. Usually in this situation, it was either a straight-up big deal. As Daylight approached to a position only about 20 meters away from the canyon, he suddenly felt a palpitation and subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Snap! Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of thunder and lightning, Daylight felt his palms instantly burning, and he subconsciously let go of the branch. The branch was struck by lightning and ripped right in half, but it didn't catch fire. It just smoked. Daylight sucked in a breath of cool air and ran back with his legs spread out. The Camus and Harrison patriarchs in the back screamed in alarm, telling Daylight to run faster. Luckily, the lightning didn't make a secondary attack, and Daylight quickly ran out of the lightning area. Looking at the smoldering branches in the distance, Daylight recoiled in delight. This works! So, the daytime resurfaced to find larger and more lush branches. It didn't take long for Daylight to set off again. This time he got a tree straight away, while thickening the dry leaves on his hands. Bracing himself, Daylight once again dragged the unwieldy branch toward the canyon. Walking to the spot where the lightning had just struck, the lightning came again. This time the lightning didn't split the branches and the current wasn't even felt during the day. It was the sound of the lightning that was a bit jarring. It made Daylight happy that this solution was really working. Approaching to a position roughly 10 meters from the canyon, Daylight noticed that there were so many black stones on the ground. Instead of moving on, he crouched down to pick up rocks. Just as he started to pick up the rocks, lightning suddenly came down. With a snap, the branches above his head were struck and instantly burned, and the ear-splitting sound almost didn't turn the daytime into deafness. But Daylight didn't run straight away, but continued to pick up stones. Daylight calculated that the lightning shouldn't be a streak, but rather have a time gap. He clutched 2 large rocks before scrambling out of the room. Sure enough, as expected during the day, he hadn't run out for more than a few steps when the lightning came down again. But the lightning didn't come at him. Instead it struck the burning branch again, splitting it into ashes. Soon, Daylight once again rushed out of the minefield range, rolling and crawling. Camus and the Pingshan patriarch came over to help carry the rocks out, and the 3 men ran across the hill. During the day, he was shocked and excited as he looked at the 2 large stones he brought out, not only because of getting the stones, but also because of knowing how to dodge the lightning. After a bit of a scare, Daylight began to seriously study the 2 large boulders that had been brought out. Neither stone was small, half the size of his head. The angles were sharp, and sharp, black with a shine. they really looked like basalt ore. Of course, not having studied geology during the day, the study of rocks is not that esoteric and is based purely on common sense. Anyway, these two stones give a lot of confidence during the day. For the next few days, the daytime was spent picking up rocks here in the canyon, or grabbing them to be exact. Gradually during the day, he figured out the pattern of the lightning. The closer he got to the canyon, the more powerful the lightning was, and the more frequent it was. With only tree branches, one could get as close as 5 meters from the canyon. But one good thing is that the lightning isn't chasing people. It seems to be just a deterrent. Of course, the daytime cannot dare to risk to try this deterrent is not useful. A little careless can be ashes. With the sharp stones brought back during the day, the coming tribe and the flat mountain tribe got busy. First, we polished the stones into tools. Then we started cutting down trees and building houses. According to the plan during the day, the city he was going to build was not complicated. It was to put wood upside down on the ground at the periphery to make a refusal horse, forming the first line of defense. Then build houses in the center, with people living inside the protective circle. Of course, if conditions permit in the future, a river can be dug on the periphery to make a moat. This is a huge project that will require the cutting of many trees and a long time. Daylight reckons that it should be built in a decade or two. Everything was in order and life was peaceful for both tribes. Before you know it, the weather is starting to get a little cooler. It was late in the evening on this day, and the day was still busy with the building of the city. Little father, Nessie suddenly ran over in a hurry. Nida's hurt. Daylight was shocked. What's going on? Nessie blanched. They said they were hunting and ran into a beast. A big beast. 3 dead and several wounded. The men haven't returned to the tribe yet. They're traveling slowly. Daylight was shocked because since the two tribes had cooperated, hunting had also gone piece by piece. Now both tribes' hunting tools had been upgraded with sharp stones given by Daylight, and their combat power was much stronger than before. The two tribes' hunting teams combined can be quite a lot of people, and actually died. So you can imagine how fierce the fierce beasts encountered are. During the day, he followed Nihai as he ran towards the mountains, and it didn't take long to see the hunting party returning. Nida was no longer able to walk, and Camus carried him on his back as the group walked in a hurry. One look at this scene, the daytime heart instantly sank. Ominous foreboding enveloped the heart. Chapter 39. No wonder it looks familiar. Nida. Seeing Nida covered in blood, she was so anxious that she cried. Daylight was relieved to see that Nida was still breathing, only her face was rather pale. Afterwards he realized that Camus and the others were all injured to varying degrees, and one of them was covered in blood. Daylight followed the group back a piece and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Camus said grimly, "Ran into a very strange beast, grew very tall and large. It was very strong. Could it be that ferocious beast? The white tiger, from before?" I only heard Camus continue, "I've never seen a beast like that, with long fur, then black and white, and black around both eyes. It can sit, and its 2 hands are huge, but it can also run with its hands. The claws and teeth are sharp. It's horrible." Why does that sound familiar? I only heard Camus continue, "We didn't intend to fight it, but it ran over to us after it saw us, and it was so fierce that it kept trying to kill us, and ate 2 people, and then 2 more died afterward. Luckily, Nida was strong and stabbed it, or else we wouldn't have been able to run away." Daylight listened with an even more grave expression. Although he didn't know what kind of animal it was, he could basically conclude that it was a ferocious beast. His worst fears had happened, and ferocious beasts had begun to appear in the mountains and forests. What he fears is not 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, but the escalation of the overall environment, most likely forcing humans to follow the evolution. Back at the tribe, Nida and the others were treated for their wounds during the day. Nida was badly hurt. A gash was torn in her chest, luckily not very deep. Judging from the wounds, the claws of that ferocious beast were terrifying. And that's just the claws. I'm afraid the teeth are even more exaggerated. Not a single head of prey was brought back, but 4 men were killed and 6 wounded. Arguably the worst the two tribes had ever seen. It's been a hot time for both tribes, making one forget the cruelty of the world. Now that something like this has happened, the two tribes are instantly shrouded in gloom. The next day was cloudy. Neither tribe had gone hunting again. After all, they needed a reprieve after what had happened. Patriarch Harrison personally came over to Daylight to discuss the subsequent arrangements. But what can be arranged during the day? Both tribes need to hunt, and simply rearing animals is simply not enough to keep both tribes functioning. The key problem is that these people just have to eat meat and can't live without it. Daylight even suspected that it wasn't the meat they needed, but that it contained some kind of energy he couldn't see. Under normal circumstances, people should be able to live even without meat. Otherwise, how could humans on Earth have evolved from nomadism to farming? But in this world, farming just isn't practical. After some agreement, the two tribes still decided that they would continue to hunt. Of course, the scale of feeding would have to be increased subsequently. So, on the third day, the two tribes temporarily refrained from recreating their cities and went into a state of defense. During the day, the Peace Hill Patriarch took a hunting party and went up to the mountains to hunt, and the day brought with it the night. All this time, Blackout was following Nessie. This little puppy didn't know what was going on, eating meat every day. It just didn't grow much, if at all. The only change is that its fur is darker and shinier. Day brought Blackout with him because he knew Blackout was sharp, playing it safe. The hunting party didn't go too far into the woods today, just around the tribe. But I don't know if it was luck or what, but during the day they just encountered a lot of prey, and they were all sheep and cattle, either rabbits and such small animals, and they didn't encounter any fierce beasts. Easily, they had hunted quite a few more prey during the day. It made him suspect that he was just blessed with good fortune. After the hunt was over, Daylight returned to the vicinity of the tribe. Hesitantly, he decided to visit the place where Nida and the others had been attacked earlier. It didn't take long for Daylight to find the scene where Nida and the others had fought that ferocious beast earlier. It was gruesome. The trees were toppled over a lot and the scene was a mess. The ones that died, there were no bones left. Looking around during the day, I noticed that many of the trees had scratches and there were some hairs left at the site. Very strange hair, black and white. Always feel that the beast is a bit familiar. Thumbs up. Daylight suddenly felt the black knight on his shoulder start to explode, and he immediately stepped back in a wary manner. The mountains were quiet. The bird calls were gone. Something seemed to be approaching up ahead, but the sound was subtle, not like a beast of prey. But the day doesn't suspect the reaction of the night, and this little puppy is resourceful as hell. Click here. The trees in front of them were suddenly torn apart, and a massive figure began to appear in Daylight. No wonder it always felt like the description of Camus and the others looked a bit familiar. Isn't this a panda? What a big panda. Must be over 3 meters tall. How could he care to look at it more during the day and run away? He knew that although this thing was cute in modern times, it was a bully in primitive society, with unrivaled biting power. During the day, he didn't dare to run in the direction of the tribe, but ran towards the deep forest. The panda didn't know what was going on, so it chased after him with all its might. This girl is also too vindictive. It had obviously been injured and should logically have gone into hiding, but it actually waited at the scene of the accident for 2 days, so it was too shady. Daylight realized, however, that the panda wasn't really fast in the mountains, and it didn't have the ability to just knock trees out of the way like the brute did. So, Daylight accelerated and darted forward. It didn't take long for him to lose the panda and run to a hillside to rest. It wasn't long, however, before the panda was seen coming after them again during the day. This girl is simply in hot pursuit, so Daylight continued to run, and soon lost the panda out of sight again, and he hid in a big tree to rest. This time it was dumped far, far away, and during the day I thought the panda wouldn't show up again, but by the time it was ready to get dark, this girl appeared again. Do you want to be so vindictive? As for chasing after it like that? Unable to do anything about it, he didn't dare to go back to the tribe during the day, but continued to hide in the mountains and forests. It didn't take long for it to get dark. Having run up a few hills during the day and ducked down next to the ravine creek, it was dark, which was not good for him, because it was a bad day and there was no moonlight at night, so he couldn't even see the road. During the day, worried that it was his odor that kept the panda following, he even deliberately took a bath in the creek, and afterward moved to a different place. Didn't dare to drill wood for fire, but hid in a tall tree. I don't know how much time had passed, but it felt like it was late at night during the day anyway, and he was resting his eyes on a tree. Suddenly, the darkness on his shoulder clawed impatiently, and Daylight snapped awake. Looking down, he almost didn't curse. In the darkness, he dimly saw a huge figure climbing up the trunk of the tree, and it was none other than the panda. Is this a fucking iron eater or a vindictive beast? For 3 whole days and 3 nights, he had been chased by pandas during the day. During the day, he was so fast that he could easily shake off the pandas, but after a while, the pandas always find him. This girl is simply a dog's nose. The problem was, Daylight didn't even know why he was being chased all the time, and it wasn't like he had injured the pandas, so did this girl have to keep chasing? During the day, it was not that he had not thought about the giant panda, but he did not have the guts. On the strength of the giant panda's slap that could shatter a tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters, he was afraid to take a hard hit. In the heart of the daytime, the giant panda had long been recognized as a ferocious beast. The ferocious beast can be 1 level higher than the fierce beast. Fierce too much. but it's not a good idea to keep being chased like this. You can't rest for a long time and you can't go back to your tribe. It's suffocating. So on the fourth day, Daylight came up with a plan: lure the pandas into the minefield canyon. Chapter 40, a cute, mean thing. Very risky idea, but in order to get rid of the pandas, the daytime can only take a risk. The first step of the plan was to lose the pandas' trail during the day and then run to the minefield canyon to prepare. The canyon is often visited during the day to get rocks during this time, so there are lots of twigs and dried leaves here. By the time you wrap your hands and feet in thick dry leaves during the day, the pandas are coming after you. Daylight looked back at the giant panda, his eyes flashing with gloom. As long as he brought the giant panda into the canyon, he would have panda roast meat to eat later. So Daylight picked up the prepared trees and struck out for the canyon. However, it was soon discovered during the day that after the giant panda chased it to a position about 50 meters from the canyon, it actually stopped. Shit, this girl doesn't know the danger of the canyon and doesn't dare to chase after it, right? Daylight stood about 20 meters from the canyon. His face blackened as he kept shaking the trees in his hands. This dog thief should not be so chicken thief. Hurry over to send death. Probably sensing the daytime provocation, the pandas soon chased after them again. Daylight was overjoyed, but he didn't rush to run, but waited patiently. This giant panda is really big and furry, and it does look quite cute, but its claws and teeth are also really sharp. If a bear hug, guaranteed to become a meat pie. Seeing that the giant panda had already killed 10 meters away, Daylight immediately ran towards the canyon. There was a location on the ground that he had marked earlier, and it was still 10 meters away from the danger zone, so as long as he quickly turned around when he reached the danger zone, it was highly likely that the giant panda would be killed by lightning. However, when Daylight approached the danger zone, the giant panda stopped again. At this time, the giant panda was only 10 meters away from Daylight and 20 meters away from the canyon. Daylight's face darkened again. Any further and he would be struck by lightning. Daylight shook the trees again, and the giant panda started forward again. Only it didn't run, but slowly moved forward, its eyes with confusion in them, looking foolish and silly, standing still during the day. His heart was in his throat as he watched the giant panda approach. He was afraid that when the giant panda pounced and couldn't dodge, he himself would be pushed into the minefield and be chopped to death. I don't know what happened to the giant panda. It froze and didn't pounce forward. It just slowly walked forward. Moreover, it is walking while tilting its head, two eyes with confusion, as if questioning what to do during the day. Seeing the panda walk up to him, Daylight gritted his teeth and entered the danger zone. He had tested it many times. As long as he entered the danger zone, he could be struck by lightning at any time. And 2 meters further, he would definitely be struck by lightning. A meter or so into the danger zone, Daylight didn't wait for the lightning to strike and hurriedly stuck the trees in the ground before doing his best to scatter his legs towards the side and run away. Snap! The sound of lightning striking down was particularly ear-splitting, shaking Daylight to the bone momentarily. At the same time, Daylight was excited. This time, the pandas are definitely going to be chopped to death. Soon Daylight rushed out of the canyon outside the minefield, and was already about 30 meters away from the pandas. He turned his head with a face full of excitement, and his expression instantly froze. Originally, he thought that what he saw was a giant panda being split into mature cats, the kind that could be eaten at any time. But what he saw was that the giant panda was standing by the trees with a confused face. During the day, I really saw that the giant panda had a strange look on its face, and its eyes seemed to say, "This little cutie, run what?" Just now, there was obviously lightning down, but it didn't hit the trees or the pandas. Soon the day's face darkened even more. The pandas began to lean into the tree that they had just inserted during the day, scratching and twisting, as flirtatious as pole dancing. The more it played, the more energized it became, and it even picked up and picked a few leaves to eat, then rolled around on the ground again to be cute. Shit, it's so odd that you know how to be cute when you're obviously amazing at fighting. I really wonder why the pandas were not struck by lightning when they had clearly entered the minefield. Is it because the panda is strong and the range of being electrocuted shrinks? Or is there no continuity in this lightning today? The giant panda was having so much fun that it even rolled to the mouth of the canyon. It did look cute and alive, but during the day, it always felt that it could slap a person into oblivion with a single slap. Just as Daylight was wondering, he suddenly saw the giant panda picking up a black stone on the ground, which Daylight thought was basalt ore. The panda looks at the stone, then puts it in his mouth and bites it. Daylight looks silly. That Shen ironstone is very hard and sharp. Otherwise he would not have to go through all the trouble to get his hands on it. This guy can be good. Actually like eating fruit. Suddenly, Daylight thought of what pandas were called in ancient times, and his face became even more unnatural. Iron-eating beasts. Does that mean Eating basalt ores? Pyo. Too damn pyo. After a while, the giant panda seemed to be tired of playing as well as eating, and it began to walk towards the canyon. Seeing that the giant panda was never struck by lightning, Daylight was truly shocked. He hesitated and walked towards the canyon as well. At this time, the pandas had already entered the canyon, and during the daytime, they walked to a position roughly 10 meters away from the canyon. When snap, a lightning bolt suddenly descended. Daylight pissed himself in fear and ran outside again with his legs spread out. Lightning struck the tree he had just placed, and the tree instantly became powder. The panda in the entrance to the canyon looked back and let out a growl at the outside before it ran into the canyon and disappeared. Daylight retreated back to the safe zone, staring in shock as the pandas disappeared into the canyon. He then realized that it wasn't that the canyon didn't have lightning, but that lightning didn't strike pandas. Turning to Daylight, he thought of a possibility that the giant panda's home was in the middle of the canyon. The reason why it ran out was because it had been alarmed by its own recent frequent visits here to get rocks. And the reason why it is pursuing itself is also because it has the scent of basalt ore on its body. The more I think about the daytime, the more embarrassed I am, and after all the trouble, the root of everything is in myself. Then again, what is in this canyon and why do pandas live in it? Daylight was really itching to enter the canyon, desperately wanting to do so. He obviously couldn't enter by himself. He had to rely on the pandas. But what would it take to get it to willingly take itself into the canyon? For the habits of giant pandas, the daytime really do not know too much. Just know that this thing likes to cute and eat bamboo shoots. Right, look for bamboo shoots. During the day, I found a serious problem. There are bamboo forests in this neighborhood, but there are no bamboo shoots. The bamboo here is not the single seedling kind, but grows in heaps and heaps. At this season, there are no bamboo shoots. This is depressed. During the day, I know that pandas eat bamboo shoots. Other habits are really not very understanding. Cannot go to the canyon outside to sell cute to attract pandas, right? Little daddy, little daddy. The shouts of Nessie drifted through the mountains, and Daylight couldn't help but be alarmed to hear that something big had happened. Only when there was a big problem that couldn't be solved, Nessie would run to the side of the mountain like this and yell. This was very dangerous and would make the beast stare at her. Chapter 41, It's hard to make a career. Daylight ran past while answering on the other side. Going over the opposite side of the hill, he soon met Nessie. This girl was also a tiger enough to be alone. It also proves that something is really wrong. Seeing Daylight, she was very excited and greeted him. Little father, it's great that you're still alive. I thought you were dead. Daylight frowned. Nida's injury hasn't gotten better yet? Nessie froze and shook her head. It's getting better, Pops. It's the tribe that's in trouble. A lot of people died in the Harrison tribe. And then the cows and sheep all died. Everyone was scared, so I came to find you. Daylight's face darkened as he hurriedly followed Nessie back to the tribe in one piece, said to lead the tribe of the coming day to a better future, but also think of creating a primitive city, which has not yet begun the tribe to problems. Where is the trouble? On the way, Nessie detailed the situation. 2 days ago dead cows started appearing in the Harrison tribe. At first they didn't care and ate the dead beef. Starting yesterday, people from the Harrison tribe died one after another. Today there were also cattle and sheep deaths in the Liji tribe, and Camu and the others are terrified, and now the tribe is on edge. Those cows were so scary dead. Their stomachs were super big and then their eyes were flying out. Nessie got a nasty chill. Frowning during the day sounds a lot like some kind of virus that causes a flu bug and then infects people, but that's a high mortality rate, and it's a little scary that the attacks are so rapid. Daylight asked, any other reactions? For example, was the cow manic or bellowing before it died? No, Nessie shook her head. Anyway, I was looking alright, and then that cow suddenly just fell down and fell asleep, and then she died. The belly got big all of a sudden and it was really scary. Weird. How did this happen all of a sudden? Where's Nida? Is he better? Nida much better. Already can come out to walk. Aya little father. You quickly go la. Black Knight, come and hug. As the sun set, Daylight and Nessie rushed back to the tribe. He first returned to the Lili tribe to understand the basic situation, after which he rushed to the Haruzan tribe. Patriarch Pingshan was still alive, and he was thrilled to see Bai Tian. Brother Bai Tian, you finally come back alive. Quickly think of a solution. Our tribe has lost 8 people. Daylight frowned. Patriarch, first tell me the situation, including before and after. Why did the cows die and the people too? Those 8 men all died from eating dead cows. At first 1 cow died, so I thought it would be just right to give them a share of the meat. After dark, more and more cows died, and the sheep all died. Then dawn came and all 8 of those men were dead. All the cattle and sheep in the tribe are dead, with extraordinarily large bellies, and we don't dare to eat them, they are all carried out and thrown away. Daylight looked grave. Besides the cows and sheep, all the other animals are dead too? The Harrison patriarch, however, shook his head. No, just the cows and sheep died, nothing else. Aha, this isn't right. Usually small animals suffer first, but now it's the big ones? Walking over to the Harrison tribe's bullpen, Daylight sucked in a breath of cold air. The bellies of those cows were not normally big, as if they were blown up and ready to burst. Even if it's a virus, that's a lot of bull to blow. Because the light had dimmed, Daylight had asked Chief Harrison and the others to light a fire outside the cowshed, while Daylight then began to look carefully at the dead cows and sheep. The stomach is large and the whole thing is hardened, but there are no wounds on the body. Daylight told Patriarch Harrison and the others to back off. Then he stabbed the bone dagger on the cow's stomach. Boo! The cow's stomach immediately began to spew out gas, which was cold and had a strange aroma. It felt a bit like a barbecue aroma. By the time the gas was released, the corpse became very dried out, somewhat similar to the unicorn cow that had been drained by the ugly ferocious beast earlier. Could it be that this is also the work of the ugly beast? But the Black Knight didn't blow up, and the ugly ferocious beast was so hungover that it wouldn't go after human-raised cows and sheep. After studying it for a while and not being able to see a clue, Daylight couldn't help but sigh. His level of medical skill was really not very good, and his talent in this area was also very poor. Patriarch, have the men bury all these dead cows and sheep, bury them far away, and go even in the dark. Patriarch Harrison didn't say anything and hurriedly led the men to get busy. Things are really bad this time, and it's highly likely that it's some kind of very lethal infectious disease. There is nothing you can do about this type of disease during the day but hide. If it's truly confirmed to be an epidemic, those two tribes must leave the area immediately. It was dark, and during the day, Chief Harrison and Camus were crouching outside the barn. All three men were sad, especially the head of the Harrison clan. He doesn't want to move, because he's just about to build a big house. Patriarch Pingshan said deeply, "Brother Daylight, is there really no other way?" Daylight sighed. "For now, leaving is the best thing to do. What I'm worried about is not whether or not we can raise cattle afterward, but the fact that more and more of us are dying. Moreover, even if we find out the cause, we have no way to cure it. How is it possible to fight a viral invasion with today's medical care? It's so melancholy." It was not easy for him to be ruthless and decide to do something great, but he did not expect his plan to be aborted just before it started, so he was not willing to do it. It had been hard to get both tribes to trust him, and it looked like everything was starting to be ripe for doing something he wanted to do. It's only been a few days and all kinds of shit. Why is it so hard to make a career in a primitive society? The Harrison patriarch was helpless. "I was thinking that I would see the big house built when I almost died, but I didn't expect." Camus took over. "It's not really a big deal. Just find a new place and start over. We agreed before we came out that we'd go wherever we were comfortable." The Pingshan patriarch smiled bitterly. "Your Lyri tribe has few people, so of course it's no problem if you want to leave. But we have many people in the Pingshan tribe, and the reason why so many people stay in our tribe is because our tribe has not been walking around since my grandfather." Daylight opened his mouth to say something when he suddenly heard a subtle rustling in the bullpen. "It seems like something is crawling." Daylight immediately turned back alertly. The bullpen was dark and he didn't see anything, but the rustling of tiny sounds didn't stop. Daylight was puzzled and walked over to the fire to get a burning stick, then walked into the bullpen. The rustling stopped immediately after the bullpen was illuminated. Didn't see anything in the barn other than the little bit of hay and cow poop that was left, and so on. Suddenly, Daylight was attracted to the grass on the ground. It suddenly occurred to him that the cattle and sheep raised were all grass eaters. Was it possible that it was because there was something wrong inside the grass? During the day, he squatted down and used a torch to illuminate the grass on the ground. A closer look at the daytime creeps. Chapter 42, A Good Way to Kill Bugs. By the light of the fire, many bugs were clearly seen crawling on the forage during the day. Light green, as tiny as a hair. They look especially like green leeches. Is this a green wireworm? Daylight instantly felt goosebumps all over his body, and a vicious chill ran through his heart. These bugs looked, well, scary. What was even weirder was that they were crawling in the same direction, so densely packed that at first glance it looked like a big green snake. No wonder it rustles. Camus and Matriarch Harrison came over as well, and Camus asked curiously, "What's wrong, Brother Daylight?" Daylight swallowed his throat and cautiously stepped back. "The grass that the cows and sheep eat has worms." "What's a bug?" Camus wondered. "I couldn't explain it to them during the day." In their minds, animals were cows, sheep and birds, oblivious to bugs and such. Daylight motioned for them to exit, and he scrutinized the bugs with his torch, trying to see where they were going to crawl. Without looking closely, It really does look like a green snake wriggling around. And after crawling out of the barn, they quickly blended in with the grass and couldn't be seen at all. After leaving the barn, Daylight's eyes lit up and said, "Patriarch Pingshan, go catch a rabbit and come here, quickly." Without asking why, Matriarch Hirayama rushed off to catch a rabbit. Daylight twisted the rabbit's arms and legs off and placed them in front of the crawling bug. However, instead of crawling up the rabbit, the bugs went around it. Did the bugs have nothing to do with the deaths of the cows and sheep? Daylight stabbed the rabbit again, making it bleed, and then proceeded to get in front of the bug. This time the worm crawled onto the rabbit and was following the wound into the rabbit. These bugs are actually pro-blood. Not a moment later, Daylight found that the rabbit was dead, and its stomach began to slowly expand. These bugs are really the culprit. Not waiting for the rabbit's stomach to completely turn into a balloon, Daylight sliced through the rabbit with a bone dagger and scrutinized the meat. Sure enough, green worms were found in the veins, only they turned flesh-colored. What's even more frightening is that when the meat was roasted over a fire during the day, none of those bugs actually died. The worms didn't die until the meat was charred. This bug, it's fucking scary. During the daytime with Camus, they searched around the cowshed all night and found so many bugs. Not only were there on the side of the Harrison tribe, but also on the side of the Lyrai tribe. It could be said that the two tribes were all surrounded by these horrible color-changing insects, thanks to the fact that people rarely eat green plants nowadays. Otherwise, there would have been a massive die-off. The more he thought about the daytime, the more horrified he was. He suddenly understood a little bit why the primitive people here had to eat meat. Damn, eating plants can have such horrible bugs. Eating meat instead of clean. How do you mess with a bug that can't be killed by fire and isn't afraid of water? After thinking about it all night during the day, he couldn't figure out what to do about the bugs. Dispensing medicine was obviously out of the question. With his medical foundation, it was impossible to formulate an insecticide in a short period of time. Really, have to move? Honestly, it's so disheartening during the day. In the twinkling of an eye, Daylight came out of the barn to find both Camus and the Pingshan patriarch asleep by the fire. Without waking the two men during the day, he crouched by the now extinguished fire and gathered the wood ashes together with a stick. It was a little cool in the fall morning and he wanted to get warm. Inadvertently, Daylight's stick ruffled a rock, which cracked open in the process. Because it had been burned for so long, the stone had been burned through and was white on the inside. Daylight didn't care at first, picking the stone into the wood ash, but soon he thought of something, and his heart and mind shook as he picked the stone out again. White, quicklime? The rocks around here do kind of look like granite. Very hard. Burned out. It might really be quicklime. When the stones cooled down, took one during the day, found water and dropped the stone into it. ZZ, it's really quicklime. Now the daytime was excited, because he clearly remembered that lime had a strong insecticidal effect. In the countryside, lime was often used to kill poison, and quicklime in water creates a lot of heat, enough to kill those green bugs. To make sure the quicklime worked, I got another piece of quicklime crushed during the day and sprinkled it on the green bugs. To Daylight's surprise, the green worms were still really afraid of quicklime. When the lime was sprinkled on, those green worms immediately twisted and struggled in pain, and died in a short time. Lime is effective. So, during the day, he called up the Harrison patriarch and Camus, and hastened to gather the people and burn the stones. Of course, instead of throwing it directly into the wood fire and burning it, a crude brick kiln was constructed, with the stones placed on top and the wood burned underneath. In his previous life, the daytime was rural, and as a child, he played with burning stones in his house, so he was familiar with these. A couple of the nearby mountains have hard rock. I don't know if it counts as granite during the day, but it burns like a champ anyway. The next 2 days were busy for both tribes. A part of the people specialized in going to the mountains to hunt, and the remaining part stayed in the tribe to burn stones with the day piece. Even though many people didn't understand why they were burning rocks, they rarely complained. This is a favorite thing during the day. Primitive people don't like to talk so much and do what they say they're going to do. 2 days later, white quicklime was sprinkled all over the interior and exterior of the two tribes. This was a relief during the day. Lime not only kills green bugs, it also disinfects. It doesn't smell too good, but it keeps people alive longer. Patriarch Pingshan was uncertain, and said in a low voice, "Brother Daylight, can this really solve the problem?" Daylight nodded his head affirmatively. "Can. Patriarch, don't worry, for a long time, our tribe won't have these troubles anymore. But right now, our trouble is that we have to hunt and raise cattle and sheep again. But raising cattle requires eating grass. And what if there are still worms in the grass outside by then?" Patriarch Harrison was worried. Daylight revealed a smile. "I've thought of this long ago, Patriarch. This time we happen to do something big. These days, We hunt during the day and come back at night and build the barn. Another big thing, planting grass. Planting grass? Matriarch Harayama was uncertain. Daylight nodded. Yes, plant grass. Plant grass where we have sprinkled stone powder. The grass that grows that way is not only free of bugs, it also grows better. Moreover, the grass that has been sprinkled with stone powder won't die right away, and the cows will still be able to eat it. It just needs to be washed. Do you think, Patriarch, that if we grow enough grass, won't we be able to raise more cattle and sheep? When that happens, won't we need to venture out to hunt? Daylight had calculated that although there was no way to directly enter the farming civilization now, it could be a transition period. Grow grass to raise animals first. Maybe later on people here can also move away from cannibalism and move to real farming. Chapter 43, Smelling Death. Daylight's surmise was right. The grass didn't die directly after the lime was spread, but grew better. On a happier note, a few days later it began to rain, just enough to wash the lime off the blades of grass and give the area around the tribe a new look. Of course, it was prudent to go hunting during the day and catch a couple of sheep to bring back and raise. After many days of raising them, the lambs were so fat and jerky that people ate them without dying. Now both tribes are excited, and it just feels like they've gotten through a major hurdle. This feeling of passing also gives a sense of accomplishment during the day, as if you have done something great again. For a long time afterward, Daylight led the tribe in grass planting and farming. Occasionally, Daytime runs to Thunder Canyon to try to lure the pandas out of the canyon. However, the pandas just didn't show up again, but they picked up a lot of basalt stones during the day. The turn of the year is now winter, and the temperature of the mountains and forests is lowering. Strangely enough, the difference in temperature between the seasons here is again more pronounced, and it does get very cold in the winter, even reaching 0 degrees. In all the years that Daylight had been in this world, he had never seen snow, only ice, but even with the icing, the mountains were still very green, and it even felt like the plants were growing normally. However, it is true that in the wintertime there will be very little fruit in the mountains. Most animals don't seem to be in the habit of hibernating and will still come out. I don't know why, but this winter has been particularly good for hunting, and hunting has become extra easy. This made both tribes so happy that they hunted every day with full loads and even caught many cubs. For a while, the tribe's breeding size was increasing, and everyone was happy. Seeing the two tribes thriving, Daylight was very accomplished. For him, it was an honor to lead the two tribes to a better life. Men, all have a sense of enterprise, and Daylight is no exception. Seeing that the two tribes he built can develop smoothly in the dangerous primitive society, which man is not happy? Just as happy as he was vaguely uneasy during the day. Under normal circumstances, when the temperature drops in winter, the active prey should be slowly decreasing. Now the appearance of more and more prey is really abnormal. It was a rainy day after winter, and during the night, the Lyrai tribe was attacked. The attack came suddenly, targeting not people but cattle and sheep kept on the flanks of the tribe. By the time he got there at daylight, Camus and the others were already there, and torches were lit outside the barn. Pops, what a strange beast. It's small, but it can gore a cow to death, Naida said with a furrowed brow. Now that Naida was already a unique figure in the tribe, he and Lingran had a pretty good little life. Earlier, Daylight had already built a new house for him and Lingran, and they lived on their own, while Daylight still lived with Naishi. During the day, I walked into the barn and looked at it, and there were 2 dead cows, all of which had their necks bitten. Judging from the wounds, the others should not be very big. Only, it rather gave Daylight a very bad feeling as he suddenly thought of a fierce beast. Wolf. After coming to this world for 30 years, he had never seen a wolf during the day. He had always thought that wolves probably lived in the grasslands, and this was a forest. But now, the wounds on the dead cow looked very much like they were caused by wolves, and more than one. 4 wolves. Daylight was fearful from the bottom of his heart, because such things were too intelligent to be messed with. The reason why we haven't heard any wolf whistles yet is most likely because the few wolves that are coming now are just the vanguard, and the real wolves haven't appeared yet. Daylight asked in a low voice, "What does a manticore look like?" A man took over. I was the first one over. It was very dark and they ran so fast they were gone in a flash. I'm sure it wasn't big though, smaller than a sheep, but really fast. Then the eyes seemed to glow. I even saw one looking back at me for a second with green eyes. Is it really a wolf? Daylight took a moment to calculate and rushed at Camus. From now on, arrange for 2 people to stand guard during the night time. Naida, you immediately go over to the Pingshan tribe and make the situation clear to the patriarch, asking him to arrange for someone to stand guard as well. Camus wondered, Brother Daylight, since they're not big, we don't have to be too scared, do we? No, Daylight shook his head deeply. I doubt it. It's a beast of prey worse than a unicorn bull. Worse than a unicorn? Camu and the others were instantly furious. When they were attacked by the unicorn cow, it was almost as if the whole clan was lost. Daylight continued, keep watch for a few days first, and see what happens after that. I'll keep watch first tonight. That night, instead of sleeping again during the day, he kept watch by the fire outside the barn. And I don't know why, but he just had a feeling that his heart was pounding. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, and the last time was when he encountered a tiger and a python entangled in a fight. Ever since Daylight proposed planting grass, the Lyri tribe and the Hiruzen tribe raised a lot of animals. The Lyri tribe alone had more than 30 cows and sheep, and there were also many rabbits and the like. During this period of time, the hunting focus of the two tribes had shifted from hunting ready-made meat to catching cubs. It was also true that there had been a lot of prey appearing in the mountains and forests lately, so much so that it was a bit abnormal. It's safe to say that the two tribes have been developing so well and so smoothly for so long that one forgets that the danger has been. Ouch! Suddenly a wolf whistle came, and Daylight stood up with a sudden start. Glancing at the direction from which the wolf whistle came, Daylight immediately yelled with all his might, "Come out!" Before Kajai and the others could rush over, Daylight could already see that many pairs of green eyes appeared in the distance. Sure enough, it's a wolf pack. No wonder more and more prey has been showing up lately, driven here by wolves. In daytime cognizance, wolves wade in by driving their prey non-stop to where they want it to be before they start rounding it up. Things like wolves are scary, with exaggerated stamina and patience. Hoo-hoo! A dark shadow began to swoop over, and by the faint light of the fire, Daylight got a good look at the visitor. It's really a wolf. The black wolves, all small in size, were no different from normal wolves on Earth. Only, the teeth were more visible and faster. A dozen wolves appeared in front of them, and Daylight scattered his legs while screaming, "Attack! Attack! Ouch!" The sound of wolves whistling again came from the distance, and the daytime was even more numbing. The size of this wolf pack seemed terrifying. Camu and the others ran out, and they were still a bit stunned when they saw the little prey chasing after them during the day. Daylight called out as he ran, "Everyone get up and head over to the Pingshan tribe at once, quickly, don't mind the cows and sheep, people are important. If it's really a super big wolf pack, saving people is the key. Without people, it's useless to raise more cows and sheep." Camu and the others weren't too happy about it and rushed up to attack the few wolves behind Daylight. But those few wolves were very smart and turned around in time to run away, disappearing again in the twinkling of an eye. It's so fast, it feels like it just flies. Daylight turned back to see the scene of those several wolves flying shuttle disappeared. He was even more hairy, and hurriedly roared, "Do not freeze, quickly take people to go. Cowhide drums, as well as weapons, all give to bring. Fast!" Ouch! The wolf whistles came again, and this time from another direction. Daylight was even more convinced that his guess was right. This wolf pack was huge. Camu blocked Daylight. "Brother Daylight, can't you block?" "Can't stop them." Daylight's face was gloomy. "Don't look at their small size. They are terrifying. Hurry up. Only by gathering with the Flat Mountain tribe will we have any hope of surviving. Hurry." "That's not good. We haven't even fought yet. Why are we running away?" "Yeah, it's not such a rush, is it?" A group of people were talking. Daytime, who cared to explain more, yelled, "If you don't want to die, run with me." "Want to die?" When I did not say. Saying that, Daylight had run off first. It's not that he's desperate, but this time, he really smells death. Chapter 44, there's still a fight to be had. After all, Camu still believed in Daylight, and while shouting for the crowd to hurry and retreat, he also followed Daylight. Not to mention Naide, he believed whatever Daylight said. Seeing Daylight and Camu and Naidu running away, the others didn't dare to hesitate any longer and followed. Of course, there were also people who had crooked thoughts. A few felt that it was just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to commandeer the cows in the barn, so they chose to run to the barn anyway. While running, Daylight kept an eye on his surroundings. He discovered something very scary. The wolves had actually entered the tribe. Those wolves were black, and they blended perfectly with the night. Just now, when Daylight and Camu and the others dealt with those few wolves, there were already so many wolves lurking into the tribe. They huddled in the corners, waiting for the leader to give orders. Terrible. These wolves' ability to fight in groups is even more terrifying than humans. Watch out for the children. Take the men and run toward the Harrison tribe. While you're banging the drums, quickly, Daylight shouted as she ran. "Nessie, come out." Camu was a good hunter after all, and he could smell prey lurking around too. In the darkness, he could feel so many eyes staring at him. It was an extremely frightening feeling that sent shivers down one's spine. When Daylight ran back into the house, Nessie also happened to run out of it, blackness frying on her shoulder. "Pops, what's wrong?" During the day, he did not care to explain, ran into the house and took the cowhide drum and hurriedly beat it. Knock knock. The sound of the cowhide drums instantly resounded through the night, and at the same time, Daylight heard the wolf whistling once again in the distance. Ow! It's the sound of the horn of attack. Sure enough, shrieks soon came from the outskirts of the tribe, and the lurking wolves began to attack. Daylight beat the cowhide drums as he ran out of the house and yelled at Nessie, "Grab your weapons and follow me, quickly!" Nessie was steady in her panic, bone dagger in one hand, spear in the other, and quickly followed Daylight. Nida, who lived next door, also came out, but he was smart enough to carry Lingran, who was banging the drum on his back. There were non-stop screams coming from the tribe, and Daylight's scalp went numb as he kept banging the drum with Nida while running towards the direction of the Harrison tribe. At this time, Daylight really regretted that he shouldn't have separated himself from the Harrison tribe by a distance in the first place. When he had come to settle near the Harrison tribe before, he had deliberately kept the two tribes separated by a distance of 400 to 500 meters, thinking that the people of the two tribes were not the same size, and it might be better to live apart. It was only later when he proposed to create a city that he considered mixing the two tribes to live together. It was only for a long time that the city did not continue to be built, as survival was the biggest issue these days. Now, these hundreds of meters separating the two tribes had given the wolves a chance to take advantage of the situation. The Pingshan tribe is crowded, and if the Pingshan tribe is close, the wolves would never dare to attack so riskily. Whoosh! Two black shadows came flying from the side. Daylight subconsciously sidestepped to avoid them, while Nesh was smart enough to stab his spear over. Although they missed, they both saw the two wolves that were flying at them, dark and tanned, and quite athletic in his movements. Immediately after missing the flying swoop, he jumped to a dark place to hide again. Damn, who the hell is a human being? Why do wolves have higher IQs than humans? Bai Tianjin felt his spinal cord shivering. The fighting strength of these wolves was truly terrifying. One-on-one, a human would win steadily, but these wolves would only play dirty. Nessie was also frightened and ran while screaming, "Pops, they're so fast and I can't even see them clearly." Nida responded, "That's why we run. As long as we stay with the people of the Harrison tribe, they won't dare to attack if there are more of us." Nida is really ripe for the picking. I only heard Nida continue to shout, "Little father, you run fast, go and light one of the houses on fire. Light it up so we can see them." Daylight's heart trembled. He hadn't really thought of this layer. The tribal houses are all grass huts, and although the last 2 days have been rainy, the houses are not all wet. Because it was winter, there were many fires in the tribe. Only because it was the latter part of the night, most of them were on the verge of going out. Daylight ran to the door of a hayloft, and the people inside had run out. He immediately took a little starlight from the fire outside the door and lit the hayloft. The hayloft was soon ablaze, and though it didn't burn very brightly, the faint glow of the fire still illuminated the surroundings. Knock knock, drumming again during the day. He followed Nessie and the others and continued to run towards the Harrison tribe. Up ahead, Kajai came running with her child on her back. "They're blocking our way." Grass. Daylight almost didn't curse. These wolves were too smart to know how to block the middle of the two tribes. Whoosh! Without waiting for much thought, several wolves pounced again, and Kajai and the others had to fight back. Instead of tangling with the wolf during the day, he scurried through the tribe while banging his drum and kept setting the houses on fire. So many wolves, the tribe was all over the place. Most of the people had been besieged and forced to fight the wolves. The cattle of the coming tribe were tall, especially the men, and it wasn't that easy for the wolves to kill them. But children can be dangerous. When the children were attacked, the adults had to be rescued, and in this way the adults were also attacked from the back. For a time, the entire tribe was in disarray. Shouts, screams, and fights were intertwined. During the day, while drumming and darting around, he sees wolves attacking children who are left alone and rushes over to them, killing them. Those wolves are really smart. As soon as they feel they are at a disadvantage, they withdraw immediately. No entanglement, just a speed war. Kill, kill. An uplifting shout came from the distance, and Daylight was overjoyed. It should be the Harrison clan chief who had brought his men over to provide support. Ouch! Sure enough, after a wolf whistle came from the distance, the wolves quickly retreated. It came and went quickly, and in the twinkling of an eye it was all withdrawn, very crisply. Seeing that someone still wanted to go after them, Daylight immediately shouted, "Don't go after them." Camu ran over with her child on her back, panting, "These beasts are so fast, and they don't fight us, they just try to bite from behind. It's just a sneak attack." Daylight looked around and gritted his teeth. "We can't stay here tonight. Go and meet up with Matriarch Harrison right away. If I'm not wrong, They'll be back tonight. The wolves had only made their first round of attacks, and hadn't even taken the prey they had killed yet, so how could they possibly rest? Nida, you guys go and bring the injured people with you, if they are already dead, or they really can't live. Forget it. We don't have that much time or energy. Behind that, there's a vicious battle. The size of this wolf pack was quite large. There had to be at least 100 wolves, and from start to finish, their leader had yet to enter the tribe. Following that, there must be a more ferocious attack. These wolves, their IQ is just too high. Chapter 45, A Way to Deal with Wolves. It didn't take long for all of Daylight and Camus and the others to enter the Hiruzen tribe. The situation is worse than expected, with 4 dead, 3 bitten, and 2 children missing from the coming tribe. Most importantly, the wolves' attack crushed hearts and minds, and so many people were trembling with fear. But Daylight knew that now was not the time to tremble. The crisis of death hadn't disappeared, and the wolves were still nearby. At this time, Daylight and the Hiruzen Patriarch and others were gathered outside the Hiruzen tribe, and could see that the Lyrai tribe was still on fire in the distance. Patriarch Harrison heartily lamented, "It's terrible, it comes and goes, and these beasts are still vicious. This is just the beginning." Daylight grimly took over. "Before dawn, they will definitely attack again. These beasts are called wolves, and their IQ is that they have very good brains. They will fight in groups. They will command, and their patience and endurance are amazing." What then? Patriarch Harrison could panic. He had just seen how miserable the coming tribe was. Daylight sank his breath and solemnly said, "All of you, we're going to die next. We'll have a chance of survival only if we survive until dawn." Patriarch Pingshan hurriedly said, "Brother Daylight, you say what we should do." "Yes, Brother Daylight, we all listen to you." Looking at the sincerity of the crowd, Daylight was quite moved in his heart. They were simple enough to be able to trust themselves so much during this period. It was hard to build up the 2 tribes, and he was truly distressed when a wolf pack impacted and washed them all away. Besides, you're in the middle of it yourself now. If you want to live, you have to work together. Daylight took a deep breath and began to lay out the groundwork. "Let's do it this way. Divide the people into 4 teams, 1 for east, west, south, and north. Light fires outside the tribe. Make sure to light up the whole tribe and make sure you can see the wolves approaching. If you see a wolf, beat the drum. 2 knocks means that it is seen, but the wolves have not yet attacked. 3 knocks means that the wolves are beginning to attack. Frequent knocks means many wolves, and the defense is about to be broken down. Also, have all the children all centralized in the center of the tribe. At the same time, have some of the women patrol the tribe and be responsible for teen-to-teen communication." As things stood, Daylight could only give up. First keep tonight, tomorrow's tomorrow. The tribe quickly moved, and the fire soon lit up the entire Harrison tribe. The defense line had just been set up when the sound of wolf whistles could be heard in the distance during the day. During the day, he and Nida and the others guarded the south side of the Harrison tribe, just in time to see the Lyrai tribe in the distance. The wolf whistles were coming from the side of the Sunrise tribe, where the fire had gone out. Apparently, the wolves are once again sweeping through the Lyrai tribe. Listening to the oozing wolf whistles, Daylight's heart was extraordinarily gloomy. Nida and the others were also nervous, gripping their weapons deathly tight. But the wolves didn't show up. This, on the contrary, made Daylight even more worried, because he knew that it was highly likely that the wolves would start engaging in lurking again. Little by little, time passed. Nida and the others saw that the wolves didn't show up, and one by one, they began to let their guard down, looking tired. During the day, however, he was not the least bit careless. His heartstrings were always taut. Although this was the first time he had come into contact with wolves, but when he was on Earth, he had seen the wolf totem and knew how terrifying wolves were. In order to hunt, something like stalking for a month would be done. What's more, these black wolves that appeared now had an IQ that was even more exaggerated than the wolves on Earth. The sky was still whitening as we turned the corner, and it was about to get light. Nida and the others were guarding the fire and had fallen asleep. Just then, Daylight heard a wolf whistle, and he immediately grabbed the cowhide drum and struck it hard. Knock knock. The sound of drums tore through the silence of the morning and everyone in the tribe was awakened. The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming. Sure enough, Daytime soon saw that there were so many dark shadows darting from the direction of the Sunrise tribe. A dense group of wolves. There must be at least 50 of them. Each one of them was dark and tanned, running at a very fast speed, swiftly coming towards the side. Daylight's scalp was numb and he kept beating the cowhide drum. With so many wolves, it was impossible for him and Nida and the others to hold them back. And support was needed. Nida and the others were also sharp and immediately prepared for battle after climbing up. When the wolves rushed to the opposite side about 50 meters, Another wolf whistle came from the distance, and then the wolves actually began to spread out and split into three paths. One road mainly attacked Daylight and the others, while the other two just ran to the sides, clearly attempting to kill the tribe. Combat literacy is too high. Daylight immediately called out, "Take the initiative, quick!" Nida and the others immediately rushed up with all their strength, and the man-wolf battle soon unfolded. Instead of joining the fight, Daylight pulled the woman in charge of messaging and said, "You go to the north and get people to come over for support." By the time the women ran into the tribe, it was Daylight running toward the east side of the tribe. The Harrison patriarch who guarded the western side of the tribe had already brought his men over to support him, but during the day he had a vague feeling that there would be another attack on the eastern side. This wolf pack leader was too intellectually capable to attack in a single line. The east side was guarded by Camus with his men, mostly from the Lyrai tribe. On the way, during the day, he saw Camus bring his men from the east side to support him, and he immediately shouted, "Go back! Go back!" Camus and the others froze for a moment, then rushed back. Daylight and Camus had just returned to the east side when wolf whistles started to come from the distance again, and then, Daylight saw that a group of wolves had also rushed out from the woods on the east side. There weren't as many wolves in this group, 30 or so in size, but they were faster. Damn, this wolf pack leader is too strong. Without much time to think, Daylight joined the battle with Camus and the others. These black wolves were really smart, and they weren't brutal when fighting. They withdrew when they couldn't beat them, but they didn't really retreat. They just pulled back and rearranged their battle formation, then attacked again. In this way, it wasn't that easy for the people to kill the wolves. Both sides turned into a tug-of-war, but the people were not as numerous as the wolves, so they were definitely at a disadvantage. But Daylight knew that the wolves wouldn't attack for long. It was a fighting instinct, as expected during the day. After tangling for about 10 minutes or so, the wolves didn't manage to kill the tribe, and the sound of wolf whistles came from the distance. The wolves began to retreat, disappearing into the forest in a flash. Those that were wounded, those that were killed, it didn't matter. Daylight was slightly relieved to have finally made it through the night. After dawn, the wolves should not attack, but when it gets dark again, it's hard to say. The tribes quickly regrouped. The round of attacks still cost both tribes a few men. Not dead, all lost to bites and scratches. Of course, they still managed to leave 8 wolves behind during the day, 2 of which were still alive. The tribesmen were tired, and after simply eating some meat, they began to rest. While he had the chance, Daylight also began to organize his thoughts. The appearance of the wolves caused Daylight to think of the previous unicorn cow herd. At that time, the unicorn bull herd was accompanied by the appearance of the ugly ferocious beast. Could it be that the arrival of the wolves this time was also due to the appearance of some super powerful ferocious beasts, forcing the wolves to flee their homes, and then they just happened to encounter the human tribe in the process of escaping? What kind of beast could it be? Is it scarier than that ugly beast? Could the beast be the pandas in Thunder Canyon? Thinking of pandas, the brain of the day suddenly flashed an idea, whether or not it is a giant panda. If he can lead the panda to the tribe, the wolves will certainly be scared away. Chapter 46, Unexpected Gains. Pops, do we have to do this? At this point in time, little father can't think of any other way, so I can only take a chance. Nida, remember, if I can't come back before nightfall, you must let Clan Chief Ping Shan and the others prepare their defenses. After dark, the wolves will definitely attack again. Outside the tribe, Daylight droned Nida with a grave expression. After thinking about it for a while, Daylight still made up his mind to go to Thunderbolt Canyon to lure the pandas out. As long as we can lure the giant panda to the vicinity of the tribe, it will be much easier to deal with the wolves. The giant panda is so strong that even if the wolves want to attack, they will have to weigh their options. Of course, if we can make the giant panda fight with the wolves, it would be even better. It was just that Daylight also knew that this trip was also dangerous. It's unlikely that they will encounter wolves on the road and be eaten by them before they even get to the Thunderbolt Canyon. But right now, Daylight couldn't really think of any other way to fend off the wolves. For the sake of the happy life of the son and daughter, for the trust of the tribe, I will fight. Daylight gently patted Nida's shoulder. Nida, you can already stand on your own. If little father can't return, take care of the tribe and your sister. Nida's eyes reddened. Little daddy. Daylight heavily patted him twice, and then decidedly turned toward the mountains. He also did not know if he could come back alive this time, so he explained a lot of things to Nida, including how the tribe should develop afterward if it could escape the disaster. After entering the mountain forest, Daylight cautiously moved forward. He noticed that there were significantly fewer animals in the mountains, presumably harvested by the wolves. However, all the way forward, no wolves were encountered during the day. It was just that the mountains were so quiet that it was scary. Exactly the same as before when the unicorn herd appeared. This is not a good phenomenon. Even if we can drive the wolves away, I'm afraid the tribe will run out of room to survive and will have to migrate again. During the day, he still went to get some bamboo first, and he couldn't think of any way to lure the pandas other than bamboo. It was also strange to say that on Earth, giant pandas just love to eat bamboo and bamboo shoots. According to reason, where there are pandas there should be a lot of bamboo, but there is just nothing near the Thunder Canyon. In the daytime, I have seen pandas eating stones. I have never seen pandas eating anything else, but I have heard Nida and the others say that pandas have eaten people. When he arrived at the Thunder Canyon during the day, it was quiet both inside and outside the canyon. He observed the ground and realized that there was no sign of pandas coming out. Strange thing, the pandas haven't come out since the last time they entered the canyon? Daylight first carefully took the bamboo to the lightning danger zone, and just as he got close enough to the branch he threw last time, the lightning snapped and the tree in front of him shattered into smithereens, almost making Daylight pee in his pants. Dropping the bamboo, Daylight scurried back to the safe zone, crouching behind the bushes in shock as he watched, but for a long time did not find any movement. Daytime depressed. Waiting like this is not a solution. We have to create some noise to make the pandas come out. So, during the day, he began to beat the cowhide drum on his body. Knock, knock, knock. The daytime tapping was rhythmic and energetic. While tapping, I watched the canyon, but it never moved. For about 20 minutes, Daylight's hands were numb from knocking, and there was still no sign of the pandas. Daylight completely depressed, before the giant panda so vindictive towards him. How now disturbed half a day did not see the reaction. Can it be that the pandas are not in the canyon? Just as the day was getting sleepy, he finally saw something coming out of the canyon. A very small figure. Actually a baby panda, about the size of Blackout, with a burst of white and black on his body. He looked furry and extraordinarily cute from afar. Daylight froze, never expecting that there were actually red pandas. That little guy was standing at the mouth of the canyon, looking out with a confused face, and it looked really cute. Daylight hurriedly continued to beat the cowhide drums, and as soon as the drums appeared, the red panda ran forward excitedly. Daylight is ecstatic, and once this baby panda is captured, the giant panda is sure to show up. That's a real surprise. That little guy was really cute, with exceptionally neat fur and a pair of sparkling, shiny eyes that were just too cute to be true. The little guy seemed to be very interested in the sound of the drums, and was not the least bit wary of Daylight, running adorably to Daylight and tilting his head to survey the cowhide drums. Daylight was carefully approaching the red panda while banging the drum, his heart beating wildly with the feeling of stealing a dog. Daylight squatted down, carefully checked the little guy. It really just wasn't the least bit wary, and when Daylight reached out and touched it, it didn't even resist, and its eyes stayed on the cowhide drum. Hoo-hoo! Just then, Daylight felt a coolness. He raised his head just in time to see the pandas running out of the canyon, charging this way with vigor. Daylight was shocked and hurriedly picked up the baby panda and ran away. The giant panda let out a hiss, then chased after it. Daylight fought with all her strength, hating the wind beneath her feet. The little panda froze and didn't struggle, so he obediently let him hold him, and the little panda's two eyes even carried joy. The panda was still slow, and Daylight quickly shook off its pursuit. This made Daylight incredibly excited, and as he ran, he looked down at the little panda in his arms, and the more he looked at it, the more adorable he found the little guy. It's soft and cuddly. With this little panda as a hostage, the giant panda will definitely keep chasing. First drive around in the mountains to tease the giant panda. Wait until the wolves attack the tribe. Take the big bear haunt in time to kill the past. The wolves will certainly be afraid after seeing the giant panda. The plan fell into place, and during the day, he began to take the red panda around the mountains and forests. The baby panda was even happy and started playing with the Daylight. This little guy's lips are still pink, so I guess he's still in the milk drinking stage. He loves Daylight and even climbs up on Daylight's head to play. Really just a cute little teddy bear. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to set, and during the day, he took the little panda in the direction of the tribe. He could be sure that the giant panda had been following behind, only that the giant panda was slow and couldn't catch up with him. Knock knock. Before we could get close to the tribe, the drums were heard during the day. It must be the wolves attacking the tribe again. Now that the sun was just starting to set and the wolves were on the move, it wasn't good news. Most likely, the wolves are going to attack head-on. Daylight quickened his pace towards the tribe, and soon, he saw the battlefield. It was more exaggerated than expected. On the south side of the tribe, a group of people were confronting a pack of black wolves. Everyone in the tribe except the children came out and were armed. On the opposite side of the crowd, there were densely packed black wolves that looked particularly frightening. The leader of the wolf pack was also a black wolf, with a large head, twice as large as a normal black wolf. Both sides had large formations, and Daylight's scalp went numb as he watched. He could expect the wolves to attack again tonight, but not before dark. It had to be said that this black wolf chief's IQ was really too high. The human tribes had been made to fear last night after a night of night raids. Launching a frontal general attack today was the best way to fight. The wolves had won on momentum alone, as the humans were already terrified of the wolves. The man-wolf war is imminent, but both sides choose to take a back seat, just waiting for the other side to strike first. Chapter 47. It's the cute ones that are the fiercest. Daylight didn't rush over, holding the little teddy bear and watching from a distance. The more he watched, the more he tingled. It was clear to him that the humans' chances of winning were actually very slim. Looking from afar, the number of humans was quite a lot. With the Hiruzen tribe plus the Lijian tribe, there were almost 150 people who could fight. The wolves, on the other hand, were estimated to be just over 200. Primitives are very capable of fighting, especially strong men like Camus. 1-on-2, no problem at all. But mankind has second thoughts. Combined with last night's exertion, the humans are now much less able to fight. And Daylight was pretty sure that the number of wolves was much more than that, and it was highly likely that the Wolf King still had a backstroke. This Wolf King is a war machine with superb leadership skills. Judging from last night's action, even if the Wolf King is going to launch a general attack, it is highly likely that he will leave some of them to engage in a sneak attack. Without waiting for much thought, Daylight suddenly realized that a pack of wolves appeared in the woods on the northern side of the tribe. The number was small, around 30, and they darted towards the tribe. Sure enough, that's the trick. Daylight's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly ran out of the room with the little teddy bear in his arms, while banging on the cowhide drum. Knock knock. The sound of the cowhide drums quickly attracted the attention of Camus and the others in the distance, and it was also at this moment that the Wolf King suddenly raised his voice to the sky, and the wolves began to take the initiative to attack. Damn, this Wolf King is so cocky, smarter than a human. Camus and the others didn't even react, and the Wolf King already expected the plan to be exposed. Daylight originally wanted to run to the north side of the tribe for support, but he suddenly heard a clicking sound coming from the woods behind him. It must be the pandas catching up. Thus, Daylight could only harden his head and run towards the southern side of the battlefield with little Brain Bear flat in his arms. While running, Daylight bangs the drum while looking back behind him. At this look, the souls of the daytime were coming out. The ones chasing after them from behind were indeed pandas, but it was two of them. Two pandas of about the same size came after them in slow staccato, killing and dying to eat Daylight alive. On the contrary, the little milk bear in his arms during the day was happy and even danced around. Daylight couldn't be bothered to beat the drums, and ran as hard as he could toward the battlefield while hissing as hard as he could. Withdraw to the tribe, quickly. How could he be heard shouting when the battlefield was so hot? Daylight couldn't care less, and could only continue to rush towards the battlefield, first pulling the two pandas into the battlefield. Luckily, Camus and the others were awake after all, and probably also fearful of the pandas. The humans began to retreat. The Wolf King was indeed shrewd and did not retreat, but chose to accelerate to kill the humans. In this way, there was no way to separate the wolves from the humans, and even if he brought the pandas over during the day, it would not help. But as things stood, regardless of whether it was useful or not, Daylight could only continue to charge forward. The two giant bears were following behind. If he didn't run, he was going to be torn apart at any time. Seeing that Daylight was about to rush into the chaotic battlefield, the two pandas chasing behind suddenly stopped. Their eyes smoldered with a ferocious light, while they opened their large mouths to roar angrily. Roar! A huge sound wave came from behind, and Daylight only felt an instant heat wave blowing around him. The huge sound wave shook him to the point that he was instantly dizzy and had to stop running. The men and wolves on the battlefield were still tangling, though some had been shaken and forced to stop fighting. Roar! There was another roar, followed by a loud snap in the sky that shook the earth. Buzz! Daylight really felt dizzy and his consciousness was blurred by the shock. The thunder was right above his head, and the feeling could be really out of body. The lively battlefield was instantly quiet. Many wolves obediently got down and didn't dare to move. Many people were also scared and crouched down. Even the Wolf King was scared and lowered his head. In just a few breaths, everything was all quiet, terribly quiet. A pair of eyeballs stared straight at the two pandas. No one and no wolf dared to gasp loudly. After a buzzing in his brain during the day, he quickly regained consciousness and was cooled down. Turning to look at the two pandas slowly approaching, Daylight was beyond desperate. This was not a ferocious beast, it was simply a spirit beast. It's all been able to trigger heavenly thunder. A national treasure that specializes in being cute and is actually so fierce during this time period? The little milk bear in Daylight's arms, however, happily climbed onto Daylight's head and rode on top of his head, twisting around excitedly. It's soft but kept rubbing against Daylight's hair as if it wanted to wipe its butt with Daylight. I can't move a muscle during the day, and my heart is in my throat. The 100 or so people and 200 wolves at the back didn't dare to move either, and a pair of eyes just stared. The two giant pandas walked up to Daylight, and the female panda carried away the baby panda on top of Daylight's head, and the more vicious-looking male panda stared at Daylight with his eyes glowing red. Then he wrapped one arm around Daylight and clamped it under his armpit. The strong odor made Daylight dizzy for a moment, but his heart was more than a little joyful. At least, it wasn't being torn apart on the spot. The male panda turned toward the mountains with Daylight clasped in one hand. The female panda followed beside him, and they paid no attention to the wolves or the humans. Daylight looked back at the familiar faces that were getting farther and farther away on the battlefield, and he was filled with bitterness. As the distance widened, the wolves began to retreat, and Camu and the others headed back inside the tribe. Daylight knew that the humans should be safe in the short term. The Wolf King was smart. It shouldn't attack the humans again and would leave this place soon. Animals are territorial, and the presence of these two pandas was enough to deter the wolves. Only, whether the two tribes would remain or migrate afterward, Daylight didn't know. What he cared about now was to meet his own miserable fate. He could no longer envision how he would be tortured by the male panda next. Daylight could sense that these two pandas were not the one he had teased before. They were much taller than the previous one. The male panda was even about 5 meters. In other words, there were several pandas living in the Thunderbolt Canyon. If one is taken in, one is only afraid that. Daylight was kept under the armpits of the male panda as he and the female panda walked straight into the forest. The little cub was always very cheerful. He jumped on Daylight's head again, and kept rubbing his butt against Daylight's head, not knowing what it meant. Luckily, the little teddy bear hadn't been pooping, or else he would have wanted to die even more during the day. Feeling that neither of the two pandas had any intention of killing themselves, Daylight was quite happy in his heart. At least, it wouldn't die for a while. It was dark, and the day was taken out of the canyon by the pandas. Just as Daylight doubted that he would be able to enter the canyon, the giant panda had already led him into the canyon. It was amazing because the giant pandas clamped onto Daylight, and Daylight was not struck by lightning. This made Daylight more and more certain that the giant pandas had lightning protection and their home was in the canyon. After entering the canyon, he kept looking around during the day. Unfortunately, the light was too dark to see what was around. Daylight wondered what the two pandas were doing bringing themselves home. Chapter 48, The Panda Family. Not long after entering the canyon, Daylight was dropped off by the male panda. The ground was soft, but a bit smelly. The light was too dark and he didn't know where he was during the day, and he didn't dare move. The male panda left Daylight behind and then left, not knowing where he went, and Daylight didn't hear any movement around him. However, Daylight has no intention of running. First of all, he was pretty sure he was in the middle of the canyon. To get out of the canyon, he would probably be struck by lightning. Secondly, he had already pissed off those two pandas, and if he were to run away, he would most likely be torn apart. Until he figured out what was going to happen to him next, Daylight thought it would be better to wait and see what happened. Strangely enough, no pandas bothered him this night. Although the surrounding area was a bit smelly, it was soft and warm, so he decided to close his eyes and sleep during the day. I don't know how long it took, but Daylight felt himself being touched by something, and he was immediately alerted. I opened my eyes and realized that it was hazy. Daylight subconsciously looked down and realized that he was being lifted up by a giant panda. Because his back was turned to the giant panda, Daylight couldn't see if it was a male or female. Looking down slightly, Daylight's cheeks twitched and his stomach lurched. Last night, he'd been lying in a cesspool. No wonder it's so warm. Soon Daylight realized something else. His face suddenly changed drastically and he struggled desperately. However, the giant panda was so strong that it clamped him under his armpit and he couldn't move at all. Daylight desperately twisted his head and saw the majestic back and butt of the giant panda. This made Daylight feel even worse, and he couldn't wait to bite his tongue. He has already guessed that what the giant panda is going to do next. Sure enough, soon Daylight was turned behind it by the pandas. Is so damn. The daytime is really want to cry. How can I not expect their own hall of travelers, immortality, actually buy a head of used as toilet paper? Soon after the pandas finished wiping, they dropped off the Daylight. It was the male panda, and it was quite happy. If it wasn't for the amount of hair on its face, Daylight could even see it smiling. The male panda looked at him for a moment and excitedly jumped out and was soon gone. After some dry heaving, Daylight tried desperately to hold back his nausea as he climbed out of the pit. After climbing out of the midden during the day, he realized that his surroundings were bare, with little vegetation and all rocks. Strangely, the stones were not black, but white. Just a short distance away, 3 pandas. No, it's 4, and one of them is that little milk bear. It should be a family of 4. The one that was teased by the daytime before was most likely the brother of the little milk bear. It looks like this family of pandas didn't digest very well and had hard feces, which is why they needed their asses wiped. But it's not like you can bring yourself to do it. Besides, they need to rub it in. They can just say so. Why bother? It's pretty depressing to be surrounded by bare rocks and no water source. This canyon was really strange. Full of white stones. Stones that were smooth and warm. Kind of like jade. There's clearly lightning on the outside of the canyon. So why isn't there any inside the canyon? What do these pandas eat when they live here? Without waiting for much thought, the female panda woke up. It glanced sideways at the daylight, then ran over excitedly. Seeing the other party's 2 glowing eyes, Daylight's heart went into a sudden stop, and hurriedly said, big sister, I can help you wipe it off. Use my clothes to wipe it off. The female panda really stopped. With a sleepy face, Daylight was overjoyed and hurriedly took off his own clothes, making a show of using his clothes as toilet paper. Big sister, wipe like this. It's more comfortable. The female panda, obviously reading the situation, stepped forward to snatch the daytime clothes and then ran towards the dung pit. Daylight heaved a sigh of relief, then realized a big problem. He only had 1 set of clothes, and it wasn't enough. Without waiting for Daylight to think about it much, the male panda came back up and lifted him up, still holding him by the armpits. Daylight struggled miserably, tears coming to his eyes. He had already guessed what would happen next, but to Daylight's surprise, instead of taking him to the cesspool, the male panda dropped him into the water. It was a puddle, kinda big, had to be 5 meters in diameter, and the water was knee-deep in Daylight. The water was warm and had a strange scent to it. The male panda turned away after dropping Daylight. Daylight squatted in the puddle and looked around in amazement. Before, he hadn't really noticed that there was a puddle here, about 20 meters away from the cesspool. There's no river. It's supposed to be an underground hot spring. There's water, but what about food? Suddenly, Daylight felt that his third calf was contained by something, which scared him so much that he hurriedly stood up. At this stop, Daylight's cheeks twitched unnaturally. It's a fish. The fish wasn't big. It was about the size of his fist. The fish seemed to use the daytime calf as bait. Containing. Daylight reached out and grabbed the fish and was about to pull it out. Unexpectedly, the fish suddenly bit hard. Ah! Daylight lets out a miserable yelp and flicks the fish's head as hard as he can with a blue face. The fish finally let go of its mouth, but left a row of teeth marks that were bleeding. The fish poofed and disappeared into the water. Daylight hurriedly jumped out of the puddle and looked down at himself, his face black with anger. This fish is vicious. Oddly enough, the water in the puddle was so clear that, at a glance, there was no sign of any fish. Looking around the perimeter of the puddle with a frown on his face during the day, he really didn't see any sign of fish. The water was exceptionally clear to see, but that fish just now was white and not too small, so it should have been visible. Daylight crouched by the puddle, and after a moment's hesitation, he stuck his index finger into the water. Miraculously, during the day he didn't even see where the fish was swimming from, and out of nowhere a fish appeared containing his finger. Daylight quickly pulled his hand up to the bank, and in the process pulled that fish up as well. It was a little bit bigger than the fish just now, very white, and the shape was a little bit like a carp. After landing, the fish still nipped at Daylight's finger, and then it tried to jump back into the water. Daylight didn't give the fish a chance and dumped it on the bank. The fish bounces on the bank for a while and soon stops moving. Daylight ran over and picked up the fish. The fish wasn't dead and its mouth was still moving. It just so happens that there's nothing else to eat in this canyon, so we'll have fish. During the day, he was really hungry, and he tore off the head of the fish with his bare hands. The blood of the fish was not spared, and then the fish was also eaten raw. Savage. Primitive societies care about image. The fish didn't smell fishy at all, and the meat was so tender and flavorful that it really surprised the daytime. Soon after, a fish was eaten during the day. He couldn't get enough of it and was about to go for a second fish when he suddenly felt a coldness churning through his body, so cold that he shivered momentarily. Damn! This fish is poisonous. Chapter 49, Becoming Stronger and Bolder. Not for the first time during the day, I felt like I was going to get cold. When he was previously captive by the ugly ferocious beast, he would not only be cold, but also hot. Daylight has long had a response to this situation. Unperturbed, he walked over to the puddle and looked at it, then lay down. Yes, there's nothing to do but lie down. Cold, as if in the middle of the iceberg, but the daytime froze without shivering. just lying peacefully. He was even awake and felt that he would not die. Just that cold wasn't enough to kill him. Sure enough, within a few minutes of lying down, it didn't feel so cold during the day. Daylight was still a little disappointed that the fish wasn't toxic enough. If it was a bit more ruthless, he could have found a way to use the fish to chill those pandas to death. After climbing to his feet, he went back to the puddle during the day and continued fishing with his fingers. These fish were really inexplicable, appeared from nowhere, and liked to bite his fingers anyway. They dare to bite, they dare to eat during the day. Tender and flavorful. It's a good deal to eat a fish and lie down for a while. As he was eating, the giant panda came over. A female panda brings her cubs over. The cubs are very happy and wriggle around from far away. The little milk bear ran over first and happily climbed onto Daylight, always rubbing against him. Daylight suspected that it was this kid who taught its dad bad. Luckily, the female panda didn't come close to Daylight. She just lay down next to her and slept. It looked like it was planning to let itself play with the little milk bear. Only, isn't it worried that it will kill the little milk bear? I didn't think too much about it during the day, and I played with little brain bear while eating fish. Little brain bear is really cute and quite well behaved. It's just that when the daytime gives the cub a fish, the cub doesn't eat it, and its biggest hobby is rubbing the daytime's head. After a while, the other two pandas came over. The male panda was sleeping on his back with the female panda, while the medium panda ran over to play with the daytime panda. Well, it does play to it, treating the day like a toy, twisting, hugging, pulling. For daytime, that's torture. There was no way he could beat the giant panda. The other party's size and strength was simply not something he could fight against. It felt like a grown man playing with a rag doll without a light heart. Soon after, Daylight dislocated his left arm and fractured his right leg, probably realizing that he was too weak during the day. Panda soon lost interest in him and ran off to bed. The little teddy bear, on the other hand, had been excitedly crawling all over Daylight. Daylight was extremely depressed as he reattached his dislocated hand, but his fractured leg was in trouble. This place was bare. There wasn't even a piece of wood to fix it, so how could it be done? When Daylight was at a loss, the male panda came over. Daylight thought he was going to kill himself and was too scared to move. The male panda came up and looked at the Daylight. Then it picked up a large rock on the ground. Seeing the male panda raise the stone up, the heart of the white sky was cold. This is to think that he is too useless to smash himself to death? However, the male panda was not trying to smash the Daylight, but rather forcefully slammed the stone on the ground. Cracks appeared in the boulder and water was actually seeping out from the inside. And then the male panda followed the crack and broke the stone with force, and inside the stone was white liquid. Now Daylight was shocked. He had always thought that all these in the canyon were rocks, but he didn't realize that they were some kind of fruit. It looks a lot like a coconut, hard on the outside but water on the inside. Without waiting for Daylight to think more, the male panda placed the open stone in front of him. Then the male panda turned and walked away. Daylight gulped and carefully surveyed the stone fruit at his heels. It really doesn't look like a fruit. It's a stone. There's no pith, and it's vein just like a stone, except it's white, and the stone liquid carries the fresh scent of the fruit. Daylight hesitated for a moment, but still chose to drink the stone liquid. It was sweet and moisturizing. A few mouthfuls into the stomach, the daytime immediately felt a fire in the abdomen. Scared him not to dare to drink again. A fire started in his lower abdomen and spread to all parts of his body, warming him up. Daylight was soon surprised to find that as the warmth spread through his body, he slowly felt less pain from his broken leg. Then he began to feel drowsy and fell asleep. When he woke up again during the day, he was woken up by a male panda. Before Daylight could come to his senses, the male panda threw Daylight's dirty clothes at him and crouched down in front of him. Seeing the male panda bucking his hips, how could Daylight not understand that this was to rub it himself? Daylight can't cry but do as it's told or else you'll be turning into toilet paper yourself later. Sadly, after rubbing the giant panda, the female panda comes over and then the bear. What's even more tragic is that after wiping Bear's ass, Bear started treating him like a doll and ravaging him again. For the next good long while, the daytime days repeated themselves. Rub for the pandas, play abused by the bears, then drink the stone liquid to sleep. Wake up, continue to rub, continue to play, continue to sleep. These days, the daytime basically mapped out the habits of the pandas, as well as their own living conditions. Giant pandas are particularly fond of sleeping. They eat stone fluids and spend most of their time sleeping afterward, only occasionally getting up and moving around. They actually poop once a day. Their bowel movements are raw, and the rocks in the canyon are so smooth they need someone to rub them. The panda's diet is causing them gastrointestinal distress. Even if he found the cause, there was nothing he could do to fix it, as he was tossed around every day and could only rely on the stone liquid to heal his wounds. The stone liquid has a strong restorative effect, but it also makes you drowsy. Every time I drank it during the day, I would fall asleep and wake up to find all my injuries healed. So how long had actually passed? The daytime itself was unclear, because he has been sleeping a little too much lately. He hasn't even seen it get dark. After another long period of time, Daylight and the panda family grew to know each other better, and the days gradually became less miserable. However, since his clothes had been rubbed to shreds, he could only begin to coax the pandas over to the puddle to wash them. However, it was still necessary for him to do it, so he was promoted from scrub officer to scrub officer, and the little teddy bear began to start growing up and turned to enjoy wrestling with him as much as his brother. In order to be able to try not to get hurt in the midst of the fight, Daylight began to learn the fighting style of the pandas, doing his best to wear down their patience so that he could buy himself more waking time. Little by little, time passed, and Daylight gradually felt stronger. But he's also getting bald. Bald head. Even the hairs on my calves are bald. Chapter 50, The Poisonous Mosquito. One day, after being ravaged by the bears during the day, he lay on the ground panting with exhaustion. Bear gave a slightly disgusted look at the Daylight, and the brothers walked slowly to the side and went to sleep. Daylight gasped while looking sideways at the two bears, and bitter hot tears flowed from his heart. These two bears are too capable of fighting. It had taken him a long time to be able to survive their ravages without getting hurt, and the little milk bear was now half a meter tall, completely transformed into a bear. Of course, it wasn't like there were no gains during the day. First of all, he clearly felt that his combat power had skyrocketed. After all, he fought with two bears every day, so he couldn't even think of being incapable. Secondly, during the day, he realized that his body was getting tougher and tougher. Recently, the number of injuries had significantly decreased, and the injuries would not be too severe. Today, he wasn't even injured. He was just worn out of stamina. The bad news is that during the day it feels more and more like a bear, both in terms of fighting style and demeanor. After calming down a bit, Daylight got up and trudged towards the puddle. Although the stone liquid was amazing and always allowed him to heal quickly. However, drinking the stone liquid was a drunken sleep, and there was no telling how long he would sleep before waking up. So, this time, he didn't plan to drink the stone liquid during the daytime. Gotta get my strength back while the bears are sleeping, then go looking for something that will improve the panda's bowels. It had long since occurred to Daylight to improve the panda's eating habits if they wanted to not be treated like shit wipers. Daylight reckoned that the canyon couldn't be gotten out of, but there might be something else on the inside. All this time, he'd only been able to be near the watering hole, and he wasn't sure what was going on further into the canyon. It was just right that this time, while he was sober, he went in to take a look. During the day, he went to the puddle to clean his body and caught another fish to eat. Now, he could no longer feel cold or sweet when he ate these fish. After regaining some of his strength, Daylight began to walk towards the canyon's interior. The range of activity of a family of 4 giant pandas is very small. From the entrance of the canyon to the waterhole is only about 200 meters. For such a long time, the pandas have not been seen furthering during the day. There was a bend ahead, and what exactly lay beyond it he had always wondered. Daylight walked cautiously. After all, he didn't know if he'd be struck by lightning if he went inside. Not much later, Daylight came around the corner. What came into view was white. It was a dense bamboo forest, but the bamboo was actually white. I told you, there are giant pandas. How can there be no bamboo? Daylight grunted in a low voice. Strange, how come the bamboos are all white? Pure white. The bamboo grows so tall and dense that you can't see into the bamboo forest. White plants. This is a bit unscientific. It's not like there's no light in this place. On the contrary, the light has always been very good, and bamboo needs to grow. It definitely needs photosynthesis. How can it be white? Of course, for daytime, the presence of bamboo is great news. As long as the pandas can be tricked into eating bamboo, they should be able to regulate their bowels. Besides, bamboo could be used to weave clothes, so at least it would make it easier for him to get under the ravages of the bears. So Daylight couldn't wait to run outside the bamboo forest. Looking at the fist-sized white bamboo, he excitedly reached out and touched it. The bamboo was smooth and comfortable to touch. It would be cool to use it as a cooler. Instead of rushing to cut the bamboo during the day, he dug into the bamboo forest, trying to look for bamboo shoots. The bamboo forest was really dense and it was a struggle to walk. During the daytime, it was hard to make a path by breaking the bamboo in front of us with force. Buzz. As he was busy, Daylight suddenly heard the sound of mosquitoes in his ears, and he subconsciously waved his hand to repel them. Without realizing it, Daylight's hand slapped something and snapped into the grass. Soft and warm. Daylight strangely probed to see. Two eyes suddenly wide exclaimed, "What a big mosquito!" The grass is full of mosquitoes. The body alone was palm-sized, and the wings were half a meter long. White, with an unusually long beak. It looks like a white bird. Thumbs up. There was a sudden pain at the back of his neck, and Daylight turned back violently. At this look, he was instantly chilled. There were so many mosquitoes flying behind him, and one of them was resting on his neck, sucking blood. Because mosquitoes are white, they are clearly visible when sucking blood, just like a syringe drawing blood. Daylight was so scared that he hurriedly swatted the mosquitoes on his neck away, then ran out of the bamboo forest in panic. Those mosquitoes, however, did not intend to let go and surrounded and chased after them. After leaving the bamboo forest, Daylight swatted the mosquitoes that flew over and dropped them on the ground. Those mosquitoes didn't die and soon flew up again and continued to pounce on him. There are just too many mosquitoes to fight. You can only run. When Daylight ran, the mosquitoes followed. Then Daylight heard more and more buzzing in the background. While running and turning back, the daytime scared the shit out of him. Hundreds of mosquitoes flew over at the back, and the white flowers were as large as a group of white pigeons. The scene was quite spectacular. Running desperately forward during the day, the mosquitoes chased after him, stinging him from time to time and drawing blood. Holy shit, this isn't a mosquito, it's a poisonous bee. Daylight waved his hands while desperately darting forward. Soon he ran out of the corner and towards the sleeping panda family. Papa Bear was the first to wake up. He looked up and saw the mosquitoes behind him during the day, immediately picked up Bear 2 and then ran forward while screaming. After Mama Bear and Big Bear woke up, their first reaction was also, run. Seeing that the panda family chose to run away, Daylight's heart was even colder. Even the pandas were afraid of these mosquitoes, so you can imagine how scary it was. The panda family hid quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Too late for Daylight to catch up, looking back at the big white mosquitoes chasing after him. I can't tell you how desperate I am during the day. If this continues, to be stung to death. In a flash of brilliance, Daylight ran toward the puddle. He was thinking that mosquitoes shouldn't go in the water. Soon Daylight jumped into the puddle and quickly sank to the bottom, which was actually only half a meter deep. Through the clear water, large mosquitoes could be clearly seen on the surface of the water densely packed during the day. The mosquitoes really didn't dare to go into the water, but hovered above it. It was just that the daytime soon saw a very bad picture. So many mosquitoes started spraying poison into the water. It's just spraying poison, with the tail bent downward to spray. Instantly, Daylight saw the water around him turn black. This made his heart go cold. Holding it underwater was not an option, nor was going out. It was a dead end. Just as he was at his wit's end, Daylight suddenly felt a suction under the water. A very strong force that instantly pulled him downward, as if there was a big mouth underwater that wanted to swallow him. Chapter 51, The First Shoveling Officer. The sand underneath the puddle was flowing fast, while during the day he saw so many fish coming out of the sand, rushing behind him and pushing him down into the sand. Daylight struggled in terror, but to no avail. His body was quickly pressed down into the mud and sand, and his entire body was out of control. Wow! Suddenly, Daylight felt himself break through the surface of the water and begin to fall freely. Then again, he fell back into the water. This time the water was very deep and it became very dark around. After entering the water this time, Daylight didn't feel any more pressure, just his body sinking downward. After that he began to swim upstream and finally emerged after a while. Phew! Phew! Daylight breathed desperately while looking around. It was so dark that you couldn't see anything, but the sound of crashing water could be heard. There should be a waterfall. Most likely, it's an underground culvert. What's all this about crying blind? Eating fish every day and ending up being held down by fish in a dark underground river. The good news is that there is also air underground. The bad news is that there are a lot of fish in the water that are licking people. Even though you can't see the fish because of the darkness, these fish are very good at licking and standing up the pores from the daytime. At this rate, sooner or later, they're going to lick blood. Daylight endured the itchiness all over his body and groped towards the riverbank. Only he soon realized that this underground river had no banks, like it was in a tunnel. This is bad. Without a riverbank, he would have to stay in the water, and there was no danger underwater to be seen. The strange thing was that he had clearly fallen from the air just now, but when he felt upwards during the day, he realized that there was no space above him. He kept hearing the sound of waterfall water, but he just couldn't find where it was. It was really dark around him, and it was really hard to be licked during the day. He made a slight calculation and began to crawl upstream with the current. In the daytime, it seemed more dangerous to go downstream instead. According to the current, a flood was likely to form downstream, so it was possible that they would really drown later. Going upstream is also risky, but at least there's the option to turn back later. Besides, Daylight was always convinced that he had just fallen from above, and that the puddle exit must still be there. But after feeling upstream for a long time during the day, I never felt the exit. The width of the river never changed, and it just didn't feel like an underground river, but a modern underground sewer. I don't know how long he had been crawling, but during the day, he finally saw a glimmer of light in front of him. He was pleasantly surprised and increased his speed to crawl forward. If he didn't get out of the water, he was going to get licked out of his skin, and he had a lot of fish hanging off of him all the time. As the distance grew closer, Daylight realized that the bright light was actually very large, as it was topped by a large puddle. When he emerged from underneath the puddle during the day, he was surprised to find himself in the middle of a bamboo forest and inside a small river. Strange, the underground river is obviously under the puddle. Why the tunnel of the underground river is not completely sealed by water, but part of the air? Not being able to think much, Daylight hurriedly climbed out of the water. His body was covered in lick marks, and he thought it was a hickey if he didn't know. How rude of these fish to lick even the eyes of a small head. Instead of rushing into the bamboo forest during the day, he sat on the bank and rested. The very appearance of those oversized mosquitoes had reminded him that the bamboo forest was terrifying, and even the giant panda family didn't dare to go near it. The underground river is fish-licked at best, and entering the bamboo forest is likely to be a corpse. So, after resting for a while, Daylight still decided that he would go back down the underground river to find the original exit. Of course you can't go back empty-handed. There is so much bamboo on both sides of the creek and there are bamboo shoots. So during the day, I got some bamboo shoots on the riverbank, after which I sank back into the water and went down the underground channel. Bizarrely, as he followed the river downstream during the day, he soon saw a bright spot downstream again. When he burrowed down to the bright light, he realized that it was actually the same puddle that he had been held down in earlier. Back to square one. However, the bottom of the puddle was still full of sand and there was no sign of where the passage was. Weird. This underground river is so weird. From the origin is sinking, but cannot touch the bottom, from the upstream down, and directly back to the origin. Without waiting for much thought, the daytime suddenly saw a family of giant pandas climbing out of a dung pit not far away and running this way in droves. During the day, he thought those white mosquitoes were back and sank into the water in fear. Soon Daylight saw that 4 pandas jumped into the water and, because the 4 pandas were covered in feces, the puddle instantly turned into a fecal soup, and being squeezed underwater during the day, the smell can be really intense. With great difficulty, Daylight was able to emerge from underwater. Before he could catch his breath, Bear threw him ashore in disgust. Not much later, Daylight sat by the puddle and watched a family of 4 giant pandas cheerfully rolling around. He has always felt that the panda family is very hanging. Only now did he realize that there were only more hanging ones in this canyon. Those white mosquitoes are not to be messed with. Even pandas are afraid of them. And the white mosquitoes are only the outer layer of the bamboo forest. It is unknown what dangers are in the inner layer of the bamboo forest. It is certain that this Thunder Canyon is definitely not as simple as expected. Giant pandas, white bamboo, white mosquitoes, fish that licked people. Each and every one of them was beyond daytime cognizance. It always feels like this canyon is a different world from the outside. It's more like a magical world. Shaking off his thoughts, Daylight began to peel the bamboo shoots he had brought back and then ate them straight away. As expected, Bear too saw him eating bamboo shoots and quickly climbed out of the water. He is just a curious bear. Shomir first looked at Daylight, then snatched the bamboo shoots from Daylight's hand. After sniffing it, he also put it in his mouth to eat. Click here. The bamboo shoots were actually a bit bitter when eaten raw, but Komoji ate them with both eyes glowing. Watching Bear 2 eat the bamboo shoots brought a smile to Daylight's face. As soon as Bear 2 started eating, everything was fine. When all 4 pandas eat bamboo shoots, their intestines and stomachs will be regulated, and they won't have such a hard time pooping, and he won't have to be toilet paper. However, the process was much slower than expected during the day. It wasn't until the 2nd day that Bear started eating bamboo shoots, and it wasn't until the 4th day that Papa and Mama Bear started eating bamboo shoots. After that, the daytime problem came back. 4 pandas ate bamboo shoots at the same time, consuming so much each day that he was looking for bamboo shoots all day long. Of course he didn't dare to walk directly from the ground to the bamboo forest. He could only rely on the underground dark river for transportation. The good thing is that there are really a lot of bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, and as I found out during the day, they grow by leaps and bounds. He just picked them off a few days ago, and new bamboo shoots are starting to pop up underground. After eating bamboo shoots, pandas really don't poop as hard, and they really don't need to be scrubbers during the day. Within a few days, however, daytime trouble returned. Giant pandas may have eaten too many bamboo shoots. A moment of gastrointestinal discomfort began to scurry thin. For pandas scurrying thin at the same time, that's a hot scene. To solve the problem of scurrying and thinning, the pandas began to control the amount of bamboo shoots they ate during the day. In addition to eating bamboo shoots, they still have to eat stone liquid once a day. In this way, the pandas stopped scurrying, but along with that, the pandas have increased their defecation. Whereas before it was only once a day, it now poops 2 to 3 times a day, and each time in large quantities. And so, Daylight took on a new identity, the first pooper scooper in human history. In the blink of an eye, pandas have been eating bamboo shoots for most of a month. Daylight begins to work on the next step of his plan, getting the pandas to go into the bamboo forest and pick bamboo shoots themselves. And if you want to enter the bamboo forest, you have to repel those white mosquitoes first. Good thing the daytime has long thought of a way. Chapter 52, The Terrifying Bamboo Forest. Another sunny day. Daylight cautiously approached to about 5 meters away from the white bamboo forest, and has put down what he had prepared on his body. Dried bamboo leaves, wood, and sun-dried panda feces. The only way you can think of to deal with white mosquitoes during the day is to make mosquito coils out of panda feces. During this time, he often came to harass the white mosquitoes and then attack the mosquitoes with panda feces. He found that the white mosquitoes were indeed afraid of panda feces. However, mosquitoes fly fast and he can't keep dropping feces. So, mosquito coils are the best choice. Just panda feces in the end cannot be mosquito incense. He does not know. Now just try. Drill wood for a fire. Then, light panda feces. Soon, a foul odor began to spread, drifting towards the bamboo forest. Buzz. The white mosquitoes started to rush out, and there was a flutter in Daylight's heart. These white mosquitoes were really a bit scary. Not only would they suck blood, they would also sting, and at the same time they were poisonous. As for what kind of poison, he didn't know. Anyway, he often saw mosquitoes shooting into the water. So many white mosquitoes swooped in, waving burning feces during the day, smoke billowing everywhere. Surprisingly, those white mosquitoes really don't dare to get close, and soon found during the day. A lot of mosquitoes were smoked fast fly not move. This panda mosquito coil, effective, surprised during the day. After driving all the mosquitoes into the bamboo forest, he ran back to bring over all the panda feces that had been dried earlier. So, a large pile of panda feces soon appeared outside the bamboo forest. Lit. The mosquito coils burned for days, stinking up the entire canyon. After that, try to enter the bamboo forest during the day. Hey, there are really no white mosquitoes. Of course, it was only the outer part of the bamboo forest. How about the inner part of the bamboo forest? He didn't know. Without the mosquitoes, things could be better. During the day, you start cutting bamboo and build a big bamboo house outside the bamboo forest. These white bamboos were hard and not easy to cut, and it took a long time during the day to build the bamboo house. Of course, during this time, during the day, every day is still used as a wrestling toy by the bears, while at the same time have to find bamboo shoots for the pandas and them to fatten them all up. Many times, Daylight would have liked to sneak out of the canyon while the pandas were starting to get lax on him. However, he couldn't get out. The outer part of the canyon just had lightning and the inner part was full of unknown dangers. So during the day, he actually had no choice but to try to get on good terms with the giant panda family. Maybe they will be happy at some point and take him out of the canyon. After a long time, Daylight's bamboo house was completed. The bamboo house is divided into 2 floors. The lower floor holds the dung and the upper floor is for living. While Daylight also paints the whole bamboo house with pandas dung. The 4 giant pandas were lured into the bamboo house during the day, and they also began to dare to enter the bamboo forest on their own. Of course, they only dare to move around the periphery of the bamboo forest and do not dare to go deeper. It was also up to this time that daytime in the canyon was thoroughly good. Although he still had to play with Bear Big and Bear 2 every day, he had long ago figured out Bear Big and Bear 2's fighting patterns and didn't get hurt anymore. And Beardy and Bear are increasingly treating him like family, and will even let him sleep on his back. With time to spare, the day began to explore the depths of the bamboo forest. One day, during the day, while the 4 pandas were sleeping, he began to enter the depths of the bamboo forest. About 50 meters into the bamboo forest, the white mosquitoes reappeared. Only they didn't dare to come close to Daylight because there was panda feces on Daylight. Further in, the bamboo forest is less dense, but the bamboos become very large, some reaching 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. No other animals were seen in the bamboo forest during the day except mosquitoes, but the daytime does not dare to be careless. He can feel that this bamboo forest is definitely not as simple as he thought. Click here. As he was walking, Daylight heard a subtle sound coming from his feet. He looked down and his heart stuttered. Hold the grass. What a big ant! Right in front of him, a group of white ants was traveling through. The ants were bigger than his fist. That would be a sour bite. Daylight gulped and was about to cross over. Just then, an ant suddenly looked up. and Daylight clearly saw that the ant's eyes were glowing. And then, phew, the ants actually jumped up and swooped into the Daylight. Daylight was so scared that he quickly fell backward while quickly brandishing his weapon. After the first ant pounces, the other ants react and pounce. Daylight pissed himself in fear and ran away. When he ran, the bamboo forest was stirred. As he ran and turned back in the daytime, he suddenly realized that there were so many strange bugs behind him besides ants. White spiders as big as their heads, white centipedes thicker than their arms, running faster during the day. His clothes were torn by the bamboo forest. In a flash, Daylight rushed out of the bamboo forest, panting and looking back. Luckily, the bugs didn't come out after him, causing a large part of his hanging heart to fall slightly and clunk. It's so scary, more so than meeting a fierce beast, especially those spiders and centipedes that make you pee just by looking at them. This bamboo forest is simply a bug paradise. No wonder pandas don't dare to go in. So many bugs, any strength is horizontal will have to lie down. But strangely enough, he hadn't seen any bugs when he reached the puddle deep in the bamboo forest through the underground dark river. To be precise, apart from fish, he hadn't seen any other animals either. Ground exploration was not going to work, so Daylight began to focus on the underground dark river. He thought that it would be best if he could leave the canyon through the underground dark river. Even if he couldn't leave, it would add to the fun. That day, Daylight was preparing to explore the underground dark river when he suddenly saw Papa Bear heading out of the canyon. Daylight lit up and rushed over. "Older brother, take me out." Papa Bear seemed to have understood Daylight's words, and actually rolled his eyes at him, after which Papa Bear continued to walk out into the canyon. Daylight was itching to hurry up and follow behind Papa Bear. Come to the canyon for so long, the first time to see the bear father to go out of the canyon. Such a good opportunity of course cannot miss. Soon Daylight and Papa Bear walked to the outskirts of the canyon, the ones with the black rocks. Daylight had long ago realized that lightning would rain down from the sky as soon as he stepped on the black basalt stone. On the contrary, on the white stone inside, nothing happened at all. Daylight got as close to Papa Bear as he could, and Papa Bear ignored him and continued to walk outside. Daylight thought that he should not be struck by lightning when he was so close to Papa Bear. Just didn't notice in the slightest during the day that Papa Bear had a sinister grin on his bare face. Papa Bear came to a sudden stop when one foot hit the black stone during the day. Daylight also stopped and looked up at Papa Bear uncertainly. What he saw was that Papa Bear had turned his head, and the orbs beneath those dark eyes glowed as if he were teasing. Snap! Before Daylight could see it, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended and struck him squarely on top of his head. Daylight shivered violently, his cheeks twitching involuntarily, and Papa Bear, standing next to him, did nothing and wailed with excitement. "Paralyzed, you and me," murmured Daylight. His consciousness blurred and he collapsed. Chapter 53 The Real Way to Avoid Lightning. When he woke up during the day, he found himself lying in a bamboo hut. Without waiting to fully wake up, Bear 2 was already sitting on his face, grinding away. Daylight pushed Bear 2 out of the way and turned his head sideways to see Bear's dad screaming at him. "This Papa Bear, he's learned the hard way. I can't believe he didn't help when he knew he would be struck by lightning." Although after being electrocuted, there was no damage to the body during the day. However, the feeling of being electrocuted was not pleasant. It was an out-of-body feeling, as if seeing too much milk in an instant. After a bit of depression, it was revealed during the day that Papa Bear and the others were eating black rocks. It looked like Papa Bear was just going to the outer edge of the canyon to get the black stone, not to leave the canyon. The strange thing is, why do they eat black stones? It hadn't been a short time since he had come to the canyon during the day, and this was the first time he had seen a family of pandas eating black stones. On weekdays, they all just ate the lotion from the white stones. Could it be that this black stone has something to do with lightning? But the black stone is so hard, you can't bite it during the day. Regardless, Daylight got up and grabbed a rock. Previously, he had always decided that these black stones were basalt stones, hard, sharp, and good material for making weapons. I didn't realize that rocks could be eaten, and that pandas eat crunch. But pandas don't eat white stones, they just open them up and eat the lotion. So why do they have to eat black stones? Daylight was calculating from side to side, and finally made up his mind, he would eat the black stone as well. I don't believe that eating the same as a panda can't avoid lightning. Of course, the black stone he couldn't bite, so he could only grind it into powder and eat it bit by bit. Unfortunately, within a few days during the day, it became clear that this wouldn't work. It's so hard after eating black stones that it feels like your intestines are going to tear apart. So Daylight gave up eating black stones again and turned his attention to the underground dark river once again. If he wanted to go out, he could only rely on the underground dark river, and the panda family didn't even try to let him leave the canyon. The most important thing in exploring a dark underground river is fire, or you can't see anything. During the day, he made a small firebreaker out of bamboo, filled with panda dung, so that it could be blown up at any time. Then he made another torch out of bamboo and wrapped a layer of fish skin around the outside in order to waterproof it. After some preparations, the Daylight finally managed to enter the underground dark river. Like before, Daylight quickly entered the underground dark river from underneath the puddle. After that, he took out the fire folders he had prepared and lit them. The dark river was indeed narrow, less than a meter of tunnel, and the rocks around it were black. It's weird. You never see where you fall into a dark underground river during the day. He shined his firebrand on the surface of the water and realized that there were really a lot of fish in the water. The fish weren't big, 2 fingers or so, some were black, some were white, but they all had one thing in common: they had tongues. No wonder they licked so well. During the day, he felt his way downstream along the underground dark river, only to realize not too far away that the dark river was starting to go down. He didn't dare to sink, as there was most likely no air below. There was no choice but to turn back during the day. First, he followed the dark river upwards until he reached the waterhole in the depths of the bamboo forest. After that, he started down from the water pool again and returned to the water pit outside the bamboo forest. The 2 rivers were not the same, yet they were magically connected, as he had carefully observed during the day. But how? He couldn't figure out. It was 10 minutes of dusk when the day came to emerge from the puddle. As usual, he ate 2 fish during the day and then walked back to his bamboo house outside the bamboo forest. However, when they returned to the bamboo hut, they did not see the panda family during the day. He thought the panda family was entering the bamboo forest to look for bamboo shoots and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't long, however, before snapping flashes of lightning were heard from outside the canyon during the day. Daylight's mind was shaken, and he hurriedly ran outside the canyon. There is the sound of thunder and lightning. Either someone is breaking in or an animal is breaking in. When he ran outside the canyon during the day, what met his eyes was that Papa Bear was fighting a white tiger. It was the same white tiger that he had encountered earlier during the day and night, the one that had fought with the giant python. At that time, this white tiger was scared away by the ugly ferocious beast. Mama Bear had fallen to the ground and was bleeding, but you could still see the ups and downs, so she shouldn't be dead yet. And Bear Big and Bear 2 guarded next to Bear Mom, constantly growling at the fighting white tiger. This white tiger had become stronger, much tougher than what he had encountered before. Papa Bear desperately attacked, but never managed to hurt the white tiger. White tiger's dodging speed was very fast, always dodging Papa Bear's attacks and then counterattacking. Although pandas were fierce, they still moved relatively slowly, especially for white tigers. Seeing Papa Bear fall into passivity at every turn, Daylight wanted to rush out, but he was afraid of being struck by lightning. Daylight then yelled out, "Bears, pull your moms over first." Xiong to Xiong air, these 2 stupid bears were to listen to understand. Just a heart in that screaming. Also do not understand to go over to help the bear father. Tired of watching during the day, he looked around and found a few small rocks to throw out. Xiongda finally turned around and saw Daylight, and Daylight immediately waved at him. Xiongda wasn't too stupid and knew to run over to greet Daylight. Daylight jumped onto Bear's back and Bear led him through the minefield. Going outside by the battlefield, Daylight got off of Bear and gasped as he realized how many wounds Mama Bear had on her. This white tiger is really fierce and the killing power is a bit scary. Could it be that the wolves appeared before because of the white tiger's repulsion? After the white tiger fought with the python and occupied the nest of the wolves were forced to migrate, and on the way, when they encountered the Lai Ri tribe and the Haruzan tribe, they attacked. This way, everything can be explained. Not being able to think about it, Daylight hurriedly took off the animal skin clothes on his body and bandaged Mama Bear's wounds. Just then, Papa Bear was beaten by White Tiger and retreated, and Bear Big Bear followed. Xiongde just bumped into Daylight as he retreated, and Daylight was caught off guard, and his head was stuck directly in Mama Bear's wound. Daylight was plastered with panda blood, and he didn't think twice about pushing Mama Bear back as hard as he could while screaming, "Bear, help!" This time Bear finally got the message and he finally knew to pull Mama Bear up. Bear 2 also came over to help, and the 2 brothers led Mama Bear towards the inside of the canyon. Daylight immediately went after him and tried to climb on top of Bear, but just then, a bold idea popped into his head. Since pandas can avoid lightning, if he ate panda blood, could he avoid lightning? Looking back at the field of panda blood left behind by Mama Bear, Daylight turned back with a heartbeat. At this moment, Papa Bear and White Tiger were fighting just 3 meters away, and Daylight paid no attention to them as he plopped down and frantically ate blood. This panda blood is surprisingly sweet, and as the panda blood entered his stomach, Daylight instantly felt his body begin to heat up, as if a powerful force was running amok in his body. There's a feeling of being so strong that you're going to explode. Daylight didn't dare to continue drinking, but jumped up. He looked at the white tiger with two scarlet eyes and pounced bravely. Chapter 54, White Tiger's Miserable Day. Daylight is really brave as he rushes up and kills White Tiger with a sliding scoop under his stomach. Daylight then gets a leg kick from White Tiger. It flew out several meters, and his bones broke when he fell. Daylight struggled to get up, gasping in pain. With his hands stuck in his waist, he walked to the side with extreme difficulty. How come you can't do it here on your own when you say you're invincible with a slide shovel? Daylight walked to the side and panted for a while, finally slowing down. He gritted his teeth and ran off to drink a few more mouthfuls of panda blood before fighting his way over to kill again. This time, Daylight wasn't so reckless as he walked around the white tiger, looking for a time to sneak up on him. This white tiger is really fierce, although its strength is not as big as the bear father, but it dodges fast. The bear father was crushed to death. However, as Daylight appeared behind the white tiger began to have some scruples, and Papa Bear gradually gained the upper hand. A bear and a tiger were fighting with extraordinarily hot temperament. Both sides were using their claws and mouths, and both sides' claws felt like they could easily slap someone into meat paste. Suddenly, Daylight saw an opportunity. With a sharp bone dagger in his hand, he swiftly leapt high into the air. The white tiger's ass was just turned around, and Daylight jumped up high, his bone dagger stabbing hard at the white tiger's legs. But Daylight had underestimated the white tiger's reaction speed, and the white tiger's tail quickly drew over. Daylight was smacked and his bone dagger came off, but luckily he grabbed the white tiger's tail in time, and then Daylight saw the white tiger's hind legs kicking over, and he immediately followed the tail upwards. Coincidentally, when Daylight crawled to the end of his tail, Daylight didn't hesitate and swung. Fist kill. Roar. The white tiger, in pain, suddenly gave up tangling with Papa Bear and ran valiantly toward the forest. The white tiger suddenly ran, and Daylight could only hold on to the tiger's tail firmly or he would be thrown off. Meanwhile, Daylight's fists continued to attack, their position remaining unchanged. The white tiger wailed in pain and continued to dart forward. As it ran, it twisted and, quite fast, in the twinkling of an eye, he put a long distance between himself and Papa Bear and disappeared into the woods. When Daylight saw that Papa Bear didn't catch up, he was shocked. He wanted to let go, but he was worried about being kicked to death by the white tiger after falling. In case the white tiger didn't feel pain anymore and turned around to bite, he wasn't enough to stuff his teeth, so the daytime only continued to attack. Suddenly, the white tiger's tail came into a 360-degree spin, and the tip of the tail fought to sweep toward Daylight. Daylight was caught off guard, not realizing that the white tiger's tail could actually turn back, and he was jerked off his hand in a smooth motion. This offhandness cooled the heart during the day. It's over. It's going to be a disaster. Sure enough, before anyone could even land, the white tiger's hind legs kicked over. Boo! Daylight was kicked and flew as high as a leather ball. Looking down at the white tiger that was getting farther and farther away, Daylight felt no pain, only a cold heart. It flew at least 20 meters high. Soon the body began to fall. The bitter cold wind made Daylight's brain a little clearer, and he grabbed the tree in time. The force of the fall was just too great, and the branches were instantly ripped off. But Daylight still managed to swing up by the strength of the branches. Click here. Branches kept breaking, and after swinging several times during the day, the speed was finally reduced. He had just landed on a tree when he saw that the white tiger was pouncing from afar. Its tiger eyes were filled with anger, and its killing aura enveloped the entire forest. Who cares to linger during the day, continuing to swing and jump like a monkey along the thick woods? Luckily the trees in this forest were tall enough that the white tiger wasn't able to jump up. It just angrily kept knocking the trees down below. Daylight did not dare to stay, accelerating forward to swing and flee. Thanks to the exercise he had gotten in the Thunder Canyon, both his speed and strength had increased by a large margin, or else he wouldn't have been able to spell the white tiger. After swinging for a while, Daylight realized that there was a large river beyond the woods. His eyes wiped a bright light and he accelerated the swing over. Jumping into the river, he thought, the white tiger shouldn't go under. When Daylight swung to the last big tree on the riverbank, he had just leapt high when the white tiger jumped up from below and slapped his sharp claws across. Daylight clearly saw the tiger's claws getting closer and closer, and the sharp claws chilled one's soul. The tiger's claws were just about to slice through Daylight's chest, and Daylight's chest could clearly feel the sharp claws just brushing through the skin. It was an out-of-body feeling, as if it was about to go to heaven at any moment. Well, the white tiger finally managed to fall. It still managed to control it in time and didn't jump into the water, and during the day, fling the fly into the river. Poof! Daylight fell into the side of the river and sank very, very deep. The current was so strong that Daylight's body went down uncontrollably. The cold river water made his brain calm down rapidly. Instead of choosing to rush towards the surface, he tried his best to swim downstream with the current. It was clear to Daylight that the white tiger hadn't finished killing him, and he had to distance himself from the white tiger long enough. I don't know why, but this time, he held his breath underwater for an unusually long time during the day. He followed the current all the way down, and it was a long time before he felt like he couldn't hold it in and started to rush towards the surface. Finally, Daylight emerged from under the water, breathing heavily, and then Daylight saw that the white tiger darted along the riverbank, pulling away from him by about 50 meters. From a great distance, Daylight could feel the white tiger's killing intent, and that tiger's eyes were red. Daylight looked around while gasping for breath, and realized that he was closer to the other side of the riverbank in turn. It was just that the current was too fast, and it wasn't that easy to swim to the other bank, but it was better than being eaten by the white tiger. That's strange. They say tigers can swim. Why don't they dare to go into the water? After a slight adjustment, Daylight began to swim towards the opposite shore. Seeing him getting farther and farther away from the shore, the white tiger roared angrily, and the sound of the tiger's roar pierced through the mountains and forests, deafening the ears. Daylight was swimming when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. His left leg was bitten by something and a huge force pulled him toward the water. Chapter 55, Growing Species. The body was pulled down, and Daylight didn't struggle or panic in the slightest. After sinking into the water, Daylight looked down and exclaimed in his heart, "What a big fish!" The bite on his right leg was a white fish, huge indeed, about the size of Daylight, and it was very long. It had to be at least 2 meters. At this point the big fish was pulling him down hard, presumably trying to get him under the river. Daylight was not alarmed, nor how the big fish pulled. With an effort he bent down and put his face to the head of the fish. The fish looks kind of like a catfish. Nothing scaly, silly forked fish, even daring to bite themselves. Daylight opened his mouth violently and fought to bite into the flesh of the big fish's mouth, tearing off a large chunk of it hard. The big fish was in pain and immediately let go of Daylight's leg, shrinking downward in fear. Where did Daylight give it a chance to shrink? His fist blasted out. Boo! There was a muffled sound underwater and the fish's head was popped during the day. Within a short time, Daylight surfaced again, accompanied by the dead walleye. He is not a small chicken now. Following the panda family for such a long time, his fighting strength has long been bursting. Although he can't beat the white tiger, he is confident that he can easily kill a normal beast. Soon, Daylight pulled the fish to the shore. The fish's head was cracked open and its eyes were straight. It should not have expected that it would be killed like this. After taking a short breather, Daylight looked across the riverbank and realized that the white tiger was still guarding the opposite side of the river. From a great distance away, Daylight could see the white tiger's face of anger. Come to think of it, it must have been furious that it almost popped its cherry. This is a problem. The canyon is across the riverbank, and so is the Lyrai tribe. How do we get back? Daylight didn't want to wander in the forest alone. Man was a herd animal. Even if he was an elder, he should still be in a peace with humans. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would lose his human characteristics and become like a wild beast. Forget it, don't think so much. Fill your stomach first. Daylight dropped his gaze to the big fat fish on the ground, both eyes glowing green. Since entering Thunder Canyon, his daily food was either fish that would give him chills, stone emulsion that would make him sleepy, or bamboo shoots, so he really missed normal meat. It wasn't long before a fire was lit in the forest, and Daylight leisurely ate the roasted fish. Although the meat of this grilled fish wasn't as flavorful as the cold fish in Thunder Canyon, it felt delicious during the day. While eating fish, keep an eye out for the white tiger across the river during the day. The white tiger never left, just lying down next to the riverbank and staring. This made Daylight helpless. He could sense that the white tiger was planning to fight with himself to the end without stopping. This isn't good. Although the white tiger can't pass by now, who can be sure that it won't quietly swim over one day? At that time, even if he ran far away, I'm afraid that the white tiger would be able to find him by tracking his breath. Then, a sneak attack would come out of the cold and cool off. It's just that, for the time being, Daylight couldn't think of a way to do it, so he simply didn't think about it during the day. And after eating the fish he lay down in a tree on the bank to rest. When he woke up in the evening, Daylight realized that the white tiger was still there. Daylight didn't care and went into the forest to hunt. When he returned from his 2 hunts, he found that the white tiger was also eating its prey on the opposite bank. Crying blind, this is really planning to fight with itself to the end. How can it be so sure that it will return to the other side? For the next many days, one man and one tiger, facing each other across the river. During the day, he even built a crude cabin on the shore, made new clothes from the skins of the beasts he had fought back, and sharpened new weapons. The white tiger just didn't leave, it always stood guard on the opposite bank, occasionally going in search of food, but not staying away for long. After 10 days, Daylight couldn't hold back any longer. There was no point in being so confrontational, and since the white tiger couldn't cross now anyway, he decided to follow the riverbank upstream. However, what makes the day depressed is that he went upstream. The white tiger also went upstream, just like a must-die to the end of the posture. There was no choice but to enter the forest during the day and try not to let the white tiger see it. This side of the riverbank is rich in resources, with lots of wild fruits and game. Only, there were never any signs of humans during the day. After about 10 more days, Daylight appeared on a small plain next to the river. It's a plain formed by river bends and river silt, quite suitable for human development. Of course, that's on Earth. Put in this weird primitive society, such places are rather more dangerous. However, signs of humans were found here during the day. It's a tribal site. The tribe wasn't very big, something like 20 houses. They must have just moved not long ago and all the signs of life were still new. To Daylight's surprise, he noticed that this tribe's houses had main beams. You know, even the houses he had seen before over at the Harrison tribe did not have any main beams. They were just a mix of branches and grass, and then propped up with trees from the outside to make a house. The presence of a main beam means that the house is strong, and it also means that the tribe may not have migrated for a long time. The strange thing is, the weather hasn't been bad lately, so why would this tribe suddenly move away, wandering around the tribe during the day? There was another rather startling discovery. This tribe knows how to make pottery. It's not just about kneading clay into vessels, but knowing how to knead them and then burn them with fire. He found a collapsed ceramic kiln behind the tribe and some broken vessels as well. Craftsmanship is of course still very rough, only to burn the clay a little harder. But in this era, it is already considered very advanced. There were no signs of fighting inside or outside the tribe. Good for nothing. So why did this tribe move? The sun sets and rabbits are roasted and eaten during the day on the banks of the river outside the tribe. The place was quiet, so quiet it was a little unnatural. There were no birds chirping, and I didn't see any other animal noises. He didn't dare to be careless during the day, and even when he was eating meat, he kept his weapon in hand. With his sharp intuition, he could conclude that there must be something wrong in the neighborhood, or else this tribe wouldn't have moved away. As he was eating a rabbit's head, Daylight suddenly heard a subtle rustling sound. But when he followed the sound, the source of the sound was a sandy area, with no weeds or anything else in sight. Daylight frowned and continued to eat the meat, while the rest of his eyes paid attention to the source of the sound just now. Sasha. The subtle sound came again, and the rest of Daylight's eyes noted that it was the sand moving. There seemed to be something underneath the sand that was squirming in this direction. When he looked up, the sand immediately regained its calmness, so when he looked over it was as if nothing had happened. Crabs? Or some kind of bug? Daylight put down the rabbit, then approached cautiously with his weapon. The sand was flat, and it was impossible to see anything underground. When Daylight approached about 2 meters away from where the sand was moving, the sand suddenly flipped up and a black shadow quickly darted from below, aiming straight for Daylight's chest. Daylight quickly stepped back and took a closer look, his scalp tingling. What a big sandworm! Whoosh! The sandworm brushed past Daylight and fell to the sand before quickly burrowing into the sand out of sight. That was fast. Moreover, Daylight just saw that the sandworms pounced with their mouths open, with sharp teeth in their mouths, much like the kind of man-eating sandworms in sci-fi movies. It was almost as big as an arm and more than half a meter long. Damn! How come the world is getting richer and richer in species? Without waiting for much thought, the sandworms shuttled out again. This time actually 2 of them. This time, Daylight didn't dodge, but swung his wooden stick to whip it over. To Daylight's surprise, these 2 sandworms were actually very resilient, and his stick failed to break the sandworms, only knocking them to the ground. Instead of burrowing back into the sand when it landed, the sandworm began to twitch then spit out a black liquid. Creepy, actually black blood. Just as Daylight wanted to crouch down to check, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Taking a closer look, Daylight sucked in a breath of cold air. Starting from the river bank, the ground kept cracking, and it was obvious that a lot of sandworms were approaching underground. What's with all the weird sandworms? Just as Daylight was preparing for the battle, a whistling sound came from the distance. Daylight looked sideways and realized that there were 2 people waving at him in the distance, and the 2 were very anxious. Chapter 56 Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. Daylight didn't think much of it and ran towards the 2. As soon as he left, many sandworms flew out of the ground. Each was as big as an arm, long and thick, and all carried sharp teeth. A bunch of sandworms chasing Daylight in the ground constantly being torn up does look a little scary. In the distance 2 men ran over to meet Daylight, both holding a black canister in their hands. The two men didn't come to greet Daylight, but instead brushed past him. Daylight stopped and turned around to see the two men spilling a red powder out of a jar, staining the ground red all of a sudden. Soon, the two turned back around, yelling something under their breath, and doubled back to run towards the woods. Daylight followed suit and ran towards the woods, only he looked back as he ran. Those sandworms seemed to be afraid of the red powder, and they stopped one after another after rushing to the red powder, running out about 50 meters, already entering the grass. Daylight couldn't help but slow down and survey the two people beside him. The two men were just a little taller and stronger than him, about the same size as the previous Hiruzen tribesmen. They wore animal skins as well, only they had strange designs painted on their faces. There's actually a totem culture already? The weapons in their hands were still bones and wood spliced together, but the sticks also had strange patterns on them. The two men saw Daylight slowing down. They turned back at the same time and gabbled something. The pronunciation was relatively deep and the speed of speech was slow, just that Daylight still couldn't understand it. Seeing that Daylight was staring blankly, one of the men directly pulled Daylight's hand and led him forward. It was not until they entered the forest that the two stopped. Needless to say, what followed was another headache with the language barrier. The two men talked a lot and jabbered on, but they didn't understand a word during the day. Didn't everyone else speak Mandarin all over the world when they crossed over? Why is it that every tribal language you've encountered in the past few decades has been different? Each tribe's language has its own characteristics, some of which sound similar but actually have vastly different meanings. The good thing is, it's a primitive society, and human body language doesn't really differ that much. Daylight began to gesticulate, meaning that he had gotten separated from his tribe. The two men should have read it, and they also gestured, supposedly asking Daylight to go with them for a piece. Following the two men through the mountains and forests until it was almost dark, they finally saw a not-so-small basin in the middle of the mountains and forests, and in the basin there was a very large tribe with a very large number of houses, which looked even bigger than the Hiruzen tribe. During the day, however, he found that he was not going to a tribe in the basin, but to a small one halfway up the mountain, with only about 20 huts. When he followed the two men into the small tribe during the day, he noticed that the haylofts of this tribe were all new. Presumably, this tribe had moved from where the riverbank was just now. By the light of the fire, Daylight realized that the faces of the people of this tribe were painted. Only the men had different patterns than the women, and the children had different patterns than the adults. Not much later, Daylight was taken to the side of a new hayloft. Then an old woman with strange designs painted all over her face began to look him over. There was always the illusion during the day that they were the real primitives. The whole culture of the tribe is very much in line with modern perceptions of primitive people, with animal skin clothing, totemic patterns, and old hags on crutches. The old woman began to speak, unintelligible during the day, and could only keep gesticulating. The old woman flashed a few smiles as she pulled a bone dagger from her belt and began to draw little figures on the wood. Daylight was shocked as he realized that the villain drawn by the other had been so well formed that it was easy to read. The house. The villain was supposed to be saying that he should let himself stay first. The civilization of this tribe is really advanced, beyond daytime knowledge of this age. Afterward, Daylight was taken to a hayloft that had not yet been set up. The rest of the tribe helped to put up the hayloft and then gave Daylight some food, both fruit and meat. This night and day was spent alone in the new hayloft. The next morning, he was awakened during the day by a lively noise. Walking out of the hayloft, he saw the tribesmen heading out in a flurry of fire, each with a weapon. With confusion, Daylight took his own weapon and followed the group. For the daytime, the rest of the tribe didn't care. They were yelling something as they walked, and although they couldn't understand it, they could tell from the tone that it certainly wasn't good. Descending the hillside to the flat ground below, Daylight saw two groups of men facing each other. On one side was his tribe with painted faces, on the other side were bullish giants, but they were slightly smaller than the Camo again. There were many of them, and every one of them was strong. Two large groups of people were spewing profanity at each other, and although he couldn't understand them during the day, he could tell that they were spewing profanity. The two groups of people were bickering and they didn't know what they were arguing about. Miraculously, both sides suddenly stopped after cursing for a while, and then each stepped back. Then he saw 7 women from each of the two tribes, standing aggressively in the center. 7 women against 7 women. Start spraying each other. Although he couldn't understand their language during the day, he could read their body language during the day. I've seen this kind of scene in the daytime. It was when I was a child before I traveled. The women in the village quarreled, and this was the gesture. The women on both sides were dancing, singing and dancing, and the scene was quite spectacular. It felt as if 14 women were dancing. It's the intangible cultural heritage of mankind. The two groups of women sprayed at each other for a while before stopping, each of them huffing and puffing and blushing. Then, Daylight saw again that each side sent 3 men forward. Just like earlier, both sides kept a distance of about 2 meters. And then, the spraying started as well. There was one line that actually made sense during the day. I fuck you. Chapter 57, Taking the Loss of Unculturedness. The 2 rounds of name-calling ended, and both sides began to withdraw and talk again. Daylight watched from the back of the crowd, becoming more and more confused. What exactly were these 2 tribes up to? After a while, the crowd started moving again. 10 men on each side, male or female, were sent, and all were armed. Daylight followed the crowd backward, making room for the 2 groups in the center. Looks like a fight? A fight? Before Daylight could think much about it, the 20 men in the center began to fight. 10 small ones, and 10 big ones. Both sides with their weapons began to fight. Daylight had thought that it was just a point-to-point fight, but he realized that both sides were going for the kill, and the people around them didn't go over to help, but rather shouted and cheered. Such a scene made Daylight frown. This was because there were people in the field who had been beaten to death, yet the crowd was still exuberant. It's a terrible phenomenon that doesn't take human life seriously. Of course, Daylight had no intention of going over to stop them, and he watched from behind the crowd. The 2 sides killed each other, with one side being large but relatively clumsy, and the other short but relatively agile. Daylight realized that these people's fighting strength was indeed strong. They were much tougher than the likes of Camus. Of course, compared to Nida it was a bit worse, but it was already much stronger than normal people. Unfortunately, it was such a group of people who killed each other and died. The battle was grueling, and it wasn't long before both sides were going down and finished, leaving 3 or 4 still standing. It was also at this point that the crowd began to swarm forward. Daylight wasn't able to see what was going on in the arena but he knew it must not be good, because someone was pierced through the body by a spear. Daylight really couldn't understand why the 2 tribes were doing this. First cursing at each other, then fighting and killing each other. Was this necessary? It always feels that these people no longer have the simplicity of those who were in the Pingshan tribe before, and they have become more dark and vicious. It didn't take long for Daylight to follow the group back to the tribe, pretty much as he expected. 2 of the 10 men who went out to fight died, and there were 4 others who were seriously injured and 2 lightly injured, with only 2 uninjured. The people were carried to the old hag's home, where she began to treat the wounded. Daylight stood in the doorway and watched, realizing that the old hag's medical skills were a bit low, and that the basic bandages weren't even very good. After a moment's hesitation, Daylight squeezed through the crowd to get in and gestured that he would. Then, Daylight squatted down to treat the wounded man's wounds. After all, it's living in someone else's tribe, so it's nice to contribute. Seeing the sharp bandaging of wounds during the day, the old hag's pale eyes wiped over a bright light, and the smile on her face became extraordinarily charming. The situation is not so good. There are 2 seriously injured people with broken ribs. The injuries are too severe. The daytime really cannot save. The other ones, on the other hand, were not too much of a problem, and were at most a little bit crippled. It's confusing what the 2 tribes are fighting about. It didn't take long for the wounded to be dealt with and for the crowd to disperse. Daylight was about to go back to his hayloft when the old hag blocked him and gestured with a smile on her face for him to stay. Daylight, unsure, retreated back into the house. The old witch began to take out several animal skins, on which were drawn in blood many little figures. No, not just little figures, but very complete portraits. There are people, animals, mountains and water, and it's already very picturesque. This made Daylight shocked again. The culture of this tribe was really advanced. In comparison, the Pingshan tribe and the Lai tribe were backward before, and it could even be said that they were not of the same era. As the old hag spoke, she drew little figures on the ground with a bone dagger. Daylight probably read the other side. They had just moved here from the riverbank, and the other tribe had always lived here, and the other side didn't want their small tribe to come here. The old hag goes on to describe how they moved here because of the many bugs and deaths they encountered along the banks of the river. Daylight asked the old hag why she had to curse and then fight. The old hag's answer, that's how they agreed to fight. So they agreed first to send a few women to curse first, and only when they had cursed enough could they fight. It is not necessary for the whole tribe to come out. Just fight against each other according to the agreed number of people. This was a novelty to Daylight. He had always thought that when it was a matter of life and death for the tribe, it should be the whole tribe out, but he did not think that there was such a rule. Of course, this rule is fair to the smaller tribes. There would have been too few people to outfight the larger tribes. Many more questions were asked during the day, some of which the old hag could understand, most of which she could not. It's still a bit hard to communicate just by drawing, and the language barrier is really a bit hard to cross. It made Daylight wonder if all the tribes had the same script. It's different in pronunciation, but if we can achieve textual uniformity, it should be good for future generations. He spent the whole day at the old witch's house during the day, first communicating with the old witch, and after that, checking the animal skins given by the old witch to understand this tribal civilization. The next day, still early in the morning, the old hag came in from outside with two men just after waking up during the day. The old witch's face was always full of smiles and looked harmless. The old hag smiled and said something that she couldn't understand during the day, except that she probably guessed she was asking her to follow two men on a hunting trip. So, without saying much, Daylight took his own weapon and followed the two men out. After leaving the tribe, a team of people were already waiting, and there were a few women. Daylight did not care too much, thinking that it was really a hunting team, and followed the team piece by piece. The group did head for the mountains as well, just strangely enough, towards the valley behind the large tribe. After entering the valley, Daylight again saw that the large tribe already had a lot of people waiting. Daylight was still a bit surprised, thinking that these two tribes were going to hunt together even though they were fighting each other. Just as quickly, Daylight didn't feel quite right again, thinking he was being pushed towards a cave by two men, together with a woman, also from the small tribe. The woman was as tall as Daylight, a bit stronger than Daylight, and looked quite young. Of course, in a primitive society, she was actually petite. As Daylight and the woman entered the cave, the people outside babbled hilariously, not knowing what they were talking about. Daylight was confused, except that he saw the woman heading into the cave as well, and he followed. However, the woman's face looked bad and she was shivering as she walked, as if she was afraid of something. Is it hard to believe that they are asking themselves to have sex with this woman? But it's not right. Having a relationship isn't as bad as going so far inside a cave. This cave looks spacious and cool. It's a good place. If one is too lazy to build a house, it would be nice to live here. After walking for a while, the woman stopped, shivering. Also at this moment, a clicking sound came from the cave entrance. Daylight turned around and saw that the cave entrance was sealed by a wooden fence. Through the wooden fence, Daylight saw the people outside yelling something while dancing with their hands. It looked like a real jumping jack. This scene, it's not right. Why is it getting more and more like the legendary sacrifice? Chapter 58, The Heart is on Fire. The more Daylight watched, the more he felt like he was being punked, and the people outside kept babbling and dancing while the woman beside him kept cringing. The cave wasn't quite at the end, and it was a little dark inside, so it was hard to see what was there, but the cave was quiet, and no movement was heard inside during the day. Daylight stared with a furrowed brow, the spear in his hand gripped tightly. Sasha. The subtle sound of sand flowing came, and Daylight's pupils suddenly tightened, raising a 12-minute spirit. Suddenly, Daylight felt movement under his feet, and he immediately stepped back. Phew! Daylight had just retreated when something emerged from the ground, just where he had been standing a moment ago. Nice big sandworm with a tipping mouth. Scurrying out of the ground were sandworms, but very large, as thick as a man. The ugly mouth was open and the rows of teeth were particularly dazzling. The sandworms flew out to a height of 2 meters, thanks to the daytime dodged. Otherwise he would have been bitten by the sandworms by now. The woman sat down on the ground in fear and awed and cried, while the people at the entrance of the cave ran away in panic. The sandworms quickly scurried back to the ground after they missed. The ground returned to calm. Only the sand and dust were still flying. Daylight reacted and hurriedly pulled the woman back. At this time, 10,000 grass mud horses in the heart of the daytime. He thought that he was going to go hunting, but he did not expect that he would be sacrificed. He, a modern man, was actually fooled by a primitive man. I've suffered from being uneducated, but he really didn't expect that primitive people were also so underhanded, starting to engage in this kind of sacrifice. Not to mention, they also fucking lied to him as an outsider. It was too impolite. Phew! Once again, the sandworms scuttled out of the ground, this time targeting women. Daylight subconsciously pulled the woman into his arms, then quickly stabbed his spear ferociously over, just missing the sandworm. The sandworms ate the pain and their huge heads pounced on the Daylight. Teeth are real good, and I wonder if it's because you can brush your teeth under the sand. Daylight didn't panic. The speed of the sandworms was too slow for him. Seeing the mouth of the sandworm lunge over, Hakuta's eyes flashed as he once again stabbed his spear fiercely over. Thumbs up! The spear flew out through the sandworms and ruthlessly stuck on the ground. The flying sandworm shivered violently, and black blood sprayed out. Daylight immediately stepped back, still holding the woman in her arms. Put! The sandworm collapsed and kept twitching, spewing black blood that smelled a little foul. The woman ahs a few times before finally stopping as she passes out from shock. Daylight was not careless. He could feel that the ground was still trembling. There should be more than one sandworm below. Sure enough, the ground began to break open again. Daylight darted forward quickly with the woman in his arms, grabbing the spear that was rooted to the ground, then flipping and jumping back down the stone wall of the cave. Sure enough, another, larger sandworm appeared behind him, right where he had just been standing. Daylight flung the spear over with great precision, hitting the sandworm again like a flying arrow. Only, the spear failed to kill the sandworm even though it pierced it. The sandworm quickly shrank downwards, taking the spear with it during the day. Daylight rushed towards the entrance of the cave and tried to crash through the railing of the cave entrance. However, the railing was so solid that he actually couldn't crash through it. These guys are sick in the head. Daylight mentally cursed and had to flip the woman onto her back. Just after carrying the woman on his back, the sandworm scurried out of the ground again. This time it was even more ferocious, and the sand on the floor of the entire cave was lifted up, and instantly nothing could be seen. The moment the sand and dust flew up, Daylight followed suit and jumped up high with her legs powered up. Though his eyes were closed, Daylight knew that the sandworms were at his feet, ready to bite his legs. With teeth that sharp, a bite is bound to be crippling. After leaping up, Daylight's mind sank as his legs began to press down. Sure enough, he stepped on the mouth of the sandworm. Using the force, he quickly tumbled and jumped out. The sandworm lunged again, but instead of retracting, it began to sweep across the room with its thick body. He couldn't really see it during the day, and was jerked by the sandworm's body with a tremendous force that almost didn't knock him off his feet. This sandworm is so damn strong, like a boa constrictor. By the way, the first sandworm was killed easily. Could it be because sandworms also have 7 inches? Without thinking about it, Daylight had already taken off again. He still always carried the woman on his back, while keeping his eyes closed all the time, just running by feel. His senses were really sharp now, clearly sensing every corner of the cave. When Daylight jumped up again through the stone wall of the cave, the sandworm's body hit the stone wall and the cave shook with it. Daylight did a flip and landed right on top of the sandworm's body. He ran 2 steps forward along with the sandworm's body, then quickly crouched down, and his hands formed a double fist blast in a smooth manner. Boo! The 2 fists slammed into the sandworm, and it formed a fist wind that impacted the sandworm's body to sink and slam into the sand. Then, poof, it collapsed. Daylight jumped away again, still with the woman on her back. The sand and dust still flew in the cave, and Daylight didn't open his eyes, just stood still. He could feel that he had succeeded, that the larger sandworm was twitching and dying as well. These 2 sandworms are really scary to the average person, but a bit weak for Daylight. They are far less powerful than Bear. After a while, the sand and dust settled, and Daylight opened his eyes. There were 2 huge sandworms lying on the ground, along with dark blood, and the entire cave was filled with a foul odor. Daylight sank his breath and walked towards the cave entrance. With a sinking heart, he once again kicked the railing of the cave entrance with force. After kicking the railing several times, the railing was finally broken, and Daylight walked out with the woman on his back. At the mouth of the valley, that large group of people were still watching. When they saw Daylight come out, they were all shocked. Fire bubbled up in his heart during the day, and he wanted to go over and kill them all. Advanced. These 2 tribes are so advanced that they already know how to engage in a culture of sacrifice. Although Daylight had long expected that the culture of sacrifice and the culture of gods would appear sooner or later in the development of human civilization, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon, and he didn't expect himself to be pitched a handful of times by this culture so soon. Daylight suppressed his fire and took a step toward the crowd, his eyes bursting with cold light. Seeing Daylight's murderous approach, a group of people outside the valley raised their spears warily, and the man leading them yelled something. Seeing that they were actually still planning to deal with themselves, Daylight's heart was even more enraged. They let themselves go to their deaths, and after they escaped, they still want to get themselves killed. These people are really shameless. Daylight was really on fire. He was about to put the woman on his back down and was planning to have a big fight with the gang. Right at this moment, Daylight's mind violently trembled, subconsciously raising his head to look into the distance. At this look, Daylight's heart almost didn't give way to a shocking arrest. Carrying the woman on his back and running. Seeing that Daylight suddenly ran away, the group of people froze in turn. However, they soon reacted again and aggressively chased after them, their mouths shouting. Where was Daylight in the mood to care about these people? Because he saw the white tiger, just 100 meters away in the opposite side of the mountain forest. Chapter 59, This woman is also a tiger. As expected, Daylight soon heard a tiger's roar from the back, accompanied by the crowd's exclamations of surprise. Daylight turned back while running and realized that those people were actually trying to kill the white tiger. He was directly speechless. What's wrong with your brain? Can't you see the white tiger is so fierce and big? Of course, Daylight had no intention of going back to help, but instead spread his legs even faster. It would be nice for them to help delay the white tiger for a bit. Instead of running toward the tribes in the basin during the day, he ran toward the edge of the mountains, which was the last of his mercies. As expected by daylight, it wasn't long before he heard the tigers roar again. Most likely, the white tiger had destroyed those people and then caught up with them. Daylight ran faster, completely forgetting that there was a woman on his back, scurrying towards the mountains and forests as hard as he could. He couldn't wait to turn into a monkey in the sky. Was running as fast as she could when the woman on her back woke up during the day. Seeing herself on a man's back and running so fast, the woman screamed. Daylight yelled as she ran, "Stop screaming!" However, the woman didn't even listen and just kept screaming. With his heart on fire, Daylight threw the woman straight into the grass next to him, and then he ran off on his own. What a woman! She knows how to scream. What's the point? After the woman was thrown to the bushes, she pointed to the Daylight and gibbered. It wasn't intelligible, but it certainly wasn't good. Daylight continued to dart forward for some distance and hid behind a large tree. Looking back to see that the woods were quiet, he was slightly relieved, thinking that the white tiger should not have caught up, before his mind could settle. However, the angry tiger's roar came again, and he was so frightened that he continued to run. This white tiger can be, relentless in its pursuit. It was still able to catch up with itself even after so much time had passed. Besides, how did it come from the other side of the river? In this way, he ran through the mountains and forests without direction during the day. When the sun set, he stopped at a big tree. This time, I finally didn't hear the tiger's roar, so I should have thrown the white tiger far away. Seeing that the beast's skin on his body was scraped and torn by the branches, Daylight laughed bitterly. His life was really wretched. Trouble was, he didn't even know what bearing he was in or how far he was from Thunder Canyon. Suddenly, Daylight heard a woman's call in the distance. Daylight froze. Why did this voice sound so much like the woman he had thrown away earlier? No way. Going around in circles by yourself? The woman's calls were getting closer, more urgent and panicked. Daylight pressed on and met it anyway. It's really the same woman he lost earlier. Only, the woman was also in a sorry state right now. The animal skin clothes on her were gone, and not far behind her, a wild boar was chasing. This woman is in pretty good shape and runs with a flair. It's just weird that she doesn't grow hair. Without waiting for a second thought, Daylight tumbled along the trees. Then, he descended from the tree and rode on the boar with precision, blowing its head off with a single punch. The woman turned back to see the boar subdued during the day, and she finally stopped darting, panting, both eyes tinged with shock and anger at the same time. After a while, the woman gasped and came over, pointing at the daytime croaked something. Daylight didn't understand and ignored her, picking up the boar and leaving. The woman followed along, her words never stopping, crackling with what must have been curses. Daylight just pretends she doesn't exist, walks to a flat area, and puts the boar down. First, pull the tusks out of the boar. Then, kill the pig. At the sight of the blood, the woman stopped screaming at once, but she didn't leave either, so she obediently squatted next to her. She does have a very naked body, none of it hairy, except for her hair. This is very unusual because it's a primitive society and so many people still have heavy body hair. However, she is really good looking, in a good looking all over kind of way, well proportioned and fair skinned. It looks out of place in this horribly primitive society. When Daylight ripped out the boar's meat, the woman immediately came over. Not caring if Daylight agreed or not, she grabbed a large piece of bloodied meat and began to eat it raw. It looks like it's really hungry and can swallow raw meat. It didn't bother him during the day. The boar wasn't small. He couldn't finish it. Got some firewood, made a fire, and roasted the meat for dinner. Seeing that there was a fire, the woman stopped eating raw meat and came over to the fire to roast it herself. She began to chatter again, but her voice became so small that it moved a little. This woman looks pretty normal too. How did she get sent to feed sandworms? Her naked appearance was a bit eye-catching, and Daylight couldn't bear to look at her, so he threw the torn boar animal skin at her. The woman's face was joyful, and instead of grilling the meat, she began to look for vines and grasses on the side to make clothes. Kinda handy, and she knows how to cross-weave the rattan grass. It didn't take long before she finally had animal skin clothing on her again. It was finally not so hot, which was a secret relief for Daylight. After coming to this world for so many years and never touching a woman, he was more or less itching in his heart. A few more glances would have really exploded. After eating the roast, they had to climb up a tree to rest during the day. The woman didn't care and stoked the fire. Then she slept by it. Daylight realized that the woman was actually quite alert. She doesn't sleep through the night, but gets up whenever she can to add wood to the fire, because as soon as the fire went out, she would be in danger. They were killing pigs here with a strong smell of blood, which had long attracted other beasts. Only because of the fire and the bright light, the beasts didn't dare to approach. And she's been holding a boar tusk in her hand. The next morning, while still asleep during the day, he felt something hit him and he was immediately alerted. Looking down, it was the woman throwing rocks up from below. The women were happy to see him awake and chattered about something. Daylight stretched and then looked around. It wasn't a good day. It was cloudy and hazy. No sun in sight. That's a problem. There's no way to tell which way to go without the sun. Daylight came down from the tree, and the woman immediately came over, talking and gesturing at the same time. Only, Daylight couldn't read it. She was gesturing in a strange way that she hadn't seen during the day. Seeing that she didn't read it during the day, the woman got anxious. She suddenly took off the boar animal skin she was wearing and lay down on the ground. At the same time, she kept beckoning toward Daylight, as if signaling for Daylight to press against her. Chapter 60. One mind is bent on lying down. Looking at the woman on the ground, Daylight's cheeks twitched unnaturally. The woman kept her legs forked and kept waving at Daylight, mouthing something. It's hard not to see the pose, the scene. Honestly, the way she looked, she was quite alluring and fit the modern aesthetic. But where would I dare during the day? If this is pressed on, it's a lifetime. If you accidentally make a child, it's hundreds or even thousands of years. It's not worth hitching a ride for decades or even centuries for a few minutes of pleasure. So, it was still restrained during the day. There is no woman in the heart. The primordial creator God. He glanced at it with a black face, then pretended not to see it and sat down to eat his meat. The woman climbed to her feet in slight exasperation and came over to Daylight to talk again, which she was really able to do. Probably because she saw that she had been silent during the day. The woman finally stopped talking and put the animal skin back on as well. Only her face was tinged with sadness. Having eaten the meat, Daylight had no intention of leaving, but laid down on the spot to rest. No sun, no place to go. The woman sat down next to him and began trying to teach how to communicate during the day. Out of curiosity about their tribe, Daylight climbed up and began communicating with her as well. Regarding the tribe she was from, Daylight was really curious. It was obviously a very advanced and thoughtful tribe, so how could they sacrifice a living person out of fear of sandworms? In fact, Daylight knew very well in his heart that the culture of God had a heavy weight in human history, no matter how much he resented it. This culture was bound to appear in the midst of the course of history, because the essence was worship and control. Daylight wasn't a historian and didn't know anything about cultural heritage. He just didn't want to see those disgusting images around himself. Things like sacrifices were just disgusting to him. Not having the courage to face the odds and instead taking the weak and sending them to their deaths is incompetence. It took 3 full days before Daylight could basically understand the woman's language. Just not quite yet. The woman's name is Su Ling, a very nice name. Only, she's no slouch. Daylight asked, "Why were you sent to feed the worms too?" Su Ling replied, "Because they don't like me." Saying that I just know how to eat and don't help the tribe. But I just don't understand. I'm a female, I don't grow that big. Those big ones can just hunt. Why do they need me to go? And they say I'm sick in the head. I said that women should just lie around every day and just give men babies. And they were still angry. Daylight's scalp tingled as he listened, because he realized that this Sulingjian was an expert in laying flat. She also bragged about how she usually didn't work in the tribe. All kinds of laziness. And the tribe would give her food anyway. Anyway, she said it was so big like this. She went picking once. Daylight stiffened. "And how many children have you had?" Su Lin shook her head. "No, I can't give birth to a child." Daylight was stunned. "Why?" Su Lin still shook her head. "I don't know. Anyway, it just didn't produce a child." Daylight frowned. Was she born a stone woman? In primitive tribes, women who give birth and can't hunt really aren't much use. No wonder she was pushed out to die. Daylight asked again, "Your tribe has been attacked by those sandworms?" Su Ling replied, "We don't call them sandworms, we call them death. Let me tell you, they used to not bite people. Only one day the mountain moved and then they started biting and eating people. They said that if we send people to the king of the dead to eat, those little dead won't come out. That's why they sent us inside the cave." Is it an earthquake? However, during the daytime in Thunder Canyon, no earthquakes were sensed. Turning to the daytime and thinking, maybe I just slept myself to death one day and didn't know it. Turning to Daylight, he asked about the patterns on the faces of their tribes. Su Ling pointed to the pattern on her face. "You mean this one? This one is called the poor chi. It was left behind by our ancestors." Poverty? Daylight's heart pounded as he felt the word was familiar. I only heard Su Ling continue. "A long, long time ago, our ancestors had seen a very powerful beast that could fly. Our ancestors called it poor chi. Then, our ancestors said that drawing poor chi on your face will give you great power. Only when you're grown up can you draw a poor man with wings. If you're not grown up, you don't have wings. Then women have shorter wings and men have longer wings. A flying beast, and it looks a bit like a tiger. How it sounds like the ugly ferocious beast from before. Poor Chi. This name sounded really familiar. It was just that Daylight really couldn't recall how he had recognized these two words back on Earth. It's safe to assume that the word has definitely appeared on Earth. Thinking back to that ugly ferocious beast. Oh no. I should say that it is the poor sister. The daytime heart palpitates. Even the white tiger that had been chasing him now wasn't that scared during the day. It was only when he faced Big Sister Popper that he was truly powerless to fight back. That is the most powerful beast he has seen. What white tiger, what panda? In front of it are not enough to see. After communicating with Su Ling, Daylight couldn't help but feel that this tribal civilization she was in was really advanced. They had indeed begun to know how to burn vessels, and to utilize certain medicines against wild beasts, while there was a system of reward and punishment in the tribe. It's amazing how such a small tribe can have such an advanced civilization. Unfortunately, Su Ling wasn't very interested in the tribe's affairs. She thought about how to lie down all day long, and nothing else mattered to her. Daylight calculated that when he returned to the Coming Sun tribe afterward, he would also make the Coming Sun tribe develop like the tribe where Su Ling was. Of course, it was necessary to circumvent things like sacrifices. However, the next thing that happened during the day was a headache. He couldn't keep bringing Su Ling with him all the time. After all, he had to find his way back to the Coming Day tribe, while at the same time being wary of the white tiger pursuing him. However, it wasn't appropriate to send Su Ling back to her original tribe. In her current situation, going back would definitely be a death. We can't just leave her alone in the mountains. With the danger of these mountains, if she was alone, she could become the feces of a fierce beast the next day. Daylight hardened her head. Su Ling, do you know if there are any other tribes nearby? Su Ling was smart, and immediately knew his intentions. Both eyes immediately contained tears. You want to send me away? Daylight's cheeks twitched. I have to find my way back to my tribe. Then I'll go back to your tribe with you. Su Ling looked pitiful. I don't want to die. Will you take me? I can intersect with you even though I can't give birth to a child. As she said that, Su Ling began to shed tears. Daylight's scalp was numb. This was done. I blame myself for being too soft. At that time in the cave, he should not have saved her from the mouth of the sandworm, but he can't do anything to kill her now. But it couldn't be lain on by her either. Although he did quite need a woman, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it if this woman liked to lie down so much. Gritting his teeth, Daylight solemnly said, "There's no way I can carry you all the time. You need to find another tribe to survive." Su Ling immediately looked disappointed and skimmed her lips. Well then, I know there is a tribe, but it's far away. You take me to. Chapter 61. A powerful woman. In the forest, a man and a woman are heading south. Are you really not taking me? Look at me. I grow up to be about the same size as you. Then you're so good. You hunt every day. I'll just lie at home. How nice. Oh, I know. You have women in your tribe, right? I'm not afraid. I will not give birth to a child. Not with your woman to steal. That is, you raise me to death on the line. Su Lin's words were true. Chattering away, Daylight was silent. He really didn't want to say too much to her before he really had to bring her back to the Day tribe afterward. This sudden bringing a little nymph back to Nessie and the others. Nessie would probably be angry. Speaking of Nessie, I wonder how she's doing now. Ever since the last incident with the wolves, he himself had been trapped in the Thunder Canyon, and he didn't know how long it had been until now. It is also not known if the Lirai and Pingshan tribes have migrated away. Seeing that Daylight had been silent, Su Ling was a bit impatient. It's just the two of us. Say something or it'll be too boring. Just tell me why you, got scattered with the tribe. Daylight mused. Nothing. The tribe was attacked and got separated afterward. Oh, Su Ling was casual. Our tribe used to have people wander off and then never come back. My dad was, and then my mom's brother too. And then, Daylight twitched. She was cursing herself for not being able to return. Getting separated from the tribe and then not being able to get back is a really common thing. Not to mention getting separated from the tribe. It was normal for the tribe to be swept away. In such a chaotic and dangerous mountain forest, most tribes were precarious, and it would be good to be stable for a few years. Su Lin continued. Then what will you do in the future? I don't know. Daylight is really do not know what to do in the future. Find the Coming Day tribe is good. Can not find. How to live in the future is indeed a problem. For a long time, he was on the run, and his days were particularly wretched. But isn't that what primitive societies are like? It's not easy to stay alive, and the days are actually mostly wretched. The daytime is not so bad, and the woeful process is getting stronger and stronger. It was also because he knew this layer that Daylight had been thinking of returning to the Lai Sun tribe. Only by following the tribe that he was familiar with would he feel safe and not have such an embarrassing time. It was just that now he felt like he was getting farther and farther away from the coming tribe, and he didn't even know what direction the Thunder Canyon was in anymore. Unable to find his way home, he would eventually have to find a tribe to land on. However, if they encountered a tribe like the one Su Ling was in, it would be a headache. This kind of tribe has a lot of pussy and a lot of heart, so it's not easy to mix. I only heard Su Ling continue. If you can't go back to your tribe, then you will come with me to another tribe. You are very powerful. I want to follow you all the time. In the face of Su Ling's bluntness, Daylight could only turn a deaf ear and digress. That tribe you mentioned, is it confirmed to be in this direction? How can there be a mistake? Let me tell you, you do not see me every day and the tribe does not come out, but I know where the other tribes around our tribe are, because Su Ling pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice. My father has a map, Daylight exclaimed. A map? Su Lin nodded. Yes, my dad drew down all the places he visited and called it a map. My dad used to be a very capable hunter for the tribe. He's been to many tribes, but after my father died, the patriarch and the others took away my father's map. Humph, if it wasn't for my father's map, how could they have hunted so often? With my father's map, what's wrong with me lying down and eating meat? I'm telling you, my dad is awesome. He remembers exactly what he hunted where, and then he can know the next time he goes to that place to hunt. Listening to Su Ling's recitation, waves of shock flooded his heart during the day. The intelligence of mankind was far beyond his perception. He had always thought that he, a modern man, was much hung over in a primitive society, but in reality, there were plenty of people with high IQs, bronze, maps, and even god cultures are not really something the average person can think of. Daylight admits to himself that if he wasn't from the modern era, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. This also made Daylight deeply realize that he was actually dispensable to this world. Even if he uses all of his modern knowledge, he may not be able to influence the entire course of human history. A low sound, like a horn, suddenly came from the front. Alarmed, Daylight hurriedly sped up and ran forward, and Su Ling immediately followed. Don't run so fast, I can't keep up. The two ran to the hillside in front of them, and what met their eyes was a tribe in the valley in the distance, under attack. Attacking the tribe were several black bulls. The tribe wasn't very big, so there weren't many people who came out to fight. More than 20 people fighting against 4 black bulls shouldn't be too bad normally, but those 4 black bulls were a bit abnormal. The black bulls were huge, and with a rush of brains toward the tribe, it felt like they were just determined to wreck the tribe. It's the Flower Hill tribe. Su Ling was overjoyed. Daylight was surprised. How did you know? Su Ling pointed in the distance. Look at those black cows. They're huge and big. My father calls them savage cows, and they've always been near the Flower Mountain tribe. The only ones who are with the barbarian cows are the Flower Mountain tribe. Daylight's heart trembled as she listened. Her father was truly awesome. Without waiting for much thought, Su Ling called out again. Look, 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 they've lost. Daylight looked again and saw that the crowd that had surrounded the savage bulls began to retreat. At the same time, a group of women came out from the tribe, with a few calves in the middle of the women. The scene made Daylight startled again. Why did they bring the calf out? Su Ling was quite proud of herself. My father said that this is the difference between barbarian cows. They are smart and attack the tribe in order to rescue their children. Only by bringing out the children will the savage bulls not attack the tribe. Look, the brute isn't attacking people anymore. As expected, just like what Su Ling said, with a few calves coming out, the savage bulls really didn't attack anymore, and they quickly disappeared into the forest. Daylight looked sideways at Su Ling, really admiring her father more and more, and whispered, Su Ling, do you remember many maps? Su Ling held her head high with a proud face. My father's maps, I drew them all, I remember them all. Let me tell you, although I lie at home every day, I am awesome at remembering things. Halfway through speaking, Su Ling suddenly realized that she had spoken out of turn and hurriedly covered her mouth. Daylight was resourceful and quickly realized something was wrong. Frowning, you remember the way back, right? Su Ling's cheeks twitched slightly and she turned her head awkwardly to pretend she hadn't heard. Daylight cried and laughed. This woman had a lot of heart, but she does have an awesome brain. How great would it be to have her draw a big map, or even a map of the world? Chapter 62, Cool It, Bury It. Originally, during the day, he wanted Su Ling to go to the Flower Hill tribe, but Su Ling disagreed, saying that the people in that tribe were too big. Daylight thought to herself that she really didn't match up well with those people, so she didn't enter the Flower Mountain tribe. At night, 2 rabbits were shot during the day, and the two men sat by the fire and roasted the meat for dinner. While eating, Daylight couldn't help but ask, "Su Ling, do you remember where we started walking from?" Su Lin wore a smile. "Remember, we went over 12 mountains. There were 4 valleys, and then 3 rivers." Daylight's heart trembled as he hurriedly said, "Then, starting tomorrow, when you walk somewhere, you'll draw it." The woman had a horrible sense of direction and memory, a gift not to be wasted. Su Ling tilted her head, "But drawing a map requires animal skins, and animal blood, and then a kind of grass called red apricot." Daylight hurriedly said, "I'll find it for you tomorrow, and you'll start thinking about it now and draw it from your tribe. As long as you draw it, I will hunt for you every day and make you clothes and shoes." It would be awesome to really map out the mountains. So, for the next several days, the daytime was spent looking for beast skins and materials for Su Ling. After that, Su Ling also really started drawing the map. During the day, he realized that Su Ling's knowledge of maps was actually very deep. I should say, her father's knowledge of maps was very deep. They already knew how to use the direction of the rising sun as a reference point, and they knew how to draw mountains and approximate distances. It was scary. Surin had walked just once and she could probably remember how far she had traveled. Asked during the day, she was measured by how much she walked in a day. It was relatively rough, but it was enough. In order to be able to make Surin draw the map better, he gave Surin the east, west, south, north and south, and so, most of the month passed. It was a somewhat cloudy day. During the daytime, he and Su Ling went over a hill and finally saw the tribe Su Ling was talking about, the Ran tribe. Su Ling said that her father had once visited this tribe, and that the people of this tribe were quite nice. In the past, when her father was still around, he even thought about moving to this tribe. The tribe was on a flat piece of land near the river, and didn't look particularly large, with an estimated 100 or so people. Watching the horde from afar, Su Ling became a bit upset and whispered, "Are you really not taking me with you?" Daylight was slightly embarrassed. In fact, he quite wanted to bring Su Ling with him. After all, the map was not yet finished, but he was worried that it would be dangerous to keep bringing Su Ling with him. After such a long time, the white tiger didn't catch up, and Daylight was worried that the white tiger was trying to make a big wave. He doesn't think that the white tiger has given up chasing after him, but the white tiger is still chasing after him. Seeing that Daylight didn't say anything, Su Ling wiped away a few moments of disappointment and lowered her head towards the tribe. Daylight straightened the animal skin map on his back and followed Su Ling. After walking a few steps, Daylight suddenly stepped forward and pulled Su Ling back. Her brows furrowed. "Wait." Su Ling was overjoyed and opened her mouth to say something. Then she froze when she saw that Daylight was looking grave. "What's wrong? Something's not right." Daylight gazed at the tribe in the distance. "It's almost dark now. It's only logical that the tribe should have firelight." The tribe in the distance was too quiet. No smoke from cooking, no firelight. Something was indeed wrong. "Get your weapons out and follow me." As they drew closer, Daylight realized that there were so many people lying around the tribe. Something is really wrong with this tribe. Not long after, the two walked to the back of the tribe. It was dusk at this time, and under the dim light one could see that there were many people collapsed all over the tribe, but no blood was seen. Su Ling's face turned white. How come they're all dead?" Daylight cautiously dropped her behind him. "Stay close to me and don't wander off." Entering the tribe, Daylight turned a few bodies over and found no damage. It looked like they should have just died a few days ago, and the bodies hadn't been deformed yet. It should have been death by poisoning, as each body had a bit of a black lip. But what kind of poison is so exaggerated that it can kill the entire tribe? Not even the children. How could they all be dead? Su Ling shivered. Daylight mused. It should be poison, and it's possible that there's something wrong with the water source. Su Lin didn't know what poison was, but she was even more scared when she heard that there was something wrong with the water. The whole tribe is dead. Men, women and children, and that's too much. It shouldn't have been the same time of death, though, because so many stinking bodies were found during the day in the 2 houses at the back of the tribe. Apparently the deaths came in stages. The tribesmen didn't find the cause after the first batch died, and then the deaths continued to spread and eventually died out. It's not a small tribe. It's just gone. It's horrible, but this is the norm in primitive societies, and over the years, Daylight has actually seen many times where tribes have all gone extinct. Some were washed away by floods, some were eaten up by fierce animals. Not only did the people die, but all the animals kept by the tribe died, quite thoroughly. After walking around the tribe, Daylight felt his back tingle. He suddenly felt that the mere issue of water supply was not so penetrating a death. Most likely, it's some kind of virus, or bug. So, Daylight hurriedly took Su Ling away. As he was walking towards the outside of the tribe, Su Ling suddenly uttered an alarm. Daylight immediately turned around, and what she saw was Su Ling slapping her arm in panic. In the dim light, Daylight could clearly see something squirming inside her arm. The image, much like in The Mummy, of a corpse worm entering the body. Daylight immediately pinched the upper end of her arm, and then stabbed Su Ling's dagger hard with the bone dagger, just hitting the wriggling thing. Afterward, Daylight squeezed the other side out with force. Holy shit, what a ghoul! It was as black as a shithouse, but smaller than a pinky finger. After coming out from underneath Su Ling's skin, it fell to the ground and quickly disappeared. Shouldn't it be so scary? Daylight hurriedly pulled Su Ling forward and ran out of the tribe. After leaving the tribe, he didn't stop during the day, and ran up the hill with Su Ling, running far away. After arriving at the hillside, he hurriedly checked his own body and then checked Su Ling again, determining that there were no corpse worms in both of their bodies. Only then did Daylight breathe a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment, Su Ling suddenly fell to the ground. It was also at this time that Daylight noticed that Su Ling's lips were a little dark. Shit, she's poisoned. How does it feel? Daylight asked as he examined her. Soleil gasped. Headache. Did the necrotic worms get into her head? What can he do about this? He can't afford to do a craniotomy on her right now. With his crappy medical skills, it would be too late to get the medicine even if he had to, and it was obvious during the day that Su Ling's heartbeat was accelerating. Her heart seemed to be about to jump out. Watching Su Ling gradually lose consciousness, Daylight sighed slightly helplessly. Quite a good woman. Going cold. Forget it, dig in. Just then, Daylight suddenly felt a chill in his heart and soul, and he was so scared that he had to run. But before he could run 2 steps, a huge figure suddenly jumped out of the woods, and it was the white tiger. Chapter 63, Discovering that you're actually strong. Looking at the white tiger that suddenly appeared in front of him, Daylight's heart went into sudden arrest. It was clear that the big guy had no intention of giving up tracking himself. The white tiger slightly lowered its head and approached Daylight step by step. Those large eyes were on fire, as if they wanted to tear Daylight apart. Daylight's scalp went numb and he swallowed his throat awkwardly. Big brother, you've been chasing after him for 2 months. You're really persistent. It's not easy for all of us to stay alive. There's no need to kill everyone, right? We have something to talk about. Before the words were finished, the white tiger pounced violently. Daylight was so scared that he quickly jumped away. The white tiger pounced, but it just happened to step on Surin on the ground. The vegetarian spirit shuddered in obedience, and then began to spurt blood. Daylight's cheeks twitched. Originally Su Ling was going to die. Without waiting for much thought, the white tiger had already killed again. Daylight's scalp was numb, so he could only fight with the white tiger. He would like to run, but at this point where can he run away? And this battle, sooner or later have to fight. This white tiger was really fierce and slapped the trees flying apart. For his part, Daylight relied on his agility and kept dodging quickly, making the white tiger keep pouncing. A man and a tiger, fighting in the mountains and forests. A burst of tiger's roar resounded through the mountains and forests, frightening away all the birds in the forest. This white tiger was indeed fierce, powerful and fast. Daylight thought that he was fast enough even for himself, but he was still caught by the white tiger. Boo! White tiger slapped him across the face and Daylight was sent flying backwards. Before anyone could even land, the white tiger had already pounced over again. Seeing that the white tiger's palm print was once again slapping over, Daylight's heart was hot, and he suddenly blasted out his fist with all his might. Ha! With this punch, using all of Daylight's power, he even felt an explosive force raging out of his lower abdominal dantian. The fist clashed with the white tiger's palm print, and with a muffled bang, both Daylight and the white tiger flew backwards. Daylight fell to the ground and skidded for some distance before hurriedly tumbling up. His arms were numb, and his blood and chi were churning terribly. However, the white tiger on the opposite side was also not easy to bear, and was even blasted by the daytime to fly backwards and break several trees. After the white tiger jumped up, it looked at Daylight in shock, its large eyes bursting with killing intent. Daylight was also shocked, not realizing that he was so pugnacious. He never realized that he could have such strong explosive power. That was a white tiger, capable of smashing trees as big as his head with a single slap. This punch gave Daylight a very large amount of confidence. He had never fought a white tiger or a panda head-on, and now, it was time to give it a try. Phew, phew. Daylight took a few deep breaths and began to confront the white tiger. One person and one tiger, holding their breath, both waiting for the right moment. Roar! Just then, another whine suddenly came from the distance. Daylight's cheeks twitched and he cursed in his heart. There was actually another tiger? The white tiger on the opposite side also revealed a few moments of shock as it stared at Daylight while backing away, the rest of its eyes drifting to the source of the sound. Soon another tiger jumped out of the mountains. It was much smaller than the white tiger, and it was a golden color. The golden tiger jumped out and then focused on the white tiger, growling and showing his teeth in a murderous manner as he did so. Daylight was overjoyed. If the two tigers fought, wouldn't he have a chance? So, the white tiger chose not to move and watched quietly. Sure enough, that golden tiger actually took the initiative to kill the white tiger. Only, boo! The huge golden tiger was sent flying when the white tiger slapped it across the face. It's simply in a class by itself. Daylight cheek twitching. Farce, said two tigers fight? Golden tiger, fight for your life. Well, the golden tiger climbed up again. However, this time it didn't dare to be reckless and try to engage in a confrontation as well. The white tiger was very disdainful, and suddenly opened its mouth to direct an angry growl at the golden tiger. Roar! The deafening tiger's roar scared the golden tiger so much that it clamped its tail and ran away. It was also at this moment that Daylight took the initiative to attack the white tiger. He slid over and down to the underside of the white tiger's stomach, then fought to blast his fist out. But the white tiger's speed was really fast, and it actually jumped up in time to dodge Daylight's attack. Probably a shadow of the last time. The white tiger quickly wiggled its ass away, afraid that Daylight would grab it between its legs again. Daylight tumbled up and was about to launch another attack when he suddenly heard a tiger's roar once again. He gave up his attack and chose to jump away, forming a confrontation with the white tiger once again. Another tiger jumped out from the woods, actually also a white tiger. It was a bit bigger than the golden tiger just now, but compared to this white tiger in front of him during the day, the gap was still a bit big. The little white tiger didn't kill directly after jumping out, but instead lowered its head and let out a low hiss, as if it was trying to communicate with the big white tiger. The large white tiger whined as it confronted Daylight. Daylight didn't know what they were exchanging. He just cautiously stepped back. As for whether the Su Ling on the ground was dead or not, he didn't know. Strangely enough, the big white tiger also began to retreat backward, and the little white tiger also retreated. In this way, one person and two tigers were all pulling away. Only after pulling away 20 to 30 meters did the big white tiger look sideways at the little white tiger. Then, the big white tiger pounced over. Daylight was overjoyed that the two tigers had finally appeared. However, in the next second, Daylight's smile froze as what he saw was two white tigers licking each other up. Grass, do you two know each other? White cried, scalp numb and continue to retreat. This fucking still play a egg. A white tiger is enough to suffer. Two white tigers, he still have a shit chance of winning. Just as Daylight continued to retreat, the great white tiger suddenly came over sideways and hissed at him. But it didn't pounce on Daylight, it just glared fiercely. Then, the two white tigers actually jumped into the mountain forest at the same time, darting and disappearing. Daylight froze. What was this? They actually didn't team up to fuck themselves? Watching the two white tigers disappear, Daylight failed to understand what the situation was for a long time. He had already thought about fighting for his life. Why did they leave? Ahem. The sound of Su Ling's coughing came, and Daylight returned to her senses, rushing over. Miraculously, Su Ling actually didn't die. After she spat out blood, her face instead looked better. However, the ribs were broken by the big white tiger's stomp, but not fatally. Does bloodletting work? Not being able to think much, Daylight hurriedly bled Su Ling. After the bloodletting, Su Ling's heartbeat did stabilize a bit, but soon during the day another big problem was discovered. Su Ling became very weak. Awkward. Too much bloodletting. After briefly bandaging her wound, he saw that she was still very weak. After hesitating for a moment, Daylight still slit her own wrist and fed her blood. In fact, Daylight had always wondered if his blood had any special effects. No matter what, he is also a long life person, and he has been sucked by the poor Chi before. He has always suspected that his blood has a special effect. Otherwise, how could the poor Chi keep himself and use it to suck blood? Chapter 64, Returning to the Old Lands. As the blood entered Su Ling's mouth, Daylight didn't see the expected immediate awakening of Su Ling, but rather, Su Ling's hair began to turn white, brushed and all white. It took the daytime by surprise. However, he continued to feed the blood to Su Ling, and if it didn't work, he would bury it. Miraculously, soon Su Ling's white hair began to turn black again. Then, her breathing began to become steady and even. Daylight was overjoyed, stopping feeding her blood and turning to check her carefully. Taking her pulse and feeling her heart, they were all stable, and it looked like she was going to wake up. Blood really does work. This was great news for the daytime. Although they didn't know the exact efficacy, but at least it could save their lives when it mattered. Not much later, Su Ling really did wake up. However, her hair wasn't completely black. It was still half white. Well, Daylight asked impatiently. Su Ling struggled to get up. her face full of confusion. I just, died? I also saw that a very large tiger trampled me to death. Daylight was slightly embarrassed. Just now he had actually thought about burying her. Only to hear Su Ling continue. It feels a bit painful. It hurts here. Su Ling pointed at her chest. Daylight knew that she was supposed to be talking about broken ribs causing pain, but everywhere else was fine, which was godly. Without much thought, during the day, he carried Su Ling on his back and led her to leave in a hurry. This place is too dangerous. It may not be possible to be attacked by corpse worms again later, because Su Ling's injured ribs couldn't walk well. The two of them hid in a mountain nest for the next few days. During that time, Daylight still couldn't help but be curious and returned to the Ran tribe once again. Only this time, he didn't encounter any more necromorphs. Daylight lamented the demise of this tribe and was confused at the same time. Previously, he had encountered greenworms when he was in Harrison's tribe, and then he had encountered sandworms in Su Ling's tribe, and now there were corpse worms. These are things that have not been encountered during the day in previous decades. It always felt that the world had become richer in species and heavier in killing. In the past, the biggest danger in the primitive forest was the fierce beasts, but now, these bugs are rather more terrible. After spending a few days in the mountain nest, Su Ling's injuries were almost recovered, and the two of them continued to travel through the mountains and forests, searching for a way back to the coming tribe. Now that the Ran tribe was gone, Su Ling had no place to stay, so he could only keep bringing her with him during the day. It's hard to hold back when you're alone, and in the lonely mountains. No, one day when it rained, the two people hid in a cave to sleep, and then Tendon Peak Jade do a meeting. With the physical contact, Daylight became more attached to Su Ling. No matter what, she was his first wife in the true sense of the word. The two stayed in the cave for a while. Firstly, because during the day they wanted to make some clothes and shoes for Su Ling to hunt, and secondly, because during the day this old place couldn't contain the fire after tasting the sweetness of the rain. It was about a month before the two continued on their journey, searching for the coming tribe. The two men were comfortable hunting and finding their way at the same time. Although they would also encounter fierce beasts, to the daytime, these beasts were just here to deliver animal skins. However, during the day, there had been a feeling that Soleil wasn't doing too well. Although on the surface she recovered well, her hair was always half white and half black, and it felt like, during the day, Su Ling's body temperature was a bit low, especially at night. Once, he almost thought that Su Ling was cold. Daylight vaguely felt that the effect he had brought about by feeding blood to Su Ling wasn't too desirable. Unfortunately, his medical skills are really not good, and the pulse can only be heard jumping. After another long period of time, the two finally found the river, the same big river where they got rid of the white tiger during the day before. At this time, Daylight's back was already carrying a lot of animal skin maps, all drawn by Su Ling. Finding the river made it much easier to find the Lyrai tribe next, as Daylight clearly remembered the relative directions of the river and the Lyrai tribe. It took the two men some time longer, and they finally returned to the familiar mountains during the day. That day, as the sun was setting, Daylight and Su Ling walked through the mountains and forests, and saw the location of the Harrison tribe from afar. Looking at the tribe from afar, Daylight's heart could not help but feel a little excited. It had been a long time since he parted ways with the coming Sun tribe and the peaceful mountain tribe. Exactly how long, he himself was not sure. Now, it was finally time to come back. Coco was strange, looking from a distance and not seeing houses. This made Daylight wonder. He was sure that this place was where the Harrison tribe and the Lyrai tribe had landed before. There was no way there could be a mistake. As they drew closer, Daylight was alarmed. There were houses, but they were submerged in weeds and trees. The two tribes had long since fallen into disrepair and traces were almost impossible to find. It looked as if they had been moved away for decades. This was strange. According to Daylight's anticipation, he had left the tribe for a year at most. Even if the two tribes had migrated immediately after the wolves attacked them at that time, it wouldn't be that this would fall into disrepair so quickly. Weeds notwithstanding, the trees are 2 meters tall. How long must this have been going on? It made Daylight wonder if she was out of time. Maybe he had been in Thunder Canyon for a long time and just didn't know it at the time. Seeing that the tribe was gone, Su Ling became a bit worried. Then what do we do next? Where do we go? Daylight pursed her smile lightly. Go east. If it was just the dozens of people from the Lyrai tribe who migrated, they would stop wherever they felt comfortable. But with the addition of the Haruzan tribe, it couldn't be like that. With so many people from both tribes combined, it was impossible to stop and go. When he set out to find the pandas in the daytime, he had already explained clearly to Naida that if he wanted to migrate, then he would go east, and that even if he didn't look for the Great Plains to land on, he would still need to be in the vicinity of the Great Plains. and the Great Plains are all dependent on the Great Rivers. He only needs to find the rivers. However, right now, Daylight didn't want to go directly to the Lysun tribe, but wanted to take Su Ling to the Thunderbolt Canyon. He was still worried about Surin's body. Her temperature was getting lower and lower. She just never knew it. The next day, Daylight brought Su Ling to find Thunder Canyon. Outside the canyon there were still traces of the previous fight between the White Tiger and Papa Bear, which was a relief to Daylight. He was truly afraid that he had misplaced his time and couldn't even time his departure from the Thunderbolt Canyon correctly. During the day, he asked Su Ling to wait at the back as he walked towards the canyon alone, because he wasn't sure if he could enter the canyon. He did the same as before, first wrapping his hands and feet with dry leaves, then walking towards the canyon with a tree. But strangely enough, it froze during the day all the way to the mouth of the canyon, and no lightning came down. Daylight was confused and threw away the trees, and no lightning struck him. Could it be that Thunder Canyon is out of thunder? Chapter 65, Dead Wife Again? Just as Daylight was trapped, a white shadow darted out of the canyon and swiftly pounced on Daylight. From afar, Su Ling immediately shrieked, "Daylight, be careful!" Daylight stepped back calmly while shouting, "Stay back, it's Bear!" Xiongde was exuberant and rushed over and beat up on Daylight. Only, Daylight was no longer being ravaged like before, but instead, he fought against Xiongde. After all, Su Ling was watching. Bear's strength had obviously gotten bigger, only its speed was still slow. During the day, he was able to swim with ease, and even gradually gained the upper hand. If he really wanted to hunt, he even had the certainty of getting Bear Big dead. After fighting for a while, Xiongde felt no more fun. Daylight let it go and pretended to be knocked to the ground by Bear Big. Bear was only too happy to do so, and hugged Daylight with excitement and hoots and hollers. Daylight was also happy, and rolled over behind Bear, stroking its shaggy fur and laughing. "Bear, how's your mother?" Bear whimpered a few times, then ran down the canyon with Daylight on his back. Daylight called out, "Su Ling, wait for me outside. Don't come in by yourself." The distant Su Ling was surprised, although she knew that Daylight was powerful. She didn't expect him to know that white fluffy beast. Entering the canyon with Bear during the day, nothing has changed from the familiar dung pits, water holes, white bamboo forest and the bamboo huts beyond. Papa and Mama Bear and Bear 2 also came out of the bamboo house, and Bear 2 had grown up quite a bit. What made Daylight feel happy was that Mama Bear was fine. Previously, it had been injured by the White Tiger, but I didn't expect it to recover in such a short period of time. However, it had left quite a few scars on its body. Papa Bear also has scars on his body, but this makes him look even more aggressive. Seeing that the panda family was alright, Daylight was really happy. Although the days in the canyon weren't too pleasant, but later on he kind of gradually mixed with the Bear Brain family. Plus the memories of Earth made him feel doubly close to the pandas. After some intimacy, Daylight rushed to Papa Bear. "I'd like to bring someone in, is that okay?" Papa Bear apparently understood, whimpering into the daylight and then gesturing again. Seeing Papa Bear pointing at the sky, Daylight frowned. "What do you mean? There's no more thunder in the sky?" Papa Bear, however, shook his head and continued to gesture. Daylight looked stricken. "You mean you can't bring anyone else in?" This time Papa Bear nodded. This time the daytime shocked. Before the bear father but can bring him in and out at will. Now actually can not bring people in? "But, I didn't see any thunder and lightning when I came in just now, did I?" Daylight asked Papa Bear many more things, including the reason why Papa Bear fucked up with White Tiger earlier. Unfortunately, Papa Bear couldn't speak and his ability to express himself was limited, so he couldn't get much information during the day. After playing around for a while, the bears went back to sleep. Taking the opportunity, Daylight rushed at Papa Bear and whispered, "Papa Bear, I'm leaving. I may not be able to come back again for a long time this time, so take care of yourselves." Papa Bear didn't seem to get the message as he cuddled up with Mama Bear and went to sleep as well. Watching the panda family sleep through the night, Daylight was quite emotional. Their days were actually quite leisurely. Every day was nothing but eating and sleeping. As long as they didn't enter the depths of the white bamboo forest there shouldn't be any danger. Of course, you can't tell when you get out of the canyon. The world outside is getting more and more dangerous. Even if they are tough, their movements are ultimately clumsy. Daylight didn't bother the panda family anymore and walked out of the bamboo house. He didn't plan to go out empty-handed, though, but found some bamboo shoots and brought a few more white stones with him. Originally, during the day, he was thinking of bringing Su Ling to the canyon so that she could condition her body here. But Papa Xiong said he couldn't get in, so he could only bring something out to her. This white stone from Thunder Canyon is amazing, and may be able to cure Shuring's hypothermia. As for the white bamboo shoots, I didn't know what effects they had during the day, so I wanted to give Su Ling a taste. However, as Daylight led Whitehead to the exit of the canyon, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended. Daylight had no time to dodge as the lightning struck him and he instantly twitched and fell. Luckily, soon his consciousness returned and he got up shivering. Looking up at the sky, Daylight was filled with black lines. There was no thunder and lightning when he came in, but there was instead when he went out. Is this not allowing himself to leave the canyon? Unbelieving. Daylight picked up the white stone and walked out again. However, he had just taken a step forward when, with a snap, he was electrocuted and fell down again. Now Daylight was panicked. Although the lightning didn't kill him, it hurt. Moreover, the lightning felt like a warning. Could it be that you really want to be stuck in a canyon with a family of pandas for the rest of your life? The white stones and bamboo shoots were dropped during the day, and a stiff attempt was made to get out of the canyon once again. Miraculously, there was actually no lightning this time. Daylight's heart was alarmed. This canyon was also too weird. It actually didn't allow the things in the canyon to be taken away. Turning to Daylight, he realized that he was able to leave with the black stones at the mouth of the canyon, just not the white stones and bamboo shoots inside the canyon. God, it feels like a smart canyon. When we got out of the canyon, it was surprisingly dark outside. Daylight was alarmed because it was dawn when he was just in the canyon. However, when he looked back, the canyon was indeed in darkness. What's going on here? Formations? Illusions? Obviously. A second ago, he was in the state of daybreak. When he took 2 steps outside, it actually turned into darkness, and when he turned back to the back again, it was also darkness. What was even more bizarre was that his eyes felt no discomfort, and he was completely unaware of the shift between dawn and darkness, as if it had always been dark. This canyon. God. Back here to do some research. Walking out of the canyon, he frowned when he didn't see any fires during the day. Su Lin would have lit the fire if she was around. After shouting a few times during the day, the mountain forest was extraordinarily quiet, and he could not hear any response from Su Ling at all. This made Daylight's heart stutter, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Another dead wife? Don't! It's not a good feeling to be destined for a wife. Daylight shouted again for a while, and there was still no response. Now his heart was cold. Su Ling was afraid that she had already been eaten by some fierce beast, but at least leave something as a reminder. Leave ahead too. Just when Daylight's heart was cold, Su Ling's shout came from the distance. Daylight! I'm here! Hearing the voice, Daylight heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't dead. He ran over following the sound and found Su Ling hiding in a rocky crevice in a ravine. In the darkness, she crouched shivering. Daylight was unsure. Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Surin didn't answer, kept swallowing her throat, then raised her hand to point upwards. Unsure, Daylight looked up above the dark stone. At that look, his heart stopped. On the huge stone, a pair of eyes stared straight at him. Although he couldn't see the head behind those eyes, he could tell from the light of those eyes alone that it was the poor big sister. Chapter 66, The Talking Beast. Daylight's scalp tingled as he stepped back, desperately restraining the urge to scatter his legs and run. He knew very well that it was useless to run, because the poor man could fly. Poor sister. Good. Long time no see. Ha! Daylight smiled awkwardly with difficulty. The poor man stood above the stone, no more than a meter away from Su Ling. Su Ling didn't dare to move a muscle under the stone. Shivering, poor Chi didn't move either, only slightly lowering his head to gaze at Daylight. Those eerie eyes, looking at Daylight with goosebumps all over his body. After not seeing him for such a long time, this poor man was still so terrifying and intimidating. How did it suddenly appear here? Daylight swallowed his throat. Big sister, let's have a conversation. Don't move your hands. What are you going to do? I will cooperate. Before he could even wait to finish his words, the poor man jumped down from the rock. Daylight's heart shivered in fear and he hurriedly stepped back. It was just that the speed of the poor Chi was always very fast, and Daylight couldn't dodge it at all. The poor Chi's head came over and its long tongue had already pierced into Daylight's neck. Daylight made a pins and needles sound, her body too stiff to move. It was a scene he was all too familiar with. The poor man trying to draw blood. Sure enough, soon Daylight felt the blood in his body raging towards his neck. He didn't panic. After all, the poor man hadn't sucked him dry before. Just as quickly, the poor man withdrew his tongue and kicked Daylight in the process, sending him flying. During the day, Su Ling, who was hiding in a stone crack, immediately exclaimed, but she did not dare to run out. Daylight rolled to the grass and then hurriedly climbed up, shocked and stunned. In the past, the time for poor Chi to suck blood would not be so short. This blood just came out. How did it kick itself away? Blah blah blah. The poor man actually kept spitting. Was he disgusted with his own blood? No, Before not drink quite happy it, now actually take also smack on. This is used up smack people ugly Without waiting for much thought, Daylight saw the poor man suddenly fall down. Daylight was shocked. Was it injured? The light was so dark you couldn't see what was going on with it, and you didn't dare get too close in the daytime. He swallowed his throat and walked around the poor man. Su Ling, come over here. Only then did Su Ling run out from under the stone cracks, nervously wrapping her arms around Daylight's arm as the two of them kept stepping back. Su Ling nervously whispered, It seems to be the poor chi that our tribe's ancestors saw. I was waiting outside for you and then it showed up and grabbed me and flew me here and I thought I was going to die. Daylight smiled bitterly. It won't kill you because you're too weak. If he really wanted to kill, Su Ling would have become a dry corpse long ago. Even if they were to suck blood, they wouldn't suck Su Ling's blood. But the daytimes. Daylight pressed his nerves and looked carefully at the poor man lying on the ground. The light was too dark to see that it wasn't moving, and he didn't know exactly what was going on. To be honest, Daylight was genuinely fearful of the poor man. After all, he had been captive and blood-sucked by it before, but it was also because of the poor man that he had gradually become stronger, and the poor man had never killed him before. After a moment's deliberation, Daylight decided to get a fire next to it anyway. Soon the firelight illuminated, and Daylight was surprised to find that the poor man was injured. Its back was dark and black and it looked like it should have been burned. The wings were also burned and it looked like it was already dying. There's actually something that can hurt the poor guy? This completely subverted Daylight's cognition. He had always felt that the poor man was the pinnacle of this world. It could fly, suck blood, and possessed superb fighting strength. Even the white tiger was afraid of it. It's hurt so badly. What should we do? Su Ling always leaned beside by Tianhuan, looking at Yan Qi with nervousness and heartache at the same time. Poor Qi was the totem of the Su Ling tribe, and although she feared it, she carried it with reverence. Daylight looked at it with furrowed brows and whispered, Wait here for me. I'll go find some food and medicine. The poor man is looking for himself. I think he wants to help it heal. After dark, finding prey is easy for Daylight, but finding herbs is harder. After some searching, I couldn't find any suitable herbs during the day, so I carried a sheep back. Seeing Daylight return, Su Ling immediately whispered. It just raised its head to look up, then went back to sleep. It's so strangely long, not as big as I thought it would be. Nodding his head, Daylight threw the lamb he brought back to poor Qi and softly shouted, Poor Qi, big sister, wake up. The poor man's eyes opened to see the lamb at his heels, and his tongue swished out and pierced the lamb. Soon the lamb became dried up and was reduced to skin and bones. Su Ling was frightened and her face turned white. Daylight was also fuming, while secretly thankful that the poor man hadn't sucked himself dry in the past. After sucking the blood of the lamb, the poor man closed his eyes again and slept. It was obvious that it trusted the daytime quite a bit. Not seeing any signs of recovery in the poor man, he ran into the mountains again during the day and continued to search for prey. This night, during the day to find a cow and a wild boar for the poor man, all were sucked dry. The next day, after dawn, the daytime was spent looking for some more herbs in the mountains. Only when he tried to put medicine on the poor man didn't give it and wouldn't let him get close. Obviously, the poor man was still keeping his guard up. Daylight didn't force the issue, as he could tell that the poor man could recover as long as he could draw blood. For the next 2 days, Daylight and Su Ling kept watch over the poor man and hunted for him, probably because the poor Chi's aura was too strong. There were never any fierce beasts that dared to approach, not to mention the beasts. The birds didn't even dare to fly through here. 3 days later, the burns on the poor man's back had clearly improved, and his wings were able to retract normally. Daylight pressed on and asked in a low voice, Big Sister Poverty, how did you get burned? How powerful would it have to be to hurt the poor man? Originally, the daytime also just casually asked, did not think that poor Chi can make a response. After all, poor Chi has always been very high cold. But what he didn't expect was that poor Chi actually really responded, and was talking. Underground. Just those 2 words made both Daylight and Su Ling give a shock. The poor man speaks the language of the Lyrai tribe. It was rough and awkward, but during the day he could hear it clearly, and it said underground. Daylight stared in disbelief. You actually speak human language? Instead of opening its mouth, the poor man glanced at him with 2 disgusted eyes, then its 2 front paws slapped the ground. This was too shocking, a ferocious beast that could talk. Moreover, it didn't speak a simple word, but a word. That meant that it had a strong ability to think logically, no different from a human. Chapter 67, The World Gets Scarier. Daylight suppressed the shock and swallowed his throat. Is the underground spewing fire a volcano? The poor man didn't seem to know what a volcano was. It thought for a moment, shook its head, and then got back down to sleep. Daylight wanted to ask more, but the poor man didn't respond. It tickled the daylight. What did it mean by underground? A volcanic eruption? Or, is there a super beast coming out of the ground? Unfortunately, no matter how much daylight asked next, the poor man didn't open his mouth to speak again, nor did he make any more relevant movements. In the evening, he returned from a daytime hunting trip, only to find the poor man missing. Su Lin said, and the poor man flew away. This disappointed daylight. Having saved the poor man himself, it had left without saying goodbye. Before dark, however, the poor man returned. It was flying back and brought a present for the day. A very large earthworm. At first glance, Daylight thought it was a snake, because it was really big as Daylight's arm. The poor man dropped the earthworm, and then voiced again, underground. Watching the earthworm quickly tearing through the soil and drilling into the ground, Daylight's heart was startled. You mean, a lot of worms have appeared underground? The poor man hesitated and nodded. Daylight was even more alarmed. If what the poor man said was true, this world had become even more terrifying. He had indeed encountered a lot of bugs during this period of time, the green bugs that he had encountered in the Harrison tribe before, and then the sandworms, as well as the corpse bugs afterward. He had always suspected that this world had become rich in species, as these were things he hadn't encountered in the previous 30 years. Now that it had been verified by the poor man, Daylight was completely furious. Bugs are worse than beasts of prey, especially the poisonous ones. Be more cautious in the coming days. Just why would bugs suddenly come out of the ground? Unfortunately, when Daylight raised his head and wanted to ask again, the poor man had already flown away once more. After that, the poor man never came back. Daylight and Su Ling waited in the same place for 2 days, and when they didn't see the poor man again, the two of them left. It was prudent to start making a pair of long boots for Shuring during the day in case she got bitten by bugs. Meanwhile, Daylight gradually paid attention to the underground. Every time he walked a little way, he would dig up the dirt to take a look. To his surprise, so many bugs really did appear under the dirt. There are big and small, and the dirt in almost every place is full of worms. 2 days later, Daylight and Su Ling also encountered a very large centipede, bigger than Daylight's head, just like a giant python. However, during the day, it was noticed that even with these bugs, the animals in the mountains had not decreased. It could be that the bugs have just appeared and haven't thrown the original ecological balance out of whack yet. A few more days of fine rain passed. During the day, she found a dry cave and stayed with Su Ling for the time being. This was because she realized that Su Ling was in a bad state these past 2 days. Surin's hands were cold, and she even experienced a brief fainting spell. Only, Daylight didn't know what kind of disease she was suffering from, nor did he know how to heal her. His biggest reliance was the everlasting blood, but after feeding it to Su Ling he realized that Su Ling's condition was worse instead. This made Daylight have to suspect that it might be that Su Ling was unable to withstand the everlasting blood, and that was why she had such a strange illness now. During this time, Su Ling drew a lot of maps. During the daytime, she made a backpack and filled it all with animal skin maps. At this time, a fire was lit in the cave, and during the day, he sat with Su Ling at the mouth of the cave. Looking at the misty rain, Su Ling couldn't help but whisper sentimentally, during the day, if I could give birth to a child, how good it would be. Daylight was stunned and gently touched her head. Don't think too much. We've been in the mountains and it's not good to bring a child with us. In fact, he really hadn't thought about children, because from the beginning he had heard her say that she couldn't have children. Su Ling became a bit sentimental. Lately I always feel so cold and always think of my father. During the day, I might be dying. Daylight cried and laughed, but didn't know how to comfort. He also had a feeling that Soleil's time was running out. A year or two counted, maybe just a month or two. However, there wasn't much sentimentality during the day. His feelings for Su Ling were there, but they weren't that deep, and he was sensible enough to know that being in a primitive society, it was normal for wives to die, and it wasn't the first time he had died anyway. It didn't take long for the rain to stop. During the day, he helped Su Ling back to the cave and was preparing to roast meat for her. Suddenly, there was a loud and clear voice in the distance. It's the cicadas, and it's exceptionally loud. Daylight heart and soul trembled. He suddenly thought of, on Earth, when he was a child, his hands were cold. His dad went to find robins to roast for himself to eat. It was really quite useful. So, after talking to Su Ling during the day, he ran out of the cave and darted in the direction of the cicadas. After searching for a long time, I finally found the robin's location during the day. Not in a tree, but in a thick bush. The sound was real loud, louder than a car honking. It felt like my eardrums were going to be ruptured when I got close during the day. This robin, it's certainly not small. He carefully approached the grass with his spear during the day. Then he gently plucked away the weeds and saw the robin. but instead of catching it during the day, he was stunned. The robin stopped chirping and quietly lay down in the grass. Yes, lying down. It was not that big as a black wolf. And the robin is black with red eyes. Quickly Daylight reacted, thrusting his spear down regardless. However, the robin reacted very quickly and swished out of the grass, surprisingly dodging Daylight's attack. Before Daylight could retrieve the spear, the robin that flew out folded back and ferociously lunged towards Daylight's head, clearly visible during the day. The robin opened its mouth and it stuck out its red tongue. Hold the grass. Daylight smacked it across the face and snapped it just enough to send the flying robin flying. What made Daylight feel horrified was that after the slapped robin smashed against the tree trunk and fell to the ground, it shattered, turning into a field of black blood and organs. Creepy. Scary. Daylight's heart tingled as he drew his spear and cautiously approached the corpse of Nowhere. This robin is really scary. All black. And the blood is just like the sandworms we encountered earlier. Wait, is it possible that the blood of the bugs emerging from the ground that poor man is talking about is black? Buzz. Without thinking about it, he heard a sound behind him during the day, and he immediately turned around. What he saw was a dark robin flying over and stopping at the tree. It's a little smaller than this one robin just now, but it looks darker. Daylight didn't launch an attack on the robin, he just felt a little hairy. These bugs that emerged from the ground were really a bit scary. They would actively attack people and their eyes were red. What's in the ground? Why are there so many big bugs hiding? And why did they just pop up again? A series of questions surfaced in Daylight's mind, causing him to panic. Daylight took the spear and ran back to Su Ling at a fast pace. He had just taken a few steps when Su Ling's anxious shout came from the distance. Daylight, come back. Ah, Daylight is alarmed that Soleil has been attacked. Chapter 68, The wife is not dead, and there's a son. Just as Daylight was anxiously darting back, Su Ling's shout came again. Daylight, hurry up and help. Daylight listened with even more urgency, and all of his strength was gathered under his feet. A stride of several meters, and residual shadows appeared in the forest. Soon, Daylight rushed back to the vicinity of the cave. However, he didn't see any fierce beasts. Could it be that the beast has killed inside the cave? Not bothering to catch his breath, Daylight quickly rushed to the entrance of the cave, holding his spear firmly in both hands, already thinking about how to attack the beast. However, when Daylight walked into the cave, he didn't see the beasts, but instead saw Su Ling crouching on the ground, laying on her heel. Shiring was still talking. Harder, you have to be harder. Seeing this scene, Daylight froze. Su Ling wasn't attacked? She shouted so urgently that she really thought she was dying during the day. Without waiting for much thought, Su Ling turned around to see Daylight and hurriedly called out, "Come quickly." Daylight suspiciously walked up, only to realize that the one lying in front of Su Ling was also a woman, a little taller than Su Ling, a pregnant woman with a big belly. Being born, Daylight was dumbfounded. Why did a pregnant woman suddenly appear to come here to give birth? Not being able to think much, Daylight squatted down and examined the pregnant woman while asking, "How did she get here?" "I heard a noise so I ran over to see. She was giving birth and then there was a wild boar trying to eat her. I chased the boar away and brought her back," Su Lin explained. Daylight cried and laughed. He was nervous for half a day, but he didn't expect her to drive the boar away and save a pregnant woman. But Daylight quickly noticed that the pregnant woman was in bad shape, on the verge of passing out. Also, she was bleeding. The baby can't come out, but instead the blood keeps pouring out. It's a difficult situation. The pregnant woman had no strength left, and the baby didn't come out, and it was accompanied by hemorrhaging. It is also put into the modern society. Relying on the strong medical power can save. Daylight quickly shook his head. It can't be saved. She's already dying. However, the child is still alive. Ha! Su Lin looked a little disappointed and lowered her voice. So, then is there any way you can keep the child alive? I mean, we raised the child. Aha! Daylight froze. He hadn't really thought about this level. Looking at Su Ling's longing eyes, Daylight was somewhat softened. Only he quickly shook his head again. Even if we give birth to the child, we don't have the ability to raise it. Daylight, we can raise it. Su Lin took Daylight's hand. Definitely we can. We don't know how much longer we'll have to walk, and I really want to have a child so we can have a better life. The daytime also genuinely moved. A family of 3, indeed relatively happy, but out of nowhere more than a child, is also really a big trouble. Forget it, let's save it first. When it turns around and can't be raised, Su Ling won't have any complaints. So, Daylight was ruthless. Okay, I'll give it a try. Hearing the daytime promise, Su Ling was overjoyed, and went to the ear of the pregnant woman who was about to pass out and whispered something. The pregnant woman obviously didn't understand, and her consciousness was already fading. In fact, The psychological burden during the day is quite heavy, because he has no way to save the pregnant woman, but can only try to cut open the stomach to take out the child. In this way, the pregnant woman will surely die, and it is not known whether the child can live or not. But then again, if we don't do it, the child and the pregnant woman are bound to die. I don't want to think about it. I'm going out on a limb. Ruthless as it seemed during the day, he began to prepare his tools. He started by asking Shuring to go outside and get some water back while he started sharpening his tools. During the day there was no checking to see if the pregnant woman was really dead, so they just went ahead and did the dissection. Bloody hell, he actually found the kid inside. Amazingly, the child is actually alive. After getting the baby out and cutting the umbilical cord, Surin gently wiped it with the prepared water. It's a boy, Su Lin exclaimed excitedly. Wow! The child's cries suddenly resounded through the mountains, and Daylight's hanging heart dropped slightly. Looking at the dead pregnant woman, he muttered slightly sinfully, I'll try to keep your son alive. Then he began to stitch up the pregnant woman briefly and rolled her up in grass and would to take her out to find a place to bury her. After a lot of tossing and turning, Daylight re-entered the cave, and what he saw was Su Ling holding the child, who had already fallen asleep. Daylight was quite surprised. How did you keep it from crying? Just now this child was crying so much that it should have needed to be fed. Su Ling had never given birth to a child, of course she didn't have milk. How come she was quiet? Su Lin wore a happy smile. I fed him blood. With that, she also lifted her right hand up with a slight smugness, her fingers white from the suction. Daylight was shocked and hurriedly said, Don't do that in the future, or I'll get him killed. To him, Su Lin was more important. Su Ling was a bit sweet. I know. Look, how good looking he is. And I gave him blood to drink, and all of a sudden I didn't feel cold anymore. It was only then that he realized during the day that Su Ling's face had really flushed a lot. Just now, he thought she was indulging in happiness, but now that she said it, he was really surprised. Daylight grabbed Su Ling's hand and realized that her body temperature had really risen quite a bit. Although it was still a bit cold, it wasn't as exaggerated as before. Could it be that the cure for her is, from time to time, bloodletting? The two were talking when a shout came from the distance. It was not understood, but it was confirmed that it was a human shouting. Su Ling immediately hugged the child tightly. They should be here for the child. Let's go quickly or they'll snatch the child later. Daylight kept his sanity and said softly, After all, it's someone's child. There's no need. You are here. I'll go out to see. Well, I know you want a child, but we can't rob it. That's not fair to the child. After a few words of comfort, Daylight walked out of the cave with his weapon. The distant shouting continued, though it sounded less like a search for someone and more like a cry for help, because it was urgent. It didn't take long for Daylight to find the source of the sound. In the valley, 3 tigers were surrounding a group of people. There were already many people lying on the ground, even children. The 3 tigers formed a triangular stance while the crowd was forced to shrink. There were men and women, and those holding children, looking particularly forlorn. Apparently, it's the tribe being attacked on their migration. No wonder that pregnant woman appeared near the cave. It should be that when she was attacked, she got separated from the crowd and happened to be seen by Su Ling again. Without waiting for much thought, Daylight had already dashed over. From a big distance, he aimed his spear at a fierce tiger's head and threw it out fiercely. It just so happens that newborns need tiger skins for their clothes. From afar, the spear was like a flying arrow, swishing and hitting the head of a fierce tiger, barely missing it. The other 2 tigers were frightened and immediately ran away. The crowd was also stunned, watching the manticore slowly fall, each with a look of disbelief on their faces. When they saw Daylight running past, a bunch of them actually started kneeling. The move made Daylight stop immediately. Kneeling, an action that is foreign to this primitive society. Chapter 69 Born to Kneel? As Daylight approached, the kneeling group of people actually began to kowtow. The scene sent shivers down Daylight's spine. Kneeling and kowtowing, behind this act, is oppression and exploitation. But this is a primitive society, a time of relative fairness between man and man, and it's only right that this shouldn't happen. In Daylight's impression, even if there was a difference between honor and inferiority among the tribes, it would not be too obvious, and most people showed more respect and fear for the patriarch and the others, but not to the point of kneeling down and kowtowing. Daylight walked up to the dead tiger, his brows furrowed as he looked at the group of people kneeling and kowtowing, his expression particularly grave. Their mouths perked up, not knowing what they were chanting, but it was also obvious from the expressions that it was nothing more than words of thanks. But this kind of voice was like a magic spell to him, sending inexplicable chills down his spine. Daylight said grimly, I can't understand what you guys are saying, so get up. The men still didn't get up, especially the older ones who were grateful. Instead, The children in the back didn't kneel and just looked on with confusion. Daylight bellowed in a stern voice, "Stand up!" The low, furious shout caused the crowd to be frightened, and each of them had a terrified expression on their faces. Only then did they stand up trembling. This is not a primitive man. It is simply a bunch of slaves. But how did we get to a slave society when we are still clearly primitive and not long into a patriarchal society? Daylight looked at them with a furrowed brow as he gestured. "Why are you kneeling?" A relatively older man took a step forward, only to be seen untying the animal skin clothes on his body. The clothes were turned over, and inside were many hieroglyphics written in beast blood. The middle-aged man handed the clothes to Daylight while jabbering about something. Of course, Daylight couldn't understand it. He looked at the writing on the clothes and was once again shocked. The writing on the clothes was still hieroglyphics, but it was getting closer and closer to words rather than just crude drawings. This, of course, results in, well, not being able to read it during the day. To be sure, this tribe's civilization was ahead of its time, beyond daytime perceptions of the age. Words, slavery. Daylight returned the animal skin clothes to the other party, then turned around and pulled out the spear from the tiger's head. Clearing a patch of dirt on the ground, he began to draw little people on the dirt. Hieroglyphics had a big problem, evolving instead to be even more unreadable. Instead, the very first painted figurines were the easiest to read. Of course, there is less that can be conveyed by drawing a villain. Daylight doesn't ask about the kneeling again, but instead just explains that he delivered a baby to a pregnant woman, but she died. The other party seemed to have read and understood, and with his spear, he also drew little people on the ground. He drew with great dexterity, and it was clear that he was very knowledgeable in this area. A large group of people, fighting each other and then splitting up. It should have said that they had tribal infighting, after which the tribe was dispersed and they chose to migrate. And then the middle-aged man went on to draw two men, one with a big belly, the other lying down. Daylight, of course, could read it, meaning that the pregnant man was dead. This is good news for the daytime. On the contrary, he then draws the little man to reply, "Pregnant woman lying down. I raise children." The middle-aged man nodded his head with a grateful face, his mouth saying something that was really unintelligible. Tried to communicate with each other during the day, but unfortunately it was too difficult because of the language barrier, especially if you want to understand the development of the other side's civilization. You can't draw a picture by being a villain. During the day, he returned to the cave and asked Su Ling to come over with the child in her arms. Su Ling was not happy at first, worried that the other party would snatch the child away, but when the daytime said that the child's parents had died, Su Ling was slightly relieved. For the next few days, Daylight and Su Ling were following the people of this tribe around. The people of this tribe are actually quite kind. The only bad thing is that they will always act overly humble sometimes. I chose to be with them during the day because I was interested in their civilization, and because newborns need breast milk. After spending some time together, Daylight was gradually able to communicate with them, and gradually knew the past of this tribe. A tribe called Prosperity was originally a large tribe of 300 or 400 people. Then the tribe broke up because of internal strife, plus being attacked by beasts of prey, which killed many people. This branch of them chose to migrate east and come out for a long time as well. Daylight asks the matriarch why they kneel, and the matriarch's answer shocks Daylight. They were born to kneel. Who the hell is born to kneel? And then it was only during the day that they realized that kneeling was just a very normal behavior in the prosperous tribes, and it was not the so-called slavery. They would kneel when they were scared, and they would kneel when they were happy, and their knees were especially soft. The reason they always look humble is that they are actually afraid, because a spear fucked a tiger during the day. This answer was a relief to Daylight, who thought that some tribe had developed slavery, which would have been horrible. Although according to the course of history, primitive societies would sooner or later develop into slave societies, Daylight still hoped that it would not come so soon. He was quite resistant to both slave and feudal societies in his heart. After all, his forefathers had shed a lot of blood to overthrow these systems. Of course, Daylight also clearly knew that he was incapable of changing history. If the slave society is really coming, he can't stop the wheel of history. As for the text, the explanation given by the prosperous patriarch was that it was not known. In the original large tribe, he was not yet the patriarch. It was only later that the tribe dispersed and migrated, and he was forced to take the throne. So he only knew it was written that way, but was not clear about the evolution of the script. This is a bit disappointing to the daytime. He was thinking that he could refer to the text of this tribe to create a text that really belongs to this world. After some more days, the prosperous tribe was planning to continue their migration. Daylight pressed his curiosity and asked the prosperous matriarch, "Where do you plan to go when you keep migrating?" Patriarch Prosperity explained, We plan to go all the way east and find a bigger tribe. A long time ago, some of our tribe came back from that larger tribe, and they said it was nice. They said the tribe would take in foreign tribes, and that they had built something called a city to keep out fierce beasts. The city pool? Daylight's heart trembled as he hurriedly pursued. What was the name of that tribe? The prosperous patriarch shook his head. I don't know. The people who came back from our tribe didn't understand their words. However, that tribe has adults and small people. Oh yes, did you know that there are actually two kinds of people in the forest? One is big-looking and strong, but they move very slowly. Daylight's heart flooded with excitement as he listened, and the more he heard, the more it sounded like a mix of the coming day tribe and the flat mountain tribe. The city, adults and villains mixed together, and it happens to be eastward. Chapter 70, Sun Tzu's Descendant? For the next period of time, Daylight took Su Ling and the cheap son he picked up and followed the prosperous tribe to migrate east. During this time, it was a real headache during the day, and I finally realized how hard it is to be a parent. The found son is either to drink milk or urinate and defecate. Put in the modern good, put in the primitive society that is torture. All day stinking. Only one of the prosperity tribe is breastfeeding and has to feed her own child. So, every day during the day, he had to headache about his son's rations. You couldn't just feed him animal blood all the time. It wouldn't digest well. The other day, I caught a black sheep that produced milk during the day, but I don't know what happened to that black sheep. But it didn't produce any milk after it was caught, most probably because it was scared and ran out of milk. No, it's back to going out alone during the day today to find rations for my son. It was sunset and the mountains were alive with the sound of birds chirping. During the day, he walked alone through the mountains and forests, but in his heart he was thinking about his son's name. Naming was a big deal. He didn't dare to be sloppy. With a modern name, my son would look otherworldly, but too primitive to come up with during the day. Originally, Daylight was planning to call his son by Pui. After all, he was picked up, but Su Ling was unwilling. Su Ling loved the child so much that Daylight was worried that she would bring the child down in the future. White pickups, white shades, or really, white up. As he was walking, Daylight suddenly heard the sound of a deer in front of him. A bright light flashed before his eyes, and he hurriedly sped up and darted over. Soon, Daylight saw a brown fawn in the mountain forest, and did not know what kind of breed it was. It should have gotten separated from the group and was barking anxiously. Calling like that is purely looking for death, and will soon attract other beasts that will eat them alive in one bite. Daylight didn't rush over, but hid in the bushes and waited. His goal was not a fawn, but a doe he hoped to see. After a while, the doe really ran back, to the daytime surprise, actually really lactating doe, and looks quite fat. Just as Daylight was about to pounce on the doe and take her alive, whoosh, two cold lights whizzed out of the grass on the opposite side. It's a bow and arrow. The two arrows that flew out hit the doe and fawn with precision, followed by two quick jumps out. Daylight's face darkened and his mouth opened too late to try to stop it. The man who jumped out rushed up and blew the doe's head off with a single punch. The two heads that jumped out were quite tall, 2 heads taller than they were during the day, and very strong. What makes the daytime feel surprised is the clothes on the two people, very much like a modern bra. No, I should say bikini. The top covered the man's chest, and the bottom only covered the key, leaving all other parts exposed. At the same time, they wore shoes made of woven rattan and grass under their feet. However, their clothes were fine, apparently not done to save animal skins, but because it made hunting easier. Without waiting for more daylight, the two had picked up the doe and fawn and were ready to leave. Just then, Daylight stepped out of the bushes and gave a deep shout. Those two were immediately on guard, only to see the Daylight walk out. The two quickly relaxed again. The long-faced man rolled his eyes in disgust. What are you yelling about? Just these words made Daylight directly dumbfounded. Because the other party was speaking the language of the White Mountain tribe. He could hear it clearly. Seeing Daylight freeze, the long-faced man pointed impatiently at the doe on his shoulder. This is mine. Daylight returned to his senses, forced down the agitation in his heart, and said in a low voice in the words of the White Mountain tribe, "You are the White Mountain tribe?" Seeing Daylight also speak of his tribe, the two men also froze, strangely sizing up the minion in front of them. You know our tribe? It's really the White Mountain tribe. Shit, I'm surprised these grandsons aren't dead. Daylight restrained his inner excitement and frowned. Is the patriarch still Bai Zhang Tian now? Bai Zhang Tian was the grandson of Bai Tian and the White Mountain tribe before? The same grandson who had given Bai Tian to the coming Sun tribe. Bai Zhang Tian? The two people on the opposite side looked at each other strangely, then shook their heads. Never heard of it. How could you not have heard of it? Daylight's mind went cold. Aren't you guys from the White Mountain tribe? We are the White Mountain tribe. but we really haven't heard of Bai Zhengtian. The long-faced man was filled with strangeness. Are you sure that our White Mountain tribe has the person you're looking for? As soon as the words left his mouth, the round-faced man suddenly said, I remember. The patriarch of our childhood was called Bai Zhengtian. The long-faced man was first stunned, then exclaimed, yeah, I forgot about it. It's been too long. I was all very young back then, and I heard my father talk about it before. I don't think I've ever met the patriarch. Just heard my father say that the patriarch wasn't very good, not quite right in the head. Listening to the two, Daylight froze. Sounds like your own grandchildren were many years ago? How is this possible? It hadn't been long since he arrived at the Day tribe, and even if he was delayed for a while in his Thunder Canyon, it wasn't so much that his grandchildren had become a thing of the past. The long-faced man said, the Bai Zhengtian you were talking about died a long time ago. His son also died. Now, the patriarch of our White Mountain tribe is called Bai Dali, and he is my father. Restraining the shock in his heart, Daylight asked in a low voice, is your tribe far from here? It's not far. Just go over the 2 hills ahead. The long-faced man pointed ahead. Daylight looked at the color of the sky and still suppressed the urge to follow. I will go to your tribe tomorrow. Please go back and tell your father first. Just tell him that my name is Daylight. Daylight? Never heard of it. The long-faced man glanced away. Then the two turned and walked away. Looking at their backs, Daylight's mind was filled with confusion. What the hell is going on here? If what the two said was true, that meant that he had left the White Mountain tribe for decades. At that time when he left the White Mountain tribe, his grandson, Bai Zhengtian, was only 20 years old and had just become the patriarch not long ago. Now even the grandson's son had died, and it was guaranteed that hundreds of years had passed. How could that be? Even if the time in Thunder Canyon was wrong, it wasn't that much wrong. Daylight felt more and more like his view of time was going to collapse. Shaking off my thoughts, I'd better go find rations for my son during the day, and then go to that White Mountain tribe tomorrow. The next day, Daylight also set out alone to find the White Mountain tribe. He went back last night and thought about it all night, and during the day he couldn't figure out what was going on, and he even suspected that he had met a liar. Since he wasn't sure, it wasn't good to tell Su Ling during the day, so he came out alone. According to what the two men had said yesterday, Daylight soon showed that there was indeed a tribe in the mountains. However, the houses of this tribe were actually built on trees. From a distance, the rows of grass huts built on the big trees looked like pavilions in the air. It made Daylight look dumbfounded. The humans had managed to get down from the trees, and now there was a horde going up the trees. How many meanings did that have? Chapter 71, This grandson is a bit of a catch. Daylight had just approached near the tribe when two men appeared in the trees with bows and arrows in their hands aimed at him, shouting, "Who are you?" It is indeed the language of the White Mountain tribes. It hasn't changed at all. The friendly accent made Daylight quite excited and at the same time more confused. Daylight said softly, "I spoke to your patriarch's son yesterday. I'm coming over today. My name is Daylight. It's you that Bai Air is talking about. How strange. You look so small, but you can actually speak the words of our tribe. Come over here. I'll take you to see the chief of the tribe." Daylight then followed a man up a tree. They were smart enough to actually know how to make an elevator out of rope, which is especially modern. The grass huts and the trees are all attached to each other, so if you set a fire, it must burn through. The tribe is very small, less than 10 huts. This is not like the White Mountain tribe that I recognized during the day. At that time, although the White Mountain tribe was not as good as the coming day tribe, there were also hundreds of people. Soon, Daylight was brought to the side of a grass hut, where a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s was waiting, which should be Bai Dali. Seeing Daylight, Bai Dali immediately ran over and looked up and down with an incredulous face. White vigorously also told everyone else to go out, leaving him with Daylight in the grass hut. Looking at the other party's weird eyes, Bai Tian was uncomfortable and said in a low voice, "Do you know Bai Zhengtian?" Poof! Bai Dali suddenly knelt down on both knees, grinning with excitement. "Old ancestor, I really see you." "Old ancestor?" Daylight's heart cooled, swallowing his throat. "Are you the same generation as Bai Zhengtian? Or, old ancestor, you forgot that you used to hug me?" I, vigorously "Oh, my father Bai early Now the daytime was completely dizzy. The son's name is Dali, but the old man's name is Early, so inverted the name of the Big Dipper is a joke of his. At first, in the White Mountain tribe, when Bai Early was happy to have a son, he joked during the day that he would directly name him Dali. I didn't expect that to come true. However, during the day when he was sent to the Lai Day tribe, Bai Dali was less than a year old. What the hell is going on here? Decades have passed? Bai Dali climbed up, both eyes beaming. "Old ancestor, I still can't believe that you're really still alive. In the past, they said that you wouldn't die. I didn't expect it to be true. My dad used to tell me a lot about you, about the old tribe. I vigorously recited nonstop. The day only felt 2 eyes dizzy, sitting in the chair without saying a word. Daylight really couldn't believe that he was almost 100 years old. According to the time projection, then now Naishi and Naida are estimated to be a few years older than Vidali, may have long been dead. As for Camus, the grass on their graves is 3 meters high. What the hell is all this? How did it take so long when he clearly didn't do anything? What is going on in Thunder Canyon and why does it cause such a big time difference? Daylight had thought about this before, as he had often gotten drunk after drinking stone liquid in Thunder Canyon, and thought that quite a long time might have passed. But how did not expect? Is decades to say a few years, he can still accept. This decades, who can stand? No wonder after coming out of the Thunder Canyon, it felt like the world had changed a lot during the day. The fighting power of the beasts has increased, a lot of bugs have sprung up underground, and the civilization of so many tribes has become advanced. Shaking off his thoughts, Daylight began to ask Baidali about the past of the White Mountain tribe. What Baidali knew was in 2 parts. One part was what his father Bairli said, and the other part was what he knew. In the beginning, after Daylight was sent to the Coming Sun tribe, the White Mountain tribe quickly chose to migrate. The exact reason for this is unclear, but not long after the migration, the tribe began to appear infighting. Both sides actually killed each other, and many more people died, and the grandson of the day, Bai Zhang Tian, was actually stabbed to death. During the day, his cheeks twitched unnaturally as he listened, and he didn't know if he should cry or say retribution. The dog grandson was a real dog, and the ending was quite doggy. White vigorously continued. I remember what happened afterward. After the fight, the tribe broke up, split into 2 parts. My father led some of them towards here, and we turned around in the mountains for many years, and ended up here all the time. Daylight frowned. Why haven't you gone to the Great Horde? Baidali was slightly embarrassed. This, you don't know, old ancestor. We've actually looked for the Great Tribe many times. It's just that they were all driven out. Why? Daylight was full of doubts. White vigorously old face red. And is vain, this, our tribal people are more temperamental. Daylight's face darkened instantly. It really hadn't changed at all. The people of the White Mountain tribe just had big tempers and could cause trouble everywhere they went. Otherwise, this tribe wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Daylight asked again, why did you take them to build a house in a tree? Baidali's eyes immediately glowed with pride. This can be my idea. You don't know, old ancestor. The ground is very dangerous right now. There are so many fierce beasts that I'd never seen before burrowing out from below. I thought, then I'll build my house on a tree, and those beasts won't be able to climb up. Hey, I was right. Those beasts just can't come up. The corner of Daylight's mouth twitched. Wouldn't it be a pain in the ass to live in a tree? Baidali was unimpressed. Nothing troublesome. What should be hunted is hunted, and the animals that are bred are kept below. Old ancestor, I tell you, I have another one's bolder idea. I'm going to build a big house that goes up to the sky, on multiple levels, and then have animals at the bottom and people living on top, 1 floor at a time. How nice. Isn't this a modern building? Boy, that's an edgy idea, advanced by tens of thousands of years. Baidali added, old ancestor, I have another idea. Do you think that if people could fly like birds, would they not be afraid of fierce beasts? Daylight was stunned, gazing at Baidali with a face full of shock. This idea was even more horrifying, so horrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Baidali rubbed his hands together full of excitement and continued, I've thought about it for a long time and I think it's doable. Look, old ancestor, birds have wings. If we humans also put on wings, wouldn't that be fine? Daylight was full of oddities. You'd better not try it. Usually this kind will die a horrible death. White vigorously did not think, old ancestor. I tried. It really works. It's just that the wind is very strong before you can fly. Oh right, old ancestor, do you know what is called wind? I tell you, the wind is very powerful, and the wind is divided into many kinds. Daylight is really shocked. This grandson, oh no, it is the great-grandchildren, and it is also 2 hanging. As the 2 were talking, there was a sudden shout from outside. Matriarch, it's not good. Patriarch, your son flew away. Chapter 72, Primitive Pilot? Listening to the shouting outside, Daylight froze. What do you mean it flew away? Baidali, however, understood, and his face changed greatly as he rushed out and shouted, where did it fly to? It's already over to the valley. This kid, when he went out during the day, he had already seen Baidali jumping down from the treehouse and quickly darting towards the distant mountains. Daylight was even more puzzled. How could a good man fly away? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Daylight followed into the mountains anyway. Soon a shout could be heard from the mountains and forests, accompanied by the loud shouts of Baidali. However, Baidali was not crying out in grief, but more like directing someone to do something. Hard on the top hand, don't let go all the way on the bottom hand. Pull, both hands at once. It's getting sleepier by the day. What's going on here? Through the woods, Daylight saw white power and a few people standing on the edge of a cliff. Daylight walked up and what he saw was a man flying on the opposite side of the cliff. Just flying. Of course, not flying without any support, but controlling a pair of wings. The wings are made of feathers, along with wood, string, and look more like the wings of a first-generation airplane. The winds seemed to be strong under the cliff, and White Power's son controlled his wings to roam, staggering, but never falling. The scene confused Daylight. Primitive society, flight, how it's so creepy. In a few years, is it time to work on airplanes? Looking at the soaring white vigorous sun, Daylight only felt his throat dry up. Exaggerated. Really too exaggerated. How could they think of making the wings into a glider pattern? White Power kept shouting from the edge of the cliff, and his son obeyed him as the flight began to smooth out. Soon his son was cheering excitedly and the flight became smooth. It's really like a bird traveling through the air, although he's always inside the cliff. But it didn't last long, only 2 or 3 minutes. Baidali's son began to fall, and Baidali began to direct him how to land again. Daylight was listening from the side, feeling that Baidali was a flight expert, too good at it. It didn't take long for Baidali's son to actually land smoothly and unharmed. The others began to run down the cliff, each cheering excitedly. White vigorously didn't go down, and neither did Daylight. Looking down at the bottom of the cliff, Daylight's scalp tingled as he asked, Baidali, is this the flying up to the sky that you're studying? Right, Baidali grinned. You don't know, old ancestor, I fought for a long time for those wings. I caught a lot of birds, and then used empty grass and rope. Oh yeah, that's how my dad fell to his death. Unfortunately, although these wings can fly, they can only fly below this cliff, because it's only below the cliff that the wind is strong. However, I believe that in the future, my son will definitely be able to fly farther and higher. Looking at Baidali's face of pride, his scalp tingled during the day. He really didn't expect that this great-grandson had already hung himself to such an extent. The wisdom of primitive man is far beyond his own expectations. This completely overturned his perception of this world. He had always thought that people like Baidali, who were bulls and tall horses, were simpler in the head. After all, the people who had come to the Day tribe before were all simpler as well. But in reality, they are actually quite cerebral and thoughtful. Once the matriarch of the Liji tribe thought of private ownership early on, and now, Baidali is even more directly thinking of flying. Daylight could not help but marvel at how terrifying the spirit of human exploration was. In the primitive era, there were already people who started exploring the air. No wonder. White suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a low voice, Baidali, you're just going to keep letting the tribe stay here? Baidali was stunned and laughed. Old ancestor, I actually understand. There's no way for the tribe to survive if it stays in one place. There will be fewer and fewer people. Daylight was again shocked that this was known. Baidali continued, that's why I've been leading the tribe around, constantly trying to integrate with the big tribes. Only in this way can our tribe continue. Daylight hesitated slightly, but still spoke. I'm planning to head east in search of a large tribe. Do you want to go? It wasn't that he had any feelings for Baidali, but because this great-grandson was too dangly. If he could bring the White Mountain tribe back to the Coming Sun tribe, it would definitely boost the Coming Sun tribe's development. Of course, after all these years, it's not clear in Daylight whether the Coming tribe is still around or not. Baidali hesitated and whispered, Old ancestor, I don't think it's a good time to leave. Daylight was unsure. Why? Because there are many fierce beasts on the ground. Baidashan explained. Especially lately, these fierce beasts are getting more and more numerous. I think that even if we want to leave, we should wait for a while. And, I'm still messing with my wings, only here. It's very windy here, and the wind is interesting. Go somewhere else. No way to mess with it. This was a reminder that daytime was indeed less safe now that the bugs were indeed getting more and more prevalent. After thinking about it, Daylight said, I'm bringing a tribe with me. Why don't we have them come nearby? Baidali was overjoyed. It can be. Hunting is easy here, and there are fewer ferocious prey. So with Daylight's facilitation, the prosperous tribe soon moved to the vicinity of the White Mountain tribe, and the two tribes lived piece by piece. Of course, the White Mountain tribe has always lived in the trees, while the prosperous tribe builds their houses on the ground, and they don't dare to go up into the trees. During the day, He had thought that he could replicate the harmonious picture of the Harrison tribe and the Lai Rai tribe in the beginning, but on just the second day, the two tribes clashed. The cause was that the White Mountain tribesmen resented the Prosperity tribesmen for being too small. The two sides were clearly not speaking the same language, but they were still spitting at each other. In the end, it was only when daylight stepped in that the two sides stopped spraying each other. I thought that this matter would be over, but I hadn't expected that on the third day, both sides would start sparring again. This time, it was the turn of the Prosperous tribe to dislike the White Mountain tribe for being too big. This was a headache during the day. The two tribes looked at each other. In fact, the two races disliked each other, but in reality, the people of the Prosperous tribe were only a head shorter than the people of the White Mountain tribe. The gap with the former Haruzan tribe and Lai Ri tribe had narrowed a lot. There was constant name-calling on both sides and more conflict as the contact became longer and the language began to be interchanged. Both tribes are small in number, but both have big mouths, and neither one is convinced of the other. On this day, Daylight went to find rations for his son. Just as he got back to the outside of the tribe, Su Ling ran over to him with the child in her arms. Daylight, you go back quickly. There's a fight. Daylight was helpless. Why couldn't these two tribes get along? When Daylight and Su Ling rushed back to the tribe, they were just in time to hear Bai Sanli, the son of Bai Dali, angrily spewing, "You villains, you're small in looks and brains, so you know how to hunt. It won't be long before our tribe is flying. And what will you do? We'll just go into the ground." Chapter 73 Recipes on the Rise. Fight. Beat me to death. Their daytime tribes are nothing. Beat them to death. Come on. That's all you guys know how to do is fight. I tell you, our tribe will more go. We will live in the trees and fly. Also really fight. When they arrived at the scene during the day, a group of people were already fighting and the scene was quite hot. Bai Dali and the Prosperity Patriarch and the others wanted to stop them, but both sides had already started killing, so where else could they stop them? Daylight walked over with a darkened face, and he didn't intend to pull the fight. Instead, he pulled the two of them, Bai Dali and the Prosperous Patriarch, backwards, allowing Bai Sanli and the others to continue fighting. The fighters were young men, about the same number above them, and all of them were barehanded, so they couldn't fight for a while. There were a lot of women and children watching from the outside. They even shouted and cheered. They couldn't wait for the fight to be lively. It was only when both sides had fought to the point of bloodshed, and so many had fallen, that Daylight stepped forward to pull the men apart. Daylight didn't lecture, but only asked Bai Dali and the Prosperous Patriarch to take their respective people back. He knew very well that it was useless to lecture them, and that this had already touched on the issue of human race. Both tribes are at odds with each other and conflict is inevitable. Comparatively speaking, the White Mountain tribes were indeed superior. They had better tools for hunting, as well as more brains, and the people were tall and strong. But in reality, the culture of the Prosperous tribe was not comparable to that of the White Mountain tribe. The Prosperous tribe had begun to see writing appear, and everyone in their tribe could count, and their language system was much more complete. Of course, who wants to think so much when you're in a dry fight? In the evening, during the day, he was making food for Surin, who was holding the baby next to him. Su Ling sighed. I always feel that there is no way for these two tribes to be together, fighting every day. People will die if this continues. You guys don't think of a way either. Daylight smiled bitterly. What can be done? Think carefully about the root problem of their quarrel. They don't just look at each other because one side doesn't obey the other. It's essentially because two kinds of people don't look at each other. The racial issues involved here were not something that Daylight wanted to delve into, but he knew that even if he solved the problem of the moment, new problems would soon arise, because both sides just rejected each other in their bones. So, only separate? Su Lin frowned. Daylight nodded. I guess so. There's not much I can do anyway. Wait for a couple days. It's better to let them gradually separate. As we were talking, a man rushed to the door. Daylight. Dead. The daytime face darkens. It's really what you think about. When they arrived at the scene during the day, all they saw was a couple of people down on the ground huffing and puffing. There were quite a lot of people. White Sanli and the others who had fought earlier were there, and there were several young men on the Prosperous tribe side as well. There was a fire next to it, and next to the fire there were a few black whimpering unknown things. Daylight walked up with a frown on his face and looked around, realizing that the three men lying were all from the Prosperity tribe. Not dead, but foaming at the mouth and twitching. Daylight crouched down to inspect it while asking, "What's the situation?" Bai Dali immediately rushed at Bai Sanli and bellowed, "Still not speaking?" Bai Sanli still has a displeased face and schemes his mouth. "We are comparing who was bold enough to eat the fierce beasts. On the ground, oh no, it is a worm. Then they themselves said they wanted to eat this kind of big bug, and then it was like this." As he spoke, Bizonli smoothly kicked something black and whimpering, like a round ball, over by the fire. Daylight took a closer look, his cheeks twitching unnaturally. It was shitheads. Shitheads as big as his head. Only the shitter was roasted, black and whiny, and at first glance looked like charcoal. These young people are so tigerish. They dare to eat this kind of shit. Look at the ground twitching a few young people. The daytime color is gloomy, one by one, foaming at the mouth and twitching. At the same time, the face is red, clearly is poisoned. Go get water and fill them up. While the crowd went to look for water, Daylight rushed to Bisonli and asked, just a few of them ate? Yeah, the 3 of them ate them. Bisonli replied rightfully. At first they said I didn't dare to eat worms, so I ate a few small ones. Later on, they were not convinced, so they ate these big ones themselves, and at first they said they were especially delicious. Then, it collapsed. Then eating bugs, and they eat shit. What goes on in the heads of these young people? Then again, how could he still eat the big bugs he remembered killing earlier during the day? Both the sandworms and the robins, when they were lined with blackened soft tissue and blood? Daylight squatted down and broke open one of the toasted shits and noticed that it actually smelled good. While it was indeed black on the inside, it did smell good, and it looked a bit like toasted bread. It's weird. Why does it seem like it's really edible when it's baked instead? Daylight brought the meat of the shithouse up to his nose and sniffed it. The smell of buttered bread was indeed appealing. Unfortunately, it seemed poisonous. The 3 men had very fast pulses and hot skin, and with the foaming and twitching, it was hard not to think of poisoning. Without waiting for much thought, the crowd came for water, and during the day began to fill the 3 men who had been poisoned. Daylight picks the person up, then pries open the mouth and pours water in. Amazingly, just as the water was poured in, the other man shivered violently and then woke up. Daylight are frozen. If it is poisoned, it should be water until the stomach is big after vomiting to wake up. How a drink of water to wake up? The other 2 were given water during the day, and both woke up with a sip of water as well. And they didn't look like anything was wrong, just a little red in the face and a little fast in the heart. During the day they were asked if they were otherwise uncomfortable and they said no, they just felt a little hot. They also said it was quite tasty. That's strange. It's obvious that the poison is very deep. How come it's suddenly cured? Does that mean it's not poisoning? The crowd quickly dispersed, and Daylight stopped by to take back the shit they had roasted. At night, Su Lin and the child had gone to bed, sitting alone by the fire during the day. He'd been studying the roasted shitter. After a moment's hesitation, Daylight took a bite of the shithouse meat. It was indeed quite tasty, really bread-like with a little sweetness. Soon Daylight realized that after eating this shit meat, his lower abdomen was actually a little hot. This feeling shocked Daylight because before, he only felt this way when he ate those white stone liquids in the Thunderbolt Canyon. Could it be that the shit meat contains some kind of power? Daylight sank his breath and proceeded to take a few bites of the shitty meat, then crossed his legs, inhaling and exhaling. Previously in Thunder Canyon, he often inhaled and exhaled chi, and the effect was actually quite good. It was only that he had a child during this time, so he didn't have the time or energy to inhale and exhale. With the inhalation and exhalation of chi, Daylight soon realized that the heat within the lower abdomen's dantian could actually spread along the body, making it inexplicably warm. This shit meat, it really contains power. Could it be that all those big bugs scurrying out of the ground contain power? This power is still warm. Why don't we let Su Lin try it? Su Ling's body cold problem had never been cured, and recently it had been maintained through bloodletting. But it was clear during the day that this approach treated the symptoms but not the root cause. I'm going to give it a try, or else Su Ling really doesn't have a few years to live, and I'm still looking forward to her raising her children to adulthood. Chapter 74 Eating Worms Hurts Your Body. The next day, he went out very early during the day. He had already thought about finding more big bugs back today and treating Su Ling at night. Before going out, during the day, he also purposely explained to Su Ling that if the tribe clashed again, she should not get involved so as not to get hurt. Daylight searched for a big centipede or a big scorpion or something that might contain more power. So, he went into the depths of the forest. After searching for a whole day, it wasn't until late afternoon that Daylight returned to the tribe. At this time he was carrying a large black sheep on his shoulder and a large dead centipede around his waist. Just as he approached the tribe, Daylight realized that many people were around the tribe, and his heart was startled. Could it be the 2 tribes were fighting again? As they approached, Daylight realized again that the men were digging in the dirt. There were so many pits dug that it looked like they were trying to bury people. It made the daytime chill, thinking that it must have been 2 tribes fighting and a lot of people dying. Seeing the daytime return, the prosperous patriarch immediately revealed a smile. Daylight brother, you come back. Ah, Why do you still go hunting? Daylight didn't realize what was wrong with that and asked in a low voice. Matriarch, how many people died? Patriarch Prosperity was stunned. Dead? Who died? Now Daylight was confused. Aren't you digging a pit to bury someone? The prosperous patriarch laughed. What burying people? We are looking for worms. Daylight brother, I tell you, those bugs are so fragrant, especially those big bugs. Delicious. They're all crazy today, all looking for bugs. Those bugs are indeed powerful and will bite, but they are always weaker than fierce beasts. But those bugs can't be killed directly. They scatter if you kill them directly. I'm telling you, it's best roasted alive. And it's so refreshing to drink water right after you eat it. I won't tell you anymore. I have to dig in a hurry. Dig a big hole. There may be bugs coming in after dark. Daylight was dumbfounded to hear that they were in love with eating bugs. What's going on here? Yesterday they were almost poisoned to death. But today the whole clan started looking for worms to eat. These people are bold and fat. Entering the tribe during the day with a face full of weirdness, he found that there were indeed quite a few people roasting bugs in the tribe. Good lord, the whole tribe roasting shits. Instead, there's not much to ask for when you come back from hunting. In spite of this, the big black sheep carried back during the day were given to the tribe, and the prosperous tribe still practiced communal ownership. Not much later, Daylight returned home with the large centipede, and Su Ling was already preparing food. Seeing Daylight return, Su Ling immediately greeted her and said, "You're back." Daylight nodded and asked, "No fights today?" There were no fights or arguments. First thing in the morning they started looking around for bugs and didn't even want to go hunting. Then they went hunting only after the matriarch said so. I tell you, these guys are crazy in the head. They say that eating worms is more powerful, and the ones who ate worms yesterday are particularly strong today all of a sudden. They all had to eat worms at once, and searched all around the tribe, and now they are digging around in the dirt, saying that there are worms under the dirt too. Is this spreading the recipe under the dirt? Daylight's cheek twitched, and no one had problems eating it? Su Ling shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. It's not like they eat every bug, and they are so powerful now. They bake it first. If it doesn't smell good, then they don't eat it. If it doesn't work after baking, then put it in water and soak it. If it melts all at once, it's edible. I don't understand why. The brains of these guys, God. After thinking about it, Daylight put the centipede down and said, "You roast this bug. Be careful. It's still alive. Don't get bitten." Su Ling was overjoyed. Yeah, I haven't had to eat any bugs yet. Just in time. Looking at Su Ling's excited look, Daylight cried and laughed. They really didn't know how terrifying these bugs were. Just this centipede, that could spray poison. Thanks to his catch, he was able to tie up the centipede's mouth in time, and later pull out the centipede's teeth. Then again, what effect does the poison spewed out by centipedes have? Not that I've tried it during the day. During the day, he asked Su Ling to prepare food and he went to find Bai Dali. When he arrived at Bai Dali's house, he found that Bai Dali was actually roasting bugs to eat, but he roasted small bugs, earthworms, grasshoppers, even ants, string after string. It looks numbing. Eating earthworms, isn't that just eating dirt? Seeing Daylight, Bai Dali immediately revealed a smile. Old ancestor. Oh no, Daylight, the worms are delicious. Daylight had told Bai Dali before, don't call him old ancestor, just call him Daylight. Bai Dali didn't ask in detail about why Daylight could live for so long. Daylight sat down and watched Bai Dali's family clicking and eating bugs, his scalp tingling. You guys eat these? Aren't you afraid of death? How? Bai Dali was unimpressed. When they first ate it before, it was really hard and they were hot. Then they drank water, and they got better with more water. Besides, not everything tastes good. Some of it is bitter. Some of it tastes weird and not good. Bai Sanli took over. The prosperous tribes gang can't do anything but eat. They are really good at finding worms. I looked for a day and couldn't find any big worms. All of them were finished by them. Daylight listened to the face is very unnatural. How can not expect worms so soon to be put on the table of human beings? It's scary. This guy, once the taste buds open up, Daylight asked. I heard them say that eating worms makes you stronger. Do you feel it? Yes. Bai Sanli immediately stood up and touched his stomach. After eating it, I was very warm here. Then, the strength really got a lot bigger. Bai Dali also nodded his head. Yes, I also feel that my strength has become greater. The feeling is that it's soothing all over. It's even better than flying. Unfortunately, we eat too few big bugs. The big bugs are taken by their prosperous tribes, and the big bugs bring more strength. Daylight could only sigh. They were really bold and weren't afraid that this kind of power would make people go crazy. In any case, with them as verification, there was no fear that Su Ling would have any adverse reactions after eating it during the day. So, I quickly returned home during the day and ate roasted centipede with Su Ling. Not to mention, it did smell good. However, when it got dark, the daytime realized that things were not going well. He was fine, just feeling a little hot in his body, but Su Ling was so hot that she took the initiative to climb on top of him. This night, the day turned into a day and almost a mouth day. And, vaguely heard during the day, there was a lot of screaming in the tribe. During the day, he had thought that it was only Su Ling who was special, but when he woke up the next day, he found that the men of the tribe were exhausted one by one, while the women were glowing with energy and looking for worms. Roasted bugs are tasty, but for men, they hurt. Within a few days, the daytime are feeling. The men of both tribes have lost weight. Hunting has no strength, a weak leg. In just a few days, all the dirt around the tribe was lifted. The ecology of the forest was severely damaged, and once it rained, soil erosion would be very serious. Moreover, they can easily attract retaliation from the animals by destroying it in such a big way. After 2 more days, it started to rain and what we had feared during the day finally happened. Chapter 75, The sun is cold too. In the beginning, when a few termites appeared in the tribe, everyone was happy, thinking that there were bugs to eat again, and during the day, they didn't care, they just thought it was just a few ants. But soon the tribe suffered. First, the house collapsed, then someone was bitten and screamed. Then, the people realized that there were termites all around them. These termites were quite large, each as big as a normal human's head, and half a meter long and grayish-white. They lowered their heads, and wherever they went, whether it was trees or houses, they all collapsed. A bite from a termite this size will break the bones in your calf, and the termites release formic acid, which makes one's skin redden instantly. The few people in the tribe who were bitten had instant redness all over their bodies and were obviously allergic. After getting the news during the day, he came out and saw the large number of termites around him, and he decisively told the prosperous tribe to hurry up and run. It was still drizzling, and Daylight and a couple of men drove ahead, with the women and children following behind. Click here. The sound of falling trees came, and the crowd looked over to see the houses of the White Mountain tribe falling from the trees. The White Mountain tribe was also attacked. What's even more frightening is that they can't get down, because all of the below has been surrounded by termites. The whole forest was full of termites. The trees were falling all over the place, and many of them had lost their bark. It didn't feel any worse than being attacked by the beasts, and it was even more visually terrifying. The beasts crossed the border, all at once, but termites are different. They linger, even climb trees. Dolly was decisive, and when he saw that one of the houses had collapsed, he immediately shouted, "We must leave immediately. They are gnawing on our house." Over here, Daylight and the prosperous tribe formed an encircling circle, knocking the termites around them away while moving towards the periphery. These termites weren't fast, and they were brittle, and when the spear was stabbed, the termites collapsed into ebony juices and organs. Only, the killed termites are soon eaten by the living ones. This kind of image made Daylight's heart flutter, involuntarily thinking of the scenes of fighting zombies in certain post-apocalyptic movies. It was too similar. During the day, when he had Su Ling carry the child and keep following him, his hands had been swinging the spear without stopping. Those termites don't actively attack, but they're in the way. In fact, if it's not raining, you can use fire to force out the termites, or, like you did with the green bugs before, get out the lime. But it all came so suddenly. How could Daylight have expected to be attacked by a swarm so soon? The first few days, when the horde kept digging around, actually felt uneasy during the day. These guys are going crazy. One by one, they don't hunt anymore. They all go looking for bugs. No matter what kind of bugs, big or small, kill them all. This approach would surely upset the balance and draw the ire of certain species. But who would have thought that it would come so quickly? The people of the White Mountain tribe also came down, and they followed the example of the Daylight and Prosperity tribes, forming an encircling circle. The men were on the outside beating the termites away, and the women and children were on the inside, moving little by little. While walking, Dolly shouted, "Shouldn't we just walk farther?" The prosperous matriarch responded, "But we don't have anything with us. How can we leave like this?" Oops, where is the concern now? It's harder, but it's better than dying. Besides, there are so many bugs now. When we turn around, all the things we left behind may have to be eaten. Dolly was decisive. The prosperous patriarch still hesitated, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. Daylight sort of knew why the White Mountain tribe was so level-headed. Their thinking was indeed more avant-garde, and they did things decisively. Daylight couldn't help but speak up. "Once we're out of the encirclement, we'll immediately head east as fast as we can. Let's try to find another tribe as quickly as possible, preferably a big one." "I agree," White shouted vigorously. As long as we can find the tribe, we can't die. The prosperous matriarch whispered to those around him, but nodded in agreement. So the two groups began to move to the east. Click here. The sound of houses collapsing and the occasional tree falling kept coming from the back, and it was gut-wrenching to hear. For a distance of 200 meters, they had walked for almost an hour during the daytime, finally getting out of the ant swarm encirclement. When the people from the White Mountain tribe at the back also came out, the two groups immediately ran to the east. Unfortunately, the tribe has children and can't run for long before they have to stop. Having hit a rough patch, the two tribes became united, helping each other along the way. It's just that the migration was too hasty and difficult, and the day after it came out, those termite bites started to cause fevers. The two tribes combined have 7 men with fever, 5 of whom are also able-bodied men. Fever, then vomiting and weakness. Even more troubling is the fact that Baikso, his son during the day, also has a fever. For adults with fever, you can also try to find herbs during the day, and if you can't, bleed them. When a child has a fever, there's nothing he can do. With his medical skills, he only knows how to bleed. Learning medicine is not that easy, without someone to lead the situation, completely blind from scratch, comparable to creating a civilization. This also let the daytime deeply realize that the Earth's Shinnom Big Brother is how hanging. After dark, the tribe stayed in the mountains. The child was crying so hard that Su Ling kept coaxing, but the child was too small to listen. Daylight was annoying to listen to from the sidelines and had the urge to strangle the child. He had tried several things, but nothing worked, and the child still had a fever so bad that he felt like he was going to burn karma. For this child, Daylight didn't have much affection. After all, there was no blood relationship. What he cared more about was Su Ling's feelings. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but he rationally knew that the survival rate of children in primitive societies was already low, and even his own son was not necessarily an exception. At this time the daytime is considered to know the benefits of single. A person living, nothing to worry about, but he has been on the boat, always have to consider the feelings of Su Ling. Su Ling so loved children. Of course, during the day, the greater concern was that because the child kept crying, it would attract fierce animals to attack the tribe. In the dark, in case of a fierce animal, people will die. There's really not much you can do about it, so bring the baby in during the day, then bite your finger and feed the baby blood. This child is quite capable. Actually really stop crying, sucking the daytime finger to drink blood. After drinking the blood, the child really did not have a fever, only to soon realize during the day that the baby was cold. It was really cold, like ice, and it was white. However, the child was not dead. His breathing was quite steady. He was just asleep with his eyes closed. Now the daytime understands why Su Ling's body is cold, and also drank his own blood. No wonder, every time after having an exchange of bodily fluids with Su Ling, she becomes a little cold. The child had just quieted down when Daylight's mind shook violently, immediately shoving the child to Su Ling, grabbing his spear and shouting, "There's a fierce beast!" Before the crowd could get up, Daylight had rushed out. He had sensed that something was approaching. Whoosh! In the darkness, something whizzed by, like a flying arrow. Chapter 76 The Real Fighting Power of Daylight. Whoosh! Another ray of cold light came flying, and Daylight sidestepped to avoid it while reaching out to grab it. It's really a flying arrow. Before Daylight had time to think more, many figures had already rushed out of the woods ahead. By the light of the tribe's fire, Daylight saw them clearly. Not beasts, but men. There were quite a few, almost 20, all strong men. They were a little shorter than the people of the White Mountain tribe, yet a little taller than the people of the Prosperity tribe and Daylight, and very muscular. Each of them held bows and arrows in their hands and had strange designs drawn on their faces. A group of people quickly ran over and surrounded them during the day. Daylight didn't move because a man already had his bow aimed at his head, ready to fire an arrow and blow his head off. The quality of these people's bows and arrows still looked good, better than the arrows of the White Mountain tribe. Of course, it wasn't easy to kill daytime by bow and arrow. It's just that they chose not to move during the day because they were concerned about other people and they didn't have a clear picture of the situation. Dolly and the others woke up one after another, and when they saw the people around them, each of them was filled with dismay. The opponents were not kind. Each one carried a murderous aura and were yelling and screaming in a vicious manner. White vigorously went up to try to communicate with them, but was met by a man with a bow and arrow to his head, and then yelled something menacingly. This scene caused Daylight's face to become gloomy. He had already guessed what was going on. In primitive societies not every tribe was friendly. There were plenty of vicious tribes. It was common for strong tribes to devour smaller tribes. It's just that in general, tribes and tribes are trying to minimize fighting. After all, we are all human beings. but it was clear that the gang was coming for the people. Seeing that they wanted to tie up Bai Dali and the others, Bai Tianran looked stern and turned back to Su Ling behind him and whispered, "Hold the child, crouch down and don't move." Then, Daylight walked to the front. Bai Dali, who was being held down, immediately said, "They are the Blue Sky Tribe. I've seen them before. He wants to capture us and make us hunt for them." Daylight's face was cold as he looked at the other party's leader and indifferently said, vigorously, "Tell them that we don't want to give them a hunt and tell them to leave." Bai Dali smiled slightly bitterly, but he still told the other leader. As expected, after the other party's leader heard this, he immediately walked to Daylight with a fierce face. First, he swept a glance, then filled with dislike, he reached out to pinch Daylight's chin. Daylight stepped back, his face still cold. "Tell them again to leave." Without waiting for more words, the other party had already bellowed menacingly, and then pulled out a sharp bone dagger from his waist to stab at Daylight. Daylight's eyes flashed with a cold light, and while her petite body flashed forward, she snatched the other party's bone dagger over. Flipping behind his opponent, he kicked his opponent in the knee socket, forcing him to crouch before Daylight placed the bone dagger against the back of his neck. The sharp bone dagger was already piercing the skin, ready to slice his head off. The man dropped obediently to one knee, horrified. The crowd around them was filled with astonishment, including the prosperous patriarch and others who were frozen. During this period of time, they had followed them in the daytime to hunt, and hadn't shown too much combat power. Of course, there was no need for daytime to contribute. "I didn't realize it was so great during the day." Daylight pressed the bone dagger and said indifferently, "For the last time, let them leave." Bai Dali hurriedly shouted loudly, but the people of the Blue Sky Tribe didn't seem to listen. Instead, many of them began to aim their bows and arrows at the women and children of the tribe. At the same time, the man controlled by Daylight's men also shouted angrily. Although he didn't understand, Daylight knew that the other party wasn't afraid at all. The crowd was in a panic, and Bai Dali called out in alarm, "Daylight, they said that if you kill him, they will kill all of us." Thumbs up. As soon as Bai Dali's words fell, Daylight had already fought to fling the bone dagger out, hitting a man from the opposite Blue Sky Tribe squarely in the head. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Daylight had already picked up the spear on the ground and ferociously pressed it against the back of the kneeling leader. Flutter. The big wrong species that had been hit across the street fell down and died through and through. The crowd was frightened, especially the group from the Blue Sky Tribe, and they all aimed their bows and arrows all at Daylight. Daylight was undaunted and said indifferently, "Dali, you tell him. He can kill some people, but I will kill them all, and everyone in the Blue Sky Tribe, with his wife and child under control." Where could he be patient? Normally, the best choice at such a time should be to hold back first. After all, it was impossible for one person to kill more than 20 people on the other side at once, not to mention that the other side also had bows and arrows. But primitive people are not ordinary people. You have to deter primitive people, otherwise the consequences will be more serious. If you go along with them by being soft at the beginning, they will get the better of you and will kill some of them first as a demonstration. Savage primitive times. Not everyone can talk properly. White vigorously ran it along his throat, repeating the words of the day. This time the leader didn't dare to yell and stayed still on one knee, saying something in a low voice. After a while, Bai Dali said, "He said that we entered the range of their tribe, and that you killed one of them and asked us to give them 2 cows. As soon as Bai Dali's words fell, Bai Dali's spear was quickly flung to the side during the day. Boom! It whipped a Blue Sky Tribe member into flying backwards. Before the kneeling leader could react, Daylight's spear was once again against the back of his neck. Click here. The big wrong seed that was jerked away flew into the grass and froze. The crowd was even quieter now, looking at Daylight as if they were looking at a heavenly god. Such a big person, and Daylight looked so small, actually said to whip away. Not to mention they were shocked. Even Su Ling was shocked. Of course she knew that Daylight was powerful, but she had never seen him actually show it. In fact, after coming out of the Thunder Canyon in the daytime, he realized that his fighting strength was strong. At that time, he could reach 10 meters with a single jump. It was only because every time he encountered a ferocious beast, either a white tiger or a poor man, he certainly seemed weak. Compared to primitive man, he's a god. Now that his dantian had begun to be able to condense a bit of power, and he could sense the wandering and eruption of power within his body, how could he be compared to ordinary primitives? In Thunder Canyon he was able to hold his own against Bear, and even almost won against Papa Bear. That panda thing Kosi can shock wolves with a roar. Also, he was fine with being struck by lightning many times. It's just that it's usually always unobtrusive during the day, and it's more about moving your mouth. As for facing bugs, that's not a problem that can be solved just by being strong in combat. The leader, who was kneeling on one knee, finally didn't speak stiffly, even with some trembling. White gulped vigorously. He said they concede. Daylight didn't let go of the other party and said coldly, "You tell them to put away their bows and arrows first, then retreat backward." After by vigorously translated, the Blue Sky Tribe's people really put away their bows and arrows, and a group of people backed away slightly nervously. Daylight only then let go of the kneeling leader. The other party also kept his promise. Gray directly away. Primitive people have this good point. What they say is what they do. Not so many crooked thoughts. When the Blue Sky Tribe's people disappeared, Daylight's hanging heart fell slightly. Looking back at the crowd, he found that the eyes of each one looking at him had become weird, shocked, and at the same time tinged with fear. Yes, fear. This was also the reason why Daylight had never overly revealed his strength. When a person's strength far exceeds the group's perception, people don't admire them for it, they fear them. Chapter 77. It's quite sturdy. Everyone from the Blue Sky Tribe had left, but everyone from the Prosperous Tribe and the White Mountain Tribe were quiet. Pairs of eyeballs all stared into the daylight. Men, women, and children alike. A few of the Prosperous Tribesmen were even on their knees, and they just loved it. Seeing this scene, Daylight heartily sighed. He didn't say anything and helped Su Ling up through the crowd, then went to rest under a nearby tree with Su Ling and the child in her arms. Su Lin didn't say anything either, quietly leaning next to Daylight, and the child in her arms had been sleeping soundly, and of course, had been cold. The crowd froze and was quiet, obviously having just gone through a life and death situation. Normally there would be a lot of talk, but now, it's ridiculously quiet. The next morning, the sky was hazy. When the crowd woke up in droves, they realized that Daylight and Su Ling had already disappeared. The crowd then began to buzz and talk. Some complained that Daylight had abandoned them, while others felt sorry that the tribe had lost one of its dependents. Only Bai Dali knew when Daylight had left, because before leaving, Daylight had spoken to Bai Dali. Although White vigorously did not want to leave during the day, he knew that leaving quietly was the best option. The way the tribesmen looked at Daylight had changed, and it was impossible for Daylight to get along well with them anymore. If they were to know that Daylight had lived for a long time, they would treat him like a god. Being a god means kneeling and being alienated. Finally, being offered as a totem. Daylight doesn't want to be a god, he's just a person. It didn't take long for the two tribes to continue their migration amidst all the talk. Only, they didn't go further east, but went south, because they felt that going east might meet up with the Blue Sky Tribe. Not long after the two tribes left, two people appeared at their previous resting place, and it was none other than Daylight and Su Ling. Looking at the traces on the ground, Su Ling sighed heartily. I didn't expect to be separated from them so soon. Daylight held her hand and smiled. There's always a need to separate, or they'll treat me like a ferocious beast. Su Lin laughed. You look pretty mean to me. She still likes to be with the crowd, but when Daylight chooses to leave, she follows him. Shaking off her thoughts, Su Ling asked, then shall we follow them? Daylight thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, let's rest here for a while. Just in time, let's see what's going on with the child. At the mention of the child, Su Ling became worried. It's been so long and he hasn't woken up. Is he dead? Daylight smiled bitterly. Indeed, I'm still alive, but I don't know why it's so cold. The kid had been cool and more or less scary since he drank the blood during the day, but his heartbeat was just steady and his breathing was steady. Not like there was anything abnormal. Is it, like, drunk? Thinking about how the poor man had disliked his blood before, Daylight really suspected that his blood was impure. Possibly because one has been in Thunder Canyon for too long and eating mixed. A hayloft was set up during the day for a while, then the child was put down to be checked. True is that the vitals are stable, but sleeping soundly. Call him comatose, but his eyes move again, and occasionally he moves his arms and legs. It feels, literally, like getting drunk on blood. At this, Su Ling was kinda sad, but she could accept it. After all, she had done her best. Really dying, that can only be buried. The sun was high in the sky when a group of people were seen approaching during the day. Daylight wasn't the least bit surprised. He expected that the Blue Sky Tribe's people would still come. During the day, he told Su Ling to wait in the grass hut while he went out alone. There were quite a few people who came, and the leader from yesterday was among them, but the most conspicuous one was the one in the center, as he was riding a golden-colored tiger that looked very racy. In fact, Daylight could guess that this Blue Sky Tribe should be very big and have a very advanced civilization. The killing power of the bows and arrows they used was already very strong, and their clothing was already very distinctive. It was no longer just animal skins, but a blend of other things and colors. Soon, a line of people came over. The man in the center rode a golden tiger close to Daylight. He looked down on Daylight from above with contempt in his eyes and said something with his mouth. Then, the golden tiger roared at the daytime, so mightily that it scared the Su Ling in the grass hut. Daylight was unperturbed, looking up at the other man, chirping. He didn't know what he was saying, but it certainly wasn't anything good. When the man saw that Daylight didn't understand, he turned around and yelled a few times, and then, the Neeld leader from yesterday came over and gestured at Daylight. In fact, Daylight could see that they wanted to compete with him. Of course, whether there's such a thing as a tournament now, he doesn't know, but it means pretty much the same thing. Daylight remained unruffled, and the man on the golden tiger's back was displeased, pointing his spear at Daylight's head. His spear was real nice. The handle was ebony and ended in a bullhorn inlaid with something black, most likely bronze or some kind of stone. From this person's demeanor, one could also tell that the Blue Sky tribe revered force. This person should be one of the more dangling ones in the tribe, but quite young. Daylight looked up at the other man, and for a moment an innocent smile suddenly appeared on his face. When the opponent saw Daylight smiling, he thought that Daylight was showing weakness, and his eyes revealed disdain. Just then, Daylight suddenly put away his smile and hissed loudly at the golden tiger. Ha! The biting aura of the golden tiger scared him so much that he quickly jumped back and away, almost failing to throw off the person on his back. The man slapped Golden Tiger's back and yelled something. However, Golden Tiger just didn't dare to come any closer to Daylight, his eyes carrying fear. The man was so displeased that he had to get off the tiger's back and approach Daylight with his spear. He once again aimed his spear at Daylight and said something else, most likely provocative. Under his breath, Daylight had to marvel at the fact that this Blue Sky tribe was truly obsessed with the Force, to the point where their brains didn't quite work. Seeing that Daylight still didn't move, the man became even more irritated and raised his spear to viciously whip it over. Daylight was no longer ambiguous. His body quickly jumped forward, and his two fists raised, aiming at the man's two chests and whacked. Jump up and whack your big boobs. Boom, boom. It's pretty sturdy. The man stepped back, barely giving blood. The eyes that looked at Daylight changed and became odd. Instead of launching another attack, he shouted, and then a man threw a spear to Daylight. This kid, why is he obsessed? Daylight received the spear with slight helplessness, then took a deep breath and straightened the spear horizontally, just in time, to find out just how far you can fight amongst humans. Since the people of the Blue Sky tribe are good fighters, let's use them to practice. Maybe we can really get martial arts. Chapter 78, This Child. How bleak. Daylight realized that he had underestimated this expert of the Blue Sky tribe. Daylight could expect that his opponent's speed and strength would be strong, but he didn't expect that his opponent would be so experienced in combat. Accurately speaking, it should be a fighting pattern. The other party had all formed moves, and there was a pattern to it. One could tell that the other party should have gone through a long period of training. There is a pattern, much like a martial arts novel, except that the so-called chi hasn't been formed yet. This kind of pattern fighting can make the opponent's fighting power much higher, because he knows how to defend while making moves to attack, and it's hard to break the defense. Daylight himself was a mess, and even though he had more speed and power than his opponent, he didn't have the advantage all at once. In this way, the two fought back and forth. Despite not being able to attack for a long time, the man did not panic, and his attacks remained regular. On the contrary, the heart of the daytime is a little impatient, because usually when facing a fierce beast, the attack more than a minute cannot take, it will have to run. Very quickly during the day it pressed on, making a full swing of the long hairs. Snap! Both spears snapped after clashing, and Daylight smoothly let go of the spears and nimbly jumped in front of his opponent once again, and threw two punches at his opponent's chest. The opponent was blasted back several steps and didn't kill up again, covering his chest with a white face. The battle was not lost, but the victory was lost. The man was shocked as he looked at Daylight and mouthed something. Daylight didn't understand and just looked calmly, probably seeing that he couldn't understand during the day. The other party didn't say any more and rolled over onto the golden tiger's back. Afterward, the group left with shock while saying something. This group of people is also dry. If they can't beat it, they will leave. They don't intend to fight in groups. Only when the group left did Su Lin run out of the hayloft. Looking into the distance, Su Ling exhaled and said, "They are really powerful, much more powerful than anyone from our tribe before." Daylight thought deeply that this expert from the Blue Sky tribe was the strongest human he had ever seen, except for himself. Of course, Daylight was certain that the Blue Sky tribe had definitely formed a scale of training and was most likely working on combat moves. That person's battles were just well organized, and almost every move was carefully considered. It seems like it's time for him to do some research in this area. He can't always lie on the basis that his strength and speed are strong enough. For a long time, all that was pondered during the day was how to make his dantian gather power. Now, it was also time to study and research combat moves. At least he was a modern man. although he hadn't practiced fighting, but he had seen a lot of martial arts movies, Tai Chi, 5 animal play, military fist. Turning to Daylight, he thought, why don't we just directly follow the martial arts he knew, and study the martial arts mind techniques and moves? Just as quickly, Daylight realized again that martial arts mind techniques required an understanding of the meridians, and he was ignorant of this aspect. It is better to study the stances first, from the outside to the inside. So for the next 2 days, I started organizing my moves during the day, occasionally hunting and catching bugs. Strangely enough, the Blue Sky Tribe really didn't come back to harass. This was a bit out of Daylight's expectation. He originally thought that the Blue Sky Tribe should come over to pull themselves together afterward. It's just that for the past 2 days, both Daylight and Soleil were worried. The kid doesn't know what's going on. He just sleeps all the time. Let's just say he's dead. He has woken up in the middle of the night to cry a few times, and he has also woken up to take a piss. If you want to say you're alive, you don't eat even when you're given food. Your eyes never open, and your body is cold and clammy all the time. Tried bleeding the kid during the day. Didn't help. Will he be like this all the time? Su Lin was worried. Daylight smiled bitterly. If only he knew the answer. This child is also to die, so this really makes it difficult. Su Ling bit her lip. Otherwise, let's set out to find the big tribe and have someone look at him. To die or not to die? I don't even know if I should be buried. Apparently, Su Lin's patience was wearing thin as well. After all, it really wasn't her child either. Why hadn't Daylight thought of looking for a big tribe? But he concluded that the only big tribe nearby was the Blue Sky Tribe. The Blue Sky Tribe was so strong that it had probably sucked in all the other tribes around it. The next big tribe is probably a long way off. By then, the child will really be cold. In the end, it is still his own medical skills that are not good. Waiting for the turn back must be well-studied medical skills. Not only can cure the sick to save people, but also to help martial arts. Shaking off his thoughts, Daylight composed himself. I'll take him on a trip to the Blue Sky Tribe. You wait for me at home. Su Lin immediately worried. Will they arrest you? Daylight shook his head. They can't catch me. It's just that I'm worried about the baby after the fight. Oops, it's all over. If you really want to fight, you throw the child to them and run. Su Ling replied decisively. Daylight cries and laughs. This kid is so bleak. After agreeing, Daylight really took the unconscious child to the Blue Sky Tribe. Through the woods, soon Daylight came in sight of the Blue Sky Tribe. It was pretty much as he expected. Inside the basin of a mountain forest, and it was a very large tribe. There are houses as far as the eye can see, and I can't count how many there are. The tribe was built next to a small river, and the houses were clearly divided into 3 parts. The one closest to the river was supposed to be a feeding ground. The center was for people, and there was a row of houses forming a ring in front of it, presumably for defense purposes. No wonder the Blue Sky Tribe was so arrogant. With such a large tribe and a civilization that was already developed to such an extent, it must be running rampant in the vicinity. As they drew closer, Daylight realized that the Blue Sky Tribe had actually begun farming. They planted a lot of fruits and grasses, even some crops that were never seen during the day. There is no mistaking the saying that there is strength in numbers. The good thing about big tribes is that there are more people with ideas than more, and civilization develops faster. Soon Daylight found a group of men drilling on the flats to the left of the tribe. It was actually a group of children, and there were both boys and girls. That's a real daytime shocker. Collective drills were common, and he had encountered several tribes that had them before. However, the nature of the drills changed when they started at a young age. Group life from an early age. Isn't that the predecessor of school? With the advent of collective education for children, civilization can be taken to another level. There is no way for the average tribe to secure the education of their children. For one thing, they don't have that much heart. Secondly, the children's drills are gradual and much more troublesome than the adults. Thirdly, the children are concentrated together, and if they are attacked by a fierce beast, then the tribe's future is cut short. And now that the Blue Sky Tribe has managed to secure children's education, it's clear how forward-thinking they are. This Blue Sky Tribe, it's really powerful. As he was walking forward, Daylight suddenly saw that there was a man and a woman running out from the tribe. The two were running in a hurry, and after falling down, they got up and continued to run, as if they were running for their lives. And then, during the day, he saw that several men from the tribe came out after him, yelling something and armed. Daylight stood still as the man and woman ran just short of him and stumbled. Then a couple of people coming up behind them started punching and kicking them. This scene froze the daytime. It felt like seeing a group of hooligans bullying a young man and woman. Chapter 79, Your Child is in Heaven. Right in front of Daylight, 5 men were punching and kicking a young man and woman in a pretty hot scene. Daylight watched motionlessly. never opening his mouth to shout. He even suspected that this was a scene deliberately arranged by the Blue Sky tribe to give him a downward spiral. But then again, how did the Blue Sky tribe anticipate that they were coming? The young man and woman who had been beaten were crying and screaming, sounding particularly miserable, and the two of them had not been able to fight back at all. After a while, the 5 men finally stopped fighting and lifted the 2 on the ground and dragged them back to the tribe. One man turned his head to look at Daylight and yelled something very disgruntled. Daylight didn't understand and walked forward with a frown on his face. The one who spoke was strange, and he shouted something at Daylight, after which he too ran towards the tribe. These guys, they're so weird. If it's a dismount, then they should show it, but they beat up people and dragged them away. And when they saw themselves, an outsider, arrive, they didn't stop them. Just after those people entered the tribe, someone else came out from the tribe. To be precise, it was 2 golden tigers, but there was a man and a woman on their backs, and the man was the same expert who had fought against Daylight earlier. The 2 men rode the golden tiger to the daytime heel, and the man immediately dismounted from the tiger's back, his spear firmly grasped in his hand. The woman first looked down on Daylight from her perch, and it took her a while to get off the tiger's back, looking at Daylight in a strange way. The woman first moistened her throat and opened her mouth to say, "You drop." "What drop?" "Aha," a thick Osamu accent, and her voice was a bit sandy, causing Daylight to instantly fill her face with questions. However, she did speak the language of the White Mountain tribe. Seeing that Daylight didn't move, the woman thought that Daylight didn't understand, coughed twice in embarrassment, and spoke again. "What are you? What are you dropping in for?" Daylight calmly said, "My child is sick and wanted to come to your tribe to find a healer." As he spoke, Daylight pointed to the child on his back. The woman tiptoed slightly to see if she should have understood and said, "You drop, come with us." Walking over to the golden tiger, the woman hesitated, then turned back and said, "You drop, ride this head." Daylight didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. The woman and the man got on the back of one of the golden tigers, the other still looking reluctant, and the woman said something to the reluctant golden tiger, which slowly got down. To tame a golden tiger like that, marvelous, without the slightest bit of timidity. Daylight climbed onto the tiger's back, and the golden tiger immediately stood up and quickly darted towards the tribe. You can tell it's very defiant of the day. During the day, he rode the golden tiger into the tribe, but didn't enter the inner level. Just outside a large house on the periphery, the golden tiger ran in front of a large house at once, and it began to shake the flesh of its body impatiently, trying to shake the daylight off its back. Daylight, however, sat steadily and said indifferently, "A little fart tiger, don't be so arrogant." As he spoke, Daylight slapped the tiger's back with both hands. The tremendous force caused the golden tiger to be forced down, its mouth letting out a disgruntled roar and actually trying to turn back to bite Daylight. The force of his hands increased during the day, pressing down so hard that Jean, whose bones almost didn't break. The golden tiger roared again, but didn't dare to look back at the Daylight anymore, but obediently lay down. Only then did Daylight get off the tiger's back, and the golden tiger immediately ran away. Daylight ignored golden tiger and instead looked around. This Blue Sky tribe's house is no longer simply a grass hut, but has a lot of wood for pillars, and it opens windows. The houses are no longer 1-story, but 2-story, and are still topped with grass for a roof. Judging from the traces of wood being chipped, the Blue Sky tribe should have already mastered a certain amount of iron weapons, never just stone or bone, but should master also not much, otherwise their weapons are not still mainly bone and wood. As he was looking around, the man and woman rode over on another golden tiger. After the woman got off the tiger's back, the man rode the golden tiger and ran away again. The woman walked up to Daylight, still with her Osamu voice, "You drop and wait here." Daylight swept a glance at the other party, who looked like he should be in his 20s, and was quite magnificent looking. He was a head taller than Daylight, and his arms were thicker than Daylight's thighs. She wore her clothes well though, they were still animal skins but already had a bit of a light green color to them. From the shoulders down, it covered her chest, exposing her stomach, and underneath, it also spread from the waist down, stopping at the thighs, leaving a pair of large, thick legs. In a primitive society, her outfit is fashionable. In modern times, she's on the cutting edge of fashion. Daylight opened his mouth and asked, "Those people just now, why did they hit those two?" The woman froze and replied, "You dropped, just now." Daylight couldn't take it anymore. "There's no drop in our White Mountain tribe's accent. You just saw it like that." The woman's cheeks twitched slightly in embarrassment. "So, your White Mountain words are a bit hard to learn. What you just saw?" "Well, because they made a mistake and are going to be." Again, he couldn't speak, but Daylight caught on and frowned. "Punishment?" "Yes, punishment." The woman hid her embarrassment and kept gesticulating as she spoke. Our tribe has requirements. When they make a mistake, they have to be punished. The men have to be beaten for 2 days and the women have to be locked up for 4 days. Daylight was rather shocked that the Blue Sky tribe had actually started to know how to make laws. Each tribe actually had its own rules, but those were only passed down by word of mouth, and they generally only involved hunting and such. There may be a system of rewards and punishments, but they are also for hunting and rarely involve life. Daylight frowned and continued. What mistake did they make? The woman scratched her hair frantically for a moment before arguing and explaining. Just, how to say, oops, the woman is the man's stepmother. But they were handing. Together I think you guys said handing. Yeah, handing. Then, the male also killed his father. Understand? How can you not understand it during the day? Isn't this an ethical drama? No wonder it was so badly beaten. From this, it can also be heard that the Blue Sky tribe has not just stopped at the reward and punishment system, but is actually making rules, which will be the law in the future. This tribe's civilization, it's so advanced. Of course, human decency is pretty advanced too. After a while, the 2 golden tigers came back and brought over a white-haired old man, who should be the old healer of the tribe. Daylight rolled the sleeping child on his back over, and the old white-haired man held it over and looked at it for a moment, then muttered something with a frown. The woman's cheeks twitched unnaturally, and she thought for a long time before telling Daylight. Your child, up in the sky. The corner of Daylight's mouth twitched. He's not dead. It's not death. It's heaven. The woman freaked out again. Gee, I don't even know how to say that. Then she said something to the old physician. The old physician sighed and carried the child inside the house. Daylight followed, still not understanding. What does it mean to go to heaven? Chapter 80, Inviting God to Myself? Entering the house, the old physician placed the child on the grass-covered floor and began to examine him. During the day, he realized that this old physician's technique was very standard, and he actually already knew how to feel his pulse and look at his pupils. The old physician muttered something as he examined it, but unfortunately the woman supposedly didn't know how to translate and pretended not to hear it. After a while, the old physician picked up the child and handed it to Daylight. Mumbling something, the woman's cheeks twitched as she tried to break her brain before she began to translate. If your child is to live, he will have to, invite him back from heaven. What do you mean? You went to heaven and then invited him back from heaven? Daylight listened in awe. They weren't going to invoke the gods, were they? I heard the woman continue. You will prepare a cow and a sheep, then he will help you invite the child back from heaven. How does it sound more and more like a scam? Daylight strangely surveyed the several people, and his brain flashed. Your tribe is so big. Can you give me a cow and a sheep first? When my child wakes up, I'll go hunting to pay you back. The woman hesitantly scanned the Daylight, still whispering to the old physician and the man. Seeing how they all looked complicated, the more Daylight suspected that they were going to trap themselves. To Daylight's surprise, the woman quickly twisted over. I can help you first, but you have to promise to give it back to us in 3 days, because you are not from our tribe. Also, you can't come into our tribe because you're too good a fighter to be here. Daylight's pupils narrowed. You're taking the kids in? Instead, the woman shook her head. It's right here. It'll take a while. Doesn't make sense. Thought. During the day, they were going to bring the kid in and then hold him hostage. Could it be that they really meant to help themselves? Without waiting for Daylight to think more, the woman and the man and the old physician were gone. Daylight always felt weird about them, but he waited patiently with the baby in his arms. He thought, even if the Blue Sky tribe whole what muff, he at most lost the child. However, after waiting for a long time, I didn't see them come back. A little impatient during the day, he came out of the house with the child in his arms. Coincidentally, just as he went out, he saw the woman return, still riding the golden tiger. This time the golden tiger got to the front of the daytime and obediently got down, and did not dare to roar. The woman still looked a little surprised, but she didn't think much of it and reached out to pull Daylight up. Instead of grabbing her hand, Daylight jumped onto the tiger's back herself, sitting behind the woman. Daylight noticed that she smelled a bit heavy, a strange fishy odor. Daylight asked, "What's your name?" "Blue Cloud. I am the daughter of the clan leader." Blue Cloud answered truthfully, "The man you saw earlier was my man." Daylight was just about to continue talking when Blue Cloud added, "Don't you talk, it's too hard to hear." Obviously, she doesn't know the language of the White Mountain tribes particularly well, so it's a guarantee that it's still a messy translation. Instead of taking Daylight into the tribe, Blue Cloud went around to the river behind the tribe. To be precise, it should be a small pond by the river. Looking from afar, there were already a lot of individuals waiting by the pond. The pond was not big, barely reaching 100 square meters, and it was only about 5 meters from the shore to the center. Probably all the men in the tribe had gone hunting, and most of those present were women. However, the women of the Blue Sky tribe were really strong, and for some reason, their breasts were all a bit flat. After getting down from the tiger's back, Blue Cloud reached out at Daylight. "Give me the child." Daylight hesitated for a moment, but still handed the child over to her. "This child is only afraid that it can't be saved, and can only be treated like a dead horse." Lanyan didn't say anything more to Daylight, but instead carried the child through the crowd and walked to the pond. That old healer was already waiting. While there were 3 large pieces of wood next to the pond, Daylight walked in after him, and he really wondered what the hell these guys were up to. The old physician was seen placing the child on a small piece of wood, and then the others tied both a sheep and a cow, which had been prepared to separate pieces of wood, and each piece of wood had a long piece of rope. Then the crowd began to move, and a large group of women began to around the pond. "This is clearly jumping the gun. I thought they had superior techniques, but in the end, it's still this unreliable routine." Daylight didn't stop it though. He stood by the pond and watched the crowd fool around. He just wanted to see what kind of tricks the group could play. After a crowd had jumped for a while, the old physician began to instruct 2 men to push the logs with the oxen tied to them down into the water first. Water burial? A life for a life? When he was on Earth, Daylight had heard of this kind of jumping god, which was usually a place of faith in the water god. Of course, it could be because there's some ferocious beast in the pond that sacrifices cattle and sheep over. As the cows began to float toward the middle of the pond, the gang jumped around even more, babbling and singing something. Even Blue Cloud was in the group. Snap! There was a sudden loud bang in the sky, and so many people were so frightened that they crouched down obediently and screamed in shock. Daylight was also startled, and looked in surprise at the center of the pool, and saw that the cow tied to the wood had been struck by lightning and was instantly charred and blackened. This pond actually attracts the heavenly thunder technique? Without waiting for Daylight to think about it much, the crowd started singing and dancing again, and they were talking faster and faster. The old physician had the logs with the sheep tied to them pushed down into the water again, while someone started pulling the lightning-struck oxen ashore. Daylight frowned. What could be concluded was that this was a sacrifice ritual, but a sacrifice to heavenly thunder? What's in this pond and why did the animal attract heavenly thunder after it floated into the middle of the pond? The sky was clear, and the thunder in the sky appeared in a very inexplicable way, rather like the Thunder Canyon before it. Without waiting for much thought, the log with the sheep tied to it also floated to the middle of the pond. And then, thumbs up, lightning came down again, and the lamb was struck, and after a bleat it did not move. This time the heavenly thunder was obviously much weaker than the first one. The old physician immediately yelled something, followed by several men who quickly pushed the log with the child tied to it into the water, and with a long wooden stick pushed the child into the middle of the pond. The women who sang and danced around the pond shouted even louder, and their voices were deafening, to say the least. As he stood watching from the edge of the pond during the day, he sort of realized what they were going to do. The so-called inviting people down from the sky is actually allowing them to be struck by lightning. But if a child this young is struck by lightning, are you sure it won't kill him? Daylight tried desperately to resist the urge to stop them, pressing his brows together. The child, always in a state of lethargy, drifted quickly with the wood to the middle of the pond. Only, the sound of heavenly thunder was not heard. Daylight noticed that the old healer's face became hard and he yelled something again. Then the people around the pond sang and danced louder, almost hissing, but the child in the middle of the pond just didn't react much, as if the heavenly thunder had suddenly disappeared. Daylight immediately felt extremely disturbed and hurriedly shouted, "Pull the child back," but the Blue Sky tribesman couldn't understand his shouting and continued to yell. Daylight runs over and snatches the rope, trying to pull the child back from the pond. Just then, there was a loud snap and a huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky, but the lightning was not aimed at the child in the pond, but at the daytime. Chapter 81, Electrocution of the Prostate. With the lightning striking during the day, the people around the pond ran away screaming, and the old physician was no exception. Daylight was dizzy and his body shivered involuntarily, but he quickly came to his senses again, only to realize that everyone around him had run away. Shit, what are these people running for? It's not like they were struck by lightning. Looking back at the crowd running away, Daylight also saw Blue Cloud shouting something in the distance. Only, he didn't hear it clearly. His ears were still buzzing. Daylight shook his head and dropped his gaze to the child in the pond. The child was still sleeping, not struck by lightning. Daylight composed himself and pulled the rope again. As he pulled, snap, and the lightning came down again. But this time I didn't get dizzy during the day. I just felt the electricity going through my body a little. Cool. It did feel a bit good, and the pores stretched. The lightning, much weaker than the one earlier. Daylight shivered twice and continued to pull the rope. Thumbs up. It's so weird how the lightning keeps coming down and your hair blows up during the day and people are fine. Soon the child was pulled to shore by Daylight. Daylight took a look and realized that the child was still breathing evenly. This kid was really able to sleep, and he didn't know if he was really going to die. Daylight reached out to untie the ropes from the child's body, and just then a surge of electricity traveled through Daylight's body and into the child. The child shivered violently and then, wow! Loud cries instantly resounded through the mountains, crying through and through. Daylight froze. The child actually woke up? After getting the rope untied, the child was picked up during the day. The baby was crying loud and clear. His eyes were open, and his body wasn't so cold. Does invoking the gods actually work? But why did the lightning strike itself instead of the child at the end? Looking at the calm pond again, Daylight became more and more confused. What exactly was in this pond and why did it attract lightning? It's not the first time the Blue Sky Tribe has invited the gods. They must have experienced something not so good before, and that's why they ended up running away. Without thinking twice about it, Daylight turned and walked away with the baby in her arms. A group of people watched from a distance, and when they saw that the day was fine, each of them had a weird look in their eyes. Blue Cloud's eyes were also terrified, and she carefully met the Daylight with a big Sasori accent that came back. You're dropping, not dead? Daylight blacked out. Sure that needed to be asked? Glancing back at the cattle and sheep that had been struck to death by lightning, Daylight softly said, the cattle and sheep that are owed to you, I will return them to you afterward. For now, I'm going to take my children home first. The baby was crying so much and he was worried about Surin being home alone during the day that he had to rush back first. The rest, afterward. The crowd looked at Daylight's faraway back, and they were all dumbfounded. For a moment, the old physician suddenly shouted something, and then the crowd followed with excited cheers. Daylight could hear the voices in the back. He just couldn't understand them, so he didn't care. If he had understood, he would have known they were shouting, "He is from heaven." The child cried all the way back during the day as he carried the child in his arms. This child's voice is really loud, and his voice is so transparent. If he grows up and screams like that, he'll be eaten by a beast in a minute. Su Lin heard the baby's cries and she ran out early to greet him. Seeing the child wake up, Su Ling was very happy, and chanted one after another. I told you, this child has a great life. I was counting on the fact that when I was attacked by a fierce beast in the future, he would first block me. 3 days later, Daylight appeared outside the Blue Sky Tribe pulling 3 cows. Blue Cloud and her man once again rode out on the Golden Tiger to greet them, and when she saw that Daylight was pulling 3 oxen, Blue Cloud was surprised. Isn't there 1 ox and 1 sheep? It looked like Blue Cloud had worked hard to learn the words of the White Mountain Tribe in the past few days, and his pronunciation wasn't as Zoe. Daylight shrugged his shoulders. The goats are milk goats. They have to produce milk for my son. With 2 cows, you shouldn't lose out. Another cow for my chance to go to that pond of yours. I'd like to go there again. The electrically charged pond was really interesting during the day. It might be the same as the Thunder and Lightning Canyon before. The underground contains basalt stones. Blue Cloud hesitated and whispered, they all say that you came from the sky, and that you're the first one who didn't even die from being like that. You don't know. We used to send people there all the time. We called that place the Pool of Invitation to Heaven, and whether a person or an animal floated into the middle of the pool, they would be punished by heaven. They say that the first time you are punished is the strongest, and it gets weaker and weaker from there. Then it's time to invite people down from the sky. It looked like the Blue Sky Tribe was too intimidated by the pond to study it too much, just knowing that it would attract lightning. However, the fact that they know how to use an animal to attract lightning first and then use the weak lightning to save the day is remarkable. Daylight talked to Blue Cloud for a while, and Blue Cloud eventually agreed to let Daylight go and invite the heavenly pool. Of course, she still requested that Daylight not enter the Blue Sky Tribe. Soon, Daylight reappeared by the pond. This pond is isolated from the river, but the water should be flowing as it looks quite clear. There are aquatic plants and rocks under the water that look a bit like granite when wet. The pond is calm and has fish in it. After looking at the bank for a long time during the day and not seeing what was going on, he pushed the log on the bank down into the water, and then he sat on it and floated toward the middle of the pond. By the time Daylight got to the middle of the pond on a log, the lightning was coming down again. Only, the lightning was so weak that Daylight didn't even get enough of a kick out of it. After some shivering, the daytime took a closer look underwater. It was crystal clear. Underneath was just water plants and rocks. The fish were free, and you really couldn't tell what was going on. This pond is really weird. What's at the bottom? After a moment's reckoning, Daylight jumped straight into the water and sank. The Blue Cloud on the shore saw this scene. Scared heart almost did not jump out of the throat. Dumbfounded, sinking into the water during the day to take a rock. He soon popped up again. The stone was indeed black as well, but it was smooth, and the texture was not unlike the basalt stone from the outskirts of the Thunder Canyon before. If it's not basalt, why would it attract lightning? As he was thinking about it, Daylight suddenly felt something get inside his pants. He reached out and touched it. It was a small fish, just the size of his pinky finger, kind of like a grass carp fry. Soon he realized again that he was densely surrounded by these small fish. These small fish just swam around him and didn't lick him like the underground dark river in Thunder Canyon before. Daylight didn't care too much and sank into the water, continuing to probe. Just as he was swimming in the water during the day, another small fish got inside his animal skin pants. Daylight was just about to reach out and grab it when he didn't realize that the little fish suddenly released a surge of electricity. Daylight shivered so violently that his prostate was instantly flushed, and he was so frightened that he emerged from underwater. Just as his head emerged from underwater, snap! A bolt of lightning struck his head with precision. His consciousness instantly blurred, and his person sank downward. Chapter 82, Truly Convincing People by Virtue. I had a dream during the day that I turned into a fish and had hundreds of millions of offspring in the water. But before these offspring could take shape, they were all eaten up by a school of small fish that were being discharged. Just as the day was gathering more of his descendants for another attack, he woke up. Daylight desperately gasped for air, his consciousness quickly waking up. Only after that did he realize that he was floating on the surface of the water, surrounded by small fish all around him. Those little fish were cheerful and kept discharging at him. It wasn't fatal, but it made him sore all over. How dare he continue in the water during the day and hurry to swim towards the shore? Fortunately, the pond was not large, and the shore was soon reached in daylight. Strangely enough, as soon as he got close to the shore, those little fish swam away again quickly. After climbing ashore, Daylight sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. For some reason, it felt like a bit of kidney pain. Blue Cloud ran over, surveying Daylight in amazement, saying, "How come you're still alive?" Daylight blacked out and looked up. "Are you happy I'm dead?" "No, but..." Blue Cloud are a bit incoherent. Don't know what to say. Look at the eyes of the daytime is full of bizarre. Could it be that he really came from the sky? But how did the man from heaven grow so small? After panting for a while, Daylight climbed up. Looking at the calm pond, Daylight composed himself. "I'm going to stay here for a while." "No way." Blue Cloud decisively refused. "You're not from our tribe. You can't stay here. The Blue Sky tribe has a pretty strong sense of crisis." Daylight looked at her sideways. "You go back and discuss this with your father. No negotiation." Blue Cloud shook his head firmly. "You're too capable of fighting, and the people of our tribe will be afraid if you live here. Moreover, this place is the secret of our tribe, and we have already cured your child." 10 cows, alive. Daylight interrupted her. "I'll stay 10 days. Lan Yun opened his mouth. The latter words were not known what to say. 10 live cows was not a small amount, even for a large tribe like the Blue Sky tribe. Every time they went out to hunt and brought back dead cows, they rarely brought back live cows. Seeing that Blue Cloud didn't agree, Daylight gritted his teeth. 12 live ones, plus 3 dead ones. Blue Cloud's mouth opened even wider, both eyes flying out. He was alone, and he was actually able to fight so many live cows as well? Seeing that she still didn't nod, Daylight frowned. "Still too little?" "No," Blue Cloud reacted, both eyes straightening. You really gave us that much?" "Yes." "Here." Daylight nodded affirmatively. "But I'll also make it clear up front. You guys can't go near this pond during the time I live here. If I destroy this place, you guys can't say anything." 15 cows, in fact, in exchange for 10 days' use of this pond. Daylight was very sure that there was something fishy in this pond. It was too similar to the previous Thunder Canyon. For Daylight, figuring out this pond might be able to solve the mystery of the previous time chaos in Thunder Canyon. Of course, most importantly, he still wanted to cure Su Ling. Su Lin's body cold had never actually been resolved, except that lately, by eating worms and bleeding, she didn't feel so cold. His son White said, "Oh no, it's by Suo." Before, it was also very cold, but after being struck by lightning here, it went back and actually became normal in body temperature. Daylight concluded that lightning was a cure for body cold. However, how much intensity is suitable for Su Ling? This is a big problem. If the electricity is too strong, Su Ling will not be cold, but scorched. Blue Cloud was heartened in the end and quickly ran back to discuss with the tribe. During the daytime, he walked back and forth around the bank of the pond. The water of this pond should be connected to the river, and it was highly probable that there was an underground dark river just like the puddle in the Thunder Canyon. There don't seem to be any big fish in the pond, but the small ones are real plentiful. These fish come with points, but the shape is so different from an electric eel that I don't know how they would taste on the grill. It didn't take long for Lan Yun to come back and bring a tall and powerful middle-aged man, who looked to be her father. The father and daughter looked very similar. Blue Cloud walked up and said, "This is my father, the patriarch of our tribe. My dad wants to ask, what are you going to do here?" Daylight answered truthfully, "My wife. Is that my woman is sick and I need to cure her?" Blue Cloud translated with her father. Her father gibbered about something. As they were talking, Blue Cloud and her father got into a fight. Daylight looked a bit confused. He couldn't understand the two men, and he saw their emotions getting more and more agitated. "No, what's all the fuss about?" What's even more outrageous is that soon father and daughter are actually fighting. The two hugged and twisted around each other, trying to pin each other to the ground. What kind of operation is it to look stupid during the day? Daylight stretched out her hands, not even sure if she should stop them. Luckily, father and daughter soon calmed down again as Blue Cloud was thrown off by her dad. Blue Cloud's her father still looked smug and croaked something at Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud climbed up and said with a depressed face, "My father said that you didn't give enough cows and wanted 15 live ones." Daylight gulped. "You guys fought over this?" "Yeah, I said 10 heads would be enough. He said 15. Blue Cloud huffed, "But I lost and had to listen to him." Daylight's cheeks twitched unnaturally. This father-daughter relationship. Speechless, Lan Yun her father gibbered and said something else. Then Lan Yun pushed down his depression and translated, "My father said, 15 living cows, and then even if you lose this place, it's okay. However, you still can't enter our tribe. My dad is afraid that you will beat the rest of our tribe to death." Daylight nodded, but asked, "No, I still can't figure out why you guys are fighting? Wouldn't it be better to bring a few more cows to the tribe?" This brain circuit of Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud was stunned at first, then explained, "This is how it is in our tribe. If you have a different idea and want someone to listen to you, you have to beat him first." What kind of rules are these? Convinced by virtue? No wonder this Blue Sky tribe had such an abundance of voodoo that even fathers and daughters had to convince each other in this way. I only heard Blue Cloud continue. "My father also said that as long as you don't enter our tribe, you can be here for a long time. However, if our tribe needs to invite someone back from the sky, you can't stand in the way. And that is 15 live cattle. You don't have to give them right away. You can go hunting with our tribesmen then." After some agreement, father and daughter left. After walking for a while, the two stopped again. The two yacked loudly about something, and then wrestled again. It's a dizzying sight to watch during the day. This tribe's thinking is a bit strange. Daylight, however, did not know that at this time, Blue Cloud and her father argued. Her father said that he wanted Daylight to hand over to the Blue Sky tribe and have more children, because he was strong, and Blue Cloud did not agree. But Blue Cloud loses again. Chapter 83, Let Her Give You a Child. During the day 2 haylofts had been erected by the pond, one for him to live in with Su Ling, and the other for his sons milking goats. After building the hayloft, he went to the mountains during the day and found a lot of bamboo and small trees to make a high fence around the hayloft. The fence had the advantage of keeping some of the bugs out, while also giving him a bit of privacy. After all, this place wasn't particularly far from the Blue Sky tribe, and the Blue Sky tribe could see the family. Daylight doesn't want to be peeked at from afar when he and Su Ling do something at home. After that, the day was busy. He went up the mountain every day, but only brought back very little prey, and a great deal of bamboo and rattan. From then on, the pond began to tinkle all day long, and in the middle of the night there was the sound of knocking bamboo. About 3 days later, Daylight carried a bunch of ground cages made of woven bamboo and dropped them into the pond. Su Ling followed Daylight and squatted at the edge of the pond. Looking at the calm water, she was still a bit unconvinced. "Can you really catch fish this way?" Daylight nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Su Lin was puzzled. "Why would a fish burrow itself into that thing?" "I don't know about that. Anyway, I just know that fish like to burrow." Daylight grinned. Su Lin bristled. "Just like you like to drill holes?" Daylight's old face flushed with embarrassment. Soon, Daylight pulls on the rope and pulls up one of the ground cages in the water. Su Lin couldn't wait to get over there and shouted in surprise, "So many fish, but they're all so small." As he spoke, Su Ling actually reached into the inside of the ground cage. Daylight was shocked, and it was too late to stop him, only to see Su Ling violently shivering. Then she fell backward with both eyes rolling white. Daylight held her in time. Luckily, not dead, just electrocuted and unconscious. I forgot to remind her that the fish in this pond have electricity. After a while, Su Ling woke up and felt very scared, so she roasted all the fish in the ground cage, no matter how big or small. Not to mention, these electrically charged fish are particularly flavorful when grilled. Only, soon both regretted it. After eating the electrified fish, the two began to have diarrhea. During the day it was a little better, but Su Ling scurried so much that she didn't even dare to wear pants. But he didn't stop fishing for fish during the day, and he kept thinking that the reason lightning was falling from the sky was because there were these electrified fish in the pond. The fish were too scared to eat, so during the day they put the fished up fish in the creek not far away. It's weird to say that these fish in the pond, and I don't know if they're sick in the head or not, like to burrow inside the cages. In just 2 days, the pond was actually cleared of all fish during the day. From the shore, not a single small fish was left. So Daylight plucked up the courage to take the wooden raft into the center of the pond again. Daylight sought to find out that the fish were gone, and the lightning must be gone too. Unfortunately, he soon learned that this idea was wrong, as he was struck by lightning. The current was so strong that it split him unconscious on the spot, and in the end it was Su Ling who pulled the rope from the shore and pulled him ashore. This coma in the daytime is 2 days. If not to see the daytime has been breathing, Su Ling has long been buried him. After waking up, Daylight also had palpitations. The lightning was too fierce, so it was a good thing that he didn't bring Su Ling to the pond. After that, during the day, they began to find a way to divert some of the water out of the pond, so that the pond shrunk and they could see underneath. This worked, and digging a puddle during the day really brought the pond level down a lot. On this day, the Daylight had shrunk the pond from 10 square meters to about 4, leaving a large 2x2 pit, and the water level couldn't get any lower. This pond does have an underground culvert and the water is a constant flow. Daylight entered the pond again, but he didn't go into the puddle of the pond's watery edge. He just walked around the outer layer of mud. There were rocks underneath the dirt, rocks that were all black, but not the hard, sharp basalt that he had encountered before. The stones are all smooth and soft, and when cracked the section is flat and black through and through. Soon Daylight realized again that even if he hadn't been in the water, he would have been electrocuted. Only, it was the force of the lightning that became weak. Soon Daylight made another startling discovery. These black stones actually repel each other when they are dug up. Isn't this a magnet? Could it be that the entire bottom of the pond is filled with magnets, and then the magnetic field attracted the heavenly thunder? But it's not right. If it's the magnetic field, why would the heavenly thunder decay? The law that the Blue Sky Tribe had figured out was that the third time the heavenly thunder would become weak. Of course, this law didn't work on Daylight, who was electrocuted violently every time he entered the middle of the pond. This discovery of the magnetite led to another idea that popped up during the day. He dug a lot of magnetite out of the muddy layer of the pond and then used it to build a small platform on the inside of the pond. After that, during the day, he told Su Ling to go to the platform. As soon as Su Ling stood on the platform, she was electrocuted. Luckily, the current wasn't very strong, so she felt numb and quite comfortable. However, Surin wasn't able to be electrified for too long and she would feel dizzy. During the day, he didn't know if this kind of electrotherapy could really work. He could only let Su Ling come once or twice a day and leave when she felt dizzy. On this day, it was already late in the evening. Daylight and Surin were eating while the child was asleep. Blue Cloud's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Hey, I'm coming in." Without waiting for Daylight to respond, Blue Cloud had already entered, and she was followed by a woman. The woman looked to be in her 30s and was very tall, half a head taller than Blue Cloud. It was very strong. Half of her ass was bigger than Su Ling, and her breasts were very rare to be big, because the breasts of the women of the Blue Sky Tribe were really flat. Daylight looked strange and frowned. "Looking for me for something?" Blue Cloud didn't answer, but instead looked oddly at Daylight and then at Su Ling. The woman behind her, on the other hand, kept scrutinizing by Tian, with dislike in her eyes and helplessness on her face. Daylight felt even more strange. "What on earth are you going to do?" "I owe you cattle and will go hunting in a couple days." "It's not about hunting." Blue Cloud finally spoke up. His face was unnatural. "My father said that he wants you to, well, cross the festival with our tribe." "What?" Daylight thought he had heard wrongly, and both eyes instantly widened. In front of Su Ling, was it appropriate for her to say this? Su Ling had followed Daylight for so long that he had long ago learned to speak the words of the White Mountain Tribe. Blue Cloud hardened his heart, pulled the woman in the back up, and said, "You will intersect with her today and let her give you children. After that, our tribe will let other women continue to make festival with you." Daylight was completely dumbfounded, his brain buzzing. This was treating himself like a breeder? Soleil was also stunned and stared blankly. The woman took a step forward, sizing up Daylight while untying the animal skins on her body, then bent down with her back to Daylight. Perhaps she was afraid that daytime wasn't tall enough. She bent her legs slightly and lowered, as much as possible. Chapter 84, not on the same channel. The extremely awkward scene choked the daytime. In front of Su Ling, that woman just took off. She's supposed to be a childbearer and has probably had several. Daylight's scalp tingled as he looked sideways at Su Ling. Realizing that Su Ling's expression was odd, he hurriedly said, "Ahem, you guys got it wrong. I didn't say that I wanted to intersect with you guys." Lan Yun, however, said, "Oops, I lost to my dad. My dad said that although you're small, you're strong. So let's have a few more children for our tribe. And in the future, our tribesmen will be even stronger." Daylight cried and laughed. "Then I don't want to. You guys hurry back and don't do this again." The woman who had been bending over stood up with a disgruntled look on her face, pointing at Daylight and saying something. Blue Cloud's cheeks twitched and didn't translate, obviously not in a good way. Blue Cloud composed himself. "My father said, you may be from the sky, so you will leave a few more children for our tribe before you leave." "No way." Daylight firmly interrupted her. "Tell your father that I won't fraternize with anyone from your tribe. I have my woman. Hurry up." The tall woman was even more disgruntled, yelling something, but she never put her clothes back on. Blue Cloud couldn't listen anymore and hurriedly pulled the tall woman away. But it was quiet, and Daylight heaved a sigh of relief. This scene, it's so hot. Su Ling didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. She lowered her head and ate silently. Instead, it was obvious during the day that she wanted to cry. After spending so much time together, how could Daylight not know what Su Ling cared about? She couldn't give birth to a child and had always cared about that. It was because of this that she was thinking of picking up a child to raise. Whoever thought? Picked up by Sua is either cold or sleeping. Su Ling all suspect that this child cannot grow up. Therefore, she still has a hard time in her heart. "Alright, don't think so much." Daylight pursed her smile lightly in comfort. "I won't mess around with them." Su Lin raised her head, both eyes red. "That's not what I was thinking." Daylight was stunned. "So what are you sad about?" Shuring sighed slightly feebly. "I wondered if they would be scared if they knew that you were as fierce as a beast." Ahem. Daylight almost choked. In fact, he realized this a long time ago. About sex. And he's not on the same page as this era. As far as the current stage is concerned, people here really only use intercourse as an act of reproduction, and rarely do that sort of thing for pleasure. Not only is it physically demanding, but it also tends to attract attacks from fierce animals, and probably because the human body is not yet sufficiently evolved. Primitive man at this time rarely initiates needs except at specific times, but the daytime was different. He had crossed over from the modern era, and the perception of that in his mind was that he could come when he wanted to, even with a little bit of fancy work. Surin doesn't really like it because when she's not reproducing, she feels pain a lot of the time. Daylight reckoned that perhaps when human civilization advanced to a certain level and the existential crisis wasn't that serious, only then would they gradually have a strong need for that aspect. Hey, it's still about moderation. Then again, the Blue Sky Tribe actually understood the idea of genetic inheritance. In order to be able to pass on strong genes, they even went so far as to send women over to themselves. Whether the Blue Sky Tribe is matriarchal or patrilineal, Daylight still hasn't figured out. The next day, instead of working on the pond during the day, he started up the mountain to hunt. He thought that he would hurry up and pay off the cattle he owed to the Blue Sky Tribe, and after that, he wouldn't need to deal with the Blue Sky Tribe anymore. And there wouldn't be any awkwardness like that last night. 15 live cows is not an easy task, especially when it's just one person during the day. However, he didn't intend to follow the Blue Sky Tribe's people to hunt, but was alone. Since he had strength, Daylight preferred to be alone. In fact, the reason why Daylight dared to agree to give the Blue Sky Tribe so many live cows was because he had already discovered a huge herd of cows in the mountain forest before. It's just been a while since I've hunted deep in the mountains and I'm not sure that herd is still around during the day. After a long walk in the mountains and forests, the herd was actually found during the day. A very large herd of black cattle bordered a ravine. The black cows were fat and jerky and of uniform size. Black bulls are very good prey, relatively weak in attack, not too big, and live in herds. Because of this, black cattle herds are relatively difficult to encounter. Instead of rushing to catch the cow, Daylight found a tree and lay down to rest. I don't know how long it was, but he was dazed and asleep during the day when he suddenly heard a whistling sound. He awoke with a start and realized that the cattle in the valley were fleeing in panic. No way, someone's coming? Just looking around, I didn't see any people or other beasts of prey during the day. The rest of the mountains were quiet except for movement in the valley. Soon Daylight saw, again, that a cow was instead running against the grain from the midst of the herd to the mouth of the valley. The color of that cow was a bit strange. Its head was black, but its body was a bit yellowish. The head was also a bit larger than the average black cow, and the two horns were about to close to form a large circle. The big black bull ran to the mouth of the valley, only to see it lowering its head and suddenly impacting hard on the ground. Boo! A low, muffled sound startled Daylight. It felt as if, all of a sudden, a force blasted the ground, and the mountains and forests trembled with it. This cow, is it so strong? Without being able to think about it, Daylight saw again that the ground that had been pounded by the black bull began to break up, and something came out of the ground, so big and long and getting longer. It's a giant millipede. It was dark and black, more than a meter thick and a dozen meters long. The millipede's feet were really dense, and it was a creepy sight to see during the day. A millipede that size should be hard to roast. As soon as the millipedes came out, the big black bull started to attack, only to see the big black bull lowered its head and charged forward swiftly, while the millipede curled up quickly. Boo! The big black bull was so terribly strong that it actually knocked the millipede away. This completely subverted Daylight's perception of the black bull. He had always felt that the black bull's attacking power was not particularly strong, and that it was similar to a modern-day buffalo. However, this millipede wasn't a vegetarian either. After flying out, it quickly crawled back again. The big black bull wanted to attack again, and the millipede actually lifted up high end. The millipede's foot actually shoots out. Shoo shoo shoo. The densely packed legs shot out, just like flying arrows. The big black bull quickly dodged to the side, but some of the 1,000-foot legs still hit the big black bull and actually managed to tear through the big black bull's skin. Taking advantage of the big black bull's dodging, the millipede pounced over again and quickly coiled up the big black bull just like a snake. At the same time, its densely packed feet kept attacking the big black bull. Ilu, a good boy. This millipede, into the essence, it looks like the big black cow is afraid to die. Daylight's mind has not yet settled. He saw a very shocking scene. The big black bull actually flew high up. Chapter 85. Another woman in the family? The big black bull flew high. Then it did a flip in the air. Horns down. The millipede below was smart enough to see that things were not good and hurriedly burrowed inside the mud. Just before the millipede could fully enter the ground, the big black cow had already landed. Boom! The two bull horns of the big black bull smashed on the ground, surprisingly bursting out a biting astral wind. The ground sunk down obediently, and the millipede under the ground was blown to pieces. Daylight squatted on the tree and looked dumbfounded. He clearly saw that the horn of the big black bull just released a wave of energy. This demon? The big black bull was also injured after it landed, obviously spitting out blood. However, it didn't fall down and stepped on the corpse of the millipede, bellowing angrily. Daylight looked dumbfounded, feeling that the killing power of this big black bull was even more powerful than the white tiger he had encountered before. As for whether or not it could fight against the poor Chi, that was unknown, as he had never seen the poor Chi strike. It was actually already able to release energy and form a biting wind. Even if it wasn't a demon in the future, it was still a spirit beast. The future of this world is indeed cultivation. Daylight's heart was involuntarily agitated, and he swallowed extremely hard. He was considering whether or not to take advantage of the big black bull's injuries to make a sneak attack. Just very quickly Daylight gave up this idea. First of all, he had no grievances with the big black bull. Why should he rush to kill it? Secondly, if the sneak attack was unsuccessful, it would be troublesome. It would be fine if it was only retaliated against by the big black bull, but he was afraid that the big black bull would bring its herd to attack the Blue Sky tribe at that time. Although the number of cows in this herd is not too big, but the big black bull is so strong, it's unlikely that there are others in the herd that are similar to it. Just as Daylight was rambling on, the big black bull turned and ran into the valley. The cows were still in the valley, only they were hiding in the trees and couldn't be seen from the outside. Only when everything returned to calm did Daylight come down from the tree and cautiously walk towards the battlefield from earlier. The millipede was indeed dead, the top half of its body blown apart, while the bottom half was still intact. Daylight realized that the blood of the millipede was not black, but red. This was different from the big bugs he had seen before. He had always thought that the blood of big bugs was black and their bodies festered easily. This millipede's body was tough, no different from a normal animal. Daylight turned the half of the millipede's body upside down and realized that those legs were very sharp and just about as big as daggers. Good stuff. So, without hesitation, Daylight carried the corpse of the millipede and ran. It was still early, and Daylight had no intention of going home so soon. He found a flat spot and started roasting millipedes for dinner. To be honest, the flavor of millipedes is really not good. A little bitter and astringent. It's a bit bitter and astringent. It looks like a lot of meat, but after roasting, it's all shells, so it's not good. And I noticed during the day that I didn't see any fire after eating millipedes. It disappointed him that it felt like the millipedes didn't bring much energy to the table. So, during the day, he cut off all the legs of the millipede and threw away its body. When evening came, Daylight returned once again to the valley beyond. By this time the cattle in the valley had rested, and Daylight cautiously felt his way down into the valley, holding in his hand a rope made of cane. Soon the daytime touched the outskirts of the herd, only he found that the herd was very alert, and the outskirts were all big cows. This is troublesome. If the herd is alarmed, it is highly likely that the big black bull will be alarmed. But we can't go back empty-handed during the daytime, or else when will we be able to pay back the 15 cows owed to the Blue Sky tribe? Going out on a limb, holding his breath during the day, he cautiously approached the herd. The light was already dim in the mountains and the cows had begun to sleep with their eyes closed. Miraculously, the cows didn't even wake up when I touched them during the day and reached out to touch them. He flicked the prepared rope over and threw it just in time to hit a cow in the neck and lasso it. Hey, these cows are stupid. Daylight sank his breath and pulled violently on the rope and ran. The cow that was caught in the noose was pulled up by him smoothly and flew up along the ground with a whir. By the time the herd woke up, Daylight had pulled the cows into Shunlin and disappeared quickly. A very large cow. Only the black cow's strength was too weak for Daylight. Ignoring the black cow's struggles, Daylight forcefully held the cow down, then tied up all 4 of its legs and carried it. And so a scene appeared in the dark forest, a petite man carrying a black bull several times his size, darting quickly. By the time he returned to the neighborhood of the Blue Sky tribe during the day, it was already completely dark. Many torches were lit around the Blue Sky tribe, illuminating the mountains. From a distance, Su Ling saw Daylight appear, and she immediately ran over to him with her child in her arms. Seeing Su Ling, Daylight's heart tightened. Could it be that the child was in some kind of condition again? Daylight greeted him with the ox on his shoulder. What's wrong? Su Lin ran up and glanced first at the cow behind him, then swallowed and whispered. They left someone at our house. A woman. Daylight twitched. The damn Blue Sky tribe was determined to leave their seeds in their tribe? Su Ling continued. Today I lay down on that stone bed for a bit, then the water suddenly rose. Luckily I ran fast or I would have been drowned. By the time I got back, the woman was in our house. She was covered in bruises and looked miserable. Then she said they would beat her to death if we sent her back to the Blue Sky tribe. Daylight's face darkened. The Blue Sky tribe actually engaged in this trick. It was too underhanded. In the daytime, when he returned home with Su Ling, he saw that there was a woman in the house. The woman was wearing very little, with only 2 tiny pieces of animal skin on her. Just as Su Ling had said, she was covered in bruises, shivering and hiding in a corner, and her hair was disheveled. Hearing the sound, the woman twisted her head around. After seeing Daylight, she first looked awe-stricken, then crawled over with longing. Daylight frowned even more as he recognized this woman at a glance. The first day he came to the Blue Sky tribe, he happened to encounter this woman and another man being beaten up outside the tribe. Blue Cloud but said, she is that man's little lady, but she and that man intercourse, so they were beaten and punished. The woman quickly crawled over and hugged Daylight's leg, looking up and saying something warily, her eyes glistening with tears, looking especially pitiful. Both Bai Tian and Su Ling failed to understand, but by looking at her expression, they knew that she must be begging Bai Tian to take her in. Su Lin looked intolerant and whispered, what should we do? Daylight didn't say anything and looked down at the woman. The woman looks actually good. Not too thick, but also taller than the daytime. The body, anyway, stronger than the daytime on the right. Su Lin spoke again. She's so pathetic. Or else. Su Lin didn't say anything further, her eyes flickering. Daylight took a deep breath and whispered, feel if she has any tits. Chapter 86, Caught as a Thief. Ha! Su Lin didn't react for a moment. The woman in front of me is actually quite good looking, and her breasts are bigger than Su Ling's. Daylight rolled her eyes. You want your son to drink goat's milk all the time from now on? Oh, Soleil responded, handing the child over to Daylight before squatting down and unhesitatingly slipping her hands inside the woman's animal skin clothing. The woman instinctively tried to resist, but she quickly restrained herself, still looking scared. Touching it, Su Ling reared up and shook her head in disappointment. No, it's big, but it's soft, and it should have been in labor for a long time. What's the point of keeping it then? During the day, he once again handed the child to Su Ling and said, I asked her to go back. You change her clothes and give her something to eat on the way. Really not staying? Su Ling cocked her head, her face full of suspicion. Daylight rolled her eyes. Can't afford it. In itself, Su Ling was an expert in laying flat, never hunting or picking fruit. Coupled with having a child to raise, it was only because of Daylight's current strength that she would really be overwhelmed otherwise. And now there's a woman who can't afford to keep a free meal. Su Ling didn't say anything else and gave the woman some food and dressed her in animal skin clothes. The woman was happy, thinking that Daylight had agreed to let her stay. However, when the woman finished eating, Daylight didn't hesitate to pick her up and walk her out. It so happened that he had just returned from capturing a cow, which was also shivering, so he tied the woman to the cow's back during the day, and then carried the cow and the woman to the Blue Sky tribe together. The woman babbled and cried, and the day turned a deaf ear. Apparently, there was someone from the Blue Sky tribe keeping watch. After seeing daylight, someone quickly ran to inform them. When he walked outside the tribe during the day, someone from the tribe came out to block him. He didn't go in hard during the day. He could feel that the Blue Sky tribe had been very defensive of him, and he didn't know why. After waiting a while, Blue Cloud and a few others ran out. Seeing the cow and woman carried during the day, Blue Cloud and the others' faces were unpleasant. Daylight put the cow and the woman down and bristled. Take her back. I'll say it again. I'm not going to make a festival with your tribesmen, and don't send any more people to my house in the future. Blue Cloud looked complicated. You send her back. She'll die. What's it got to do with me? Daylight skewered in disgust. Your tribe's own business. Don't put it on me. Saying that, Daylight turned away decisively. The bound woman cried and cried, and the day turned a deaf ear and went home through the darkness. For the next 2 days, I stayed at home with Su Ling during the daytime, and electrotherapized in the pond with her piece by piece. This pond is truly amazing. The water rises during the night and drops during the day, similar to high tide. It's actually quite uncertain during the day whether electrotherapy has any effect on Surin, since she's always cold, but the electrotherapy had the advantage of making Surin very refreshed. During that time, Daylight polished those legs of the millipede into many small sharp daggers, and then made a holster out of animal skin and tied it around his waist. Not much different from a flying knife. This thing was really good, even though his flying dagger skills were poor. If he took it by surprise, the ferocious beast would have to spit blood. At night, during the day, he ran to the mountains to steal cows. In 2 nights, he froze and stole 8 cows and still didn't disturb the herd. That evening, Daylight went back into the mountains to steal cattle. Still as before, he approached the herd quietly, then lassoed a cow with a rope before quickly pulling it out. All went well and the cow was soon tied up during the day. But just as he was about to carry the cow and run, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, he was standing in front of him, and Daylight didn't even react. Fixing his eyes, Daylight's heart fluttered with embarrassment. It was the ferocious big black bull, the herd leader. The big black bull slightly lowered its head, and its 2 horns were aimed at Daylight. In the darkness, Daylight saw its 2 bull noses smoking hot. Daylight had the embarrassment of being caught as a thief, and sheepishly pushed the tied cow away, squeezing a smile on his face. Big brother, hello. Before he could even finish his words, the big black bull had already attacked him. Daylight couldn't dodge in time and quickly forked his lunge, crossing his arms to block his heel. Boo! The power of the big black bull was really strong. During the day it felt like a mountain crashing over and almost didn't get shaken off. 1 man and 1 bull were on top of each other, and after about half a minute of stalemate, the big black bull backed away again. In the darkness, Daylight clearly saw that the big black bull's circumference began to surge a transparent heat wave again, clearly storing up its strength in preparation for an amplified move. Run during the day while the big black bull saves his moves. Seeing that he actually ran away, the big black bull bellowed angrily a few times before chasing after him. In fact, during the day, if you really want to be ruthless, you can fight against the big black bull, but he is not stupid. After fighting hard with the big black bull it might be a lose-lose situation, and then when he attracts other ferocious beasts, he will also be a dead man. Besides, why fight for your life when you can run? It's not that you can't do it, but it's more cost-effective to run. Although the daytime is also very curious to know whether the big black cow has condensed the demonic Dan, but now is still the time to fight with the big black cow. In the woods, Daylight is no different than a monkey. He can always scamper up a tree. The big black bull doesn't go up trees, he just angrily knocks them down. It didn't take long for Daylight to shake off the big black bull. For safety's sake, Daylight wandered around the mountain forest for a long time before he dared to head towards the tribe, returning empty-handed. It was quite helpless for Daylight. Having recently stolen 9 cows, I thought I could steal a few more, but I didn't expect to be discovered. This herd of cows, not good to steal anymore. It didn't take long for Daylight to return to the vicinity of the Blue Sky tribe. Seeing from afar, a lot of torches lit up next to his house. Daylight's heart was shocked. Something had happened to Su Ling. Running back quickly during the day, he soon saw that many people from the Blue Sky tribe were standing by the pond with torches. Is it possible that someone from the tribe is up again and needs to be invited back? As he approached in daylight, he was soon spotted by people shouting something. Then Su Lin came running over. Seeing that Su Ling was fine, Daylight's hanging heart slightly dropped. Just before he was happy, Su Ling anxiously shouted, "Daylight, our son is dying." Daylight's cheeks twitched slightly as he quickened his pace and walked up. "What's going on?" Su Ling pointed to the middle of the pond and said, "That woman." She took her son away to carry him inside the water. "Look!" Following what Su Ling was pointing at, Daylight's face darkened even more. Under the light of the fire, the woman who had been sent back to the Blue Sky tribe by Daylight earlier was holding Daylight's son, Bai Suo, and standing on the small platform of the pond. Because it was nighttime, the water level in the pond rose and the pond had been flooded for a good portion of the day. Once a woman jumps into the water with a child in her arms, it is highly likely that lightning will be attracted and the child will be completely cold. Chapter 87 Underwater Nightlight. He walked over to the pond during the day and looked at the woman holding the child in it. Blue Cloud came over and whispered rather helplessly, "She said that you were going to let her die, and that she wanted to take your child with her." Daylight rolled her eyes in both directions. Women's brain circuits could be so godly. What did he have to do with her becoming the shit she is now? This is an outrageous thing. A primitive society that already knows how to engage in hostage-taking. Daylight composed herself and said, "You tell her to put my son there and then she'll die herself." Blue Cloud's cheeks twitched. "So she really did kill your son later. Just say it." There was some fire in Daylight's heart, and he had little sympathy for this kind of brain circuit. Blue Cloud was full of weirdness, but still shouted at the woman in the pond. Soon the woman cried out in agitation, gibbering and not knowing what to say. But anyway, she was very emotional and made a move to jump into the water with her child in her arms. A group of people around them were very lively, and Blue Cloud hurriedly said to Daylight, "She said that if you don't take her in, she will die." Daylight could sort of see that she didn't want to die at all, but wanted to use this way to force herself to take her in. This woman was smart enough to know that there was no way for her to continue to stay in the Blue Sky tribe and she couldn't go to another tribe, so she could only pin her hopes on Daylight. As long as she was bound to Daylight, the Blue Sky tribe would not do anything to her. And, being strong and able to hunt during the day, she would have a good time. The thinking is so advanced. Daylight sank his breath and told Sulin to step back as he walked alone towards the pond. Seeing Daylight approaching, the woman on the small platform yelled, and by the tone of her voice, she knew it was a threat. Daylight turned a deaf ear and continued to walk forward. Originally, the pond is not big. The woman is only 3 or 4 meters from the shore. The daytime is 2 steps closer. He is only about 2 meters from the woman. Daylight walked to a stop at the water's edge and swept the woman away, but said in Mandarin, "I hate your kind of heart." As soon as the words fell, Daylight quickly pulled 2 millipede daggers from his waist with both hands and flung them over. Whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, the 2 daggers flashed in 2 streaks of black light, striking the woman's head with precision. The woman shuddered violently, her eyes widening as her body slowly fell back into the water. At the same time, the child in her hand slowly fell off. Daylight jumped over just in time to catch the child, but instead of holding the woman, he watched her fall into the pond. Although he could understand the other party's desire to survive, he couldn't understand such extreme measures. There are plenty of ways to stay alive, and you have to hold a few-month-old child hostage? Wow! The woman fell into the edge of the pond with a splash. The crowd on the shore froze. They couldn't see Daylight flinging flying knives. They saw the woman inexplicably fall. Right at this moment, Daylight suddenly felt a palpitation. He didn't bother to jump off the small platform, but instead quickly threw the child in his hand. Just as the child flew out of Daylight's hand, snap! A bright bolt of lightning descended from the dark night sky, striking Daylight with pinpoint accuracy. Grass! It's not like you fell into the water yourself. Why is it you who split? Thoughts flashed, daytime consciousness blurred, and the body involuntarily fell into the water. As the lightning came down, the people on the shore ran away in fear. It was Su Ling who reacted quickly and caught the child that was thrown over. Seeing Daylight fall into the water, Surin didn't dare to run over, but could only shout from the shore. In a flash, the people on the shore ran away. Blue Cloud was kind enough to not run far yet, urging Su Ling to hurry up at the back. Su Lin didn't want to go, but another lightning bolt soon descended from the sky, and she could only run into the distance. I don't know how long it took to regain consciousness after falling into the water during the day. His first thought when he woke up was that he was smothered in water and couldn't breathe. Then he realized that there was bright light around him and opened his eyes. It is true that people are still in the water, but it is bright underwater. The light was emanating from under the water, and there seemed to be a lamp buried in the mud underneath. With the light, he could see the woman sinking below. Without taking a closer look, Daylight quickly moved upstream. After revealing the surface of the water, Daylight took a big breath. It was dark all around. Not a single person was seen, not even Su Ling, which was really disappointing. And then during the day it was discovered that the bright light underwater could not be seen from the surface of the water, and that it was only by sinking into the water that the light was seen underneath. After catching his breath a little during the day, he sank into the water again. There was still light under the water, and daylight quickly sank to the bottom. He first took a closer look at the woman and realized that the woman was dead, but strangely enough, there was no blood coming out of her head where she had been hit with a flying knife. Daylight didn't care, and turned his eyes to the place where there was light underneath. He reached out and pushed the top layer of dirt away, and soon saw the source of light, which was actually a night pearl as big as his head. Oh, a night pearl that big would be cool to use as a lamp. Daylight's heart was bursting with excitement, and with both hands holding the night pearl, he wanted to lift it upwards. Just then, snorting, a bolt of lightning struck through the water. Daylight was instantly electrocuted to the point where his eyes turned white, his body shivered, and his consciousness blurred for a while. It was also at this instant that the female corpse lying next to the night pearl was electrocuted into a mist of blood, instantly coloring the entire pond red. But the blood fog quickly shrink. Whoosh, all drilled into the bright pearl of the night. After all the blood mist entered, the pearl of the night suddenly stopped shining, and the underwater was dark. Daylight's consciousness quickly revived, but all he saw was a darkness underwater, not a mist of blood. Daylight shivered, touching the darkness and sinking down again, soon touching the rounded night pearl again, although he didn't know why the night pearl didn't light up anymore. But during the day he couldn't care less now. He wanted to take out this night pearl. Lightning soon descended on the water again. Only the current became so small that it felt just a little numb during the day. Taking the opportunity, Daylight hurriedly and forcefully picked up the night pearl. To his surprise, the night pearl is very heavy at first, but when he forced to pull the night pearl out of the silt, the night pearl suddenly became very light, so that he momentarily confiscated the power of the body to rush upward. Soon Daylight emerged from underwater and, after catching his breath, headed for the shore, clutching the nightshade. Wow! As Daylight headed for the shore, he clearly heard the sound of water. Looking back, Daylight was alarmed. Surprisingly, a large fountain formed in the back, and the water surged madly upward from the ground, the water level of the pond rising rapidly. Who cares about thinking about it during the day? Holding the night pearl and running toward the shore. As soon as he ran, the fountain became even more violent and actually formed a huge water column. By the time the night pearl in Daylight's hand was out of the water column spraying up in the center of the pond suddenly collapsed, and the water churned, instantly spreading across the pond and surging in all directions. Seeing the waves swooping over, Daylight ran faster, not noticing that the night pearl in his hand was slowly getting smaller and darker. Chapter 88, The Eerie Advent. Daylight flew all the way to the door of the house, and then he only turned back, and he suddenly saw that his behind turned into an ocean. Oh no! At best it is a lake. The pond was still bubbling in the middle, and the water kept surging outward, flooding many places. Luckily, the pond was close to the creek, and the water soon flowed into the creek. God! It felt like there was a big fountain under the pond, only it was suppressed by the night pearl. Now that the night pearl has been pulled out, the water is spewing out. Phew! Daylight exhaled heavily, and when he lowered his head to look, he froze again, just now running in a hurry. He did not notice in the slightest. The hand holding the night pearl at this time has baby's fist size. Moreover, it was not white at all, and it would not glow, but it was dark and black. What the hell is this? Daylight confused. He clearly remembered that the first underwater to see is a head-sized luminous night pearl. Holding up the time is also really big. How now become so small? It was too late to think about it, as Daylight saw that the water level was still rising, and it was already about to flood the front door of the house. Daylight rushed into the house and shouted, "Su Ling, quickly pack up your things." Surin heard the sound and ran out of the hayloft, excited to see him alive. She ran up and punched him. "Why aren't you dead yet?" Daylight was stunned. "How could I die?" Su Ling had tears in both eyes. "You've been falling in for quite a while, and now that it's almost dawn, I thought you'd be dead already." "So long?" Daylight was quite puzzled. After being unconscious underwater for so long, he could actually live? Not being able to think too much, Daylight hurriedly said, "Pack up and leave first. This place might be flooded later." Only then did Su Ling wipe her tears and go into the house with Daylight to pack up her things. It was only about 10 minutes before Daylight and Su Ling came out with their children, and the water had already reached the edge of the yard, and the level was still rising. This underground fountain is really fierce. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that it will flood the Blue Sky Tribe. He didn't go to the Blue Sky Tribe during the day. After all, the Blue Sky Tribe had been defending him, and he didn't want to make a fool of himself. After taking Su Ling and running to the far side of the hill, Daylight looked back and realized that a large portion of his home had already been flooded. However, the water level didn't continue to rise and didn't flood inside the Blue Sky Tribe. Of course, the farmland outside the Blue Sky Tribe was flooded quite a bit. The water level rose quickly and fell quickly. In just under half an hour, the water dropped all the way down again and the pond was once again in sight. After that, the water level in the pond was on par with the level of the river outside and did not drop any further. Su Lin felt a bit unbelievable. How could this happen? Daylight shook his head. I don't know. Looking down at the dark beads in his hand, a pang of melancholy came over him during the day. The beads, too, are a mystery. Instead of returning to the house, the two rested on the hillside. It wasn't long before the sky began to haze, woken up by the sound in the distance. He looked for the sound and saw that many people from the Blue Sky Tribe were heading towards his house. Those people directly rushed into his house and took away all the things in his house, and even pushed down the straw hut. Su Lin was also awakened by the noise, hazily looking at the distance, and was shocked. Oops, how did they bulldoze our house? Daylight, let's hurry home. They must think we've gone. Instead, Daylight pulled her back and shook her head slightly. It's not as simple as you think. Although it was a long way off, it was visible during the day, and those people looked furious, with a number of them yelling something, and after those people took the stuff out of their homes, they didn't take it back to the Blue Sky Tribe, they threw it in the river. This time Su Ling also felt wrong and grunted in a low voice. Are these people out of their minds? Why are they throwing away all our stuff? Daylight smiled without saying anything and continued to lie down. Let's rest for a while. I guess we'll be leaving this tribe soon. After a while, those people from the Blue Sky Tribe in the distance began to disperse and resume their normal lives. After that, it was seen during the day that Blue Cloud came running on her golden tiger. Running to the front, Blue Cloud got down from the tiger's back and said anxiously, "You guys should go. The people of our tribe said they would kill you." "Huh? Why?" Su Lin looked confused. Daylight, however, had guessed the general idea and lay back leisurely. Blue Cloud glanced at Daylight and explained with a slight sense of helplessness. "They said that you will only bring disaster to the tribe and will not allow you to come near our tribe anymore." "No, how are we bringing disaster?" Su Ling was very unhappy. Daylight, on the other hand, sighed softly. "By the looks of it, your father isn't very good." It was clear that they had agreed before to toss that pond as he pleased, and now they felt that they had brought disaster upon them. Where did the disaster come from? It's true that there was a big flood last night, but it didn't flood into the tribe, and the flooded farmland has long since returned to normal and brought no harm. They felt nothing more than that he was disobedient because he had not obeyed them by copulating and having children with the women of their tribe. Disobedient and strong. Even if they hadn't entered the Blue Sky Tribe, they would still feel fear. From the very beginning, the Blue Sky Tribe was wary of him. At that time, Daylight knew that the Blue Sky Tribe wasn't innocent. He just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Blue Cloud was not in a good position to say anything more, and with a complicated expression, he whispered, "You guys hurry up and leave, or if they see you afterward, they'll definitely kill you." Daylight climbed to his feet and said softly, "Thank you for the reminder, and in exchange, I can tell you that your tribe may be attacked by a very powerful big black bull recently." Blue Cloud looked surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions and rode away on the golden tiger. Seeing Blue Cloud leave, Su Yun said with great disappointment, "This tribe is not good at all. It's not as good as the two small tribes before." Daylight didn't say anything. In fact, he could understand that the larger tribes would be more xenophobic because of the need to centralize power. Never mind, the secrets of the pond are pretty much explored anyway. It's time to head out and continue the search for the tribe that used to come. So for the next long time, the family traveled through the mountains during the day, making their way east. There was no rush during the day, and he studied his martial arts and medical skills as he walked, while Su Ling drew maps while taking care of the child. After studying that black bead for a long time during the day without finding out why, he finally had to believe in metaphysics and let Su Ling carry the black bead. Not to mention, after Su Ling brought the black beads, her body wasn't really that cold. It is that she always can't sleep, and said that she would always dream about the woman who was killed by the daytime before. Daylight's son, Bai Suo, was an oddball who ate and slept and ate, waking up no more than 2 hours a day. Daylight even suspected that the child's brain is not normal. For the daytime, this state of the sun is rather good, because he does not have so much energy to bring up the child. Time always flew by in the mountains, and it was hard to know exactly how much time had passed during the day. One day, he returned from going out to hunt during the day. After shouting a few times without hearing a response from Su Ling, his heart tightened and he hurriedly climbed to the grass hut in the tree. As soon as he entered the house, what he saw during the day was Su Ling collapsed on the floor unconscious. There was a lot of blood on the floor, and his son Bai Suo was lying on top of Su Ling. When he heard the movement, Bai Suo raised his head, and during the day he saw a scene that he would never forget. Baisuo's mouth was full of blood.